Year 1511 of the C Circle calendar. Has that rascal Diaz still not been found? The notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo seethed with fury, infuriated that the young proc he had taken under his wing had brazenly absconded with a significant portion of his wealth. How could he not be enraged? Brando D. Diaz, a boy who had joined the family 2 years prior, had not consumed a devil fruit, yet his swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary, far beyond what one would expect. From his age, eager to nurture talent, Doflamingo had welcomed him into the Don Quixote family. Little did he know, this young scoundrel had knocked out his companions, Buffalo and Baby 5, 3 days ago during the Navy's assault, and fled with a substantial treasure from the ship. How could this not incite his wrath? His whereabouts remain elusive. It seems he has vanished from this sea, reported his trusted subordinate, Treble. Then continue the search. Perhaps that brat is concealing his devil fruit abilities, Doflamingo mused. With such a wealth of treasure, it was impossible he had taken it all unnoticed. He must possess some powers. This suggested that the young thief had been plotting for some time. Cunning little wretch. At this moment, on an island in the North Sea, a dark-haired youth wove through the crowd and entered an inn, securing the door behind him. Once he ensured his safety, he chuckled softly. Even the notorious Doflamingo has his oversights at last. I have found my opportunity. Brando D. Diaz had awakened memories of his past life and a system 2 years ago. With a tenfold guaranteed system, each lottery draw costing a staggering 1 million berries, he sought to amass greater wealth. Thus, he concealed his D name and infiltrated the nearby Don Quixote family, scheming to seize their riches. 3 days prior, during the Navy's siege on the Don Quixote family, he had seized a moment, swiftly incapacitating Buffalo and Baby 5, stuffing most of the loot into his pockets, and diving into the sea. With the diving equipment drawn from the system, he had arrived here. Calculating against the formidable Doflamingo, Diaz found himself in high spirits. Born a villain, was he? Merely so. Now in possession of a staggering 13 million berries, he had amassed a remarkable 130 draws. Now it is my turn to draw. Oolong tea. Flammable oolong tea, you know the ingredients. Bodhi mask, of little use, serves to obscure one's visage. Blue eyes white dragon card. A collectible card valued at 87 million, suitable for collection. Single soldier rocket launcher includes 3 shells. A single-shot sniper rifle with ample firepower. Golden apple, removes negative effects. VR goggles, I shall strike in Gundam form. Watermelon knife, does this melon guarantee ripeness? New Treasure Island dance mastery. Even the blurriest imagery can convey an untamed spirit. Bowl of cold noodles. For a bowl of noodles, one must pay for a bowl of noodles. Deadly kiss. Back attacks deal double damage, a righteous backstab. Pink fluffy bunny. No one can endure the humiliation of being slain by the pink fluffy bunny. Player drive. Witness my flawless victory. Flame pot. Throw it and watch it explode. Newspaper A, zombie's most cherished possession. Glasses. The true essence of Shinbaki. Photosynthesis. Gradually restores one's wounds and stamina under the sun. Silver slash. A true man strike. Ace driver. Perfectly masters all forms of transportation. Truly a seasoned veteran. Earth's core. Emperor pain shield. A plethora of items materialized before him, most of which were familiar, yet currently of little use. To Diaz, the truly valuable ones were photosynthesis and Earth's core. There is no need to elaborate on photosynthesis. It allows him to recuperate under the sun. Earth's core, on the other hand, is a growth-oriented ability. Derived from the Geo-Archon Zhongli in Genshin Impact, the weight of the stone brings solace. By condensing the Geo element to create stone spires in the game, holding down grants the Jade Shield, capable of absorbing 150 of physical and elemental damage. The potency of the shield is linked to his health. The greater the vitality, the sturdier the shield. As long as Diaz continuously enhances his health, he will possess an astonishingly defensive shield, albeit at present, it merely deflects a few bullets. If this skill were bestowed upon someone like Teacher Kai, whose health is remarkably high, even Whitebeard would find it challenging to shatter the shield. Moreover, the player driver lacks a cartridge, thus preventing transformation. Otherwise, he would boldly transform and venture into Mariewa. Not for any other reason, but because the Exceed series knights are a blight upon the Heisei era. Once the game realm opens, no one could contend with him. Alas, he was not provided with a cartridge. Otherwise, the invincible player would impart valuable lessons. As for Kaido and Shanks, they would all be mere subordinates in the presence of an invincible player. The Sekiro skill collection drawn in the first 10 pulls, the Muramasa obtained in the second, and now these cards he has drawn have equipped him to traverse the North Sea. With confidence, provided he does not encounter the likes of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Speaking of Doflamingo, would he not devour him alive upon sight? He chuckled to himself, eager to witness his current expression. Ha ha! With this thought, his heart brimmed with delight. I must prepare. In approximately 6 months, the surgical fruits will manifest. A few days prior, Corazon had taken law out in search of a doctor. It was then that the Navy attacked the Don Quixote family, granting him an opportunity. Surgical fruits. Though of little use to him personally, he is still inclined to give it a try. It is not specifically aimed at that fellow. It is merely a matter of personal displeasure. Causing him frustration brings Diaz satisfaction. After resting on the small island for a night, Diaz departed the next day by boat. Doflamingo was currently scouring for his whereabouts, as he would not linger in one location for long. Boom! The cabin suddenly shook violently, rousing a groggy Diaz. This sensation was truly unpleasant. The sounds of battle and cries of agony echoed from outside the cabin. Diaz stepped out, discovering that the ship had been besieged by a band of pirates, who were ruthlessly slaughtering. Annihilate them, burn them, plunder everything, spare the women and slay the men. The pirates' unrestrained arrogance filled Diaz with revulsion. That a cascade of autumnal water burst forth in the air, and the once boastful pirate's head tumbled to the ground, his final expression still one of defiance. Grasping his sword, Murakumo, Diaz watched as droplets of blood trickled down the blade. Twisting his neck, he smiled and inquired, "So who shall be next?" "Arrogant fool!" A pirate swung an axe at him. Diaz stepped back, the massive axe crashing onto the deck, splintering wood in all directions. The gleaming edge of his blade sliced through the air, traversing over the corpses as he advanced towards the pirates. The weather is splendid today, perfect for your demise here. Chapter 2. Confusion, killing you. These are mine. For as long as he could remember, Diaz had harbored a deep-seated disdain for pirates, cloaked in the guise of freedom. They wreaked havoc, committing unspeakable atrocities. His loathing for these scoundrels ran as deep as his bones. Did the Pirate King, Roger, truly usher in the era of piracy merely to unleash these wretches upon the seas, bringing misery to ordinary folk? An era? What a joke. Only the common people suffered. With one foot planted upon the head of a fallen pirate, his sword, Murakumo, embedded in the pirate's skull, Diaz declared, "You are pathetically weak. To emerge with such feeble strength is nothing short of a farce. Young man, let us have a conversation." The leader of this band of miscreants was a gaunt, shrewd-looking man with a small mustache. A conversation? What is there to discuss? He sneered. Your strength is impressive. If we join forces, we could grow powerful and achieve greatness. Just agree, and all the treasure aboard my ship and yours will be yours. Bang! A gunshot echoed in response. As the smoke cleared from the barrel, Diaz remarked, "Confusion, killing you. These are mine." The small mustached pirate could barely utter a word before blood flowed from his chest, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With a dismissive kick, Diaz sent the body of the small mustached pirate into the sea and leaped onto the opposite vessel. The remaining pirates, thoroughly intimidated, cowered in fear. With their leader slain, what more was there to discuss? "Gather all valuables and present them to me within 5 minutes," Diaz commanded, producing a pocket watch to begin the countdown. Terrified, the pirates scurried into the ship's hold, soon emerging with a small chest brimming with treasures, gold and berries. The spoils of their plunder, estimated to be worth around 300,000 to 400,000 berries. "Is this all?" Diaz inquired. "Yes, this is all. We held a banquet just a few days ago," a trembling pirate replied. "Most pirates do not save their earnings. To them, ordinary people are mere wallets. They indulge in revelry today, and should funds run low, they simply raid again. After each plunder, they would throw lavish feasts, squandering their ill-gotten gains." Diaz was acutely aware of this. During his 2 years with the Don Quixote family, he had witnessed their lifestyle, wealthy yet perpetually broke, with only mere crumbs left over. Doflamingo. That scoundrel also utilized money for various schemes, thus leaving him with just over 100 million, part of which he had hidden away in his quarters. Humph. Accept this sum, he instructed, and ensure the bodies are disposed of. I need to depart. Yes, yes. The pirates nodded vigorously, collecting the remains of their fallen comrades. Awaiting Diaz's further orders, too fearful to flee lest they meet the same fate. Captain, have them bound and sent to the nearest naval base. Diaz instructed the captain of the passenger ship. Very well. And should there be any resistance, I shall toss them into the sea to feed the fish. Was this man a devil? How could he utter such chilling words with a smile upon his face? The pirates trembled in fear, reluctant to resist, allowing the sailors on board to bind them and deliver them to the Navy, hoping for a chance at survival. However, if they fell into the hands of that little brat, they would truly have no hope of living. Yet, this passenger ship did not head towards the Navy's branch. Instead, it encountered a patrolling Navy vessel midway. Diaz cast a fleeting glance at the emblem on the sails before retreating into the cabin. The symbol of a crane adorned the warship, signifying the highest-ranking officer aboard. It was none other than Admiral Tsuru, a formidable figure from the same era as Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the heroic Vice Admiral Garp. Tsuru was not someone to be trifled with. Even by the infamous Don Quixote Doflamingo, Diaz dared not show his face before her, primarily out of fear that this elderly lady might wash him clean, quite literally. The wash fruit possessed the ability to transform individuals into garments, cleansing and drying them, leaving the cleansed beings devoid of strength and unable to act freely. It was said that those affected would also experience a slight purification of their souls, their wicked hearts becoming somewhat less malevolent. This ability could very well make Granny Tsuru a nemesis to the inherently evil Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo had never been a good person. He was a natural-born villain. While his brother, despite a similar fate, became a Navy officer. Diaz, having interacted with Doflamingo, understood the chaos and disorder that man embodied. His relentless desire for vengeance against the world. The so-called love for family was merely a means of control. He would unhesitatingly abandon his family for his own interests. This was Doflamingo. This predicament could prove troublesome. Diaz hoped that the captain would not expose him. He donned his hat. But alas, Granny Tsuru boarded the ship and, under the captain's guidance, soon encountered Diaz. Indeed, it is you, Brando Diaz, the youth pursued by Doflamingo, she remarked. Oh, Granny Tsuru, are you here to apprehend me? Diaz refrained from drawing his sword, for he knew he was no match for her. Have you committed any wrongdoings alongside Doflamingo? She inquired. Does black market dealings count? Diaz asked. It does, and it does not, Tsuru replied. Come, let us have a seat on my ship. Is there any way I could refuse? He retorted. What do you think? Tsuru smiled kindly, and Diaz knew he had no choice but to follow her, disheartened. Upon boarding the warship, Diaz was greeted by a sea of female Navy officers, some of whom regarded him with curiosity. Tsuru led him into the captain's quarters, seated him, and poured him a cup of hot tea. Without preamble, she stated, I hope you can provide me with all the information regarding Doflamingo. No problem, Diaz replied, fully cooperative. Tsuru clapped her hands, and a beautiful female Navy officer entered, carrying paper and pen. Speak, she instructed. Very well, Diaz cleared his throat. I was with Doflamingo 2 years ago, hoping to gain some wealth and learn a few things from him. He recounted all he had done over the past 2 years to Tsuru, adding, Corazon should be your undercover agent. Undercover? She was aware that Sengoku had placed an undercover agent within Doflamingo's ranks but did not know who it was. One evening, as I passed by his room, I observed him engaged in a phone conversation. Although the sounds eluded my ears, I could see his lips moving. In the family hierarchy, Corazon ranks just below Doflamingo. Yet he is mute. The sudden emergence of speech from a mute individual undoubtedly suggests an anomaly. Did you not report this to Doflamingo? I inquired. Why would I? My purpose here is to earn a living, not to deceive, Diaz replied, rolling his eyes. Exposing Corazon's true identity would yield no benefit for me. Indeed, however, Corazon has departed from the Doflamingo family, accompanied by a child named Ro. The trail has gone cold. Granny Crane regarded him and remarked, You are now the most recent lead. Chapter 3, A Flexible Moral Bottom Line. Surely not, sir. I have been running for days, and I escaped amidst your battle. How could I possibly know the whereabouts of Don Quixote Doflamingo? Diaz lamented, while Granny Crane remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of urgency. She had faced Doflamingo multiple times and understood that capturing such a man was far from straightforward. If he were so easily apprehended, he would not be the formidable Doflamingo. I will not relinquish my pursuits so easily. I am determined to bring Doflamingo to justice, Granny Crane asserted. Furthermore, I have a splendid solution regarding your predicament. Would you care to listen? Pray, do tell. Join the Navy, and your past transgressions will be erased. Absolutely not. Diaz sprang to his feet. I am destined for great wealth. I would never stoop to becoming a sailor. Such a life is too impoverished. Granny Crane furrowed her brow, retorting, Child, have you lost your sense of financial acuity? I am a person of principles. Wealth is paramount. In that case, considering your crimes, you could expect to spend approximately 10 years in prison, she remarked, setting down her teacup. For the sake of this world, I am willing to contribute to the noble cause of the Navy. I shall not coexist with evil, Diaz proclaimed with righteous fervor. Ah, Diaz. The female Navy officer interjected, unable to contain herself. Did you not claim to be principled? Indeed, I adapt to the winds of circumstance. As a time traveler, Diaz possessed a flexible moral compass. First, you shall undergo training aboard my ship. Really? I anticipated you would assign me to the headquarters or a division for my training. Diaz responded, surprised. I wish that were possible, but time is of the essence, Granny Crane explained. We must capture Doflamingo without delay. Yet the vastness of the ocean and Doflamingo's cunning nature made the task daunting. Thus, Diaz donned a naval uniform and began his training aboard the vessel. However, it was not without its challenges. The ship was filled with female sailors, and their attire was often rather revealing, showcasing their long, shapely legs and an assortment of sports balls, soccer balls, basketballs, and fitness balls. Is that all? Adjusting his trousers, due to his status as a male, Diaz was unable to reside with the female sailors and was instead assigned to a storage room. A storage room for food, to be precise. During his free evenings, he would sneak a taste of cured meats and sausages. Despite his rigorous exercise routine, he found himself gaining several pounds. At 12 years old, he had reached the age where growth was expected. However, he was not as exaggeratedly tall as many in this world, standing at a modest height of around 1.6 meters. Diaz preferred not to be excessively tall, for those with great height often displayed disproportionate physiques, which appeared rather peculiar. Granny Crane also took it upon herself to instruct Diaz, focusing on enhancing his physical strength, for without adequate stamina, mastering the 6 forms of the Navy would be unattainable. Despite Diaz's favorable physical condition, 8756, 8757. On the deck, Diaz bore a heavy load of lead weights on his back, performing push-ups and sweating profusely. Madame Crane sat to the side, sipping tea with her subordinates, merely nodding at Diaz's training. She remarked, after this set, complete 3 more, and then you may rest. A set consists of 10,000 repetitions, which is utterly grueling. However, in this world, if one does not sweat now, one will bleed later. Engaging in more rigorous training will only benefit Diaz. There is no need to worry about the potential harm of overexertion, as the ship's doctor will ensure his body is well cared for, facilitating his normal development and preventing any latent injuries. The food provided daily is rich in energy, sufficient to meet his needs. Aside from the fatigue, Diaz's life is better than it was under Doflamingo. At least he does not have to fear nighttime assaults. Meanwhile, Doflamingo seems to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace in the North Sea. Rumors have it that Diaz's bounty has soared to 50 million berries in the black market, all orchestrated by Doflamingo. Fortunately, with Madame Crane's protection, Diaz no longer needs to worry about his personal safety. Without Corazone's intelligence support, capturing Doflamingo remains a formidable challenge. However, Corazon is currently preoccupied with finding a doctor for Law who suffers from lead poisoning and cannot provide useful information. Reflecting on Corazon, Diaz recalled the circumstances surrounding his demise. He had sustained severe injuries while acquiring the opopnomy for Law, ultimately perishing at the hands of his own brother, Doflamingo. Upon completing his training and taking a shower, Diaz approached Madame Crane. "What is it?" she inquired. "I remembered during my previous conversation with Buffalo and the others. They mentioned a name, Virgo. They said he was Corazone's predecessor in the Heart Pirates, now missing, possibly deceased. However, I feel he would not simply vanish. What do you mean? He may have become an undercover agent for Doflamingo, Diaz posited. That is a possibility, Madame Crane replied, shaking her head. But we are still uncertain. And all we have is this name. We know nothing else. He wears sunglasses, appears to be in his 20s or 30s, male, born in the North Sea, and seems to have some strange substance sticking to his face. This was all Diaz could recall, yet it was sufficient. Madame Crane's demeanor grew serious as she dialed the snail phone in front of Diaz. This is Sengoku, little Crane. What is the matter? The snail phone transformed into a figure with an explosive hairstyle, inquiring. Do you remember the Diaz I mentioned? Ah, the kid skilled in swordsmanship. You have taken him into the Navy, haven't you? The sound of crunching echoed from the other end, suggesting Sengoku was munching on something crispy. Sengoku, are you snacking on rice crackers again while on duty? Madame Crane teased, well aware of her old comrade's eccentricities. Diaz just brought up a name that could be a traitor, Virgo. Do you know him? He is from the North Sea and has recently joined the Navy. Old Lady Crane conveyed Diaz's account to Sengoku truthfully, causing Sengoku, who had paused his consumption of senbei, to respond solemnly. I understand, little Crane, and I shall remain vigilant regarding this matter. If indeed true that rascal Doflamingo has orchestrated an intricate scheme, it is a true web of deception. However, he must not be allowed to succeed. There exists a pirate infiltrator within the Navy, and should he ascend to a position of power, the repercussions would be dire. Sengoku and Old Lady Crane are resolute in preventing such an occurrence. Thus, a covert investigation into a certain Vice Admiral Virgo within the North Sea Navy has commenced, conducted discreetly to avoid alerting any potential threats. Chapter 4. The Traitor Virgo Naval Headquarters, Marie Ford, Admiral's office. Admiral Sengoku had spent the entire day ensconced in his office, poring over the naval documents from the North Sea presented by his subordinates. He intended first to review the materials originating from the North Sea Fleet. The files pertaining to the North Sea branch would be addressed later. Sengoku was well aware of the presence of moles within the Navy. As the most formidable enforcement agency under the world government, the notion of operating without spies would indeed be a farce, with numerous factions embedding their eyes and ears within their ranks. Nonetheless, Sengoku would not permit any associates of Don Quixote Doflamingo to infiltrate this domain. Should Corazone's true identity be unveiled by an undercover agent, it would spell disaster for him. Sengoku was resolute in preventing such a calamity from occurring. Report. Enter. Without lifting his gaze, Sengoku remained buried in the heaps of documents. The Navy was vast, and even the records from the North Sea alone were plentiful. A subordinate announced. Admiral, this is the list of outstanding naval personnel from this period, among whom Virgo is seeking a transfer to the branch. Who? Sengoku abruptly raised his head, inquiring. Bring me his file. Understood. Although the subordinate was puzzled by the Admiral's keen interest in someone named Virgo, he complied with the order, extracting Virgo's dossier and presenting it to Sengoku. Sunglasses on, male, North Sea native, in his 20s or 30s, with remnants of food stuck to his face. That's him. Sengoku mused. Fortune favors the bold. At last, I have caught him. Wishing to transfer to the G5 branch, what could Doflamingo possibly want in the New World? Unable to discern Doflamingo's intentions, Sengoku commanded, summon Virgo. I wish to speak with him. Yes, sir. After setting the documents aside, the soldier turned to leave. Sengoku instructed others to return the files to their original locations, and the once crowded office became markedly more spacious. Report. A knock sounded at the door. Sengoku replied, Enter. The newcomer was a man with an explosive hairstyle and sunglasses, his face smeared with half a fried egg. I have heard about your commendations and exemplary performance over the past year. You wish to transfer to the G5 branch, correct? Indeed. Sengoku remained silent for a moment before inquiring, Are you familiar with the Don Quixote family? Yes, Admiral. They are a notorious band of ruthless pirates. Virgo responded assertively. Sengoku nodded, feigning casualness as he remarked, Just moments ago, the Don Quixote family was apprehended by Vice Admiral Tsuru. A fleeting moment of panic crossed Virgo's face, quickly masked. But that brief lapse betrayed him. Sengoku erupted, It is you. You are the mole. Virgo, instantly flustered, lost his composure, and crashed through the office door, colliding head-on with the naval hero, Monkey D. Garp, who had been on his way to visit Sengoku for tea. Garp sees him. He is the mole. What? A mole? Garp's imposing figure loomed over Virgo, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Virgo instantaneously enveloped himself in haki, steeling himself for a forceful escape. Despite his lack of confidence in evading the grasp of Admiral Sengoku and the Navy's hero, he pondered the possibility of success. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful punch landed squarely on his abdomen, shattering his haki and crashing through the ceiling, propelling him into the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. With a swift motion, Sengoku slapped him down to the ground, leaving him motionless like a lifeless fish. The youth of today, with their ostentatious displays, often lack true mastery of haki. Garp strolled in nonchalantly, seizing a handful of snacks from Sengoku's desk and crunching away. Sengoku hoisted Virgo from the hole and demanded an explanation. With little hope of Garp providing clarity, he turned to Sengoku, who succinctly outlined the situation, confirming Virgo's identity. Well done, Sengoku. You have successfully eliminated a spy within the Navy. This effectively severs one of Doflamingo's arms. As for the repair costs, they would be deducted from Garp's salary. Why should my wages be docked? I was merely purging traitors. Enough of this. I intend to file a complaint. Complaints are futile. The three of them sat together, enjoying snacks and tea, all in high spirits, save for Virgo, who lay on the ground, his bones shattered. Subsequently, Virgo was imprisoned for treatment, and the Navy's interrogation specialists began to question him about Doflamingo. He resolutely refused to divulge any information, his loyalty to Doflamingo rendering Sengoku exasperated. Had Virgo not fled in a moment of guilt, it is possible that no evidence would have been found to apprehend him. Ultimately, Virgo took his own life in prison, a final act to express his unwavering loyalty to Doflamingo. With his demise, Virgo's connections were severed, but it also safeguarded Corazon, preventing any potential exposure of his true identity or the necessity for Navy assistance that might have implicated Virgo, the traitor. Sengoku, who regarded Rosinante as a son, would never permit such a predicament. Sengoku informed Granny Tsuru of Virgo's capture and commended Diaz for his significant contribution to the mission. Is there any reward? Diaz's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Granny Tsuru chuckled. You shall have a half day off, and I'll add an extra dish to your lunch today. Is that all? What more do you desire? I expected at least a reward of 100 or 80,000 berries. Diaz's words left Granny Tsuru speechless. As a member of the Navy, combating pirates was his duty. Such thoughts at his young age were concerning, and he must not stray from the right path. Rumor had it that a young female Navy officer had already penned a love letter to Diaz, who was merely 12 years old. However, Diaz was indeed quite handsome. It might be wise to return to the headquarters and hand this lad over to Zifa. Otherwise, he could become a source of trouble for the young female officers aboard. Yet, one might wonder who would truly be the source of mischief. In the fervent years of youth, Diaz found himself amidst a crew of women harboring ulterior motives. Each night, he meticulously secured the doors and windows, fearful of being ensnared in the dead of night and subjected to unwelcome transformations. Such occurrences were to be avoided at all costs, at least until adulthood was attained. Thus, it is imperative for young men venturing beyond familiar confines to safeguard themselves diligently. Diaz perceived his naval career as a perilous path, and he was resolute in seeking an escape from this predicament. Yet, with so many charming ladies and the sumptuous fare offered, a sense of reluctance began to take root within him. Alas, it seemed he had become ensnared. Chapter 5. The surgical fruit. Half a year swiftly elapsed. Originally, Granny Crane intended to escort Diaz back to the naval headquarters. But after half a year of searching the North Sea, she had yet to uncover the whereabouts of Don Quixote Doflamingo, which caused her considerable distress. Although she had captured numerous ordinary pirates, her mission was to apprehend Doflamingo. Just as she was preparing to return, she received word from Sengoku that the world government was poised to engage in a transaction with former naval officers, now pirates. The item in question was the surgical fruit, valued at 5 billion berries, with the exchange scheduled for 3 weeks hence at Rubeck Island. According to Corazon's intelligence, the Don Quixote family had also set their sights on this devil fruit, planning to make preparations on Seagull Island 3 days prior. The entire Don Quixote family would enter a state of readiness, as Doflamingo aimed to seize the surgical fruit and bestow it upon his brother, Corazon. Doflamingo had long coveted the surgical fruit, desiring for his brother to consume it so that he could undergo an immortality procedure, thus granting himself eternal life. Moreover, he had begun to harbor suspicions regarding Corazon's true identity. If Corazon were indeed an undercover agent, the exposure of his position would validate Doflamingo's suspicions, leading him to eliminate this traitor. Conversely, if Corazon were innocent, this obedient brother would undoubtedly sacrifice his life for Doflamingo, facilitating the immortality procedure for his elder sibling. Doflamingo had meticulously plotted this scheme. Regardless of Corazon's allegiance, he was prepared to extinguish his own brother's life. Despite his professed love for family, his heart was colder than any. Diaz understood this man all too well and articulated the stakes. It seems evident that he is ready to sacrifice his brother, regardless of whether he is an undercover agent. This operation allowed for no failure, whether in capturing Doflamingo or in safeguarding the undercover agent. Granny Crane clasped her hands together, her tone grave. The most suitable position for that operation is the 6th level of Impel Down. I concur, Diaz replied. So our next objective is Seagull Island? Indeed. Granny Crane commanded the warship to set sail at full speed, advising the crew to rest well, for a formidable battle lay ahead. However, they were still some distance from Seagull Island, taking over 2 weeks to finally arrive. Diaz inquired, are those pirates at Rubeck Island? No, that's merely the trading location. In truth, they occupy Minion Island, adjacent to Rubeck and Seagull Islands. Once a thriving town, it has now been reduced to a ghost town due to the pirates' presence. Granny Crane elucidated. I wish to take a look, Diaz expressed. Granny Crane cast him a glance and shook her head. No, it's far too perilous. You would be at great risk alone. Are you afraid I might flee? I've been on this ship for half a year. I've had ample opportunities, Diaz retorted, discontent with her lack of trust. Although he had been somewhat reckless, his intentions were solely to rescue, not to pursue the surgical fruit. That is not the issue. Granny Tsuru cautioned. The pirates on Minion Island are beyond your capabilities to handle alone. Venturing there single-handedly would be perilous. Moreover, the encirclement against the Don Quixote family has already been deployed. The Marines have orchestrated an inescapable net to capture Doflamingo this time. He shan't escape. To Diaz, this operation seemed destined for failure. The Ope no Mi would elude those pursuers. Corazon would inevitably steal it for Law, driven by paternal devotion no less profound than Law's own parents. The pirates infesting Minion Island were once Marine Captain Diaz Barrels. You are formidable indeed, she conceded. But against such numbers, even you would be powerless. Halting Diaz's reckless impulse, Granny Tsuru spoke gently. If you desire a devil fruit, I shall request Fleet Admiral Sengoku to procure one suited for you. The Ope no Mi carries far too grave a significance. Shadows of the world government loomed over this transaction, knowledge that made her wary of involving Diaz further. This boy could still be redeemed. She yearned to steer him toward righteousness rather than the wretched path of an outlaw. In their half-year acquaintance, she had discerned the kindness buried within him, though his childhood scars had forged an inexplicable avarice. Perhaps training at headquarters would mend that. With resignation, Diaz exited the cabin. Snowflakes swirled outside Minion, Seagull, and Rubeck Islands alike lay blanketed in winter-esque grasp. The bitter sea wind meant little to a Marine, or Diaz, hardened by discipline. Timing aligned. His gaze snapped toward Minion Island, where plumes of black smoke coiled skyward. Trouble brews there. He alerted Granny Tsuru urgently. Set sail at once, she commanded. Doflamingo may have struck prematurely. Regardless, the Ope no Mi is vital to the world government. We cannot afford its loss. As the warship surged toward Minion Island, a gravely wounded Corazon found Law pallid, fever-racked, and thrust the heart-shaped fruit into his mouth. Eat it. Now. Gagging, Law nearly choked, yet managed to swallow. Gasping, he glimpsed phantoms, his parents and sister beckoning from beyond the river. Corazon-san, you're hurt. Law trembled at the blood-staining Corazon-esque shirt. No time. They're closing in. A cough racked Corazon. Speed was their only ally now. Nodding, Law attempted to support him, but his frail frame buckled under the weight. With another cough, Corazon pressed a dossier into Law's hands. Deliver this to the Marines. So you were a Marine. Tears brimmed as Law clenched the documents. Understood. Concealing the colasan carefully, Luo donned his cloak and dashed into the swirling snowflakes. Meanwhile, Diaz and two female naval officers disembarked, making their way to the scene of the incident. In the distance, a small figure approached. Adorned with a spotted hat and irregular white patches on its skin, it was Luo. "Are you the Navy?" Luo exclaimed with a glimmer of hope upon seeing the two female officers, but his expression soured upon spotting Diaz. How could he be here? If he was here, did that mean Doflamingo was as well? "Ah, Luo, long time no see. It seems your platinum lead disease has yet to improve," Diaz greeted, while Luo remained on high alert. Chapter 6. Indeed, it is I who has betrayed you once more. How did you come to be here? And the Navy? Have you been captured? Law inquired with caution. Diaz chuckled heartily and replied, "I am now an apprentice in the Navy. I have turned my back on Doflamingo and seized the opportunity to pilfer his funds after you and Corazon departed. I have thus become a member of the Navy." He spoke with a certain pride, for such opportunities to thwart Doflamingo were rare. "Diaz, who is he?" Law asked. "Trafalgar Law, my companion, a rather peculiar fellow. If he is here, then Corazon must also be." "Well, lad, you are safe now," Diaz assured him. "Stop talking. Mr. Corazon is gravely injured," Law exclaimed urgently, having withheld vital information from Diaz, deeming him untrustworthy, while placing his faith in the two female sailors accompanying him. "I understand." Diaz nodded. "Lead the way. We must go." After a moment's hesitation, Law gritted his teeth and guided Diaz and the others to the wounded Corazon. One of the female sailors examined his injuries and declared, "The wounds are severe. We must swiftly return to the ship for treatment. Let us proceed." "Very well." The female sailor hoisted Corazon onto her back, and the group transported the gravely injured man aboard the ship. Upon hearing the news, Granit Tsuru hurried over to inquire of Law, who was being treated by the ship's doctor, how he had sustained such grave injuries. Law lowered his gaze, refraining from disclosing that Corazon had been injured while seeking the surgery fruit. Instead, he simply stated, "When I awoke, Mr. Corazon was already gravely wounded." Previously, Corazon had reiterated the importance of keeping his consumption of the surgery fruit a secret from the Navy. Analyzing the conversation between Corazon and Sengoku, Law surmised that the surgery fruit was likely more valuable than it appeared, possessing additional capabilities. Thus he concealed the truth of having ingested it. Granit Tsuru regarded him with a knowing glance, but chose not to press further. "How is the boy's condition?" she inquired. The ship's doctor replied, "He is in the late stages of platinum lead disease. Conservatively, he has only 2 months to live." "A month," Law interjected. "I know my own body best. At most, I have only 1 month left." He lifted his gaze to meet Granit Tsuru's. "Can I trust you?" "I am Vice Admiral Tsuru, Chief Staff Officer of the Navy." "You can trust me," she assured him. Law handed Corazon's case file to Granit Tsuru. She accepted it, and upon seeing the emblem and specialized lock, she immediately understood its significance. Retrieving a matching key, she opened the lock and extracted the documents within. "This is..." The contents left Granit Tsuru utterly astonished. These were the trading partners of Doflamingo over the years, ranging from ordinary pirates to nobles of various nations, all of whom had engaged in dealings with him. The documents elaborated in detail on Doflamingo's forthcoming plans to become the king of Dressrosa. This scheme was beyond Diaz's reach, as he believed it would commence in the future. However, it had already begun, unbeknownst to him, due to his insufficient standing within the family to be privy to such explicit plans. The means employed are detailed to an appalling extent. After a considerable pause, Elder Crane set aside the intelligence dossier and remarked, "Child, you have performed admirably. From this moment onward, both you and Commander Rocinante of the Navy are safe. It is time for Diaz to initiate the encirclement of Doflamingo." "Understood. Report." "The Flamingo ship of Doflamingo has arrived at Minion Island. It appears that the battle has commenced." Diaz inquired, "Elder Crane, what is our strategy?" "Encirclement," she replied, crossing her arms. "There are 10 warships strategically positioned around these 3 islands. It is, indeed, an encirclement. Summon the order to close in." "Yes." The command was issued, and the Navy sprang into action. Elder Crane had already disembarked with her team, and Diaz was among them. Do not run around during the fight. I shall ensure your safety, Elder Crane reassured him. Rest assured, you are a vital asset against Doflamingo. I shall not be a burden, Diaz acknowledged, fully aware that he would only complicate matters for Elder Crane. Instead of confronting Doflamingo, he set his sights on other targets, such as Buffalo and Baby 5, and even the little rascal Drincher. These two novices were within his capacity to handle. The Navy's warships surrounded Minion Island, while Doflamingo remained oblivious to his encirclement, preoccupied with searching for the whereabouts of Diaz Bareilles. He intended to act swiftly and seize the surgical fruit. Birdcage. A colossal white line ascended from Minion Island, encircling the entire island, leaving no escape for anyone. He needed to ensure that the surgical fruit remained on the island. The birdcage continued to constrict, and Doflamingo and his family eventually located Diaz Bareilles, only to their astonishment. The surgical fruit was no longer in his possession. Where is the surgical fruit? Doflamingo demanded of the barely conscious Diaz. Gasping for breath, Diaz replied, it was taken. Who did this? Doflamingo's forehead throbbed with anger. How could the surgical fruit he had coveted for so long simply vanish? He required the surgical fruit. He needed the immortality surgery. I don't know. I can't see, hear, or comprehend anything, Diaz stammered. Useless. An invisible line pierced through Diaz's head, shattering his brain. Diaz fell lifeless. And upon seeing the treasures he had amassed, Doflamingo decided that the journey could not be in vain. He ordered the birdcage to be retracted and instructed his subordinates to remove all the treasures. Young master, a group of Navy personnel is approaching us. In the sky, Baby 5, riding the abilities of the spin fruit user Buffalo, cried out, only for Buffalo to scream and plummet from the sky. Doflamingo swiftly cast 2 lines to ensnare the descending duo, and Baby 5, terrified, clung to Doflamingo's leg, refusing to let go. Buffalo was in a dire state, having sustained a gut wound that needed urgent attention. Enemy attack. Retreat. Doflamingo ordered his men to abandon the treasures. Escaping was the priority, rather than squandering time here with the Navy. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet from the musket flew straight towards him. Doflamingo activated his observation hockey, tilting his head to evade the projectile. Amidst the flurry of snowflakes, Diaz approached, accompanied by a group of female Marines, smiling as he said, "We meet again, young master." Diaz. Doflamingo retorted, his anger transforming into a mocking laugh. "Did you bring the Marines here?" "Indeed, young master, it was I who betrayed you once more." Diaz replied with a sly grin. "I have always longed to witness this expression on your face, the one that conveys your desire to kill me, yet feeling utterly powerless to do so." Ha ha. Chapter 7. Senor, perish. You wretched scoundrel. The veins on Don Quixote Doflamingo's forehead throbbed, betraying his inner turmoil. He cast a disdainful glance at Diaz and sneered. "Do you truly believe that by seeking refuge within the Navy's embrace, you are beyond my reach? Thus, I have secured an even more formidable ally." Diaz smiled and stepped aside, allowing the female Navy officers behind him to part as well. The venerable Granny Tsuru, draped in the mantle of justice, approached with deliberate grace, her silver hair meticulously arranged and her hands clasped behind her back. Though she appeared frail, this elder was far from defenseless. "Granny Tsuru?" Doflamingo took a cautious step back, wary of her presence. "Doff, after pursuing you for so long, I have finally seized the opportunity to capture you." Granny Tsuru clapped her hands, prompting all the Navy personnel to raise their firearms, aiming squarely at the Don Quixote family. "Surrender. Doflamingo, the Navy surrounds you. I am the Night Demon, Don Quixote Doflamingo. If it were so easy to ensnare me, I would not have survived this long." He flicked his fingers at Diaz, and an unseen thread shot forth. Granny Tsuru swiftly reached out and, with her darkened fingers, seized the fine line. "You shall not harm this child in my presence." "Thank you, Granny." Diaz raised his middle finger defiantly at Doflamingo. "Come at me, you cowardly sycophant." Doflamingo spat a curse. "Retreat. Pika, cover our rear." With a swift motion, he unleashed a straight sword aura that cleaved through the air, causing Doflamingo and his cadre to leap. The sword energy lingered, erupting in a cascade of snowflakes, as Diaz cautioned, Ensure Pika does not touch the stone, or he will transform into a giant. Is that so? Granny Tsuru nodded, immediately dispatching someone to restrain Pika, denying him the chance to activate his powers. You insufferable brat! The fruit user Senior dove underground, swimming towards Diaz's back. Gun raised to shoot. Diaz executed a backflip, landing behind him, his sword raised high. New Year swordsmanship. One word slash. The long blade descended, striking against the firearm, sending sparks flying. You traitorous wretch, you shall undoubtedly pay the price. Price? Not necessarily. If you can kill me under Granny Tsuru's protection, I have no objections, Mr. Senor. The family cannot tolerate betrayal. Apologies, but I am a natural-born traitor. The battle between the Navy and the Don Quixote family officially commenced. Doflamingo found himself restrained by Granny Tsuru, while the remaining family members were similarly detained by various Navy officers, unable to escape in the immediate moment. Do not fire, Mirakumo. Diaz kicked Senor's thigh, using the momentum to push off, landing gracefully like a hawk in midair, then swiftly pivoting to thrust his blade. Massive ninja thrust. Senor submerged into the ground, re-emerging before Diaz, gun aimed directly at his head. Mirakumo sliced through the bullet, narrowly avoiding it. Such attacks are futile against me. Mr. Senor, you are the least likely to defeat me within the family. With a flurry of strikes, the bullets soaring towards him were effortlessly cleaved apart. Senor's abilities posed little constraint upon him. In fact, within the Don Quixote family, only Doflamingo, Treble, and Pika truly troubled him. At that moment, a colossal stone giant erupted from the ground, and Pika's shrill voice echoed across the island. Young master, you must retreat. This place is now under my protection. Pika, you must survive. Doflamingo distanced himself from Granny Hiyori, casting several threads to ensnare Baby, 5, Buffalo, Dellinger, and Merrick. Diaz drew his musket from behind and fired a shot at Doflamingo, who hovered above. Annoying brat. Doflamingo retorted, directing a thread to pierce the bullet. Diaz observed the trajectory of the shattered bullet and swiftly deflected the incoming threads with a well-placed strike. His arm tingled as the opening widened, and Senor seized the moment to fire his weapon. Firm as a rock, a brownstone pillar rose beside Diaz, and a translucent yellow jade shield materialized around him. The bullets struck the shield and ricocheted into the snow. All-encompassing. With a flick of his finger, a rock spine suddenly erupted beneath Senor's feet, causing the previously created rock formation to shatter and dissipate into the air. Caught off guard, Senor stumbled backward as a gleaming long knife flashed before him. Hot blood splattered, staining the pristine snow. Diaz swung his blade, blood sprang forth, leaving crimson droplets upon the snow. Senor! Senor! The cadre of the Don Quixote family gasped in horror upon witnessing their comrade's demise. Unwavering, Diaz charged toward the fruit user, Diamante. Arrogance. Diamante's straight sword trembled, transforming into a sinuous serpent that lunged at Diaz. Clang. The metallic sound resonated as Diaz deflected Diamante's attack. Do not forget, I am also skilled in swordsmanship, Diamante. Your technique is abysmal. It can be easily repelled. You. Diamante waved his sword, hardening his cloak to an iron-like toughness, or rather, it was iron, merely transformed into a supple fabric. This allowed him to block the bullets fired by the Navy. The user of the flamboyant fruit could transform any object they touched into a light, silk-like form, while the intrinsic properties of the object remained unchanged. Thus, transforming iron into a soft fabric did not alter its hardness, making it a remarkably useful skill when wielded effectively. Retreat. Cease combat. Doflamingo understood that staying any longer would spell disaster. Granny Hiyori employed Moonwalk to pursue Doflamingo in the air, determined not to let him escape. Surrender, Doflamingo. Hee. Hiyori, after chasing me for so long, it seems you still do not comprehend my nature. I shall not be a passive target. Pika. Understood. Young master. The stone colossus commenced indiscriminate onslaught, swatting away countless marines with a single devastating blow. The ensuing tempestuous winds sent Diaz hurtling through the air. A razor-thin thread came whistling through the chaos, piercing effortlessly through his jade barrier defense, grazing perilously close to his arm. His sleeve split open instantly, revealing a bleeding gash. Serpent's blade. The unpredictable serpentine sword darted forth, only to be repelled by a swirling vortex of sword energy manifesting around Diaz's form. Secret technique. Single-minded focus. Still couldn't finish off that brat? Diamante clicked his tongue in frustration, his fury boiling over. Without hesitation, he disengaged, abandoning the fight. Escape was imperative now, lest he spend the remainder of his days rotting within the depths of Impel Down. Chapter 8. The Downfall of the Don Quixote Family. Hey. Running away already? Where's the pride of the Don Quixote family? Diaz's taunts were laced with venom, provoking Diamante to glance back repeatedly, seething with the urge to silence him. But by Diaz's side, several Marines had already gathered to shield him. TSK. Is this how the Don Quixote family fights? Who was it that told me never to flee in battle? So much for upholding the family's fearsome reputation. Seems you're all just a bunch of cowards. Diaz's words ignited Pika's fury. A colossal stone hand descended from above, carrying a crushing gale as if the sky itself were collapsing. True silver slash. Diaz swung his blade, unleashing a silver arc of sword energy interwoven with snowflakes. In that moment, he resembled the sovereign of a frozen realm. The relentless slashes sliced through the air, emitting a crisp, resonant hum. One strike, then another, until finally, Pika's massive stone palm was cleaved apart. Breaking through, Diaz sprinted forward along Pika's arm. Jade Shield. A protective barrier shimmered around him, only for a punk-coated, afro-haired figure to materialize in the next instant. The man extended his palm, his sleeve swelling ominously before an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within. Boom. Diaz was sent flying, his jade shield shattered, his body marred by scattered burns. Gladius. Is it? A serpentine blade coiled through the air toward him. Diaz countered with another true silver slash, deflecting the attack before unleashing Dragon Flash. The explosive force of his slash forced Gladius, the bomb fruit user, to duck behind Pika's stone barrier for cover. A female Marine intercepted Diaz midair with Moonstep, steadying him. Are you all right? I'll live, Diaz grunted, quickly regaining his footing. Gladius' assault had breached his jade shield, but the barrier had absorbed enough of the impact to leave him with only superficial wounds. Painful, but not fatal. The battle raged on, though Doflamingo had already fled at breakneck speed, evading even Granny Tsuru's pursuit. The operation to dismantle the Don Quixote family had fallen short of expectations. Pika's stone fruit abilities had wreaked havoc among the Marines. Without him, the casualties might not have been so severe. Still, the outcome wasn't entirely bleak. The Tun fruit user Machvice, the Bomb fruit user Gladius, and Lao Ji had been captured alive. Doflamingo had escaped with the remnants of his crew, while Senior Pink had met his end at Diaz's hands. Pika and Treble, gravely wounded, had also managed to flee. The battle had exacted a heavy toll on the Marines, countless lives lost to Pika's rampage. Diaz himself had dislocated his arm in the clash with Lao Ji, leaving him battered, bruised, and his right arm slung in a makeshift sling. Ow. He winced as Granny Tsuru tended to his wounds. You reckless fool, she scolded, her tone sharp with exasperation. Charging in like that, do you have a death wish? Diaz grinned through the pain. I knew you had my back. Humph. This isn't over, Tsuru muttered. But for now, Doflamingo is beyond our reach. Doflamingo employs his fruit abilities to traverse the clouds, even with companions in tow, yet they remain utterly unable to catch up, their whereabouts shrouded in uncertainty. The fleeing Pika and Toripole are being pursued. What shall we do now? Report back to headquarters. Granny Crane remarks that it is time for you to be sent to the training camp, as remaining here is ultimately not a sustainable solution. Diaz is reluctant to go to headquarters. Granny Crane, perceiving his sentiments, states that if he aspires to become an exemplary Navy officer, training at headquarters is imperative. I have already contacted your chief instructor, who is undoubtedly an outstanding and responsible mentor. He will take good care of you. No, Diaz's protests are in vain. As the lightly injured sailors begin to clean the battlefield, the fallen sailors will be recorded, and compensation will be uniformly distributed thereafter, while the living earn meager wages. The compensation for the deceased is substantial. Upon returning to the ship, Diaz finds that Law is not in the medical room. Rather, Corazon, no. It should be referred to as Navy Colonel Rosanani, has awakened. In his undercover role, Rosinante feigns muteness, silently gathering intelligence on Doflamingo and discreetly notifying the Navy for a crackdown, making him a masterful infiltrator. Law has left. You seem unfazed. Rosinante, his body swathed in bandages, holds an unlit cigarette between his lips. There is no need for concern. Diaz sits in a chair, swinging his legs, acknowledging that Law has consumed the Ope no Mi, a fruit of great significance to the world government. Thus, he must not be present under their watchful eyes, and you facilitated his discreet departure. You are quite the astute child. Indeed, Rosinante agrees. Law cannot remain here. And I too wish to take him away, yet my physical condition does not permit it. His original intention was to abscond with the Ope no Mi, deliver the intelligence documents to the Navy, and then find a secluded place for Law to live a tranquil life. But his body cannot endure, and he can only allow Law to leave first. Law is an independent child. After consuming the Ope no Mi, he can take good care of himself. You seem remarkably at ease, considering that the toxins from the lead disease, regardless of where they accumulate, cannot be nullified with anesthetics during Law's surgery. The removal of the toxins will be excruciating. Diaz's words inevitably stir concern within Rosinante, yet he quickly regains his composure, stating, I trust Law. He shifts the conversation, asking, So you are to become a member of the Navy? What else is there? Initially, I only sought wealth, but after being monitored by Granny Crane, I find myself unable to escape. Diaz digs at his nose, a look of resignation upon his face. The old woman is far too perceptive, detecting even the slightest hint of intent, leaving no avenue for escape. Is it truly wise to speak ill of Vice Admiral Crane in her absence? I am merely voicing my thoughts behind her back, something I often do. Diaz expresses indifference. Granny Crane is currently preoccupied and has no time to concern herself with such matters. Could you kindly keep this a secret for me? Certainly. Diaz readily agreed, stating that Doflamingo had escaped, taking with him Buffalo, Mockvice, Baby, Five, Dellinger, Pica, and Tory Pole, while Say or had been eliminated by him. As for the remaining ones, they had all been captured. The Don Quixote family had suffered a significant blow this time and would not be able to make any major moves in the near future. The Don Quixote family had now lost its prominence, with only Doflamingo and Pica remaining as formidable forces, while the others still required development. Mockvice's age had begun to diminish his strength, and Toripole was hardly worth mentioning. Doflamingo was no longer capable of stirring up any significant upheaval, at least not with an eye on Dressrosa. At present, he needed to find a way to survive under the impending threat of the dark forces of the North Sea. Chapter 9. Enlistment. The recruit camp, Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote Doflamingo defeated in North Blue. The Don Quixote family severely wounded. Shocking revelations. A chronicle of the Heavenly Yaksha's dark transactions. The unimaginable depths of North Blue's underworld. Overnight, the World Economic Journal disseminated across the globe, its pages brimming with the truth of the North Blue siege. Simultaneously, Vice Admiral Suru submitted Rosinante's intelligence report to Fleet Admiral Kong. After redacting classified details, Kong entrusted the remaining information to the World Economic Journal for publication, news that sent tremors through the world. None could fathom the sheer darkness concealed within North Blue, nor that a pirate like Doflamingo could orchestrate such atrocities. Even more unimaginable was that the whistleblower would be Doflamingo's own younger brother. Failing to capture Doflamingo remained Rosinante's deepest regret. Yet, for his safety, he could no longer infiltrate the Don Quixote family as Corazon. Returning now would only invite suspicion. The man was cunning, already wary of Rosinante's allegiance. With the family besieged by the Marines, Rosinante's reappearance would be ill-timed. Had he been caught in the raid, Doflamingo might not have doubted him. But boarding the Marine vessel sealed his fate. Returning would expose him as a spy. After deliberation, Rosinante had no choice but to accept this reality. The warship traversed Reverse Mountain, entering the first half of the Grand Line without incident. Over a month later, Suru arrived at Marineford with her wounded subordinates, Rosinante, Diaz, and Exdrake, the son of Diaz Barrels, discovered aboard their vessel after the battle. Marineford stood under the command of Fleet Admiral Kong, supported by the Admiral Sengoku the Buddha and the hero Monkey D. Garp. Suru's return drew their keen attention. Given the involvement of the troublesome Doflamingo, the hunt for Doflamingo persisted, with Vice Admiral Sakazuki stationed at G5 to safeguard Dressrosa. Through Rosinante's intelligence, the Marines learned of Doflamingo's designs on the kingdom. They would never permit a pirate to claim its throne. Should the Riku dynasty be usurped, the world government would intervene. From Rosinante, Kong also uncovered the brothers' true lineage, former celestial dragons who relinquished their status with their parents, only to be tormented by vengeful citizens in North Blue. Starvation, beatings, and their mother's death followed, awakening Doflamingo's conqueror's hockey in those harrowing days. Later, Don Quixote Doflamingo took the life of his father and returned his severed head to Mary Gios, yearning to reclaim his status as a celestial dragon, only to be met with rejection from the celestial dragons. The subsequent events have led to the present circumstances. Furthermore, the Don Quixote family is the royal lineage of Dressrosa. However, upon becoming a world noble, they relinquished the throne to the Liquor family, who served as prime ministers. The Liquor lineage has continued to this day, establishing a well-ordered state. Additionally, Doflamingo harbored a secret regarding one of the celestial dragons, a secret that afforded him considerable tolerance for his actions, known only to him as the Firstborn. Dressrosa is not a prosperous nation, at least not at present. Although the people live in modesty, their happiness index remains remarkably high, and the populace holds the Liquor King in great esteem. The words of Rosinante echoed within the conference room, while Admiral Sengoku, arms crossed, expressed his frustration. No wonder those old geezers are so lenient towards Doflamingo. The five elders exhibited an unmistakable ambivalence towards Doflamingo, adopting a nonchalant stance, seemingly reluctant to engage further. Sengoku sensed significant obstacles while addressing matters concerning Doflamingo. Nevertheless, there was little that could be done. Henceforth, Lieutenant Colonel Don Quixote Rosinante was promoted to Rear Admiral to assist Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku conferred this reward upon Rosinante, leaving him astounded, prompting an immediate salute. While Sengoku nodded in approval, a smile gracing his face. Now, regarding the situation with Diaz, what is your perspective, Granny Tsuru? Sengoku inquired, turning his gaze towards her. Undoubtedly, Diaz is a remarkably gifted swordsman, destined to become a master in the future. However, this young man spent 2 years under Doflamingo's tutelage, driven solely by a desire for wealth. Though he has betrayed Doflamingo, his mindset still harbors some issues. They are not insurmountable, and with proper guidance, he will undoubtedly emerge as an exceptional naval officer. Her assessment of Diaz was notably high, based on their 6 months of interaction. She found him not to be a cruel or malevolent child, but one worthy of nurturing. Then let us entrust him to Zifa for proper education, Sengoku declared. I share the same sentiment. Thus, Diaz was sent to the Navy's training camp, under the command of the former Admiral, Black Arm Zifa. There, he felt as though he had descended into hell. Each day commenced with relentless physical training. Running 500 laps around the field was merely an appetizer, followed by a staggering 10,000 push-ups and sit-ups, culminating in combat drills. Zifa placed considerable emphasis on Diaz, sometimes doubling his training regimen, which was excruciating for him. Yet the benefits were substantial. His physical prowess surged dramatically, and Diaz's strength grew at an astonishing rate, rendering him nearly unmatched within the training camp. Though Drake was older, he could not contend with Diaz's might. However, within the training grounds, he was the sole individual capable of keeping pace with Diaz. Faster, even faster. Diaz, you have yet to reach your limits, yelled the robust elder with purple hair and gold-rimmed glasses, arms crossed over his chest, directing his fervent encouragement towards Diaz as he sprinted across the field. Diaz accelerated, effortlessly lapping the rookie soldiers multiple times behind him. Is this man even human? Drake, one of the recruits, gulped nervously as his comrades nodded in solemn agreement. The suffocating pressure Diaz exerted was utterly overwhelming. Yet within the training camp, none could rival Diaz, neither in physical endurance nor combat prowess. Chapter 10. Training of the 6 styles among this batch of recruits. Only Diaz and Drake exhibit any semblance of competence. One evening, Zephyr remarked during a dinner with Garp, Sengoku, and Granny Crane, I heard that Diaz spent 2 years under Doflamingo, and even took down a cadre from the Don Quixote family. He has seen blood, and it seems a waste to place him in the recruit camp. Garp, gnawing on a large piece of meat, nodded in agreement. Granny Crane, sipping her tea, cast a sidelong glance at her old comrade and said, "If we do not correct this child's mindset, he might stray onto a dark path. Now is the opportune moment to cultivate him." Zephyr replied, "The boy is quite cooperative. Although he often complains, he does not neglect his training, and sometimes even practices extra. Diaz understands that this is the time to establish a solid foundation, and within the Navy, he can lay down a strong groundwork, regardless of how his future unfolds. This is a period of accumulation. He knows that practicing haphazardly could potentially harm his body." Granny Crane had previously instilled a robust foundation in Diaz. Those 6 months of training were not to be taken lightly. That rigorous training enabled Diaz to adapt swiftly to the recruit camp's regimen and surpass his peers. This brings to mind the past, when he trained alongside Garp. That old fellow's character often provoked the chief instructor's ire, yet they completed their training, leaving the instructor speechless. "Ha, you were just the same back then." Garp chuckled. "I remember quite well. Zephyr was fearless at that time, yet we left him behind. And who would have thought he would catch up after a few years? Who could compare with you two? You were like monsters," Zephyr remarked, taking a sip of tea. Training alongside Garp and Sengoku had indeed been challenging, as the two formidable figures, much like Diaz now, loomed over the entire recruit camp. Only these two old friends seemed to clash with one another. "Diaz needs a rival," Zephyr stated. Sengoku responded, "Where can we find him a rival? There is no one in the recruit camp who can keep pace with Diaz. He stands alone among this batch, and even Drake can only look up to him." Garp, with greasy hands stroking his beard, suddenly exclaimed, "I've got it." What are you thinking?" "My grandson is quite strong," Garp replied proudly. Granny Crane retorted, "Don't be ridiculous." "How old is your grandson, Luffy?" Diaz could easily outmatch him. Indeed, Garp's grandson is but 6 years old, and before the 12-year-old Diaz, he would merely be toyed with. "I'm talking about Ace." Garp's adoption of a boy named Ace is no secret among these old friends, though Ace's true identity has yet to be revealed. Sengoku suspected something but chose to remain silent. "He's only 9. That's not feasible," Sengoku said, glaring at his old friend for his foolishness. "Diaz's talent is evident. I believe we can commence training in the 6 styles." All eyes turned to Zephyr, who nodded and remarked, "Indeed. I have been preparing to train him in the 6 styles, albeit not in a uniform manner. It will be a personalized approach." Diaz's training progress had surpassed that of his peers, who had yet to reach the level of learning the 6 styles, thus necessitating a tailored training regimen for Diaz. Early the next morning, Diaz was summoned by Zephyr to a sparsely populated training ground, where Zephyr stated, "Due to your impressive progress, I have decided to teach you the methods of the 6 styles ahead of schedule." Upon hearing he would learn the 6 styles, Diaz's eyes widened in anticipation. He was eager to learn everything except for the iron body technique. It was not that he held any disdain for the iron body, but rather that it had proven quite detrimental. The 6 styles, shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, storm foot, and finger gun, constitute the combat techniques employed by the Navy and CP organizations, primarily utilized by the CP. The Navy, with limited time for such training and lacking extraordinary talent, often finds many of its members unable to learn these skills, resulting in only a select few mastering them. Most Navy personnel tend to focus on the more practical shave and iron body techniques, and Zephyr's training commenced with these two. The training for shave emphasizes the ability to execute rapid, explosive movements by rapidly stepping on the ground numerous times within a mere 0.36 seconds, achieving a speed akin to teleportation. This unconventional mode of movement is unique to this world. Conversely, the iron body technique accelerates blood flow and muscle activity, sacrificing mobility for ironclad defense, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against its fortifications. This is, indeed, the reason the iron body can be so perilous. With a deep breath, Diaz's training began. The shave technique proved to be quite challenging, and the illogical nature of its movements made it troublesome to master. Iron body was no less taxing. The training was grueling, pushing him to the brink of hypertension. With each step, Diaz propelled himself forward with explosive force, moving swiftly, though to Zephyr, it appeared almost comical. "No, faster. Increase your pace," Zephyr urged, as Diaz gritted his teeth and attempted to hasten his steps. Yet he still fell short of Zephyr's expectations. "Faster. Have you not eaten? Pick up the pace." Diaz's progress lagged slightly. According to Zephyr's estimation, given Diaz's talent, he should have grasped the fundamentals by midday. "Time for lunch," a sailor called out. In an instant, Zephyr could no longer see Diaz. He had darted to the food cart, ravenously grabbing meat and devouring it, the rich protein and energy providing him with sustenance. Zephyr was left speechless. With that speed, Diaz had already met the requirements of the shave technique. Was he truly that hungry? Once sated, Diaz wiped his mouth contentedly. Zephyr set down the bone he had been chewing and instructed, "Go, Diaz. Solidify your training results and channel that vigor you displayed at the dining table." Reflecting on the impulse he felt before his meal, Diaz executed the shave technique once more. And this time, he succeeded. He swiftly appeared at the opposite end of the training ground, showing remarkable progress. Had he truly mastered the shave in just a single day? Diaz has established a solid foundation. Once he masters the 6 styles, he will likely be ready to venture forth and apprehend pirates, given his abilities. He should be capable of capturing those with bounties below 50 million berries. The rigorous training for new recruits has already been bypassed by Zephyr, as this exercise is intended to introduce inexperienced soldiers to the realities of combat. However, Diaz does not require such exposure. He is among the rare few in the new recruits who have already taken lives and engaged in battle. As Karp aptly stated, it would be a pity to confine him to the recruit camp. This young man should be eligible for early graduation. Once he has mastered at least 4 of the 6 styles techniques, an application for his early induction into the Navy should be pursued. Chapter 11. The arrival of salaries and the fall of the 4 emperors. The days at the recruit camp passed swiftly, and before long. It was the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar. Under the tutelage of Zifa, Diaz had mastered the 6 techniques: shave, iron block, gale foot, and finger gun. He had no time to learn paper drawing and moonwalk, as he graduated early from the recruit camp. Aside from the events surrounding Don Quixote da Flamingo last year, another significant occurrence transpired. The Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, also assumed the role of captain of the Kuja pirates and achieved remarkable success on her first expedition, earning a bounty of 80 million berries from the world government. However, this bounty was subsequently rescinded as she was persuaded by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Hancock's stunning beauty was widely reported, earning her the title of the world's most beautiful woman. This became the major news of the previous year, yet Diaz remained indifferent. The 7 warlords were merely legalized pirates, a means for the world government to counterbalance the notorious pirates of the New World. Currently, the 7 warlords included only Gecko Moria, Hancock, and Dracula Myhawk. The elder generation of the Navy held a disdainful view of the warlords, as most high-ranking naval officials found it beneath them to rely on pirates to counter other pirates. Although it could be likened to dogs biting dogs, it was a blemish on the Navy's reputation. The actions of the 5 elders left the Navy feeling humiliated, yet they could do nothing about it. However, it was unlikely that Doflamingo would be allowed to join the ranks of the warlords, as his misdeeds had been exposed. Even if the 5 elders wished to elevate him, it remained uncertain whether the Navy would agree. Of course, the Navy held little sway with the 5 elders. Upon his graduation, Diaz was assigned to the G2 branch in the first half of the Grand Line. This branch was under the command of Vice Admiral Gamer and Admiral Borsellino, with the presence of a major named Stalaberry, a man with an unusually elongated skull. "Are you the early graduate recruit Brando Diaz from Zifa's class?" Vice Admiral Gamer, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, glanced at the file in his hand, nodded, took a sip of steaming coffee, and remarked, "How bitter." Behind him hung a plaque inscribed with the phrase "Composed Justice," suggesting he was a relatively amicable individual. "Indeed. I completed my studies, hence Zifa allowed me to graduate early," Diaz replied. "Ah, Vice Admiral Crane mentioned that during your internship, you killed one of Doflamingo's subordinates, Senor, and accomplished several notable feats. In addition to your early graduation, The Navy has decided to grant you the rank of ensign. It is rare to encounter a young person like you, Gamer mused. How can one graduate early and be directly awarded the rank of ensign? Surely, you must have taken some shortcuts? Gamer found the situation peculiar, yet the orders from above had been issued, and he would comply. Moreover, Diaz's achievements were indeed substantial. At the G2 branch, he would likely earn a gilded reputation, and before long, he would be promoted to headquarters and dispatched to the New World to confront the truly ruthless pirates. If he survived, a promotion to Vice Admiral was all but assured. Given the right opportunities, he might even ascend to the rank of Admiral, though the timeline for such advancement remained uncertain. Old veteran Gumiar, perceiving the intricacies of the situation, remarked, I have arranged your dormitory and daily necessities at the G2 branch. Today, I shall grant you half a day off. Tomorrow, your official duties commence. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, Daz affirmed with a nod. After receiving his naval commission and rank, he followed the Navy officer to a single dormitory. Upon attaining the rank of warrant officer, one is entitled to a modest single room with a private bathroom. As one's rank ascends, the accommodations improve accordingly. Otherwise, even the most passionate naval officer may find their resolve waning without corresponding rewards. A modicum of material incentives is indeed beneficial. After a night's rest, Daz reported to Gumi the following morning. Your task today is to accompany Rear Admiral Poliusolino in dealing with a group of pirates whose bounty reaches 60 million. Reports indicate their activities on Rocker Island. You may consult Rear Admiral Poliusolino for further details. Understood, Daz nodded, refraining from excessive inquiries, and promptly made his way to the captain's quarters of a naval vessel. Second Lieutenant Brando Daz reporting for duty. The room was filled with the acrid scent of smoke, and seated opposite him was a middle-aged man in a black and white striped suit, adorned with a gentleman's hat, who bore a crooked smile. So, you are the prodigy who graduated early? The youth of today are astonishingly formidable. It is indeed terrifying. One cannot dismiss age lightly. Poliusolino's words left Daz speechless. While such remarks might be overlooked coming from others, they held weight from a future admiral of the Navy. The light man who consumed the actor fruit. The three future admirals, Akina Sakazuki, Akiji Kazan, and Kizaru Poliusolino, were indeed remarkable talents under Zifa's tutelage. Despite Poliusolino's strained relationship with Zifa, he was still a genius. After inhaling the second-hand smoke, Daz coughed lightly and inquired, Rear Admiral Gumi has assigned me to accompany you. When shall we depart? Patience, young man. Haste will not yield the best results. Care for a cigarette? Poliusolino offered Daz a cigarette, which he politely declined, saying, Thank you, but I am underage. Quite right. Poliusolino lit his cigarette using his fruit abilities, exhaling clouds of smoke as he handed Daz a wanted poster. Upon receiving it, the first name that caught his eye was that of a pirate with a bounty of 60,500,000 berries, a man with a brutish visage. Jesmith Lane? Indeed, Poliusolino replied. You've noted the bounty. He is the leader of the lion pirates, possessing the animal-type cat fruit in its lion form, a formidable opponent. This target should be manageable. He hails from the North Sea, making him somewhat of a compatriot. Poliusolino, Sakazuki, and Granny Tsuru, like Daz, all originated from the North Sea, known for its fierce inhabitants, often producing powerful navies and pirates. Ah, I recall now. There was indeed such an individual from the North Sea. Has he truly ventured out to sea? Diaz reminisced about hearing of this individual while on a mission in the North Sea with Granny Crane last year. At that time, their focus was solely on Doflamingo, leaving no room to pay attention to this character. Little did they expect that within less than a year, he would have already entered the Grand Line. It seems fate has not been kind, as he now finds himself encountering Borisolino. This man is none other than the future Marine Admiral Kizaru, whose salary is equivalent to that of the 4 emperors. Even if it is stated in jest, it indirectly underscores his formidable strength. Associating with this laid-back individual may very well lead to a life of ease in the times to come. Chapter 12. The battle commences during the tumultuous period of the Top War. Admiral Akainu was gravely injured. Admiral Akiji sustained minor wounds, and Admiral Kizaru's attire bore slight stains, indicative of a lackluster effort. Yet, one need not fret for their safety while in their company. Is the objective to capture alive or to eliminate? Diaz inquired. Preferably alive, but in the heat of battle, one cannot wield a blade with precision. It is not uncommon for fatalities to occur, Kazuru replied, reclining against the back of his chair. It appeared he intended to delegate the task to me, this indolent individual. With a silent scoff, I clutched the wanted poster and exited. The warship gradually departed from the G2 branch. Diaz, possessing the skills of an ace navigator, adeptly maneuvered the vessel with ease. Though it was not solely his endeavor, he scarcely needed to exert himself, due to Kazara's habitual disengagement. The naval personnel aboard took initiative without awaiting his commands. The navigator established the course, the helmsman steered the ship, and the remaining sailors busied themselves, collaborating seamlessly. Perhaps this was Kazara's method of idling away time? Unfazed, Diaz settled in his quarters, perusing intelligence on the Lion pirates. Apart from their captain, Ryan, there was the first mate, the swordsman Belial, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, speed akin to lightning, and a heart as cold as ice. With a bounty of 34 million berries. The second mate, Jerson, wielded the powers of the Zoan-type devil fruit, the boar fruit, in its wild boar form, boasting immense strength and a bounty of 37.5 million berries. Beyond these three formidable fighters, the crew comprised lesser adversaries. Yet, the size of the pirate crew was rather considerable. Calmly pondering this, Diaz conducted a brief analysis before dismissing further contemplation. After all, with Kizaru providing support, what was there to fear? This time, we would charge headlong into the fray. The geographical positioning of Locker Island was not insignificant. Initially, it was merely a desolate isle. But as pirates began to frequent the area, a burgeoning service industry emerged. Establishments such as restaurants, taverns, and red light districts flourished. Whatever one could conceive, they would accommodate. Apart from pirates, various merchant vessels would also dock here for respite. Generally, as long as they paid a protection fee, the locals would ensure their ships remained unharmed, provided those eyeing the vessel were capable of handling it. Most pirates refrained from stirring trouble here, aware that once their reputation was tarnished, it would be challenging to gain acceptance again. At least within the first half of the Grand Line, no one dared to conduct business with them. The area was a veritable melting pot of characters, and the absence of a naval presence nearby resulted in an influx of pirates. The Navy periodically conducts purges, yet the pirates seem to evade complete eradication, reappearing soon after each sweep. It appears that the pirates are an inexhaustible menace. As we approach Rocker Island, should we launch an immediate assault? A naval officer inquired in Borisolino's office. Surround the port to prevent the pirates from fleeing, and also control the merchant vessels and civilians engaged in trade. Do not harm them, Borisolino replied languidly, his subordinates accustomed to his demeanor. The Navy sprang into action, disembarking to seize control of the port, plunging Rocker Island into chaos. However, some merchants, accustomed to such turmoil, calmly closed their stalls and doors. While the imminent clash between the Navy and the pirates loomed, the merchants either sought refuge in their homes or hid aboard their ships, leaving only a fearless group of pirates, each displaying bloodthirsty grins. "Fear not, my comrades. They are merely the Navy," boomed a robust man, his voice deep and resonant. Towering over his subordinates at over 4 meters tall, he declared, "We are the Lions Roar pirate crew. With my leadership, victory is assured. Follow me, and you shall become the vassals of the pirate king. I will guide you to the great treasure. Come forth. Entrust your lives to me." Cheers erupted. Hurrah! Long live Admiral Ryan. The pirates, invigorated as though by a potent elixir, rallied together. Diaz, hearing their fervent cries from a distance, set down his telescope, confirmed the target, and prepared for action. In an instant, he vanished from sight, traversing several hundred meters in mere breaths. With a swift kick, he unleashed a vacuum blade from his foot, yet the lion, Ryan, remained unmoved. A figure shot forth, drawing a sword from his waist, skillfully deflecting Diaz's vacuum strike. The newcomer exuded an icy demeanor, reminiscent of a lurking assassin. First mate, the ghost swordsman Belial. Landing atop a rooftop, Diaz taunted, "Is this all the Navy has dispatched? I'm truly underestimated." His form swelled to 6 meters, a lion's head emerging as his mane erupted from his neck, transforming him into a beastly hybrid. Sharp claws glinting coldly in the sunlight. "I despise those with devil fruit powers," Diaz muttered, executing a somersault to evade the ghost swordsman's ambush. He landed opposite Belial, lowering his stance, gripping his sword, Muramesa. "Draw your blade." Flash. Ultimate technique, the Ashina cross slash. He executed 2 rapid slashes midair, creating an elegant cross at an unbelievable speed. Belial hastily raised his sword to block, resulting in 2 distinct gouges on his blade, which trembled from the force of the impact. "You are indeed a worthy opponent," Belial remarked, his expression growing serious as he tightened his grip on his sword. "Come." In a flash, the 2 figures intertwined, their blades creating brilliant arcs of light in the air. Under Zifa's tutelage, Diaz's combat instincts had significantly sharpened. Just half a year ago, he might have faltered against such an adversary. Now, however, he was ready for battle. The battle between the Navy and the pirates commenced, with cannon fire and bullets raining down. Utilizing their superior equipment, the Navy subdued the lion pirates. Suddenly, a wild boar, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, charged through, sending several Navy personnel flying. The second-in-command of the lion pirates, Jerson, made his move. "Do not act so arrogantly." A young major with gold-rimmed glasses emerged from the Navy. None other than Major Kataru. He met Jerson's charge with his sword, but his lack of strength resulted in being thrown aside. "Humph. Is this the extent of your power? Yet you still bear the title of Navy Major? It is nothing short of a joke." Jerson's eyes glinted with derision, leaving Kataru's face a canvas of shifting colors, from pale to flushed. Chapter 13. Times have changed, oh dear. It appears the battle is indeed fierce. Major General Kataru's performance pales in comparison to the younger generation. Borisellino, leisurely smoking on the battleship, observes the situation. Presently, the Navy holds the upper hand. However, the lion-hearted Ryan has plunged into the fray, causing considerable trouble for the Navy. And he cannot simply stand by and watch them be vanquished. Transforming into a burst of light, he vanishes from the battleship, coalescing into human form before Ryan. Standing over 3 meters tall, Borisellino appears diminutive beside Ryan, reaching merely halfway up his frame, and with a grin, he inquires, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" "What?" Ryan barely perceives a flash of light darting before him when an excruciating pain radiates from his waist, propelling him through the air, crashing into several buildings before finally coming to a halt, followed by a resounding explosion. "Admiral Ryan!" The pirates gasp in astonishment. Their seemingly invincible admiral has been dispatched in a single blow? How could he be so formidable? Borisellino strokes his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. "Not dead, huh? The vitality of a Zoan type is indeed formidable. How terrifying." Boom. Ryan extricates himself from the rubble, his body racked with pain. Yet, the hallmark of a Zoan ability user is their resilience. Despite being battered and bruised, he manages to rise again. "This foe resembles a monster. I cannot defeat him." Spotting Diaz, who is locked in combat with Beliar, Ryan charges forward. Users of the cat-cat fruit typically possess the agility of felines, granting them remarkable speed. In an instant, he stands before Diaz, suppressing his agony, extending his hand in an attempt to seize him. Bang! What has he shattered? A torrent of flames erupts from his hand, igniting his fur. Too much fur, weak fire, large body, weak door. Just in the nick of time, Diaz hurls a flask of flame, which ignites Ryan. The lion's mane instantly becomes the finest kindling, filling the air with the acrid scent of burning protein. Diaz draws his flintlock, aiming a bullet directly at Ryan's head. Aim Ryu swordsmanship. Bang. Ah. Ryan cries out in agony, blood streaming from his eyes, collapsing to the ground, flames licking at him, losing one of his eyes in the process. Seeing their captain fall, Beliar curses him as worthless, leaping onto Jerson's back, exclaiming, "Run." Jerson spares no words, abandoning their captain and crew, turning to flee. "If you escape, I'll be scolded. These days, work is no easy task." Borisellino raises a finger, light gathering at its tip, and a laser beam shoots forth, piercing Jerson as he retreats. Boom. A massive boar crashes through a building, clumsily rising alongside Beliar, revealing a chubby, pale figure who clutches a bleeding wound in his thigh, shouting in distress. Clang. Beliar clashes blades with Diaz. Hey, don't run. Our battle currently. Beliar is devoid of any fighting spirit and is unwilling to engage in battle with Diaz. Prolonging this encounter would only lead him to capture and execution by the Navy, which is unacceptable. Diaz shook his head, exuberantly proclaiming, "It is a rare opportunity to face a worthy opponent. How could I allow you to escape? You madman!" Beliar exerted all his strength, yet he found that his attacks were effortlessly deflected by this rookie before him. What kind of technique is this? Why are my strikes being repelled? Such deflections are nothing to be alarmed about. The essence of a lone wolf lies in forging iron. Clang, clang, clang. Beliar felt his resolve shattering as Diaz's defenses were impenetrable, and every assault he launched was countered, creating considerable complications for him. "Do not underestimate people, you brat," Beliar roared, unleashing a soaring slash. "Come at me." Murakumo released a wave of sword energy, interspersed with glimmering particles, reminiscent of cherry blossoms cascading down, utterly resplendent. Secret technique, cherry blossom dance. The two slashes collided midair, erupting in a brilliant explosion. Diaz declared, "Come on, hesitation leads to defeat." Upon hearing this, Beliar felt blood rush to his head and charged forward without a second thought, only to find his blade intercepted, while Diaz's other hand swiftly drew a pistol. "It's futile, my friend. Times have changed." Bang. Gazing at the gaping hole in his chest, Beliar lamented, "You are so despicable." As his body fell back, Diaz chuckled coldly, "As long as it is effective." The Iman flow swordsmanship amalgamates the strengths of various schools, existing solely for the sake of victory. The true sword saint wields the undying slash, bearing a cross spear in battle, and seizes the moment of your inattention to launch a surprise attack with a firearm. What does it mean to be the Iman sword saint? Tactical retreat. Diaz turned his gaze towards Gelson, the blade poised against the latter's face, inquiring, "How should we deal with this fellow?" Meanwhile, Borisolino had placed a foot upon Ryan's head, glancing over and commanding, "Take him away, and remember to use Seastone handcuffs." Understood. Seastone is exceedingly precious. The Navy's handcuffs contain only a trace of Seastone, yet they are sufficient to suppress the abilities of the devil fruit users. The Navy operatives promptly brought forth the Seastone handcuffs, securing them upon the two fruit users, who instantly lost their capacity to resist, left at the mercy of the Navy. Ensure the injured are attended to, record the fallen soldiers, arrange for their compensation, and tally the local damages in preparation for subsequent reparations. Borisolino appeared lethargic. Favoring leisure, yet when work beckoned, he executed his tasks with meticulous order, preferring delays about during ordinary times. This conflict did not last long. After neutralizing the captain and his companions, the fighting essentially ceased. Subsequently, those who needed to be imprisoned were confined, and those deserving of death were executed. Additionally, Rear Admiral Cadle was retained by Borisolino to clean up the battlefield, capturing any pirates feigning death or merely passing by. Diaz and his team escorted Ryan and his companions back to the G2 branch, where designated personnel would soon arrive to take them to Impel Down, confining them for a lifetime. Given the transgressions of Ryan and Jerson, they are likely to be confined to the 4th level, while the common pirates will find themselves imprisoned on the 1st level, or those with lesser crimes may be detained at the G2 branch, the kind that are nearing the end of their sentences. Well done. As Gumir sipped his bitter coffee, he nodded in approval while reflecting on Diaz's accomplishments, stating, "In a few more years, with accumulated merits, departing the G2 branch with the rank of colonel will pose no issue. The day after tomorrow, you and Major Storlowberry will head to Fort Shard Island. The subsequent mission may prove to be rather arduous." "Who is the target?" Diaz inquired. "The captain of the Sun Pirates, a wanted criminal of the world government, Fisher Tiger." Chapter 14. This world is utterly corrupt. Fisher Tiger, a figure whose renown has spread across the globe in recent years, hails from Fishman Island, situated 10,000 meters beneath the sea. A year prior, he ascended to the Red Soil continent, infiltrated the sacred land of Mary Geos, liberated thousands of slaves, and set ablaze a significant portion of the establishment. To many, He is regarded as a hero. However, to the world government, he is merely a lawless scoundrel, a monster who remains a fishman at heart. This audacious individual has even formed a pirate crew composed entirely of fishmen and merfolk, boasting formidable strength, with many of its members being slaves of the celestial dragons. Now, the G2 branch has set its sights on Fisher Tiger and his son pirates. Led by Rear Admiral Stolleberry, along with Vice Admiral Catter, Diaz, and numerous other naval personnel. They are poised to apprehend this band of fishmen. Sir, where have we obtained intelligence regarding the Sun Pirates? Diaz inquired with curiosity. Gumir did not withhold the information, stating, this intelligence originates from CP. The Sun Pirates intend to return a slave home as a part of an exchange with the villagers. We will not apprehend that child. They will not notify the Sun Pirates. It is merely a transaction, trading a group of pirates for a single child. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Uncomfortable. Diaz furrowed his brow and replied, but that child should never have been a slave. She is innocent. Merely a victim of human traffickers sold into the hands of the celestial dragons. I understand. It is indeed tragic, Rear Admiral Gumir said, setting down his coffee. Lieutenant Diaz, you must remember that we are the Navy. This is the directive from above. Capturing pirates is our duty. While I share your sorrow for that child, Fisher Tiger may be a good person, but he is still a pirate, and we must apprehend him. Do you understand? No, I do not comprehend such antiquated notions. Diaz retorted. But he is not wrong, is he? Do not forget, Rear Admiral Gumir, that the Navy's mission extends beyond merely exterminating pirates. It includes the protection of civilians. The world government has prohibited the slave trade. Indeed, the world government abolished slavery to showcase their benevolence and democracy. But what has been the outcome? Gumir countered. Human trafficking remains rampant, a vital component of the underworld, and can yield immense profits, essentially a no-risk venture. The descendants of the celestial dragons, as the architects of the world government, lead the way in enslaving others, utterly disregarding this law. The prohibition against slavery has become a mere facade. While human trafficking markets flourish right under the noses of the Navy, which remains conspicuously silent, even avoiding mention of such places. Their actions are laughable in their hypocrisy. Is this the justice of the Navy? It is utterly laughable. Gumir's expression darkened. It is difficult to reason with a passionate youth. I understand, Lieutenant Diaz. But this is the reality of our world. If you lack the ability to change it, you can only be changed by it. You are still young and have much to learn about this world. Before he could finish, Diaz interrupted. Rear Admiral, this world is utterly corrupt, mercilessly consuming its own. The justice of the Navy is far too narrow-minded. I have finished speaking. My apologies. The day after tomorrow, I shall engage in battle. Admiral Gumir, perceiving it as mere youthful grievances, paid it no heed and simply nodded, permitting Diaz to depart. Leaving Gumir's office, Diaz returned to his quarters, exhaling a sigh. Indeed, the Navy was ill-suited for him. Yes, there were good individuals among them. But the existence of the celestial dragons was sufficient to pervert their sense of justice. The notion of absolute justice was as laughable as an empty promissory note. I cannot endure this any longer, he contemplated. Were it not for the influence of the celestial dragons, perhaps the justice of the Navy would yield a vastly different world. At the very least, it would not feel so constrained. The celestial dragons ought to be hanged from lampposts. Feeling dejected, he lay upon his bed and fell asleep. The following day was spent in training, and by the third day, he accompanied Rear Admiral Stolleberry to Fulshat Island. Was it somewhat presumptuous to deploy only Rear Admiral Stolleberry and Commodore Catalu? The adversary comprised a group of fishmen and merfolk, a race whose strength often surpassed that of humans tenfold, capable of underwater combat and the destruction of vessels, a specialty of the fishmen. Once humans descended into the depths, facing fishmen meant a certain demise. Diaz could not comprehend the Navy's strategy. Although their numbers were considerable, most were merely support. Stolleberry, with his elongated cranium enhancing his stature, donned the Navy cap and wielded twin swords, stating, Lieutenant Diaz, you shall accompany me shortly. Very well, Diaz nodded, joining a contingent of Navy personnel to disembark on the island. Fulshat Island was characterized by vast expanses of desert-like terrain, with hardened soil, and an abundance of cactus-like flora. The island hosted but a single village, their intended destination. Stollivari remarked, "Once Fisher Tiger and his crew return the child, we shall encircle the Sun Pirates." The timing of Fisher Tiger's landing was meticulously calculated. The Navy concealed themselves, with Stollivari and Diaz crouched atop a small embankment, binoculars in hand, observing the Sun Pirates' flag billowing in the wind. The red-skinned fisherman Fisher Tiger, sporting a bushy beard, disembarked with a golden-haired girl. "Is he alone?" "Prepare to encircle him." "Lieutenant Diaz, inform Commodore Catalu." "Understood." Diaz retrieved the Den Mushi, dialing Commodore Catalu's number. "Commodore Catalu, we are preparing to envelop the Sun Pirates. The operation is commencing." "Affirmative." Catalu was already mobilizing their ship to navigate around the opposite side of the island. Their naval vessels would surround the Sun Pirates ship, leading to an impending assault. Stollivari and Diaz's mission was to apprehend the fishmen who set foot on the island. Though only Tiger was present, it sufficed. They observed the girl holding Tiger's hand, sharing laughter and conversation. Diaz inquired, "Rear Admiral, are you certain we should proceed with the capture?" The child was well cared for by Fisher Tiger, and she held great affection for him. Stollivari paused for a moment and remarked, "We are the Navy. It is our duty to eradicate pirates. Do not hesitate any longer." "Lieutenant Brant Diaz." "Understood," Diaz replied softly, a smile gracing his lips. "I shall not waver any further." Chapter 15. I shall lift the original napkin. Fisher Tiger returned the child Keela to her homeland. Previously a slave to the celestial dragons, Keela had been withdrawn in nature. However, the time spent together had restored her cheerful smile, and Tiger felt genuine happiness for her. He firmly believed that Keela would grow to be a bridge between humans and fishmen. As Princess Odoheim aptly stated, only children represent the hope of the next generation. Just as Tiger held this conviction in his heart, a band of pirates emerged from the cactus forest, surrounding him and aiming their guns. Tiger stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend why the Navy would appear in this place. Rear Admiral Stollivari and Diaz stepped forward. Stollivari declared, "I am Rear Admiral Stollivari of the Navy headquarters. We received intelligence from the people of a certain island indicating that you would arrive here. The prominent figures in the village you just visited were aware that chaos might ensue, and conditions have already been negotiated. The child, a possession of the celestial dragons, will be exchanged to ensure you do not disclose our actions. Captain Fisher Tiger of the Sun Pirates. You are guilty of 2 charges, which you must be well aware of." Stollivari's gaze fell upon the sun mark on Tiger's abdomen as he slowly continued, "Assault and flight." Assault. Having attacked the Holy Land Mariewa, threatening the safety of the world aristocracy, the Celestial Dragons. Flight. As a former slave of the Celestial Dragons, you not only fled but also liberated numerous slaves. Both crimes warrant punishment. Stollivari raised his hand, and in an instant, gunfire erupted. Planes of metal rang out as countless sword energies deflected the bullets. Diaz appeared boldly by Tiger's side, causing Stollivari's expression to shift. "What are you doing, Lieutenant Diaz? You are part of the Navy. Are you truly going to betray it?" "I have said before, I shall no longer hesitate." Diaz removed his military cap, shedding his pristine uniform to reveal his muscular upper body. "Rear Admiral, to me, the Navy's justice is far too narrow. A person like Tiger should not perish here. He is a pirate, a slave to the celestial dragons." Stollivari retorted. "So what?" Diaz shouted back. "He has saved lives. He is a good person. Good people should not be threatened at gunpoint. Slavery. The world government prohibits the slave trade. The celestial dragons are a wretched lot." His words stunned everyone present. Who dared to openly denounce the celestial dragons? Was he not risking his life? Stollivari, maintaining his composure, stated, "Branded Diaz, I shall ask you once more. Do you truly intend to betray us?" Diaz, having been personally trained by Zifa, was considered a prodigy and a talent the Navy hoped to cultivate into a pillar of strength. It was evident that he should not be trapped here. Diaz smiled. "I will protect this man, even if it means opposing the Navy and the world government. Or perhaps, the Navy is simply not suited for me. Your justice is too narrow. You." Stollivari raised his hand, his expression cold. "Fire. Regardless of life or death." Bang. Bang. Bang! With the echo of gunfire reverberating through the air, this time, Tiger was prepared, no longer passive as before. The Fishman Karate. A powerful punch was unleashed, the fierce wind generated by it deflecting the incoming bullets. He lunged forward, seizing a naval officer and hurling him aside as if he were a mere sandbag. Steadfast as a rock, Diaz, on his end, disregarded the barrage of bullets entirely. A rocky spire erupted from the ground, and a jade shield manifested around him. Bullets ricocheted off the shield with a clattering sound as he kicked one naval officer away and then struck another's neck with the back of his sword near a Kumo. Human, I do not require your assistance, Tiger asserted after toppling a naval officer. I believe you are worth my aid, Diaz replied, dispatching another naval officer with a precise thrust of his finger. What I feel matters more than what you think. I shall act according to my own will. Fisher Tiger. Good people should not be threatened at gunpoint. Tiger snorted, inquiring, even if I am a fishman? To me, there is no distinction between fishmen and humans. After all, the blood of both is interchangeable, indicating that we share the same ancestry, albeit with divergent paths of evolution. Diaz's words struck a chord with Tiger, and in that moment of distraction, he was shot. However, such a wound bore little significance for a fishman. It was a trivial injury, hardly worth mentioning. I understand now, Tiger declared with renewed vigor. Then let us break through together. Indeed, the two fought side by side, carving their way through the encirclement. Stoloberry, unable to endure the sight, brandished his twin blades and charged directly at Diaz. Clang! The clash of three blades ignited a flurry of sparks. You are betraying the Navy. Betraying Admiral Crane's expectations of you. I am aware of that, yet I cannot remain here. I cherish the kindness shown to me by Granny Crane. But the Navy's indifference to human trafficking fills me with contempt. If this is your sense of justice, I would rather stand as your adversary. His words were calm, devoid of turbulence, yet they resonated with sincerity. What do you intend to do, Brant Diaz? This world cannot change me, but I shall change it. Do you understand? Major, if someone were to pick up the right napkin first, everyone else would be compelled to follow suit. If they chose the left napkin, everyone would have to do the same. They have no choice in the matter. That is what society is. What are you implying? I shall seize the original napkin, forcing you all to follow me. An unparalleled aura erupted from him, an indescribable momentum that left all present, save for Diaz, Stoloberry, and Tiger, in a state of shock and collapse. Such immense ambition, could he aspire to become the king of the world? Had he truly awakened the conqueror's haki? This individual must not be allowed to remain. Stoloberry steeled himself, fiercely swinging his twin blades, yet Diaz's defenses were impenetrable, leaving no opportunity for an assault. How is this possible? He was taught by the same instructor. Zifa-sensei only taught me the 6 styles. Do you comprehend? As if perceiving Stoloberry's thoughts, Diaz remarked, You are destined to lose, General. The winds of victory are at my back. With a swift and unexpected strike, a blue whale shark merman lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow that sent Stoloberry flying. Captain Tiger, I have arrived. What has transpired here? The young Jinbei exclaimed, his concern mounting upon seeing Tiger's injuries. Tiger waved his hand dismissively and said, Let us depart. I have made a rather remarkable human friend. A friend? Greetings, I am Brando D. Diaz, currently an unemployed wanderer. Chapter 16. The hero of the fishmen. Before Jinbei could fully comprehend the situation, Tiger had already taken Diaz and dashed outside to inquire about Jinbei's condition. The Navy had surrounded the Sun Pirates, and currently, Arlong was engaged in battle with them. Jinbei had rushed over, unable to shake off his concerns for Tiger. But the circumstances he encountered left him bewildered. Upon hearing Diaz reveal his former allegiance to the Navy, Jinbei was taken aback even further. Did you betray the Navy for our sake? Was such an act truly worthwhile? Jinbei asked. Diaz flashed a brilliant smile and replied, At least I believe it was worth it. Someone like Tiger should not perish here. The smile on that child's face is genuine, reflecting on his moments with Carla. Jinbei couldn't help but smile as well. Carla was an endearing child, as beloved as family. I understand now, Mr. Diaz, Jinbei said. You are a friend of Brother Tiger. And thus, you are my friend too. Are you willing to befriend a fishman? Aha, I couldn't ask for more. Diaz exclaimed with laughter. The three of them burst forth from Fulshard Island. The Sun Pirates' ship had already been sunk by the Navy. A shark fisherman wielded a serrated blade, ruthlessly dispatching a Navy soldier and sending several others tumbling off their warship. "Brother Tiger, Brother Jinbei, I've captured a Navy ship. Let us go." "Well done, Arlong." Jinbei grasped Diaz's arm and leaped into the sea. Tiger followed suit, and Diaz held his breath as Jinbei swiftly propelled through the water, surfacing alongside Tiger and jumping onto the warship. Upon seeing Diaz, Arlong revealed his sharp teeth and coldly smirked. "Brother Jinbei, is this a hostage?" "No. This is Brother Tiger's friend." "Friend? A human? How could our noble fishmen ever befriend a human?" Arlong questioned Tiger. Tiger extended his hand, leading Diaz to the center of the Sun Pirates, declaring, "This is my friend, a friend of fishmen, a friend of the Sun Pirates, and indeed, my savior. Without him, I might have perished under the Navy siege. Do you understand, Arlong?" "Got it," Arlong replied begrudgingly. "Since it's Brother Tiger's wish, I have no choice." "Shachi, set sail. Let us move quickly." "Yes." The octopus fishman Shachi and the other fishmen sprang into action, with some diving into the sea to propel the warship forward from beneath. The strength of the fishmen was indeed formidable. "Brother Tiger, allow me to tend to your wounds." The ship's doctor, Aladdin, who was a fisherman without a magic lamp, stepped forward to treat Tiger's injuries as he still had bullets that needed to be removed. "Brother Tiger, was it those humans who betrayed you?" Arlong inquired. Tiger nodded, and the betrayal ignited Arlong's fury, prompting him to turn back in a fit of rage to seek vengeance against the villagers of Fulshard Island. Jinbei grasped him firmly. "Do not act impulsively, Arlong." "Brother Jinbei, let me go?" "Did you not hear what I said? It was that group of humans who betrayed Big Brother, nearly costing him his life. I shall return to exact my vengeance upon them." Arlong's eyes blazed with fury, longing to devour Kula and the villagers to assuage his wrath. In his view, the noble fishmen had extended their grace to the despicable humans by taking her in and even returning her. It was an unparalleled act of kindness. Yet, these ungrateful humans dared to betray them, to betray Brother Tiger. Humans may be untrustworthy, but Princess Iji was right. Children are the hope of the next generation. Adorned in bandages, Tiger gazed at Diaz and remarked, "He does not harbor prejudice against fishmen." "What of it?" Diaz retorted. "He is human. I am human. Does that offend you?" Diaz, irritated, scratched his ear. Arlong was, indeed, a racist, believing fishmen to be supreme while deeming humans utterly vile, yet secretly yearning for the society of humans, longing for a life akin to theirs. "What? Seeking death, are we?" Arlong exclaimed. "If you desire to die, I can facilitate that. Come on. Enough. You too. Cease this folly." Tiger interjected, stating, "Arlong, Diaz is our friend. He even betrayed the Navy to save me. Who knows if he is not a spy?" Arlong stubbornly countered. "Speak to me respectfully," with a swift punch to Arlong's head. Tiger surveyed the members of the Sun Pirates and declared, "Diaz is our friend, my savior. This is an unalterable truth. Do you understand?" "Understood," shouted the crew. "So, will Diaz join our pirate crew, Brother Tiger?" Little Octopus, Xiao Ba, inquired. No, Diaz shook his head. "Please, just take me to a safe island." He could not integrate into this group of fishmen. That was an undeniable fact. Tiger was a fishman, and the Sun Pirates had coalesced around him. A human would always feel out of place here. Tiger had no intention of inviting Diaz to join them, although he was grateful for Diaz's rescue. He could not overlook the actions of humans against him. Princess Iji was correct. Only children represent the future. Whether humans and fishmen could coexist peacefully depended on children like Kola and Diaz. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his palm against the sun mark on his abdomen. A lifelong torment and perpetual nightmare. The sun mark was merely a facade concealing that pain. The mark of the celestial dragon. Every slave of the celestial dragons bore this mark. He bore it. Kala bore it. Xiaoba bore it. Many fishmen and merfolk aboard this ship had once been slaves to the celestial dragons. "Everyone, there is something I must tell you." The mark of the celestial dragon throbbed painfully, transporting him back to the days of enslavement, memories vivid as if they had occurred yesterday. Tiger resolved to unveil the truth. All eyes turned to him, eager to hear what their captain, their leader, would reveal next. I have resolved never to disclose this secret throughout my life, yet today, I have chosen to share it with all, for further concealment has become futile. I, Fisher Tiger, was once a slave of the celestial dragons. The revelation left everyone in stunned silence. The entire ship was enveloped in an eerie quiet. Jinbei, Arlong, Chu, and Aladdin were rendered speechless, their minds grappling with the shocking truth. The figure they revered, the hero they pledged their unwavering loyalty to, had once been a slave? A slave to the celestial dragons? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Chapter 17. The courage to walk with demons impossible. Brother, how could you possibly be a slave? Arlong, the least willing to believe, looked at Tiger with disbelief. He idolized Tiger, viewing him as an elder brother who surpassed Jinbei. It was Tiger who quelled the riots in Fishman Street, unifying the chaotic place and bringing stability. He had defeated Jinbei and himself, declaring that they would follow him for life. Moreover, he rescued numerous slaves, allowing persecuted kin to return to their homeland. How could such a hero be a slave to the celestial dragons? Arlong refused to accept it. Yet, the truth remained. Tiger gazed at Arlong and said, Arlong, I deceived you all. Shortly after leaving Fishman Island, I was captured by humans and became a slave to the celestial dragons. Enduring years of torment, I witnessed the madness of humanity. Though I barely escaped, I cannot turn a blind eye to those who suffer. The cruelty and insanity of the celestial dragons led him to harbor animosity towards humans. However, the kindness of Carla changed his perspective. Princess Odoheim was right. Children are the future of both races. Diaz, who bore no hatred or discrimination towards the fishmen, was indeed a worthy ally. I suffer greatly, often. In the dead of night, I recall my time in Mary Geos, a nightmare I can never escape. He looked at Arlong and continued, I understand your hostility towards humans. But remember, individuals like Diaz are worth befriending and knowing. I refuse to accept this. Brother, you are deceiving us, aren't you? To make us accept this human. Arlong inhaled deeply, convinced that humans were untrustworthy. He had always believed them to be vile, their strength inferior to that of fishmen, incapable of breathing underwater, and cruel in nature. They should relinquish the land to the fishmen. Without these humans, the fishmen would not endure such suffering, nor would they struggle for freedom in this world. That is the reality, Arlong, Tiger asserted. Boss. Several former slaves of the fishmen knelt before him, tears streaming down their faces. You are the true hero. You have rescued us countless times. Our lives belong to you. Wherever you go, we shall follow you. Rise. There is no need to kneel. Tiger helped them up and turned to Diaz, expressing sorrowfully, if I had encountered a human like you during my voyages, would the outcome have been different? Perhaps, Diaz replied. Humans are contradictory beings, filled with desires. To put it simply, I never hold hope for humanity. Yet I do not despair either, for there are always good people. It is merely our misfortune to encounter a band of villains. The fault lies not with them, but with this world. This ocean devours its own, unhesitatingly. In a world so rotten, it is not difficult to find a glimmer of humanity. In a sea of darkness, light is always strikingly evident. You speak the truth, Tiger said, lowering his head as tears fell uncontrollably. Why? Why was I not allowed to meet you earlier? He grasped Diaz's hand, kneeling and weeping uncontrollably. I wish to believe in humanity, to forge friendships with them, yet I find myself incapable of trusting or loving them any longer. Diaz was at a loss for words. The burly man, towering over 5 meters, cried like a child. None knew how to comfort their leader. After a long silence, Diaz finally spoke. Do you possess the courage to walk alongside demons? What? Diaz rose, whispering into the giant's ear, seek out the Revolutionary Army and join their ranks. If successful, it will lead to a monumental transformation. The Revolutionary Army has already been established, albeit on a small scale. The Revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon has rallied a group, denounced as the world's most nefarious criminal by the world government for advocating the overthrow of the world government. Despite being the son of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp, his resolve to dismantle the world government remains unshaken. Perhaps the path to redemption lies therein. Are they truly reliable? With your help, can we not alter the status quo? The younger generation will harbor no resentment or discrimination against fishmen, but such sentiments are few. until the celestial dragons, the oppressive mountain on the races of the world, are toppled. There will be no future for anyone. Before dawn, someone must dispel the darkness. I understand now. Having traversed through hell, how could I lack the courage to walk alongside demons? Seemingly finding renewed purpose, the man regained his vigor, the hero of old re-emerging. Children, do not be sorrowful or disheartened. I remain your leader, do I not? Indeed. No matter how Brother Tiger transforms, you will always be our captain. Jinbi was the first to respond, resolutely affirming. Arlong raised his hand. Yes, big brother, let us seek vengeance against those treacherous humans. His fervor was as radical as ever, but was silenced by Tiger. Diaz interjected, I estimate that Admiral Borisolino has already arrived there. Just an admiral? Are you afraid? Arlong scoffed, a mere naval admiral. Nothing but trash. Diaz shot him a sidelong glance. He is a Logia-type devil fruit user, possessing the fastest speed in the world. Additionally, should the position of admiral be vacated, he is certainly capable of attaining that rank. There are two others of similar strength, both also Logia-type users. If memory serves, should Tiger fall and Arlong seek vengeance, he would be swiftly defeated by Borisolino and imprisoned and impelled down, only to be released due to Jinbi's induction into the Shichibukai. And so what? Once I enter the water, he will be powerless against me. Arlong boasted, reveling in his racial advantages. Yet Diaz caught sight of a streak of light slicing through the sky and immediately shouted, Run. Oh dear. It seems I have found you at last, Lieutenant Diaz. A luminous figure coalesced into a human form as Admiral Borisolino stood atop the mast of the warship, the sea breeze fluttering his cloak of justice, creating a resonant sound. It has come to my attention that you have betrayed the Navy. If Admiral Zifo were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. I am aware that Admiral Zifo would be inclined to take drastic measures against me. Diaz shrugged, remaining on high alert, and remarked, Admiral Borisolino, it is rather surprising that a man of your stature would come to hunt me down. Shouldn't you be idling aboard the ship instead? Borisolino shook his head and replied, Circumstances leave me no choice. Major General Stalaberry has reported your betrayal directly to headquarters, prompting Admiral Sengoku to send me here to escort you back for further discussions. Chapter 18. Pursuit. The betrayal of Diaz by the Navy could not remain concealed for long. Upon regaining consciousness, Stoloberry promptly informed Admiral Sengoku of Diaz's treachery. How could this be? Is that brat a wolf raised on kindness? Sengoku, filled with rage, slammed his hand on the table. Beside him, Rosinante opened his mouth to speak. I believe there might be another reason. Although Fisher Tiger is a wanted criminal by the world government, as Diaz mentioned, he is indeed a good man. I know, but this is his second betrayal. First, he betrayed Doflamingo, and now he has betrayed the Navy. Is this kid a professional traitor? Diaz, a natural-born traitor, incapable of change. Kong and Zephyr had high hopes for him. Gumir had praised him on numerous occasions, and Borisolino also deemed him reliable. Sengoku found it incomprehensible why he would choose to betray them. To save a wanted criminal, he awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Sitting in his chair, Sengoku struggled to fathom Diaz's motives. A genius who had awakened the Conqueror's Haki had slipped away, becoming an adversary of the Navy. Sengoku's heart ached. With proper cultivation, a promotion to Rear Admiral was a certainty, and even the rank of Admiral was within reach. Rosinante interjected, perhaps he simply wished to save someone? For a pirate? But he is a hero who liberates slaves, even if the Navy and world government do not acknowledge it. Once a celestial dragon, Rosinante understood well the life endured by those slaves. When his family had not yet forsaken their celestial dragon status, the slaves had shown gratitude to his parents, cherishing their benevolence. However, other slaves lived in constant fear, trembling under the oppressive weight of their masters, dreading any displeasure that might lead to their demise. A mere frown from a celestial dragon could spell death for a slave. No, death was merely a release. Some sadistic celestial dragons would not allow slaves to die easily, subjecting them to unspeakable torment until their final breath. Diaz was kind-hearted. Perhaps our actions have disappointed him. Rosinante pondered, questioning whether he could emulate such bravery. The answer was no. Diaz possessed a courage to defy the Navy and the world government that he himself lacked. Sengoku, resigned, understood that this matter required an explanation. Have Borisolino bring Diaz back. Must we truly do this? Yes, there must be an account, mustn't there? Very well, I understand. Roz and Andy promptly descended to inform Borsalino, leading to the scene where Borsalino pursued the warship. Are you the one with admiral-level strength? You don't seem impressive to me, Arlong boasted, dismissing the capabilities of the seemingly unassuming individual before him. Borsalino disregarded Arlong and inquired, Lieutenant Diaz, you could have been promoted to first lieutenant in this battle. With some effort, perhaps in a few years, you might even reach my position and become the youngest vice admiral in the Navy. Why sabotage your future? There is no necessity. This is my choice, Diaz replied with a smile. Thank you, Vice Admiral Borsalino. I have never regretted my decisions. My sole motivation is to save lives, and that reason alone is sufficient for me to act. Is this your conviction? I understand, Borsalino nodded. In that case, I respect your decision. Brando Diaz, along with Fisher Tiger, captain of the Sun Pirates, and Jean Bay, the whale shark fishman, you will all be apprehended by me. What? Are you looking down on us? Arlong exclaimed, jumping around like a jester. Borsalino raised a finger, unleashing a laser beam that pierced Arlong's shoulder, blood gushing from the wound. With a scream, Arlong found Borsalino before him in an instant. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? A blinding light erupted from Borsalino's foot as he delivered a powerful kick. A figure appeared in front of Arlong, hands darkened, straining to block the blow. I want to let you harm my comrades, Tiger declared, using his hockey to withstand the attack. So you've used hockey to take that hit? No wonder you're a fishman. Your strength is truly formidable. Borsalino taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Tiger pushed the injured Arlong away and shouted to everyone, flee. Everyone. Into the sea. We are no match for him. The moment they clashed, he realized they were not capable opponents for the monster before them. Brother Tiger. Jean Bay attempted to speak, but Diaz interjected, Jean Bay, hurry and destroy the warship. Without the warship, he cannot pursue you. If the warship were destroyed, Borsalino would lose his foothold and be unable to capture them. Once in the sea, the fishmen could evade capture, even from an admiral, unless their opponent was Akiji, who could freeze the ocean. But what will you do? Act quickly. I want to let you succeed. Borsalino leaped into the sky, crossing his arms, channeling light in his hands. Yasukani no Magatama. Countless luminous orbs cascaded from the sky, bringing heat and explosions, scattering a group of fishmen. Diaz deployed a shield of jade. Yet he too was propelled into the sea as the warship was obliterated by the attack. Fortunately, once the fishmen submerged, they entered a safe zone. Diaz held his breath as he followed Jean Bay into the depths of the ocean. Aladdin swam over, producing a segment of pink coral that released a bubble, encasing Diaz within it. Phew, I'm alive. The bubble contained no seawater, allowing Diaz to breathe normally. This bubble coral, native to Fishman Island, produced bubbles that enabled humans to breathe freely underwater, a precious treasure for merfolk on land. The mermaid's lower limbs are adorned with a fishtail, rendering her incapable of moving freely on land. In such instances, she can utilize bubble coral to support her body, allowing her to gracefully hover in the air, reminiscent of swimming in the ocean. How is Along? Jean Bay inquired. Xiaoba supported Along, stating he has sustained injuries, but they should not be serious. The bleeding has already ceased on its own. And what a brother Tai. I am here, Tej replied, swimming over, his expression far from pleasant. The strike from Borsalino had not only devastated the warship but had also left numerous fishmen and mermaids injured, with several fatalities. On the surface of the sea, Borsalino stood atop the wreckage of the warship, scratching his head. Well, this has turned into quite a predicament. I haven't captured a single person. I hope Mr. Sengoku won't deduct my salary for this. With that, he transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the clouds and vanishing from sight. Chapter 19. The bounty notice. I had warned that the fellow was formidable. Borsalino is certainly a formidable admiral, although he is yet to attain the rank of admiral. There is no doubt that he possesses the strength befitting one. What he lacks is merely the title. The future admirals of the Navy are not to be trifled with. Now that the ship is destroyed, we must swim our way to safety, Aladdin lamented. Fortunately, as members of the Fishman race, they could breathe underwater, and their speed even surpassed that of ships, though it would inevitably wear them out. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to sailing. Life in the water is their norm. It matters not. Let us first escort Diaz away and ensure the bodies of our fallen brothers are preserved, Tiger commanded with unwavering composure. And the group departed in a grand procession. Though they were in a rather disheveled state, Borisellino had indeed failed to capture them, allowing them to grasp the terrifying power of the Navy. On their journey, fortune smiled upon them as they seized a pirate ship, leaving the human crew bound and marooned on a desolate isle to fend for themselves. After all, they were all pirates. Sparing their lives was a mercy in itself. Diaz, however, was indifferent to this fate and commenced a celebration with Tiger and the others. Once one becomes a pirate, one must accept the possibility of perishing in the sea. Though Diaz harbored no fondness for piracy, the next day, Diaz awoke on the deck, his head heavy with fatigue. Despite abstaining from alcohol, the festivities had persisted until the early hours of the morning, leaving him quite unwell. Around him, the fishermen lay sprawled, even Jinbe cradling a bottle in deep slumber. A new seagull soared overhead, and Diaz waved it down. The bird descended, and he offered 50 berries in exchange for a newspaper. These seagulls are rather shrewd. Should one attempt to seize the paper by force, they would cease delivering in the future. The World Economic Journal, being the most widely circulated newspaper, adheres to its own business principles. Upon opening the paper, the front page headline screamed of yesterday's battle at Fort Shard Island. Shame on the Navy. Former Navy Lieutenant Brando Diaz betrays the Navy and fights alongside the vicious fishmen. The article vehemently condemned Diaz for betraying the expectations of the Navy's upper echelons, claiming he had switched sides at a critical moment and labeled him a traitor. All blame for the failed capture operation was heaped upon him, inciting his disdain. Huh, what a jest. Even without me, Strawberry would not have managed to keep Tiger. With Jinbe around, Tiger could have been rescued, but he would eventually perish from blood loss due to refusal of a transfusion. Tucked within the newspaper were several bounty notices, and upon glancing, he recognized himself alongside Tiger and Jinbe. Captain Fisher Tiger of the Sun Pirates, bounty of 350 million berries. Jinbe, bounty of 130 million berries. Brando Diaz, bounty of 37 million berries. Arlong, bounty of 30 million berries. This was their bounty. Diaz gazed at the wanted poster depicting him in his Navy uniform, nodding in approval. I truly look splendid. Merely being wanted was not the same as being dead. In the vastness of the sea, not having a bounty would indeed be peculiar. Yet, 37 million berries, he pondered the worth of himself. It seems you can never return. Jinbe suddenly awoke and spoke, startling Diaz. Weren't you asleep? I have a rather light sleep, Jinbe replied, rubbing his eyes. Is 37 million somewhat low for you? Indeed, it feels a bit insufficient. I expected it to be higher. The Navy was never truly suited for me. Diaz shook his head, feeling disappointed despite having awakened the Conqueror's haki. Although he was uncertain why he had awakened it, he found himself unable to control it. Was he particularly emotional at that time? Not excessively so. He scratched his head and asked Jinbe, how does one utilize Conqueror's haki? I don't possess that knowledge either. It's an exceedingly rare ability, awakened by only 1 in a million. While Conqueror's haki may be somewhat common in the New World, it does not diminish its formidable nature. It can envelop a weapon like armament haki and inflict substantial damage on foes even without direct contact, but this feat is reserved for a select few top-tier warriors. Initially, one can only achieve some area of effect damage, like clearing out small fry. The individuals capable of using it include the late Roger, the still-living Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, and perhaps Rayleigh as well. These are among the few Diaz knows who can wield Conqueror's haki. Among them, while Teacher Kaido may not be the strongest, he is undoubtedly the most adept at teaching. 1 stick flow cherry blossom, 2 sticks binding haki, 3 sticks awakening. Teacher Kaido, he truly makes me weep. Although he currently had no clear direction regarding the use of Conqueror's haki, he resolved to adapt to circumstances. The pirate ship sailed aimlessly across the sea, while at that moment, the Don Quixote family was in an uproar. Following a previous siege, the family had suffered severe losses, leaving only Pika behind. Treble succumbed to his injuries, and most others had been captured, with only a few cats remaining. The Don Quixote family was far from its former glory, let alone capable of executing their plans. Now, he resembled a stray dog, pursued relentlessly, and in desperation, He had come to the South Blue, seeking new opportunities. Gazing at Diaz's bounty notice in his hand, Don Quixote da Flamingo let out a maniacal laugh. This little brat was indeed unwilling to fade into obscurity. Had he betrayed once more? Without the Navy's protection, there would surely be an opportunity to eliminate him. He sliced the bounty notice, letting it fall to the ground, realizing that Virgo's line was no longer usable. Corazon was indeed an undercover agent. Upon returning to the Navy, Virgo would be in extreme danger, perhaps even already. The previously drafted plans had been torn apart. His ambitions to become a warlord and seize the throne of Dressrosa would have to be postponed or even abandoned, for Corazon knew too much. Truly, what a remarkable younger brother. The Navy's Rear Admiral, Don Quixote Rocinante. Diaz, Rocinante, one day, I shall ensure you pay the price. At present, the most pressing matter is to revive his family, the new Don Quixote family, which must have someone capable of supporting it. As he contemplated this, Doflamingo's heart ached. The Don Quixote family took him over a decade to build, only to be reduced to nothing overnight due to Corazon and Diaz. The life he currently leads is not what he desires, yet he must endure. Having witnessed the depths of hell, how could he possibly be defeated by such minor setbacks? He, Don Quixote da Flamingo, will undoubtedly not be vanquished by the tribulations that lie before him. Chapter 20. Heaven and the Curse. After requesting a small boat from Tiger, Diaz set sail alone, bidding farewell to the Sun Pirates. I must devise a means to acquire wealth, he mused, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. The pirate ship held little treasure, and the naval salary was meager at best. He was left with no choice but to resort to piracy. The pursuit of riches often leads one down a path of transgression, a reality that rings true in this world, with individuals brazenly engaging in such acts. The underbelly of trade is more deplorable than one can fathom. Human trafficking, organ smuggling, arms dealing, hallucinogenic substances, these are merely the tip of the iceberg. A mere reflection of the world's malevolence. The first half of the Grand Line cannot curb such depravity, let alone the chaotic New World. A realm untouched by the Navy's grasp, rife with lawless territories that have transformed it into a haven for vice. The world feels increasingly dismal, resigned. He sat upon the boat, clutching the log post given by Jean Bay, devoid of a navigator, reliant solely on fortune, hoping to evade inclement weather. His course was set for Reverse Mountain, with intentions to seek his fortunes in the East Blue, known as the weakest sea, where pirates are generally less formidable and betrayal is commonplace. The East Blue earned its title primarily due to Garp's frequent visits home. The accumulation of wealth is often drenched in blood, yet Diaz was unperturbed by the prospect of strengthening himself through the blood of pirates. The mantra of the death of comrades does not impede the ascension of the monk resonated within him. In a world rife with decay, it was merely a matter of who could decay further. After all, who among them lacked the capacity for desolation? Mood considerably lifted, Diaz's small boat meandered toward Reverse Mountain. The journey surprisingly tranquil until, under the veil of night, a cannonball obliterated his vessel, jolting him awake. Standing upon the sinking ship, he cast a cold glare toward the raucous pirate ship ahead. With a sardonic grin, he remarked, "You brought this upon yourselves." With a splash, he plunged into the sea, swiftly swimming toward the nearby pirate ship. At that moment, two drunken pirates, oblivious to the gravity of their actions, continued to indulge in their revelry, unwittingly provoking a force they should have feared. "Ha ha, that little boat is no more." One guffawed. "How dare a wretched craft roam the Grand Line? Let them learn what true darkness entails." The two pirates, emboldened by drink, ignited their cannon once more, sending another projectile to obliterate the remnants of Diaz's small vessel, prompting raucous laughter from their crew. Meanwhile, the drenched Diaz had already scaled their ship, seizing one pirate by the throat, twisting it with ruthless precision, and discarding the lifeless body. "Intruder," a drunken pirate gasped, only to meet his end as Diaz thrust a blade through on this vessel. Approximately 3 million berries were amassed. With a huff, I discovered a small rowboat at the stern, which I lowered into the water. Originally, the small boat provided by Jean Bay and the others had a cabin, but this one was merely meant for rowing. The large ship was of no use to a single individual, thus had to be relinquished. It had been quite some time since I had drawn cards. Let me try my luck. 3 draws. A gamble where a bicycle transforms into a motorcycle. Watch me conjure a miracle with a single draw. It is my turn. Drawl, electric clippers, can be used for shearing sheep, but should not be employed for peculiar fur. Water X Joy Paradise Design Freedom. Heaven and Curse Binding is both a curse and a source of enhancement. The first two can be disregarded. As Diaz's gaze was fixed upon Heaven and Curse Binding, this represents a unique ability from the realm of Jujutsu Kaisen, a binding that some are born with. Sacrificing certain innate qualities in exchange for formidable power in specific aspects. It is a binding forcibly imposed upon one's physique from birth, with the conditions sacrificed and the power gained varying from individual to individual, broadly categorized into two types: exchanging physical conditions for cursed energy, exchanging cursed energy for physical strength. These distinctly different categories forge two entirely different kinds of warriors. For instance, due to his association with Heaven and Curse Binding, the tyrant Fushiguro Zenin was born without cursed energy yet acquired immense physical prowess, nearly defeating the pinnacle of Jujutsu, Satoru Gojo. The Heaven and Curse Binding drawn allows for a choice. Opting for cursed energy means Diaz would sacrifice a part of his body to gain formidable cursed power and techniques. Conversely, choosing enhanced physique would render him incapable of ever acquiring cursed energy thereafter. However, as he has never possessed cursed energy, the choice seems advantageous. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, Diaz chose the enhancement of his physique, yet did not perceive any immediate change. The system, rarely providing an explanation. Declared, Heaven and Curse Binding has been activated. The host will gradually experience the augmentation of their physicality. P.S. Upon the host's selection of Heaven and Curse Binding, the system will not draw curses and bindings from the Jujutsu world. Due to the absence of cursed energy, there was no sacrifice to be made. Akin to a wolf pulling off a successful heist with empty hands. In exchange, Diaz would no longer have the potential to acquire powers related to the Jujutsu realm, which constituted the price. Ah, now it makes sense. This journey is indeed a gain. The Jujutsu world attracted Diaz solely for the fingers of Sukuna, Satoru Gojo's 6 eyes and limitless techniques, and a handful of cursed spirits abilities. Nothing else piqued his interest. His spirits lifted considerably, the speed of his rowing quickened, and it felt as though an inexhaustible well of energy coursed through him. Perhaps this was what it meant to transform. Who knows, in the future, he might surpass Fushiguro Zenin and emerge as the new tyrant of Heaven. The compass needle pointed towards the next island. At present, Diaz could only row slowly towards it in the small boat, lacking even a sail. In a fit of frustration, he crafted a small sail, securing it to the boat to steer and conserve energy. Thus, he drifted upon the sea for 3 days until he fortuitously encountered a passenger ship bound for the East Sea. After paying a fee, Diaz boarded the vessel. Aboard the softly swaying vessel, indulging in steaming, delectable meals, and relishing the luxury of a warm shower, the comfort was beyond compare. The captain seemed oblivious to the fact that he was a fugitive, though this mattered little. Even if recognized, escape was still within reach. Reclining on the bed, Diaz succumbed to a deep slumber. In the dead of night, the ship rocked violently, inducing a wave of discomfort, while footsteps echoed outside. Accompanied by frantic shouts, "The storm is upon us. A great tempest. Seek shelter. Everyone, take cover. Do not venture outside. Under no circumstances approach the deck." Diaz peered through the porthole, and the pitch-black sea resembled a monstrous beast, with the tumultuous waves acting as its gaping maw, poised to engulf the solitary passenger liner and claim the souls aboard into the abyss. Chapter 21. Storm and Destiny. The capricious weather presents the gravest peril along the Grand Line. One moment, the sun may shine brightly, and the next, torrential rain can descend. In the midst of ice and snow, amidst thunder and lightning, various weather phenomena may converge, rendering the climate of the Grand Line even more unpredictable than a young girl's temperament. Even the most seasoned navigator may find themselves at the mercy of the elements. Indeed, while they possess the ability to forecast the weather, the forces of nature often render human efforts insignificant. At this moment, Diaz felt the weight of human frailty. A towering wave surged forth, engulfing the passenger ship in an instant, splintering wood scattering about, as the ocean's fury flooded into the cabins. Diaz had long prepared himself to ride the currents. He would not perish here. The fierce instinct for survival propelled him to struggle, breaking through the waves. Gasping for air as he emerged from the tumult, only to be met with yet another colossal wave. Without hesitation, he dove beneath the surface, while the tumult above roared. The depths of the sea offered a deceptive calm, concealing treacherous undercurrents. From his System S backpack, he retrieved the bubble coral gifted by Aladdin, crafting a protective sphere around himself. Now, he could only hope to avoid the debris that might shatter his fragile sanctuary. Should the bubble burst, he would be at the mercy of the raging waters. The bubble was swept along by the currents, its destination unknown. Time passed, the oxygen within dwindling. Diaz took a deep breath and surged forth from his bubble, swimming towards the surface. With a splash, he broke free from the ocean-esque grasp. Inhaling deeply as he gazed up at the vast, star-studded sky, the recent tempest seemingly a figment of imagination. The stars twinkled brightly, and the resplendent Milky Way whispered the beauty of the world to him. He had survived. Yet, what of those aboard the vessel? Their fate seemed grim. In that fateful moment, there was no time to rescue anyone. It was a stark reminder of humanity's impotence in the face of nature's wrath. Grasping a piece of driftwood, he lay atop it, the only support he could rely upon. Sleep was a luxury he dared not indulge. While the surface appeared tranquil, dangers lurked below. The depths of the Grand Line were home to colossal sea beasts, and he had thus far been fortunate to avoid their wrath. Should he succumb to slumber, he might never awaken, swallowed whole by the abyss. Thus, Diaz drifted upon the waves for 3 full days, the compass needle pointing toward the next island. With a piece of wood in hand, he paddled slowly onward, uncertain of how much longer his journey would take. Fortuitously, he had prepared well. Water and provisions were sufficient, allowing him to snatch brief moments of rest, for he knew that fatigue could lead to his demise upon the sea. After 2 more days, he finally glimpsed an island. With renewed vigor, Diaz paddled his makeshift raft to the shore, collapsing onto the sand in a fit of laughter. He had survived. "I am alive," he bellowed joyfully, striding onto the island. It was a sizable landmass, with signs of habitation ahead, a quaint little town. He dashed into the settlement, immediately seeking a restaurant to satiate his hunger. After a patron ordered an extravagant array of dishes, he placed a hefty stack of bills upon the table. The proprietor, upon witnessing this, became visibly animated, rubbing his hands together and instructing the chef to promptly prepare a meal for Diaz. Plate after plate of delectable food was served, and without hesitation, Diaz indulged voraciously, consuming an entire banquet in no time. With a satisfied pat on his belly, he leaned against the wall as he made his exit. "Come again," the restaurant owner exclaimed, escorting him to the door with the enthusiasm of a father bidding farewell to his child. In the kitchen, the head chef sat weeping on the floor. "Boss, if this guest doesn't leave soon, I shall," he lamented. "Who is this person consuming so much? I feel as if I have prepared meals for the entire week." "He has left, and we've made a handsome profit," the owner declared grandly. "I'll give you a raise and a day off as a reward." "Splendid," the chef exclaimed, wiping his tears away and rising with renewed vigor. As for Diaz, he found a quaint wear after a soothing hot shower. He sank into a plush bed and fell into a deep slumber. He slept soundly, not awakening until late morning on the 3rd day. After days of inadequate rest, he finally felt at ease. Rising, he stretched his body, feeling each joint crack pleasantly. The record pointer needed to document the magnetic variations of the Grand Line, where the compass proved unreliable, compounded by the vastness of the sea, rendering navigational charts inaccurate. Thus, he relied solely on the record pointer to indicate the direction of the next destination. After enjoying a meal, he set out to procure food, water, fruits, and other daily necessities, but soon found his funds dwindling. "I must acquire some money," he mused, beginning to inquire about individuals on the island known for their greed and exploitation of the common folk. His inquiries led him to a factory owner named Philip Band, notorious for withholding wages, oppressing workers, seizing land, and abducting women. His villainous reputation was well established. Diaz's eyes sparkled with opportunity. This was the source of his forthcoming fortune. Band's residence was the most opulent villa in the town, perched on a hill outside the settlement. The path was paved with smooth stones, bordered by meticulously pruned trees that created a picturesque scene. The villa, designed by a professional architect, utilized premium materials, featuring a swimming pool where elegantly attired young women frolicked. Diaz perched in a tree, taking in the splendor before him. He was there to scout the area. After all, one must remain composed when pursuing profit. The entrance was well guarded by robust sentinels, their imposing physiques and weaponry preventing ordinary folk from approaching. This cadre of guards served as Band's assurance, a necessity born from his nefarious dealings. The guards appeared formidable, yet Diaz pondered their true capabilities. He turned and returned to the town, waiting until nightfall to ascend the mountain. The mountain path was straightforward, yet the swarming mosquitoes were an irksome presence, their bites swelling painfully with each encounter. In order to avoid being devoured as a meal, Diaz hastened his steps and approached the railing, effortlessly vaulting over it to evade the guards. He nimbly ascended to the third-floor window, where Murakumo severed the railing, allowing him to slip inside. The opulent decor, replete with the ostentation of nouveau riche, nearly blinded Diaz. The crystal chandeliers and gold-accented trimmings conveyed an overwhelming sense of vulgarity. What sort of aesthetic is this? The glaring brilliance was almost blinding. Yet it simultaneously attested to the immense wealth of its owner. Locate the individual, and then eliminate him. Chapter 22. The 100 draw commences. Having knocked out a servant and donned his attire, fortunately, the fit was decent given his stature and build, Diaz proceeded to brazenly scour the vulgar villa for his objective. Yet, his audacity proved excessive, and the guards soon took notice. "You there, lad, don't recognize your face," one guard challenged, stepping forward. "New hire. Just finished cleaning." Diaz replied with a practiced smile. "Cleaning at this hour? Unlikely. Who are you?" A meaty palm clamped onto Diaz's shoulder, only for the guard's arm to erupt in a spray of blood, bones snapping audibly. The man howled. Diaz flicked his wrist, musing, finger guns are no match for blades. Without hesitation, he seized the guard's hair, yanked him downward, and drove a knee into his face. Crunch. The man's features collapsed into a gory mess. A kick to the gut sent him crashing into his companion, whom Diaz promptly dispatched with another strike, rendering both unconscious. Seems brute force it is. Striding down the corridor, he dispatched every guard in his path, fists lashing out like blades, sending bodies flying. Screams echoed through the halls. Meanwhile, Band, mid-indulgence in his harem, frowned as a shudder of climax left the world dull and flavorless. "What is all that racket?" he bellowed, rising from the bed. "You lot want to be fired?" A cold blade pressed against his greasy nose. "Ah, Lord Band," Diaz greeted cheerfully. "Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Who the hell are you?" "A passing fugitive, at present." Diaz tilted his head. "Care to guess why I'm here?" Band was no fool. Fools didn't amass fortunes like his. Recognizing Diaz's motive, he forced a chuckle. "Ah, wealth? Of course. 1,000,000 berries, yours, alongside the island's fairest maiden." "How does that sound?" "Money grubbers are easily bought. Take the cash and leave, or I'll ensure this brat regrets his greed. Keep the women. The money, however, I'll take. Oh, and one more thing." "What?" Band's grin vanished as a rope coiled around his throat, biting deep. Struggling proved futile as Diaz dragged him into the courtyard. Beneath the glow of lamplight, Diaz admired the scene. "Lovely spot, isn't it?" With that, he hoisted the rope over the lamppost. Band's face purpled, his thrashing growing feeble until, at last, stillness took him. Capitalists belong on lampposts. Wouldn't you agree? Returning to the villa, Diaz found chaos, women, whether purchased or abducted, fleeing in terror, fearing they'd share their master's fate. The greedy ones even took precious antiques, gemstones, or berries with them as they fled the villa. In the blink of an eye, the mansion stood empty and desolate. Diaz paid no heed, meticulously searching room after room for whatever Bander had left behind. Jewelry, ornaments, he accepted them all without discrimination, intending to sell them later. Loose berries from the safe were all swept into his possession. "Let me see now," he murmured, searching for hidden mechanisms. Twisting a lampshade, the wall rotated, revealing a concealed door. Lighting a torch, he stepped inside. A dazzling sight: gold, gemstones, and vast quantities of berries. Diaz also uncovered paintings and weapons. Drawing a blade, he found it razor-sharp, though in terms of craftsmanship, it paled in comparison to Murasame. He stowed it away for now. As he stuffed everything into his pockets, shouts and clamor erupted outside the villa. Stepping onto the balcony, he saw a mob of villagers brandishing torches. violently forcing open the estate gates. Upon discovering Bander's corpse, they hurled stones and torches in vengeful fury, desecrating the body. Others stormed into the villa, looting whatever valuables remained. Diaz shook his head and vanished from the balcony. Tonight had been an overwhelming success. Berries alone amounted to a staggering 110 million, not to mention the unsold gold, jewels, and ornaments. Now then, 100 consecutive draws. Begin. Mapo tofu, hellishly spicy, a certain priest's favorite dish. Energy cube, Pokemon food, though humans can consume it too. Tiako, acquired through TV shopping. Joker, when only one Joker remains in the world, destruction shall follow. Natural perm fruit, consuming it will curl your hair permanently. Hasegawa strong strike, man, just be a Madao already. Hammond breathing technique, take this, my final Hammond. Brotherly love, kindred show me brotherly love. I return it with fists. Signal axe, it says, you may proceed. Blood vial, drinking it heals any injury, though it cannot cure poison. Curse blade, seeking to challenge your limits. Pokemon egg, become a Pokemon master. Steel, has a chance to obtain the target's most prized possession. Flying Dutchman, the Flying Dutchman needs a captain. It must have a captain. Explosion magic, 1 shot per day. Overall, the guaranteed rewards were quite useful, but was receiving Joker really safe? The final boss of Kamen Rider Blade. The most formidable undead, belonging to no species. 53 undead waged a brutal battle of extremes, and the victorious human undead became the ancestor of mankind, while the remaining 52 were sealed within carts. Should the undead war end with Joker as the victor, the world would face annihilation. The same fate awaited if only one remained. The system provides a card that can unleash the sealed Joker, and once released, this world will meet its demise. Goodness. It is akin to placing a world-destroying nuclear warhead in one's own hands. As for the ripple-breathing technique, there is little to elaborate on, once mastered. It enhances one's power and fortifies the body. The ability Brotherhood reduces the damage inflicted on Diaz by humans by 10%, while simultaneously increasing their attack power against their kind by 10%. Should my kind show solidarity, I shall strike with great force. However, to activate this ability, one must be of pure human lineage. Any trace of foreign blood renders activation impossible. The signal axe, known as the filial axe, holds little utility for oneself and shall be regarded merely as a collectible. Chapter 23, Jinbei of the Seven Warlords, the Vial of Blood, an elixir of salvation. Its abundance is indeed welcome. The cursed blade inflicts double damage upon foes. Yet should the wielder be struck, they perish instantly. It is a game of life and death. Diaz would never employ it. The Pokemon egg hatches into a random creature, its outcome shrouded in uncertainty. Should it yield a water-type Pokemon, traversing the seas would become a matter of course. The ability to steal, both grotesque and genuine, evokes in Diaz the notion of pilfering a young lady's undergarments. Am I truly such a person? Perhaps I shall reserve judgment for now. The Flying Dutchman, a relic from the realm of pirates of the Caribbean, bestows upon its captain an undying existence, transforming humans into sea fiends to serve their purpose and summoning the gigantic kraken of the North Sea. However, every boon bears a burden. Becoming the captain of the Flying Dutchman entails having one's heart excised, condemning them to ferry the souls of the departed. Only permitted to set foot on land once every decade. The price is exorbitant, and thus, Diaz dismisses the consideration. Though the Flying Dutchman requires a captain, he shall never assume that role. Such a prolonged absence from the shore is akin to torment. The explosive magic boasts formidable destructive power, yet after a single use, it exhausts the wielder completely, rendering them immobile. Nevertheless, its efficacy is unparalleled, capable of effortlessly altering the very structure of the terrain. The stronger the magic, the greater the impact, and the more robust Diaz's vitality, the more cataclysmic the destruction. It shall remain his trump card. A barrage of 10 spells yields a plethora of inconsequential results. He begins to alter his breathing rhythm, practicing the ripple breathing technique, which bestows ordinary mortals with immense strength in an instant, while also allowing for subtle control to achieve varying effects. Those who train can fortify their bodies, resisting the ravages of time. The ripple technique harnesses solar energy, inflicting devastation upon vampires and the pillar men alike. This is but one path to empowerment. Initially, maintaining the ripple breathing frequency is a daunting task, but with persistence, one gradually acclimatizes. In the ebb and flow of inhalation and exhalation, Diaz slowly adapts, each breath becoming more profound, and he senses the burgeoning strength within. Opening his eyes, he smiles, declaring, "My power is on the rise, not in abundance, but sufficient for my needs." After lingering on the island for several days, with Bander's demise, his factory did not falter. Rather, it was seized by new hands. The fresh proprietor implemented policies that endeared him to the populace, presenting himself as a benevolent master. Yet, in Diaz's eyes, it is merely a case of boiling frogs. Inevitably, the circumstances shall revert to their former state. Raising the recording pointer, the direction of the next destination is clear. After procuring a vessel, Diaz embarks on his journey, the sailboat gliding leisurely across the waves. He casts his fishing line, and beside him appears an egg the size of a soccer ball, its azure shell rendering it seemingly mundane. Gently caressing the Pokemon egg, I harbor hopes of hatching a water-type Pokemon. Its emergence would provide ample opportunities, whether in battle against fruit-bearing adversaries or in aquatic scenarios. Yet, the timing of its hatching remains a mystery. Perhaps it would benefit from basking in the sunlight. According to the system, the incubation of a Pokemon egg does not necessitate a unique environment. When the moment is ripe, the Pokemon shall break free from its shell, though its identity remains unknown. In the sky, a Polyper soared by, and Daz waved it down. One of these feathered messengers descended, unconcerned with the character of those purchasing newspapers, as profit was their only pursuit. After acquiring a newspaper, Daz placed 50 berries into the Polyper's pouch, which then flapped its wings and departed. Upon unfolding the paper, the headline proclaimed Jinbei's ascension as the second captain of the Sun Pirates and his acceptance of the warlord title. Jinbei's elevation to captain was not surprising. It was likely that Tiger had departed the Sun Pirates to seek out the Revolutionary Army. However, the warlord position, if Tiger had perished, Arlong would probably seek revenge against the civilians of Focushat Island, leading to his capture by Admiral Kizaru. Jinbei's acceptance of the warlord title might be in exchange for Arlong's release from Impel Down, allowing him to journey to the East Blue, dominate Nami's village, and slay her adoptive mother. Presently, with Arlong still at large, why would Jinbei accept the warlord title? As he continued reading, understanding dawned upon him. Jinbei's acceptance of the warlord title was a strategic exchange with the world government, aimed at securing the freedom of his fellow fishmen slaves. Those enslaved in Mariewa would be liberated. Yet, this would not encompass all. The celestial dragons would not relinquish all their cherished slaves, permitting only a scant few to be freed, an utterly paltry number. Nevertheless, Jinbei acted out of necessity for his brethren, ensuring the safety of the Sun Pirates in the process. Truly commendable was the benevolence of the sea hero, Jinbei. It was no small feat to persuade the celestial dragons. The world government must have exerted tremendous effort. Yet acquiring a warlord was deemed worthwhile. The navy, warlords, and pirates of the New World maintain a delicate balance, each faction countering the other. The warlords evade bounties, engaging in legal plunder, which is utterly absurd. It is an affront to the navy. Employing pirates as their allies is a grave insult. Countless within the navy loathe the warlord system, yet it is a decision of the world government, leaving them powerless. A tug? The fishing rod was suddenly yanked with immense force, and Daz gripped it tightly as the small boat was drawn forward. Thank goodness for the specialized fishing line. Otherwise, it might have snapped. Engaging in a fierce struggle with the fish, Daz pulled with all his might, landing a large fish adorned with long red whiskers onto the boat, its body thrashing about, approximately the size of a table. Seeing this, Daz delivered a punch, rendering the fish unconscious. Let me take a look. Upon opening the Encyclopedia of Purchased Edible Fish, I sought information on this particular species and discovered the red whisker fish, ideal for sashimi slicing. Its whiskers, imbued with remarkable resilience, could even serve as makeshift ropes. Gazing at the approximately 1 meter long whiskers, Diaz deemed them unnecessary and discarded them, finding them of little utility. After dispatching the fish, he meticulously opened its belly, cleansed its entrails and gills, and washed it thoroughly before slicing it into delicate pieces. He then retrieved soy sauce and chili oil to concoct a delectable dipping sauce, indulging in the sashimi with unrestrained delight. The freshness was unparalleled, completely devoid of any fishy odor. The flesh was sweet and delightfully chewy, a rare culinary treasure. In a matter of moments, he savored the entirety of the fish, wiped his mouth, and reclined with a Pokemon egg basking in the sun. "Little one, you must hurry and hatch," he whispered. The egg quivered slightly, seemingly in response to his words. Thus, the journey of one man and one egg continued onward. Chapter 24. The East Sea. After a considerable journey, Diaz finally arrived at Reverse Mountain. The currents from the four seas surged upwards to the summit, converging at a point that flows into the Grand Line, with 5 waterways each leading to different maritime domains. Reverse Mountain and the Holy Land Mariewa are the only 2 junctions between the Grand Line and the Red Line. To enter the Grand Line, one must traverse the doldrums or ascend Reverse Mountain. Conversely, the same applies. The last time he visited this place was alongside Granny Crane, traveling from the North Sea to the Navy headquarters, and now he found himself here once more. He did not encounter Laboon, the island whale, suggesting it was absent today. And the Pirate King crew member, Karokas, was also missing. He stowed his small boat and began to ascend along the rocks bordering the waterway, as his vessel could not navigate upstream against the current. The doldrums were exceedingly perilous, not only devoid of wind, but also inhabited by colossal sea kings. A moment's carelessness could spell doom for both man and ship, rendering the risk exceedingly high. Not everyone possesses the prowess to traverse the doldrums alone, as the swordsman Mihawk does with his small boat. One could well imagine that Mihawk's impressive musculature was perhaps honed through rowing in the doldrums. The mere thought of Mihawk vigorously rowing in the doldrums conjures a delightful yet bewildering image. Carrying a Pokemon egg as he traversed the mountain, Diaz found it to be significantly taller than anticipated. As he ascended, the air grew increasingly thin. Should he continue, he would soon reach the terminus of the new world. However, thus far, no one had ever discovered Raftel through the ascent of Reverse Mountain. Towering into the clouds, Diaz climbed for what felt like an eternity before deciding to traverse horizontally, as any approach towards the East Sea waterway would suffice. The waters of the four seas converged at the mountain's peak, yet one could search for the pathway at a lower elevation. After several days of navigation guided by his map, he finally located the waterway leading to the East Sea. He launched his small boat, leapt aboard, and braved the current as he sailed downward. The waters flowing into Reverse Mountain ascend due to powerful ocean currents that defy gravity. Thus, Diaz's descent was not particularly swift. But as long as he could navigate downwards, that sufficed. After some time, his small craft entered a safe maritime zone, considerably more secure than the tumultuous Grand Line. At this juncture, to locate an island, he would require both a compass and a nautical chart. He possessed a compass, but regarding the East Sea map, he would first need to procure one from Logtown. The crucial question remained: where exactly was Logtown? This predicament left him in a bit of a quandary. The East Sea was unfamiliar territory. Pondering this, he felt a twinge of frustration. Nevertheless, he resolved to seek out an island first. Although the East Sea was often dubbed the weakest sea, primarily due to the frequent visits from the elderly carp, it also represented a semblance of stability. Of course, this comparison was relative. While the East Sea had its share of pirates, they were comparatively less formidable than those in the other 3 seas. Most pirates from the East who ventured into the New World were few and far between, often eliminated along the way due to their insufficient strength. This inherent weakness among the East Sea's pirates was precisely what earned it the title of the weakest sea. Pirates still roam these waters, as Diaz soon discovered when his small vessel encountered a band of marauders preparing to enter the Grand Line. "Captain, there's a puny boat approaching. Doesn't look like they have much treasure," reported one of the pirates. "No treasure? Then sink it outright. Let them learn the sea isn't for the weak." The captain dismissed with a wave, as if already pronouncing Diaz's death sentence. "Fire the cannons." The pirates eagerly ignited their artillery, hungry for bloodshed. Watching the incoming cannonball, Diaz sighed in exasperation. Why did these pirates always resort to artillery? But this was just what he needed. Dragon Flash. A razor-sharp arc of sword energy sliced through the projectile. Soru. In an instant, his figure blurred across the deck, reappearing aboard the pirate ship. "Since you attacked me, surrender your heads." A dazzling display of blade work illuminated the pirate vessel. Moments later, Diaz wiped the blood from his clothes, surveying the carnage. As expected, the East Blue standards are disappointingly low. In terms of pirate strength, the East Blue was indeed lacking. Most of these rookies barely fetched bounties exceeding 20 million berries, pitiful by the Grand Line standards. After looting valuables and seizing the navigational charts, essential for plotting courses across the four seas, Diaz returned to his boat. He studied the maps, recalling the lessons taught by Don Quixote Doflamingo during his time with the Don Quixote pirates. Doflamingo valued education among his subordinates. Beyond missions, Diaz, along with Baby 5, Buffalo, and Law, had been drilled in various disciplines: Lao Ji's martial arts, Diamante's swordsmanship, Gladius artillery tactics, and countless other fields. The heavenly demon sought not mere brutes, but well-rounded talents. Among the younger recruits, only Diaz and Law had met those expectations. They were to be groomed as future right-hand men, successors to the aging veterans. Law, despite his amber-lead affliction, held potential if he survived. Yet both prodigies betrayed him. Calculating his bearings, Diaz set course for Logetown. The East Blue's calm seas and predictable weather were a far cry from the Grand Line's tempestuous chaos. No sudden storms or hailstorms here. Now, for some, aggressive acquisitions. He would amass his fortune through ruthless means, biding his time until he could ascend in power. A shame gold Emperor Tesoro hasn't risen yet, Diaz mused. Had the former slave already built his empire, an alliance would have solved all financial woes. But Tesoro, having only recently escaped Mariehua, remained a fledgling. That can wait. Speaking of Tesoro, the man had just sabotaged Doflamingo's hard-won auction. Originally, Doflamingo intended to recoup his losses at the auction. However, chaos ensued when Tesoro and his crew disrupted the event, not only ruining the auction but also seizing the elusive gold fruit he had painstakingly located. This infuriated Doflamingo beyond measure, yet he remained oblivious to the true orchestrator behind this mischief. Overwhelmed with despair, he lamented the past 2 years. What had gone awry? Why was nothing going his way? Where had his fortune vanished? Ever since encountering Diaz, it seemed as though his luck had dissipated entirely. Could it be that Diaz was the bane of his existence? It was all Diaz's fault. Chapter 25. Frost Moon Village. Year 1513 of the Sea Circle. Diaz has grown a year older in the East Sea. At the age of 14, he stands at an impressive height of 179 meters. With his hair styled in a mature fashion, he is on the verge of surpassing the 180-meter mark. Stretching lazily from the ship, he purchases a newspaper, only to find that there are no significant headlines today, merely reports of unfamiliar pirates being issued bounties and new policies from the world government targeting these marauders. Diaz pays little heed to these trivial matters, feeling that the 50 berries spent was a waste. Over the past year, he has mastered the moonwalk and paper drawing techniques, fully grasping the 6 forms, allowing him to traverse the East Sea with confidence. Additionally, he has saved enough to conduct 100 consecutive draws, yielding only 3 useful items: superhuman strength, capable of unleashing power exceeding twice his own in an instant; torturer's dagger, which inflicts double damage under conditions of poisoning or bleeding; and blade of the sadistic. Lastly, carbonado alloy block, a substantial mass of carbonado alloy that, if forged into a weapon, would undoubtedly become a remarkable blade. It is essential to find a skilled blacksmith for the carbonado alloy block. Speaking of blacksmiths, Frost Moon Village. Diaz recalls that Frost Moon Village is the hometown of Roronoa Zoro from the Straw Hat crew. His mentor, Shimatsuki Koshiro, is the son of the renowned swordsmith Shimatsuki Kozaburo from Wano country. The latter is famed for crafting 2 of the 21 great grade swords, Watakimanji and Enma. Watakimanji needs no introduction. Enma, wielded by Kazuki Oden, is said to possess the power to obliterate even hell itself, having left scars upon Kaido. However, it remains uncertain whether this legendary craftsman still lives. Regardless, it is time to visit Frost Moon Village. Upon confirming his destination, Diaz hastens his ship toward the village. Frost Moon Village may be an obscure hamlet in the East Sea, yet its architectural style starkly contrasts with that of the East Sea. Replete with traditional Japanese elements such as ornate brackets and flying eaves, along with tatami mats, showcasing its connection to Wano. The locals, however, find nothing unusual about it. As Diaz sets foot in this quaint village, he feels as though he has crossed into Ueno, confirming its ties to that land. It appears that Shimatsuki Kozaburo secretly escaped from Ueno over 50 years ago to settle in the East Sea. At that time, the village was not known by this name. It was only later renamed, perhaps in honor of Shimatsuki Kozaburo. The One Heart Dojo is the sole dojo in Frost Moon Village. Its master, Shimatsuki Koshiro, is a gentle middle-aged man with glasses and a warm smile, clad in a kimono adorned with the Shimatsuki family crest. He observes his disciples diligently training. Noticing one particularly troublesome student with green hair, wielding 2 bamboo swords while clenching another in his mouth, this 3-sword style is rather premature for the boy. Koshiro shakes his head in mild exasperation when his daughter, Kuna, enters and announces, "Father, we have a guest." "Oh, I shall be there shortly," he replies with a nod. Following his daughter into the guest room, Diaz kneels awkwardly on the tatami mat, feeling out of place, as he is unaccustomed to this posture. Observing his discomfort, Koshiro chuckles. "If our guest finds this position uncomfortable, please feel free to sit more relaxedly. There is no need for formality." "That would be rather impolite," Diaz responds. Diaz sat cross-legged, smiling as he greeted, "Hello, Master Isin. My name is Brando Diaz." Yang Shiro's squinted eyes revealed a glimmer before closing again, chuckling. "I am aware of you. Guena, please brew a pot of tea." "Certainly, father." Diaz continued with a smile. "Are you not flustered to meet the disgrace of the Navy? My reputation is rather poor." The gentle man before him seemed to have ties with the Revolutionary Army. Having allegedly sold the village's grain to Drago and his associates, he was likely a friend of theirs. "A month ago, a man mentioned you to me, stating that you were quite a remarkable individual." "Oh, what was his name?" "Fisher Tiger." "Tiger has been here?" "It seems you truly have connections with the Revolutionary Army." Diaz laughed, surprised that Tiger had found the Revolutionary Army so swiftly and had joined their ranks. "I merely found a buyer for the village's grain. It hardly counts as a connection." Guena served the tea, glancing at the village rein sword beside Diaz. He smiled and inquired, "Are you interested in this?" "Yes. Are you a swordsman?" "No, this is merely a weapon. I am not limited to swords. I can wield other weapons as well, though none are as comfortable as this." Guena hesitated momentarily before resolutely stating, "I wish to challenge you. You exude a powerful aura, stronger than anyone I have faced." "Guena," Yang Shiro admonished, "this is a guest." "No worries, Miss Guena. You are destined for greatness," Diaz replied, rising. "Though you are a girl, the seas are not devoid of female swordsmen." "Is that true? Are there any female swordsmen recognized as the best in the world?" Guena asked, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Diaz scratched his face. "Currently, the world's greatest swordsman is Dracul Mihawk. As for female swordsmen, I only know of Rear Admiral Tautu from the Navy. She became the youngest female Rear Admiral without relying on a devil fruit. And she is destined for the rank of Vice Admiral, possibly even attaining the position of Admiral one day. Her strength is unquestionable. I aspire to be like her. Not just that, I aim to become the world's strongest female swordsman." Guena clenched her small fist, declaring with fervor, "Thus, I wish to understand the gap between myself and the outside world." "Guena, do not be foolish. A girl's body cannot reach the pinnacle of strength," Yang Shiro protested, unwilling to see his daughter suffer. He believed that a girl's physical prowess naturally fell short of a boy's, a fact that cannot be overcome merely through effort. This was also why he was reluctant to have her inherit the dojo. Diaz countered, "That is a misguided notion, Mr. Yang Shiro. You must recognize that among the strongest individuals in the world, there is indeed a woman, Charlotte Lin Lin, captain of the Big Mom Pirates and ruler of the Totland Kingdom. She is a woman, and anything is possible." Upon hearing this, Guena's eyes sparkled with determination. Seeing that he could not persuade the two, Gung Silang reluctantly agreed and earnestly said, "Guena, Mr. Diaz is not an ordinary individual. He is remarkably strong. I am aware that without understanding my own weaknesses, I cannot hope to grow stronger." Guena declared resolutely, "Haha, what a spirited young woman you are. You are well suited for the Navy. Provided you can accept their sense of justice." Diaz laughed heartily as he accompanied the father-daughter duo to the dojo. Gripping the bamboo sword, Guena stood before Diaz, fully alert and prepared. I shall commence. Here it comes. Very well, let the contest begin. Chapter 26. Shimatsuki Koshiro. The duel begins. As Koshiro announced the start, Kuina swiftly charged forward with her bamboo sword. For an 11-year-old girl, her speed and strength were remarkable, enough to overwhelm most ordinary adults. Her strikes were fierce and relentless. Yet Diaz, trained in the way of the reed, effortlessly parried every attack without retreating a single step. Young Zoro watched in awe. This man had blocked every single one of Kuina's strikes, unthinkable, considering he himself had lost to her a staggering 2,001 times. Damn it, who is this guy? Is the gap really that vast? Kuina's heart sank. Is the difference between men and women truly this insurmountable? Diaz's voice cut through her thoughts. Your breathing is erratic. An opening. With a sharp flick of his bamboo sword, he struck her wrist, the pain forcing her to drop her weapon. Before she could react, his blade rested lightly against her shoulder. The match is over. Victory goes to Mr. Diaz. Kuina lowered her head. Frustration etched across her face. The difference was too great. Diaz nodded. You're strong, but experience is lacking. Training alone isn't enough. In battle, you must remain calm. Lose your rhythm, and you're finished. A sword is meant to kill. I understand. Kuina lifted her gaze, determination reigniting. I won't falter again. Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Wait. Zoro leaped forward, pointing at Diaz. I challenge you to. Wild Mosshead has appeared. Zoro, you can't even beat me, let alone Mr. Diaz, Kuina chided. But Zoro stubbornly retorted, I've gotten stronger. And if I defeat him, doesn't that prove I'm better than you? Kuina sighed. Every time you say that, you lose to me. That was a fluke. Zoro's face flushed. Diaz smirked, intrigued. Very well. Let's see what you've got. Bullying little Zoro sounds amusing. Why not? Koshiro relented, knowing Zoro's stubbornness all too well. The second duel began. Zoro gripped 2 swords in his hands and clenched a third between his teeth, the early form of his signature 3-sword style. 3-sword style? Idiot Zoro. How are you supposed to fight like that? Kuina exclaimed. I can do it. Zoro mumbled through the hilt before lunging. Diaz shook his head. Compared to Kuina, Zoro's movements were riddled with openings. Unbelievable for the future pirate hunter. But everyone starts somewhere. And tormenting kids is just too fun. With a single motion, he deflected the first strike, knocked aside the second blade, and tapped Zoro's chest with the tip of his bamboo sword. Zoro flew backward, landing hard on the ground. Clutching the red mark blooming on his chest, he groaned. That hurt like hell. Scrambling up, he glared. How are you so strong? Diaz chuckled. If you're weak, train harder. Keep pushing, and one day, you'll get there. I have been training nonstop. Zoro protested. You are still young. I am several years your senior. And there exists a notable disparity in both combat experience and strength. Diaz elucidated. One day, you shall become the world's foremost warriors. There is no need to elaborate on Zoro. Kuina's talent is formidable as well, and barring unforeseen circumstances, she is destined to become a powerful female swordsman. With the competition thus concluded, Gung Shiro escorted Diaz to the living room, where Diaz articulated his purpose. He produced a palm-sized piece of carbonite alloy and stated, I am in search of an exceptional swordsmith who can forge this metal into a renowned blade. Gung Shiro scrutinized the carbonite alloy, then excused himself. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a renowned sword featuring a white hilt. The great blade, 21 works, and wad ikamanji. My apologies, he said, drawing the wad ikamanji and delivering a powerful strike. Clang. Sparks flew as the carbonite alloy was propelled away, landing aside without a single mark upon it. Its hardness was astonishing, surpassing even that of the wad ikamanji's material. It was indeed a prime candidate for crafting a legendary sword. His father was an esteemed swordsmith, and Gung Shiro, having been influenced by him, possessed a discerning eye that allowed him to recognize the extraordinary qualities of the carbonite alloy. I understand your intentions now. My father is a swordsmith, though he has retired from the craft. I cannot ascertain whether he would be willing to undertake this task. The good news is that Shimazuki Jinsaber is still alive, though I am uncertain whether he would agree to forge it. If it is possible, I beseech you, please, follow me. Gung Shiro rose, and Diaz, having stowed the carbonite alloy, trailed behind him. under Gung Shiro's guidance. They traversed the forest and arrived at a wooden cabin by the sea. Gung Shiro knocked on the door. Father? Gung Shiro? Aren't you at the dojo? What brings you here? Came the elder's voice from within the cabin. A disheveled old man with a top knot and straight brows emerged, puffing on a pipe and exhaling a plume of white smoke. Shimazuki Jinsaber, the creator of the Wat Ikamanji and Inma, stands as one of the finest swordsmiths in Wano. Gung Shiro conveyed his intentions and urged Diaz to present the carbonite alloy. This metal possesses intriguing qualities, Shimazuki Jinsaber remarked, stroking his chin, before directly inquiring, young man, what kind of sword do you desire? Whatever you deem appropriate, Diaz replied. Shimazuki Jinsaber chuckled. This is your material. I have never encountered such exceptional material before, and it must not go to waste. I can forge a sword for you, of course, according to your specifications. I desire the Supreme Great Blade. What grand aspirations you have. The Supreme Great Blade, 12 works. Every sword of this caliber is a pinnacle of craftsmanship, each possessing a master who has achieved greatness. Do you believe yourself worthy? The Supreme Great Blade is not merely about the quality of the sword. It requires a commendable master. A sword shapes its wielder, and the wielder, in turn, shapes the sword. The two are intricately linked. The original Onit, crafted by the renowned swordsmith Tengu Yamahicher, was once wielded by the greatest swordsman in Wano, whose accomplishments rival those of Ryuma. The Black Blade of Night, wielded by the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. The Tsonyan Chia, a formidable Naginata that has fought alongside the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Ace, the treasured sword of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. These four supreme blades share a commonality. Each is possessed by a master renowned throughout the world. They have forged the illustrious reputation of the supreme blades. This brash youth dares to claim one for himself. With fervent determination in his eyes, Diaz proclaims, if I am to possess it, I shall be worthy. I will wield it to conquer the world. One day, my sword will herald my name. Indeed, such ambition. This shall be my magnum opus. Chapter 27. The new Muramasa K. Zabor Sh. Getsu laughed heartily, greatly admiring the audacious youth before him. A remarkable blade, crafted by a skilled artisan, might indeed emerge from his hands. He pondered whether the young scion of the K. Getsu family had been wielding his sword with due diligence. Observing the Muramasa at Daz's waist, he unsheathed it and examined the blade. It was well maintained, rivaling the finest swords, and possessed great potential. Father, what do you mean? Youth, do you practice the dual blade style or the single blade? Single blade. Then let this sword serve as your foundation, with this material as your aid. It shall undoubtedly become an exceptional blade. Whether it ascends to the status of a supreme sword depends on your own prowess. Sh. Getsu provided a plan, to which Daz readily agreed, saying, very well. All right, Keisher, prepare the materials. Young man, you shall remain here to assist over the next few days. Sh. Getsu entered the wooden cabin with the Muramasa and the carbon alloy ingot. Keisher remarked, it appears father has granted his approval. Thank you for your recommendation, Mr. Keisho. Additionally, please ensure Ms. Kuina refrains from climbing ladders for the time being. Although it may seem trivial, given Kuina's strength, a fall could still prove fatal. It is wise to remain cautious. Why? This is merely a suggestion. It would be prudent to heed it, lest you regret it for the rest of your days. Seeing Daz's earnest demeanor, Keisher acquiesced, I understand. Subsequently, Daz and K. Zabor Sh. Getsu devoted themselves to forging the carbon alloy ingot. This remarkable material, known for its exceptional hardness and referred to as carbon nanosteel, was the very substance used to create Deadpool's dual blades. Seemingly ordinary, it was in fact forged from a highly toxic ore. Once embedded within a body, it could suppress cellular activity, easily dispatching ordinary individuals, while even formidable beings like Wolverine and Deadpool could fall victim to its lethal nature. Although not as hard as vibranium or adamantium, it remained among the strongest metals. Daz and K. Zabor Sh. Getsu toiled for countless hours, heating the alloy until it glowed red-hot. Each wielded a hammer, striking the ingot as they reforged the Muramasa, merging it with the carbon alloy. For an entire week, they labored tirelessly, their eyes reddened from fatigue. As Kazabur Sh Gitsu immersed the glowing blade into a specially concocted solution to temper it, he affixed the hilt and guard, giving birth to a brand new Muramasa. Now, give it a try, Kazabur Sh Gitsu urged as he handed the sword to Daz. Grasping the Muramasa, Daz gazed at his reflection in the gleaming blade. He plucked a strand of hair and exhaled upon the edge. The hair severed instantly, a true demonstration of the sword's sharpness. Venturing outdoors, Daz effortlessly swung the blade, cleaving a large tree in half with a clean, smooth cut. In terms of sharpness, it was already formidable. Dragon Flash. The sword's energy surged forth, carving a chasm extending 20 to 30 meters, annihilating all trees in its wake. Shuangyue Jingxinlang stroked his beard and remarked, "You have yet to unleash the full potential of Murakumo. The carbon alloy in your possession is laced with toxins. Should you inflict wounds upon your adversaries, it will serve you well. Initially, I intended to forge a blade akin to Enma, capable of releasing the user's flowing cherry blossoms. However, considering your physique, I feared that you might be drained in the process. Enma possesses the ability to autonomously release the user's armament haki. If the user has not mastered this skill, they may swiftly be rendered a mere husk. The power it wields is formidable, yet it comes with inherent risks. Given Daz's physical condition, I chose not to pursue that route. By combining the carbon alloy with Murakumo and my forging techniques, we can replicate the capabilities of Enma. Furthermore, I have retained Murakumo's ability to exude droplets of water, which, tainted by the carbon alloy's potent toxins, will transform into venomous fluid. Through my utmost utilization of the carbon alloy and Murakumo's abilities, I have transmuted Murakumo into a blade of poison. This knife is indeed coated with deadly toxins. Fortunately, Daz does not have a penchant for licking blades. I surmise that the toxins in the carbon alloy, much like snake venom, only prove effective upon entering the bloodstream. Ingestion poses no threat. Thank you very much. Daz sheathed the knife, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Ha ha ha. I shall waive the forging fee. May this blade become an unparalleled instrument of slaughter, young man. I have great faith in you. Shuangyue Jingxinlang patted Daz on the shoulder, then stretched languidly, remarking on his weariness from prolonged labor. I must take my rest now. With hands clasped behind his back, he retreated into his chamber, and soon, the thunderous sound of snoring filled the air. Daz, unable to suppress a yawn, realized he too had not rested well in recent days. He settled himself beneath the eaves and succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was already the following afternoon. The gentle patter of rain kissed his face, and as he rubbed his eyes, his stomach grumbled, signaling it was time to eat. Armed with an umbrella, he made his way to Shuangyue village and enjoyed a hearty meal at the Isen dojo. As Daz devoured an extensive array of dishes, both Kuina and Zaro were astonished by his voracious appetite. How can this person eat so much? They wondered. Jingxiro laughed and remarked, to eat is a blessing. Drawing energy from food is also a means to grow stronger. I want to eat too, Zoro retorted defiantly. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks, determined to compete with Daz, but after 3 bowls, he found himself unable to consume another morsel, his belly distended. Once satiated, he and Jingxiro sat beneath the eaves, sipping tea. Jingxiro spoke earnestly, Mr. Daz, I am grateful for your earlier guidance. My daughter almost fell while climbing the ladder yesterday. The harrowing scene from the previous day had nearly frightened Jingxiro to death. Kuna had ascended the rickety ladder to retrieve a whetstone. Had he not arrived in time, she might have plummeted. The implications of such a fall were dire, especially considering a protruding nail on the floor below. Although unsure how Daz had come to know of this, Jingxiro expressed his sincere gratitude towards him. I understand now. I shall be more mindful in the future. Mr. Gungxiro, whether it be Guena or Zaro, they are destined to evolve into formidable swordsmen. You are truly fortunate to have such a daughter and disciple. Gungxiro has also come to terms with the fact that Guena's gender does not hinder her potential to become the strongest. All that matters is her healthy upbringing. My only wish is for them to grow up in good health. Daz rose and said, ultimately, they must experience the vastness of the world, Mr. Gungxiro. The blade has been forged. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Chapter 28. The village of Kakoja. Daz bid farewell to Gungxinlang and the others. Zoran called out from behind him, Daz, One day I shall defeat you. I await that day, Diaz replied, waving his hand as he departed from Frost Moon Village. Embarking on a small boat to drift aimlessly across the East Sea, he pondered the Pokemon egg that had remained unhatched for over half a year. When will you finally emerge? I've been waiting so long that the flowers are wilting. The egg jostled slightly, seemingly responding to Diaz, yet still showed no signs of breaking open. With no choice but to wait, he wondered what kind of creature would eventually hatch. I hope for a demigod, or at the very least, a Copacub. After drifting for several days, Diaz anchored his boat near an island abundant with orange trees, their ripe, golden fruit hanging temptingly from the branches. He plucked one, peeled it, and savored its sweet and tangy flavor, quite delightful indeed. This is exquisite. I ought to buy some more. Finding fresh fruit while at sea was no easy feat, and although he usually stocked up on provisions, oranges were a rare treat. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, who are you? How dare you steal from my family's orchard, you thief? The speaker was a petite girl with orange hair, dressed in a white dress. Her cheeks puffed up adorably in indignation. Apologies, but this orange looked too delicious to resist. Is this your orchard? I would be willing to pay. Diaz bent down and offered her a piece of money. The girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the currency as she accepted it, saying, You have good sense. My family's oranges are the finest. How many would you like? I can even get Belmare to give you a discount. A whole bunch, I suppose. By the way, what is your name, little girl? Nami. I'm Nami. What do you think? Are you captivated by my beauty? She said, striking a pose with her hands on her hips. So this is Kakoja Village, Diaz mused. Nami appeared only 8 or 9 years old. Who would be enchanted by a girl so young? You'll have to grow into a stunning young lady before I consider it, he teased. Now, lead me to your guardians, for I am a significant customer. He gently ruffled Nami's hair, appreciating its texture. Don't mess up my hair. It'll stunt my growth, she protested, before noticing the compass-like device on Diaz's wrist. What's that? Is it a compass? It looks fascinating. No, this is a recording pointer, an essential tool for navigating the Grand Line. As they walked, Diaz shared some nautical knowledge about the Grand Line, a topic that had always intrigued Nami. She absorbed his insights quickly, firing off numerous questions, some of which Diaz could not answer since he was not a professional navigator. Here, take this. Diaz retrieved a new log pointer from his system satchel, a precautionary measure he had taken after purchasing it on a passing island to prevent the loss of his log pointer. This was merely a backup, for he possessed another spare. Is this all you have for me? Nami expressed her fondness for log pointers, despite their current lack of utility for her. It did not diminish her affection for them. Haha, it's nothing. I have another one here. Nami, you possess a remarkable talent for weather, nautical charts, and navigation. You are destined to be a brilliant navigator. He continued, I aim to chart the entire world as seas. If you are agreeable, I can persuade Belmare to let you have it for a discounted price. Then thank you, Miss Nami. Upon arriving at her home with Nami, a woman with deep red hair, smoking a cigarette, was watering the flowers in the yard. Nami proudly boasted to her, Belmare, I have found you a significant client. Nami, you. Belmare's expression shifted upon seeing Diaz, but she quickly smiled and beckoned him over. Oh, Nami obediently approached, and Belmare instructed, please wait a moment. After saying this, she ushered Nami into the house. Diaz gazed at the vibrant flowers in the garden, appreciating the woman's zest for life. Suddenly, Belmare emerged, brandishing a gun aimed squarely at Diaz's head. Brando Diaz, disgrace of the Navy, charged with betraying the Navy and obstructing the capture of the criminal Fisher Tiger. Belmare quietly articulated the crimes Diaz had committed, her finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire should he make any sudden movements. Her abrupt action startled not Diaz, but the nearby neighbors, who, upon learning of Diaz's status as a wanted criminal, hastily retreated indoors, only to re-emerge wielding kitchen knives and hoes to support Belmare. You seem to hold considerable sway in this village, Diaz remarked with a grin. Your weaponry appears to be standard Navy issue. Are you a former Navy officer? You seem quite esteemed. Silence. Belmare retorted, though I am retired, I will apprehend you and hand you over to the Navy. Once a distinguished member of the Navy, she had encountered young Noki and the infant Nami during the battle in the Kingdom of Oikot. For their sake, she had resigned from the Navy. returning home to raise them by cultivating oranges, leading a frugal life, yet striving to provide them with the best possible existence. Quite the decisive character you are, Diaz observed, tilting his head and smiling at Nami. Brother, I am a good person, despite being wanted. The disgrace of the Navy, can aiding pirates truly be considered virtuous? The East Blue is notoriously insular. While I am uncertain where you acquired my wanted notice, do you not know of Fisher Tiger, the hero who stormed Mariejoa and liberated thousands? I admire that man. He should not perish at the hands of the Navy. Diaz was reluctant to engage in conflict with Belmir or the villagers of Cocoa Village. Is this your justification for betrayal? Is it not sufficient? The Navy's justice seems rather narrow-minded to me. What do you understand? A former Navy officer cannot tolerate such provocations. I find narrow-mindedness to be adequate. Bang! The bullet shot forth, striking the top of Diaz's head with a resounding clang, akin to colliding with iron. Is this the six forms? Although Belmel has not trained in the six forms, she possesses some knowledge of it. The six forms, the iron block, I am well versed in the Navy's six forms. And if all goes according to plan, it appears they intend to cultivate me into a key player. Diaz is acutely aware of his standing, as evidenced by the level of regard shown to him by Granny Crane and others, indicating their aspirations for his development. Alas, our paths diverge. But you betrayed me. Indeed. I find my current existence quite comfortable. Chapter 29. Belmir possessed considerable strength, however, after raising two daughters and neglecting her training for an extended period. Combined with the hardships of life that often left her undernourished, her abilities had diminished, although she might have held her own against Diaz in her prime. Now she stood no chance. Diaz gripped the gun's barrel and with a forceful twist, bent the iron tube before casually discarding it. Your oranges are quite good. I wish to purchase some. If nurtured properly, that young girl Nami will become a remarkable navigator. Surely, you wouldn't want her to miss out on a proper upbringing. Would you? I will not sell to you. Belmir positioned herself defiantly. If a fight is what you seek, I shall oblige. You cannot defeat me. I have no desire to harm you, Diaz replied, shaking his head. To him, it was imperative to protect the ordinary from harm, reserving his contempt for pirates and the wicked. Do not harm Belmir. Here, take this back. Nami interjected, standing protectively before Belmir as she tossed the log pose back to Diaz. Utilizing the log pose, Diaz handed it back to Nami with a smile. You cherish this, do you not? Nami, children are the treasures of this world. I shall not inflict harm upon them, nor upon ordinary people, including your mother. Then, let us make a pact. Nami extended her pinky, and Diaz linked his finger with hers, declaring, Pinky swear, may it remain unchanged for 100 years. Those who lie shall swallow 1,000 needles. With their agreement solidified, Belmir was about to speak when a villager rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, It's bad. It's bad. Pirates are here. Pirates are coming. Everyone instinctively turned to Diaz, who defended himself. Though I am a wanted man, I am not a pirate. Close enough, Belmir retorted, recognizing that this youth bore no ill intent. Unable to best him, she pondered that if not for her daughters, she might have fought him to the death. Far from it, Diaz replied, exasperated, as gunfire echoed in the distance. Soon after, a rowdy group of pirates approached, swaggering with arrogance. Hey, hand over all your valuables. I'll spare your lives. Their brazen demeanor prompted Diaz to caution Nami. What follows is unsuitable for children. Do not look. Oh, Nami covered her eyes, peeking through her fingers. Suddenly, Diaz vanished from view, and cries of agony erupted. Within mere moments, several pirates lay lifeless on the ground. The leader of the group grasped by the throat, his neck snapped before being discarded like refuse. Such audacity. With such meager strength, they dare to call themselves pirates? They won't even survive the Grand Line. Remarkable, exclaimed Ajien, the village security officer, as he rushed over, astonished by Diaz's effortless defeat of the pirates. Who is he? A wanted criminal. What? Ajien gasped, taken aback. How do we contend with such a formidable fugitive? His legs trembled, yet he summoned his courage. Belmir, you take Nami and Nojiko and run swiftly. I will hold him back. Thank you, Ajien, but from what I see, he does not seem like a bad person. Everyone disperse. Ajien, you take the others and bury these bodies. Oh, Diaz turned and inquired, by the way, Does anyone have some oranges to sell me? I am willing to pay a handsome price. He waved a stack of berries in his hand, and Belmir's lips twitched. You didn't come here just to buy oranges, did you? Of course, your oranges are delectable. Nami tugged at Belmir's sleeve, saying, he has tasted the oranges from my home. I paid for them, Diaz added. Belmir sighed. How many can you buy? All the oranges you have. That is too much. You won't be able to consume them all. And I cannot allow such fine oranges to go to waste. Rest assured, I have a large appetite. Diaz patted his belly. Come on in. Upon confirming that Diaz bore no ill intent and realizing she could not overpower him, she altered her strategy and engaged in business with him. Excuse me. They entered the modest yet cozy abode. Nami noticed that Nojiko was absent. Sitting on the sofa, she brought a glass of water to Diaz. Thank you. Diaz accepted it and took a sip. Nami chuckled. That will be 50 berries. Greedy little rascal. The 50 berries flew from Diaz's hand into Nami's grasp. Profit secured. Thank you, wealthy big brother. Would you like a massage? No, your hands lack strength. Due to years of training, his muscles were quite firm, while this little girl struggled to move even small objects. Self-massaging was one thing. Perhaps a different kind of massage could be considered in the future. Stingy. Seeing that she could not earn tips from Diaz, she began to inquire about sailing matters. Diaz was forthcoming, producing a nautical map and sharing his knowledge with Nami. Observing the duo, Belmir sighed, uncertain if engaging in business with this man was wise or foolish. Now, let us discuss the price. Diaz placed the berries on the table. Purchasing everything. That is excessive. I believe it is fair. The remainder will serve as Nami's nutritional and educational expenses, and perhaps to buy her a few suitable outfits. Diaz smiled. Nami is quite charming. Belmir cautiously held Nami close, asking, You don't have any peculiar preferences, do you? First, I am not a pervert. Second, I am fond of curvaceous older sisters. You are not within my considerations. This man is simply insufferable. I am a very alluring mature woman. You are not my type. Diaz replied calmly, a 30-year-old woman like you. His words faltered midway as Belmir shot him a terrifying glare, giving the impression that she might devour him whole in the next instant. What did you say about 30? A beautiful young lady. In that fleeting moment, Diaz felt as though he were on the brink of death. Nami cast him a sidelong glance, scoffing, Oh man, who taught you that? Don't speak such nonsense. Diaz tugged at Nami's cheek, to which she retorted with a sharp slap across his face, leaving a crimson mark. The Straw Hat Crew's first combatant was beginning to show his prowess. I'm off to pick some oranges. Could you please keep an eye on Nami? Belmir, donning her sun hat and shouldering a basket, departed from the house, entirely unconcerned that Diaz might harm Nami. This man, indeed, is a good soul. Chapter 30. The Sandstorm King's offspring Belmel has gone to pick oranges, while Diaz is here imparting some nautical knowledge to Nami. True to her reputation as a genius navigator, Nami swiftly grasps Diaz's teachings and applies them with remarkable insight. You're learning quite well. My knowledge is limited. Yet you can continue to expand your understanding in the future, Diaz remarks, gently caressing his Pokemon egg. Where did you acquire that? Nami inquires, tilting her head curiously at the egg, which is larger than her own head. She muses that it might taste delightful if cooked, and asks, Are you planning to eat it? Suddenly, the Pokemon egg seems to sense impending danger and cracks open with a sharp sound. Well, look at that. After so many months of dormancy, you emerge in fright. Are you really so timid? With a series of cracks, more fissures appear on the shell. Diaz's eyes widen as he carefully places the egg on the sofa. Is something inside hatching? Is it a little bird? No, I have no idea what it is. I hope it's an adorable and capable creature. They watch intently as the cracks multiply, and the little being inside struggles to break free. Finally, a dull horn breaks through the shell, revealing a small dinosaur-like creature that scrambles out, waving its short limbs in front of Diaz and Nami. Upon seeing this little creature, Diaz is utterly astonished. The tiny being possesses rock-like, gray-green skin, adorned with a long, blunt horn atop its head. It was this very horn that shattered the shell, granting it the title of hatchling. Its large red eyes glimmer like rubies, while its short arms and feet, each with a single toe, present an endearingly clumsy appearance. A diamond-shaped patch of red armor covers its abdomen, and its waist features 4 diamond-shaped black holes. The tail is conical, surrounded by a ring of plate-like structures. This is a larvitar, also known as Yagle. As the juvenile form of the semi-divine Tyranitar from the 2nd generation, Larvitar will evolve into Tyranitar, the Sandstorm King. Seizing the weather is tantamount to success. We are duty-bound to restore the glory of the sandstorm, while it is said to be easy to care for. As it primarily consumes soil, Larvitar possesses an insatiable appetite and has been known to consume an entire mountain. Snorlax may be renowned for its voraciousness, yet in the presence of Tyranitar, it pales in comparison. Ding! The Pokemon egg has hatched. The pet shop subsystem is now open. With a gentle chime from the system, 8 items pop up before Diaz. Cherry Berry, 1,000 berries, cures paralysis. Appleberry, 500 berries, resembles an apple and offers a variety of flavors without any bitterness. Golden Energy Cube, 5,000 berries, an exceptionally high-quality energy cube. One of the best foods for Pokemon, also suitable for humans. Standard Pokeball, 500 berries. I have caught a Pokemon. Firestone, can facilitate the evolution of certain fire-type Pokemon. After a brief glance, it became apparent that there were numerous items prepared for the adorable Larvitar. Among the staples were energy cubes and berries, while several slots refreshed daily with different goods, indicating that the system had a firm grasp on its operations. It is indeed true that Larvitar evolves into a formidable creature. However, this little one has quite the appetite. It would consume anything, even dirt. Yet, where would one find such abundant soil upon the vast sea? If one wishes to avoid the distressing sight of this little creature gnawing at itself in hunger, monetary expenditure becomes a necessity. Larvitar, in its youthful exuberance, was seen munching on its own eggshell, showcasing its inherent gluttony. Diaz took a moment to assess Larvitar's status. Larvitar, type, rock ground, gender, ability, guts, moves, tackle, leer, curse. Well, it should survive. With a sense of hopeful recklessness, Diaz purchased an energy cube and placed it before Larvitar. Upon catching sight of the pile, Larvitar's eyes gleamed with delight. With remarkable speed, it devoured its eggshell and dove into the energy cubes, its tiny feet wiggling with glee. What a charming little creature. What is it? Nami inquired. Larvitar, the young of the Sandstorm King, replied Diaz. When it grows up, it will be incredibly powerful. Is that so? It eats so quickly. It's finished. The multitude of energy cubes vanished into its belly as if swept away by a tempest. Seemingly still unsatisfied, it took a bite of Nami's floor, causing her to gasp in surprise as it began to gnaw at the very foundation of her home. Diaz quickly lifted the little dinosaur above his head, exclaiming, "You can't eat that." Larvitar looked up with an expression of innocence, its short arms patting its belly, indicating that it was still hungry. The tales of it consuming mountains were not mere exaggerations. However, everything Larvitar ingests accumulates as energy, and once it has stored enough nutrition in this form, it will evolve into its pupal stage, becoming a Sandshrew. In this state, it cannot eat until it evolves into a Tyranitar. Yet, the nutritional requirements for Larvitar in this form are substantial. The notion of consuming an entire mountain likely refers to the minimum nourishment needed to barely reach the threshold of evolution. To nurture an exceptional Tyranitar, one must invest considerable resources. In comparison, the appetite of a Snorlax pales in insignificance beside that of Larvitar. Rest assured, you shall not go hungry. What I eat, you shall also partake, Diaz assured, patting his chest. He produced a Pokeball and asked, "Are you willing?" With joyful nods, Larvitar eagerly pressed the button on the Pokeball, its body transforming into a red light and being drawn inside. The Pokeball shook 3 times symbolically before coming to a halt. I have captured Larvitar. Diaz struck a classic pose of triumph, though he was not foolish enough to release or abandon many Pokemon. Is it secured within the ball? Nami widened her eyes. The events of today surpassed any spectacle she had ever witnessed in her memory. Diaz released the young Gyarados, bringing it to an open area and gesturing towards the soil, commanding, "Eat." With a vigorous dive, the young Gyarados plunged into the ground, voraciously devouring the earth, swiftly disappearing beneath the surface. The young Gyarados has learned to bite. The young Gyarados has learned to dig. Remarkably, it had acquired 2 skills in such a short span. Yet, upon reflection, considering that both skills were related to feeding, her astonishment waned. Nevertheless, her old mentor must possess a unique prowess, making it somewhat easier to navigate this world. Chapter 31. The corpse speaks. If Tyranitar were to adopt an offensive approach, it could acquire a plethora of diverse moves, showcasing its extensive versatility with attacks such as Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Water Tail, Ice Punch, Flamethrower, and Blizzard, among others. Even though it possesses both rock and dark attributes, this does not hinder its ability to learn a myriad of techniques, making it a formidable contender. Once the sandstorm commences, it would truly reign as the Sandstorm King. However, for this to happen, Larvitar must first evolve, necessitating that it accumulates nourishment to its utmost limit. Upon evolution, Tyranitar would emerge even stronger. The Everstone, which prevents Pokemon from evolving, was something Diaz intended to acquire, but upon seeing its exorbitant price of 10 million berries, he thought, what a robbery. System, is there a faster way to make money? Grinding his teeth, he decided to hold off for the moment and save up some funds. While pondering this, the ground beneath him became loose, and Diaz fell into a large pit, where he discovered Larvitar resting at the bottom, patting its somewhat round belly, appearing quite satisfied after its meal. In such a short span of time, it had consumed enough soil to fill an entire room. Could he truly afford to care for this little creature? Doubts about his financial situation resurfaced. Yuji Larvitar waddled over on its short legs and flopped onto Diaz, clearly enamored with its owner. Weighing 72 kilograms, Larvitar was manageable for Diaz, unlike the average person who might struggle with such a weight. Most inhabitants of this world possess the physique of super novices, making it easy for even smaller Pokemon like Cosmoem to be lifted with ease. Alright, now that you're full, let's head back, he said. Yuji. Cradling Larvitar, he leaped out of the pit, which, after collecting some water, might serve as a habitat for fish. Nami stood at the edge of the pit, and Larvitar waved its short arms at her, looking utterly adorable. Newly hatched, it bore no resemblance to the menacing Tyranitar and was instead quite charming. So cute, Nami exclaimed, wanting to hold it. Diaz quickly intervened, saying, it's too heavy. You probably can't lift it right now. How could that be? It's so small. Unconvinced by Diaz's warning, Nami crouched down and reached for Larvitar to lift it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Her face flushed as she struggled to lift it, perplexed by her inability to do so. How is this possible? It's so tiny. I told you, Larvitar is quite heavy. Despite its size, its body density is exceptionally high. He tapped Larvitar's gray-green shell, producing a metallic sound. Is this a joke? I feel like this little creature weighs more than I do. It's not just a feeling, it truly is heavy. He easily cradled the small dinosaur in his arms, saying, now, let's wait for Miss Belmare to return. Afterwards, I must take my leave. Are you really leaving now? Indeed. I have no desire to be caught by the Navy, although they wouldn't be able to apprehend me in any case, Diaz replied. Before long, Belmare, with the assistance of several villagers, arrived bearing several baskets of oranges, proclaiming, these should suffice for your consumption. Previously ample, now well. Oh, how delightful. Young Gyarados suddenly leaped from Diaz's embrace, diving into the basket and voraciously stuffing oranges into its mouth without pause. Post-meal fruit, my master is truly kind to me. I must strive to grow stronger in order to repay my master. Such is the nature of Pokemon. Kindness begets kindness in return. What about your pet? Diaz inquired. Yes, it has just been born. He gazed at the little dinosaur, who had already devoured an entire basket of oranges and was now grinning at him. No cavities. This Pokemon has splendid teeth, considering its diet of soil and minerals. Diaz lifted a large crate filled with oranges, while Gyarados eagerly volunteered to relieve him of a few, wishing to share the burden. So adorable, Nami remarked, reluctant to part with Gyarados. The little creature swallowed an orange whole and waved at Nami, cheerfully chirping, oh, we shall meet again. By the way, Nami, if you ever encounter a rascal named Tozo, do not be deceived by his appearance. Toss him straight into the sea at the first opportunity. That fellow is certainly not to be trusted. Exercise caution with anyone named Tozo. Even children must be wary. Why? Nami asked. There is no reason. Anyone named Tozo is not to be taken lightly. Diaz reiterated his warnings before bidding farewell to Nami and her family. As they walked along the path, Garrido struggled to keep pace with Diaz's strides. Diaz slowed his pace, waiting for Garrido's. Curiously, Garrido's explored everything around, stopping intermittently. They arrived at the seaside, where they noticed a group of Navy soldiers approaching Coco Village. That's him. One villager pointed at Diaz, exclaiming, "He is the wanted pirate." Aha, so there's a whistleblower among us. Not everyone is unafraid of wanted criminals, especially someone like Diaz, whose bounty is notably high. Looking at the Navy, Diaz recognized the captain leading the group, an officer wearing a mouse hat, sporting a pair of whiskers, with beady eyes that exuded a distinctly treacherous aura. This fellow must be Captain Mouse. If I fail to save Tiger, then Arlong will surely arrive at Coco Village, and this Captain Mouse, having been bribed by Arlong, will turn a blind eye to the village's dire plight. Complicit in the corruption of the Navy, conspiring to seize the 100 million berries Nami has painstakingly saved. Captain Mouse stroked his whiskers and chuckled maliciously. Hee, Diaz. You choose not to tread the path to paradise and instead barge into hell. How audacious. You have entered the territory of Captain Mouse. Since you are here, do not expect to leave alive. The D very well. The young Larvitar is not yet ready for battle. I shall take matters into my own hands. Diaz set down the orange and vanished from the sight of these Marines. The Rat Colonel only heard a series of agonized screams as the Marines around him were swiftly incapacitated, some unconscious, others writhing in pain upon the ground. Now then, you're the only one left, Colonel, Diaz remarked coolly, suddenly seizing the man by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. How remarkably audacious of you, he continued, his voice laced with quiet menace, to grow complacent in the tranquil waters of East Blue, neglecting your training while wallowing in corruption. With the mountains high and the Emperor far away, you thought yourself beyond reproach. How unfortunate for you to have crossed paths with me. Chapter 32. Windmill Village. Spare me. Spare me. Colonel Mouse trembled in fear, desperately attempting to pry open Diaz's grip. Yet, his strength was no match for Diaz. The hand tightened around his throat, and he felt as if he were staring death in the face. Crack! With a sharp snap, his vertebrae shattered. Diaz discarded him like refuse, turning his gaze towards the terrified villagers who had collapsed to the ground. Young Kira's lunged, biting down, and then flung the unfortunate villager away. Ouch! The villager screamed as he was sent hurtling through the air, his body uncontrollable. Young Kira spat out blood, the taste unpleasant, far inferior to earth. Hastily, he consumed a few mouthfuls of soil to cleanse his palate before eagerly looking at Diaz. You did well. Diaz tossed him 2 oranges, and young Kira's leapt up, catching them in his mouth, utterly satisfied. Storing the oranges, he embraced young Kira's and departed. This time, he did not take his small boat, but instead boarded a warship, unceremoniously tossing the naval guard overboard before commandeering the vessel. As a wanted criminal, he had to engage in the deeds befitting his status. He had only slain Colonel Mouse, sparing the others, though their injuries would require time to heal. Young Kira's perched at the bow, gazing at the boundless cerulean sea, his eyes widening in awe. What a splendid world! Diaz, at the helm, remarked, for our next destination. Young Kira's, we shall head to the kingdom of Goa, where the nobility is affluent, and many are scoundrels. Confused, young Kira's rubbed his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. With a sigh, Diaz procured a considerable quantity of energy cubes and laid them out on the deck. Young Kira's eagerly dove into the cubes, relishing his feast. Seizing a golden energy cube, Diaz tasted it. The flavor was a delightful blend of sweet and sour, invigorating him with newfound energy. Remarkably, this little creature's food was superior to his own. Energy cubes were indeed consumable by humans, as they were crafted from fruit. As they navigated the waters, they arrived at Windmill Village in the East Sea, the hometown of naval hero Carp, as well as Drago and Luffy. Just a stone's throw away lay the Kingdom of Goa. The Kingdom of Goa is celebrated as the most beautiful nation in the East Sea, immaculate and breathtaking. In truth, it was merely a fade maintained by the nobility and royalty, who meticulously eliminated any unnecessary elements. casting refuse and impoverished citizens beyond the city's uncertain confines, a successful example of a segregated society. The nobility was decadent, the royalty foolish, and the mere existence of this nation was nothing short of miraculous. Windmill Village, a tranquil and exquisite hamlet, imparted a sense of security to Diaz, while young Kiras nodded solemnly upon his shoulder. Gurgle. Hunger struck once more. Apologetically clutching his stomach, Diaz said, "Let us go and dine." Ouch. They entered the only tavern in the village, bustling with patrons and lively chatter. "Welcome. What would you like to have?" The warm-hearted hostess, Marquino, greeted Diaz and young Kiras with a heartfelt smile. "This little fellow and I are quite hungry, madam. Please bring us a generous selection of dishes. We tend to eat a lot." Yoji. Young Kiras raised his hand, affirming the statement. "Very well, please place your order." She handed the menu to Diaz, who deliberated with young Kiras. "This, and this?" Marquino inquired, holding the menu. "None of these. Just bring one of everything else." "Eh?" Marquino was taken aback. "With so many guests, will you be able to finish?" "Rest assured, my appetite is quite hearty, and this little one can eat tremendously." Yoji. Young Kiras struck a pose, exuding confidence. Amused by his adorable demeanor, she nodded and replied, "All right, please wait a moment while I instruct the chef." Shortly thereafter, dishes began to arrive one after another, and Diaz and young Kiras dove into their meal. Crunch, crunch. Young Kiras devoured an entire plate, astonishing both Marquino and the other patrons. "Is it all right for him to eat like that?" a patron asked. "No problem," Diaz replied, cheeks full as he swallowed his food. "He's quite formidable. No need for concern. Please bring another table of dishes." "Ah, understood." Due to having only one chef, Marquino joined the kitchen to assist. Diaz and young Kiras ate swiftly, leaving the chef and Marquino overwhelmed. Satisfied, Diaz patted his belly. The meal, though simple, was delightful and imbued with a comforting sense of home. "Madam, the bill please." Diaz picked at his teeth and settled the payment, which included the plates young Kiras had consumed. With their bellies full, they exited the tavern. Yoji. "Now that we're full, it's time to get to work." Yoji. Young Kiras nodded. After inquiring with a villager about the direction to the capital of the Goya kingdom, they had not walked far when they encountered a sturdy elderly man in a floral shirt and flip-flops with graying temples. "Naval hero, Iron Fist Carp." "Goodness. The old man is back on vacation." "Young lad, why do I find you somewhat familiar?" Carp stroked his beard, pondering. Diaz, sweating nervously, replied, "We Haven team met." Carp scrutinized him closely, suddenly realizing, "Isn't this Diaz?" Recognized. He swiftly scooped up young Kiras and turned to flee. Shave. Moonwalk. Without a hint of hesitation. "Your 6 styles are commendable, but that speed is still insufficient before me." Carp's feet struck the ground, causing a depression as he launched forward like a cannonball, instantly appearing before Diaz. "Winky face, Yoji. Is this still a human? Let me see how well you've trained." A fist the size of a sandbag descended upon Diaz's head with tremendous force. Diaz's body seemed devoid of bones, akin to a mere sheet of paper, as he was propelled backwards by the sheer might of Cap's punch. "Young Giratina, return," he commanded, swiftly withdrawing the creature into its pock ball. With a swift motion, Murakumo was drawn, clashing against Cap's incoming fist with a resounding clang. How could it be so resilient despite lacking any aura? In a state of shock, his mind raced to devise an escape. When confronted by Cap, fleeing was the only option. Yet, did he truly possess the opportunity to do so? In battle, do not let your gaze wander. Cap soared towards him, and as Diaz's jade shield unfurled, Cap's fist struck with ferocity. The shield shattered like fragile parchment, and the blow landed squarely upon him. Chapter 33. The Grandsons of Garp. With a thunderous crash, Diaz was abruptly thrust into the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The disparity was staggering. Truly, he was a naval hero. How reckless of me. The sun beat down upon him, initiating photosynthesis as he gradually mended his physical wounds while regulating his breath. The ripple energy also aided in his healing, as he clawed his way out of the pit. Garp stood before him, hoisting him up as if he were a mere chick. "You've trained well. But how splendid it would be if you were still a member of the Navy." "It's unavoidable," Diaz chuckled wryly. The Navy's actions do not align with my values. You are unfortunate to have crossed paths with me, Garp remarked. As a Navy officer, I shall escort you back to headquarters. He continued, expressing that the betrayal of the Navy would not sit well with both Hina and Zifa. I apologize, Diaz replied. But I believe that Tiger should not have died. Your opinion holds no weight, nor does mine, Garp retorted, grasping Diaz by one hand and dragging him forward. The tides have turned, and it is now Diaz who is being escorted away. With no means to resist, he resigned himself to Garp's bullying. Before the gaze of many, Garp led Diaz up the mountain, conversing as he walked. I will introduce you to my grandsons, so they may witness the fate that befalls pirates. I am not a pirate. I am merely a wanted man, Diaz protested. Do not conflate me with those rogues. Indeed, but do lend an old man a hand. My two grandsons are rather unruly. Ha ha ha. Suddenly struck by a thought, Garp erupted into laughter. Please, release me. I can walk on my own, Diaz insisted. That is not permissible. What if you run away? I cannot outrun you anyway. True enough, Garp conceded, relinquishing his hold as the two ascended the mountain together. Along the way, Garp inquired about Diaz's reasons for betrayal. Was it merely a belief that Tiger did not deserve to die? Of course. He saved so many lives, Diaz responded. He was a hero. Your assertion is inconsequential. Nor is mine, Garp replied. Those celestial dragons, a detestable lot, create their own mess yet expect us to clean it up. It is utterly absurd, such a band of useless individuals. Suddenly realizing that he shouldn't speak too directly of them, he waved his hand dismissively. Forget what I just said. Consider it as if you never heard it. Do you think this information can be retracted? The terrifying abilities of the retract fruit are indeed formidable. Yet, within the entire Navy, only Garp would dare to declare the celestial dragons as rubbish to their faces. As for your situation, I shall pretend I did not see it. By the way, what is the story behind that worship at the port? Garp resolved to release this troublesome young man. Although Diaz's betrayal of the Navy was disheartening, he could not deny the truth in his words. It was indeed a pity that Tiger had perished. Stolen from a naval scoundrel. Diaz recounted the actions of Colonel Mouse. Garp spat, scoffing. It seems that comfort breeds decay. It appears the East Blue requires some rectification. They ascended the mountain and arrived at a quaint wooden cabin, where a middle-aged woman with yellow curls was hanging laundry at the entrance, smoking and cursing. Where have those little rascals, Ace and Luffy, wandered off to this time? Sister Dayton, they have gone hunting, came the reply. The midday meals for this band of mountain bandits were provided by the game caught by Ace and Luffy. Hey, Dayton, Garp shouted, startling Dayton and her companions, who fell to the ground in fright. Garp, sir, where is my beloved grandson? He has gone hunting. I see, Garp mused, indeed. They must train diligently to become outstanding Navy officers. Just like my grandson, with his arms crossed and a proud nod. Garp expressed his delight at the boys' endeavors in training. Actually, they aspire to become pirates. Dayton and the others internally scoffed. Diaz shared their sentiments, bemused by the notion of raising a crew of pirates to nurture Navy officers. What a predicament it was. Ace and Luffy, one the son of the pirate king and the other the son of the world's most notorious criminal, bore significant identities. Garp could only maintain his silence. Were the Navy to discover their true identities, countless dangers would undoubtedly ensue. Had they not carried such heavy legacies, Garp would have taken them to the barracks, where they would absorb the Navy's teachings, making it peculiar if they did not become officers. Garp, who is this boy? Dayton asked, her heart racing at the sight of Diaz. She feared Garp might be leaving yet another child for her to care for. No, please. Two mischievous boys are already enough of a headache. Once a junior officer in the Navy, now they had crossed paths again. Indeed, and he gave me quite a beating. My chest still aches. The injury was healing slowly, but discomfort lingered. Dayton sighed in relief, thinking she had narrowly avoided another addition to her burdens. Hey, Dayton. We're back. I want to eat meat. The two boys dropped two massive wild boars at the entrance and leaped down from the trees, one sporting freckles and the other wearing a signature straw hat. Upon seeing Garp, they were momentarily startled. Old man, Grandpa, what are you doing here? Bang, bang. Ace, call me Grandpa. And you, Luffy, why shouldn't I be here? I've come to see my beloved grandsons. Carp playfully punched them, causing them to yelp in surprise. Diaz observed with keen interest as Luffy writhed in pain on the ground. Rubber fruit? He pondered. No, it's the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Nika form. After shouting about the rubber fruit for over 1,000 episodes, who would have thought it transformed into the Nika fruit? The only one who had the original was Chopper. And now we find ourselves in dire straits, family. Old man, who is he? Ace asked, clutching his head, sensing that this individual was formidable. He is a wanted criminal by the Navy, and you must address me as Grandpa. Carp nonchalantly picked his nose with his pinky. A criminal? Is he a pirate? Do you know Shanks? Luffy's excitement surged as Diaz remarked, I am no pirate. I do not know Shanks, and honestly, there is nothing commendable about being a pirate. That is simply untrue. Being a pirate embodies ultimate freedom. I aspire to become the Pirate King. Little Luffy declared boldly, hands on his hips. And then what? Devour an abundance of meat. Well, it is no surprise coming from you. The only thoughts occupying the mind of the future Pirate King revolve around the title and meat. In his eyes, even the transcendent beauty of the Empress paled in comparison to the allure of 2 pieces of meat. I have always believed that pirates deserve to perish. Diaz's words tightened Ace's fists. Pirates wreak havoc, committing unspeakable atrocities. Even the guise of freedom cannot conceal the bloodshed and cruelty that lie beneath. Pirates? Merely a band of scoundrels. Chapter 34. The son of the Pirate King, that's not true. Luffy protested, at a loss for words. I don't care. Pirates are the strongest in this world. Just like Shanks. Bang. A large bump formed on Luffy's head as Carp, infuriated, shouted, You little rascal. Have you been poisoned by Shanks? You and Ace are destined to become formidable Marines. You cannot become pirates. Beware, or I shall expel you. Ouch. It hurts. Why does my grandfather's punch still hurt me, even though I am made of rubber? Luffy cried out in pain. Ace stood protectively in front of his younger brother. You old geezer. Don't bully Luffy. Not even willing to call me grandfather, huh? You little brat. Diaz, teach Ace a lesson. Make him aware of the gap between you two. Wait. Why should I be the one to discipline my grandson? Diaz reluctantly rolled up his sleeves and replied, I'll go easy on him. Aren't you a wanted criminal? I was once a Marine, but due to certain circumstances, I became a fugitive. However, I despise pirates and the Pirate King, for his last words brought immense suffering to the people of this world. Ordinary folks struggle just to survive, and pirates only add to their misery. Diaz's words left Ace in silence, but he still raised the water pipe in his hand. I don't care what you think. Luffy and I will set sail and become pirates. I will become the Pirate King. No way. The one who will become the Pirate King is me, Luffy exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Fool. Ace raised the water pipe and charged forward, delivering a powerful strike. Diaz lifted his hand to block it. What? I will make you aware of the disparity between us. Even if you are Carp's grandson, I will teach you a lesson. If you lose, you will join the Marines. Not a chance. Ace exerted force, trying to pull the water pipe away, but it remained steadfast. Carp, seated on the ground, remarked, Ace. Diaz was already traversing the seas at your age. He is seasoned in battle, having joined the Marine Corps as a recruit, mastered the 6 styles, and graduated early to become the youngest lieutenant in the Navy. The gap between you two is significant. TCH. Ace, refusing to back down, relinquished the water pipe and engaged Diaz in close combat. Too slow. Your flaws are everywhere. Diaz seized the water pipe, easily spotting Ace's weaknesses, and struck him in the stomach. Boom. Ace was sent flying, crashing into a tree, which swayed and shed countless leaves. Coughing, Ace stood up while holding his stomach and charged at Diaz again. Diaz discarded the water pipe and engaged Ace in close combat. One could only say that he truly is the son of the Pirate King. His talent is remarkable. Coupled with Carp's upbringing and his strong physique forged through battles with beasts in the wilderness, the 12 or 13-year-old Ace is stronger than many pirates in the East Blue. Hesitation leads to defeat. Diaz dodged Ace's punch with a tilt of his head and landed a powerful blow to Ace's chest, sending him flying once more. Damn it. How can he be this strong? This delineates the chasm between us, devoid of systematic training and combat prowess. Relying solely on innate talent and a naturally gifted physique ultimately leads to a lack of longevity in this path. You have faltered. Come again. A tightness gripped my throat. And before I realized it, Diaz had approached Ace, seizing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground. A suffocating sensation enveloped his entire being. Tell me, do you aspire to become a pirate? Indeed. In that case, to prevent you from endangering ordinary folk, it is only just to eliminate you, is it not? I will become the Pirate King. Ace's palm gradually clenched, his visage turning crimson, his feet thrashing in a desperate struggle as the specter of death loomed over him. Let him go, Diaz, Carp interjected. That should suffice. Humph. Why do you want to be a pirate? Diaz inquired. For the elusive grand treasure? How utterly ridiculous. Your ideals are laughable, akin to the Pirate King himself. On what grounds do you deem the Pirate King laughable? Ace harbored disdain for his father, yet yearned for him. The Pirate King achieved the extraordinary, ushering in the era of great pirates. Diaz crouched down, grasping Ace's hair, and coldly stated, It is precisely because a significant number of today's pirates owe their existence to him. Have you witnessed the wails of those who lost loved ones to pirates? Have you seen the burning villages? The disemboweled corpses strewn across the wilderness? The young girls, akin to your age, who have been violated by pirates? You have not. I have, and it is akin to hell. The era of great pirates, heralded by Roger, was not about presenting the world with an opportunity or awaiting Joy Boy. Such notions held no interest for Diaz. He knew only that, because of Roger, countless pirates flooded the seas, and it was the common folk who endured the suffering. A band of marauders, unproductive and reliant on theft when funds ran dry, indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle, living on the edge of a knife, yet feeling utterly invincible. How ludicrous. You care not for these matters. Your only concern is whether you can set sail and become a pirate. Diaz's words rendered Ace speechless. He found no rebuttal. Save for that fool Luffy, who shouted, I don't care about any of that. I want to be the Pirate King. Luffy, Carp, infuriated, prepared to deliver a reprimanding blow. But Ace once more interposed himself before his brother. Old man, is what he says true? What? Is the Pirate King wrong? From the perspective of ordinary people in the Navy, indeed. Carp scratched his head, growing contemplative. Roger's actions were unforeseen. It was precisely due to his words before death that the influx of pirates in recent years had surged exponentially, and the Navy was busier than ever. And what is your view? Of course, it is wrong. Had I known he would act thus, I would have dealt with him while in prison. Carp scoffed, lamenting that the event had transpired, and that regret was futile. Yet, I still wish to become a pirate. Then there is no need for further discussion. I shall eliminate you here. Diaz sharpened his blade with menacing intent, while Luffy swung his tiny fists, elongating them through sheer will. Diaz seized the stretching limb and flung it aside with disdain. Ace, Garp's fury reached its boiling point. From whom did this obstinate temperament originate? As the son of the Pirate King, isn't it only natural I become a pirate? The declaration hung in the air. The mountain bandits of Dayton's crew paled with terror as Diaz drew his sword. The Pirate King's son? Vice Admiral Garp, you've truly outdone yourself. Quietly preparing such an astonishing surprise for the Marines. Ha 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 ha. Garp waved his hand in false modesty. Oh, it's nothing really. That wasn't meant as praise, came the sharp retort. Chapter 35, The Carp Family. This farce concluded with Carp's intervention. Ace was sullen, while Luffy sought to challenge Diaz. In the end, Diaz tossed a piece of meat, and Luffy dashed after it. What a dim-witted fellow he was. How did Carp produce such a high-intellect individual as Dragon? And how did Dragon father the simpleton that is Luffy? Has all the intelligence of the monkey family been bestowed upon Dragon? As night fell, a group of people gathered around a campfire, feasting on roasted meat. Carp bit into his meal while listening to Diaz recount his recent escapades in pursuit of pirates. Ace, perplexed, inquired, what if there are good people among the pirates? Good people? Out of 10 pirates sentenced to death, perhaps 1 is innocent, while 9 are undoubtedly guilty. Ask Admiral Carp how many good people he has encountered in all these years of capturing pirates, Diaz replied with a scoff. Ace glanced over at Carp, who was chewing on meat, bones and all, and remarked, not many, I could count them on one hand. Pirates are all scum, although they cannot compare to the celestial dragons. Just as Carp stated, pirates are indeed a wretched lot. The principle of not letting a wrongful death go unpunished applies to them as well. Young Kiras and Luffy were wrestling over a piece of meat when Luffy was sent flying by Kiras. The little dinosaur happily gnawed on the meat. "That's mine," Luffy cried out indignantly. Kiras executed a successful bite, and Luffy, yelping in pain, endured the discomfort, driven by his insatiable hunger to snatch food from Kiras's mouth. But what if one is wrongly killed? When he raises his knife against you, he has already sealed his fate. In this world, one must be prepared for death. Ha! Ace, that kid Diaz possesses a far greater awareness than both of you. He has his own judgments. Is becoming a pirate truly so desirable? Carp queried his grandson. Although he was the child of his rival, Ace remained his grandson, a fact that had never changed. It was certainly not to take advantage of Roger's legacy, absolutely not. Of course, being a pirate is wonderful. Freedom. I crave freedom. Are you not free now? Diaz interjected. Mr. Carp has never restricted you from being a pirate. He merely wishes to protect you. You can go wherever you please. To the world government, you are the child of a devil. Mr. Carp's desire for you to join the Navy is solely to ensure your safety. Do you not comprehend his noble intentions? You must realize the immense risk involved for a naval hero to protect the child of the Pirate King. You wouldn't want to see Mr. Carp stripped of his position and sent to the execution platform, would you? How ironic it would be for a naval hero who spent his life pursuing the Pirate King to perish for raising his son. Naturally, that was an impossibility. Carp was a naval hero, a pillar of the Navy. Neither the Celestial Dragons nor the Gorosei would dare to touch him. Should they do so, the Navy would crumble, and reuniting it would not be an easy task. Ace clenched his fists. Though he called Carp an old fool, he was still his grandfather. Ace, you are free. Your mother sacrificed her life to ensure your survival. I desire for you to join the Navy, to live honorably in this world. The old man, with a weighty tone, wished to steer his two grandsons away from the path of piracy, for how many good pirates exist? If Ace and Luffy were to become pirates, there might come a day when he, as their grandfather, would have to sever ties. Villains do not merit sympathy, yet family is different. If that day were to arrive, he could never raise a fist against his own grandsons. Even heroes of the Navy possess vulnerabilities. The old man lowered his head in remorse. If Sabo were still alive, I could entrust my dreams to him. However, I shall carry forth Sabo's wishes. Sabo. Carp recalled that child, a sworn brother to Ace and Luffy, who also yearned to set sail, yet had perished not long ago in the kingdom of Goa. Diaz cradled the little dinosaur that had snatched food from Luffy, offering it a plate of energy cubes, and inquired, Sabo? Is he the golden-haired boy dressed in blue, sporting goggles on his hat? Do you know him? Well, I encountered a group of revolutionaries on the road. Among them was an injured boy with amnesia from the East Sea, who only remembered his name was Sabo. Diaz rambled on, as Ace's eyes widened, and even Luffy paused his eating. Sabo, is he still alive? Perhaps, I am not certain if it is he. The Revolutionary Army? Carp scoffed, that ungrateful wretch. If that is the case, Sabo should be safe, alongside Luffy's father. Luffy's father? Ah, do I have a father? Ace and Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Carp replied, your father is Monkey D, Dragon, a revolutionary, and I hear that the tiger you saved is also among them. Ugh. What a troublesome bunch. Hey, Diaz, did you not charge in? I couldn't possibly match them. Are you jesting? Dragon's strength is conservatively estimated to be at the admiral level. He is a top-tier fighter trained by me. His prowess cannot be underestimated. If confronted, you would only find yourself at his mercy. Your strength is indeed a bit lacking compared to theirs. I heard you awaken Conqueror's Haki? Yes, but I do not know how to utilize it. Diaz lamented. Conqueror's Haki is profoundly mysterious. Although awakened, I cannot employ it. Mr. Carp, please teach me. Carp, regarding the likes of Roger, found it implausible that one could not wield Conqueror's Haki. Most top-tier fighters would possess it. If Carp lacked it, he would surely be outmatched by Roger in battle, unable to pursue him across the seas. Conqueror's Haki is guided by instinct, an extension of one's will, perhaps akin to that. An overwhelming aura emanated from Carp, causing Ace to change countenance, while nearby, Dayton and her group were rendered unconscious by Carp's Conqueror's Haki. I do not favor using Conqueror's Haki. I find armed Haki more comfortable, Carp stated. However, I can certainly teach you how to wield armed Haki. The strongest wielder of armament hockey in the world is undoubtedly Garp. This is a matter beyond dispute. With his iron fists, he has left the legendary Roger howling in pain. Although their strengths are evenly matched, it is certain. All right, Diaz responded eagerly. How's your training with the iron block going? Not bad. I can deflect bullets without issue, he replied. Come here, Garp said as he stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and declared, the fastest way to master a skill is through taking blows. You learn as you go. That's how I managed in my time. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, ah. A cacophony of wails echoed through the mountains as Diaz, battered and bruised, lay on the ground. Garp, with an air of indifference, walked away, stating, You still have a long way to go. Return tomorrow. Chapter 36. The Kingdom of Goa. Kapu returned from his vacation and encountered Diaz by sheer happenstance. However, whether it be one or two, he decided to involve both of his grandsons in the training. Luffy, Ace, you two wretches, get on your feet. With a single punch, he sent Diaz flying, then shouted at his bruised grandsons. Grandpa, that hurts. I can hardly endure it. Luffy protested, his head wrapped in bandages. Stand up. As a Marine, you must never lie down. The enemy will not grant you a moment's respite. Old man, this is too much. Luffy struggled to keep standing, while Ace gasped for breath, his stamina waning. In contrast, Diaz, having risen, appeared invigorated, breathing rhythmically as if he possessed boundless energy. Again, he shouted, charging at Kapu with bare fists. The two clashed fiercely, their raw combat igniting the spectators' hearts with fervor. Kapu laughed heartily, growing increasingly fond of Diaz. Indeed, this was the essence of true combat. Only the satisfaction of a punch mattered. Flashy attacks held no appeal. With a crimson wave surging forward, energy pulsed around Kapu's fist, a scorching heat enveloping him. His eyes narrowed, and with a straightforward yet powerful punch, the two fists collided mid-air, incinerating Kapu's sleeve in the ensuing blaze. Burning fruit? Not even a dog would want it. Burning fruit? Are you being polite? Diaz was sent flying from Kapu's punch. Over the past few days, even if he could not master the hockey of armament, the training under Kapu had accelerated his growth remarkably. As Kapu's vacation neared its conclusion, he bid farewell to his grandsons, choosing not to apprehend Diaz. This lad is decent. He can afford to remain uninvolved with the Marines. He has no need to work during his holiday. After departing from Windmill Village, Diaz too left, arriving at the Kingdom of Goa. He traversed the polluted terminus, littered with refuse from the city, where a multitude of displaced civilians and beggars had gathered. In order to survive, they formed bands of thieves and gangs, preying upon the weak and subsisting on the city's waste. Many of them were once part of the city, merely exiled for the sake of maintaining its cleanliness and beauty. Upon entering the city, one could see the pristine environment, with the populace adorned in smiles of happiness. Yet, this happiness was built upon the suffering of those at the terminus. This nation was utterly rotten. One could only wonder which fool conceived such an idea. Diaz stood atop a rooftop, gazing down at the smiling faces, feeling a sharp sense of irony. The opulent castle at the heart of the city served as the residence of the royal family, and Diaz's objective was precisely that royalty. He found a restaurant and savored a hearty meal with young Kiris, not rushing into action. After spending several days in the city, he gathered incriminating evidence against the nobility. Their hands were far from clean, and a simple investigation unearthed a trove of scandals. It is not my desire to eliminate you. It is simply because you are truly corrupt. Assassination, poisoning, oppression of the populace, abduction of maidens, usurpation of land. They have indulged in all manner of deeds, both commendable and ignoble, all in pursuit of self-serving interests. The night wore on. Beneath the luminous moonlight, a figure darted through the shadows of the houses, moving with remarkable speed. The city, alive with nocturnal vibrancy, had seen this band eliminate any elements of instability, rendering the night exceedingly safe. There were no patrols, and his presence went unnoticed. Soon, he arrived at the periphery of the castle, where guards patrolled to safeguard the royal family. Diaz let out a quiet hiss and released his companion, young Girathas, instructing, young Girathas, dig a tunnel into that castle. Leave it to me. Young Girathas exclaimed with enthusiasm. In mere moments, he excavated a substantial hole in the woods. Diaz leaped into the opening as young Girathas consumed the earth, swiftly burrowing until they breached the foundation. They emerged in a dungeon, and Diaz was taken aback to find such a grim place. A foul odor assailed his nostrils, and he pinched his nose. Surveying the prisoners within, "What is your plight?" he inquired. One slightly injured prisoner managed a wry smile and replied, "I misspoke and offended His Majesty. Can you rescue us?" Diaz remained silent, turning to the others. The prisoner continued, "This man's daughter caught the king's eye. The girl, fiercely independent, refused to submit. So the king seized him to coerce her. Most of these individuals were innocent, imprisoned for having crossed the king or queen, enduring torment and secrecy. It appeared the royal family was far from virtuous, and this revelation lifted any moral burden from Diaz. I shall return shortly to liberate you." He extended his hand through the bars, producing a wire to pick the lock, a skill learned from Doflamingo, my superhero. Striding through the hidden passage, he entered the royal family's secret dungeon, devoid of guards. Occasionally, the king and queen would come to inflict suffering for their own twisted pleasure. Diaz, despite his own peculiarities, found their depravity unsettling. Observing the guards, he noted 2 stationed at the entrance. In an instant, he incapacitated them with swift strikes. Dragging their bodies aside and donning their uniforms, striding confidently through the castle. After inquiring with a maid about the location of the king's chambers, he proceeded directly there. He subdued the 2 guards at the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside, locking it behind him. On the soft, expansive bed lay the corpulent king, entwined with his alluring queen, sound asleep, utterly oblivious to Diaz's intrusion. Crack! He seized a piece of fruit from the bedside, taking a crisp bite. The sound rousing the queen from her slumber. She was startled to find a stranger at her bedside, her face paling in terror, ready to scream. But a sharp blade pressed against her throat silenced. Diaz chuckled. "It appears your husband is quite the useless fellow. Wake him up. Arise, your majesty. Quickly, awaken." The princess roused Frank II from his slumber, disrupting his dream and igniting his ire. Diaz, aiming a gun at his head, opted for silence. "Speak." Both were compelled to comply, and Diaz tossed 2 chocolate beans into their mouths. "Cough, cough. What have you given us?" Frank II inquired, choking slightly. "Oh, nothing much. Merely a poison." "What?" Chapter 37. In the name of nobility, I command you, Diaz nonchalantly commanded, lay down your weapons. The onset of this poison will manifest in 2 days. Without my antidote, you will suffer excruciating pain and perish in agony. Your insides will rot. Oh, and during this time, the torment will compel you to claw at your own face and skin, leading to a most dreadful demise. The princess turned pale with fear, while Frank II trembled, desperately attempting to maintain his composure. I refuse to believe in such a poison." "Is that so? You may choose disbelief, yet this toxin is already prepared by me, undetectable by ordinary physicians. Nevertheless, in 2 days, you shall comprehend its severity. What do you desire?" Frank II understood that such a man was merely after wealth. He was well aware of the principle that spending money could avert disaster. Clever, Diaz snapped his fingers, recognizing their fear of death. "Tomorrow. Concoct a reason to summon this group to the castle for a banquet. Any excuse will suffice, as long as they come." He presented Frank II with a list of nobles, all of whom were unscrupulous, comprising nearly all the nobility in the royal city of the Goya kingdom. "What are your intentions?" "Merely to conduct a business transaction. I require their wealth. After the deed is accomplished, I shall provide the antidote, and we will split the nobles' riches. 80 for me, 20 for you. How does that sound?" Upon hearing the prospect of profit, Frank II donned a greedy expression, feigning righteousness. "Your words are misguided, sir. Tomorrow marks my daughter's birthday, and my wife and I are preparing a banquet for her. Is it not fortuitous?" Indeed, it was fortuitous. Diaz and Frank II exchanged smiles, their expressions seemingly harmonious. "Old fox. Young rascal." Each silently cursed the other while maintaining an air of tranquility. Frank II, a man of avarice, recognized that Diaz aimed for a substantial profit, targeting the wealthy nobility as the common populace had little to offer. The aristocracy possessed 98% of the nation's wealth, making them the ideal targets for financial gain. Initially seeking funds, Frank II encountered Diaz, who harbored the same intentions, leading to a perfect alliance. In the event of complications, he could easily shift blame to Diaz. "This has nothing to do with me as king. It's all this fellow's doing." He felt no fear of Diaz's potential recklessness. For he was the king of the Goya kingdom, and killing a king would entail consequences far beyond what this young man could bear. He would face the relentless pursuit of the world government. Should Diaz have discerned Frank II's thoughts, he would have scorned his naivety. In Diaz's eyes, Frank II was already a dead man. With their ulterior motives aligned, the two began to devise their plan. The following day, Frank II initiated the banquet under the pretense of celebrating the princess's birthday. He not only invited those on the list, but also summoned other affluent nobles. Essentially, anyone of wealth was included. The sudden banquet caught the nobles off guard, as it was not yet the princess's birthday by the calendar. They immediately thought of the king's financial woes. Some nobles angrily denounced the king's avarice while preparing gifts and devising excuses for refusing to part with their wealth. The banquet proceeded as scheduled. An opulent feast unfolded with an array of delectable dishes presented on the table. Elegantly attired nobles adhered to decorum, their faces radiant with smiles as they engaged in conversations about business and children. Many had brought their offspring, perhaps hoping to find a suitable match from a well-off family at this gathering. Others even harbored designs on the young princess, despite her engagement. After all, a mere child could easily succumb to fate. Autolycus III was, after all, merely an ordinary noble. As the guests began to fill the hall, Diaz turned to the guards beside him and said, "Commence." These individuals were the most loyal sycophants of Frank II, cooperating with Diaz for this occasion. Diaz strode confidently into the banquet hall when a youth with a watermelon hairstyle approached, clad in a ruffled shirt complemented by a bow tie and suspenders. Exuding an air of extravagance, though his grotesque visage was repulsive. "What is this peasant doing here? This is not a place for you. Depart while our tempers are still in check. This is the noble's mercy towards you." He commanded the guards, "Remove this filthy wretch." Despite being shorter than Diaz, he carried himself with an arrogant superiority. "You are. I recall you now. Oh yes, Autolycus Sturley, the adopted son of Autolycus III and the brother of Sabo." At the mention of Sabo, Sturley's countenance shifted dramatically. "I have changed my mind. Guards, kill him. Guards, guards." His cries went unanswered as Diaz raised his hand, causing the great doors of the banquet hall to slam shut. Grasping Sturley's hair, he yanked him forward, confirming his unattractiveness. He remembered reading an article about how many nobles of the kingdom of Goya exhibited an interesting phenomenon. When inner ugliness manifested, their outer appearances became hideously distorted. A glance around revealed a multitude of such faces. If that were indeed the case, then all present were deserving of demise. "Let go. Let go. Ah, father, save me. Father." Sturley cried out, and from the crowd emerged a male nobleman adorned with a top hat and a handlebar mustache, who barked, "Release my child. In the name of Autolycus III, I command you." Diaz casually cleared his ears, responding, "Very well." He flung Sturley aside, the small body crashing against the wall, creating a sizable dent, a testament to the castle's sturdy construction. "Ah!" A scream echoed, followed by a chorus of panic. Autolycus III paled, trembling in fear. "I have released him." In accordance with Autolycus III's command, Diaz mocked. You, how dare you? Kneel. I command you in the name of the world's most wanted criminal," Diaz bellowed, his fierce presence instilling terror among the pampered nobles. Some feeble souls truly knelt, revealing their cowardice. He raised his firearm and discharged a round towards the ceiling, directing his attention towards them. "Kneel down. I will count to 3. 1. Bang. A shot struck the thigh of Autolycus III, blood gushing forth as he howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. "You haven't even counted to 3. One noble could not help but exclaim. "A man need only remember one to survive." "Do you have any objections?" he questioned, aiming his weapon at the grotesque noble. And no, none at all. The noble lowered his gaze, fearful of becoming the next Autolycus III. Incompetent fool. Chapter 38. The Cost of Greed. Diaz swiftly subdued the assembly of aristocrats, managing to exert control with an ease that surpassed expectations. The king, queen, and princess sat quietly in a corner, untouched by the turmoil, observing Diaz's performance with silent intrigue. Upon witnessing the demise of her betrothed, the princess exhibited no outward reaction, merely feeling a sense of revulsion. She harbored no affection for that man. And Frank too shared her indifference, believing that Sterling had brought this fate upon himself by daring to provoke Diaz, truly a sign of impatience with life. After all, He was merely the son of a noble, and a daughter's fiancé could easily be replaced. Now came the time for plunder. Pulling a chair towards him, Diaz seated himself with an imposing demeanor and proclaimed, "State the worth of your lives, and then procure the necessary funds for your release. 20 million belly, 30 million belly, 25 million belly." Word had spread that money could indeed buy life, and one by one, the nobles eagerly volunteered their offers, fearful of being left wanting and facing dire consequences. "All right, gather your families together," Diaz instructed. The nobles complied, with couples standing side by side. Diaz retained the husbands, permitting the wives to return home for the money. For families of 3, he allowed the husbands and children to remain, sending the mothers back to fetch the funds. Diaz was acutely aware of the avarice that lay within these nobles. They valued wealth above all and were fiercely protective of their own lives. Nobility was inherited through the male line, rendering women mere possessions in their eyes. Even wives were no exception. Thus, he aimed to retain the men, ensuring that these nobles could not abandon their wives in a hasty flight. He prioritized the women, for without their noble husbands, they amounted to nothing. And the outcome was predictable. Inheriting wealth? What if their husbands were still alive? "How much will you offer?" Diaz inquired, fixing his gaze upon Altric III. 30 million belly. "Ah, quite affluent indeed. I suspect this is not your entire fortune." "I am not concerned. I seek only the coin." Diaz shrugged, then continued, "So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who wish to return for funds may proceed. I'll grant you an hour and a half. Oh, and do not entertain thoughts of seeking the navy. I have administered a laxative into their provisions at the Goya Kingdom's naval station this morning. They are unlikely to arrive. The castle guards are now under my command, and I have replaced those loyal to the king. Therefore, your only course is to comply and retrieve the money." Some nobles who had contemplated seeking assistance from the navy suddenly found their spirits deflated. They were genuinely reluctant to part with their wealth. They returned home, heads hung low, to fetch the money. Meanwhile, Diaz, feeling rather bored, dispatched those who attempted to escape with a single shot. The first to act met their end, leaving the others to await the willingness of their families to rescue them. The nobles moved faster than Diaz had anticipated, soon presenting him with large bags of belly, which quickly accumulated into a small mountain before him. Greedy eyes cast their glances, and the nobles nearly forgot their precarious situation. After a rough count, he estimated the total to be around 2 billion, an astounding windfall. These nobles were truly wealthy. He smiled as he gathered the coins, yet did not immediately release them. "We have provided the funds. Why do you not set us free?" "Patience, patience," he replied. Diaz chuckled, remarking, "There is still one person yet to contribute." His gaze fell upon Frank II. "Your Majesty, what about your family's share?" Frank II feigned reluctance, declaring, 50 million Bailey. "Very well, and what of the Queen and Princess?" "You, insatiable as ever. Surely, as royalty of the Kingdom of Goya, you ought to offer a little more." 150 million. "Agreed. A deal it is. The 150 million Bailey will be delivered promptly." With a smile, Diaz departed, while Frank II outwardly displayed anguish but inwardly reveled in joy. With 2 billion Bailey at stake, his share of 400 million was a substantial profit. "Apologies for interrupting your banquet. May we meet again under more pleasant circumstances." Diaz leaped from the window, leaving the castle. The nobility collectively exhaled in relief, as Frank II consoled them and expressed his regrets. Though they cursed the king in their hearts, they dared not voice their discontent. The banquet was deemed a failure, and they departed in disarray. Later that night, Diaz arrived at the dungeon and freed the prisoners, proclaiming, "Let chaos ensue." The injured captives stormed out, wreaking havoc within the castle, while Diaz proceeded to the treasury to gather all the riches stored within. Henceforth, turmoil would consume the nation. 2 days later, Frank II belatedly realized he had been duped. The supposed poison was not but a ruse. Regret was futile now. He needed to devise a plan to recover his wealth. Coincidentally, the nobility shared this sentiment. The banquet had resulted in considerable financial loss, and they needed to reclaim their fortunes. From whom? Naturally, from the common folk. They began to exploit the citizens, draining them of their resources. Consequently, prices soared in the Kingdom of Goya, and the populace, burdened beyond measure, found their savings depleted, plunging into debt and despair, ultimately relegated to a state of uncertainty. A mounting congregation of discontented individuals began to form, harboring deep-seated resentment towards the nobility and royalty. The uprising commenced. The commoners banded together to form a rebellion, igniting a war. Initially, the nobility dismissed the insurrection, viewing it as a mere nuisance posed by a ragtag assembly. However, the ensuing events took them by surprise. Their once-trusted army crumbled under the wrath of the rebellious forces. How could a decaying military withstand an uprising fueled by rage and hatred? They swiftly collapsed. And only then did the nobility and royalty grasp the gravity of their predicament. Their doom was imminent. In a desperate bid for escape, they sought every avenue. But the rebels were already upon them. The nobility was captured, and the royal family faced judgment, with Frank II and his kin escorted to the guillotine. As the sharp blade descended, the reign of the Nanda Carnet family came to an end. The uprising had surged swiftly and receded just as quickly. By the time the world government reacted, a new king had emerged. They could only begrudgingly accept their new reality. Concurrently, their investigations revealed a shadowy figure behind the revolt, Brant Diaz. The ignominy of the Navy has inexplicably arrived in the East China Sea, plundering the former nobility of the Kingdom of Goya. It can be asserted that this insurrection was indirectly instigated by him, a criminal as fearsome as a dragon. Diaz's bounty has soared dramatically, reaching an astounding 215 million berries. Gazing at the newspaper's depiction of himself, Diaz erupted into hearty laughter. A cadre of decaying aristocrats, their gluttony evident. I foresaw such an eventuality. The relentless oppression and exploitation of the populace will inevitably exact a toll. And by the time they awaken to the reality, it will be far too late. The wrath of the common people shall consume them entirely. This is the price of avarice. Chapter 39. The three admirals of the Navy upon receiving the substantial sum of $2.5 billion. Diaz did not hastily allocate it for a lottery. Instead, he first procured an Everstone for his young Garridos, ensuring it retained its current form and accumulated energy. Following that, he acquired a Megastone for his Garridos, reserving it for the future evolution into Mega Garridos, utilizing the Mage evolution. The Megastone alone cost him a staggering 200 million berries, such a mercenary system. He also purchased a variety of suitable earth and minerals for his young Garridos. As while food and energy blocks were acceptable, soil and minerals were the most appropriate sustenance for it. One must never let a child suffer. Ding! A significant amount of berries has been detected, and the system is eligible for an upgrade. Would you like to spend 1 billion berries for the upgrade? The system's sudden announcement startled Diaz. 1 billion berries? What kind of jest is this? What benefits would this update yield? The system will unlock them all, which will update its merchandise daily at variable prices. Is that all? Is that truly worth 1 billion berries? An achievement system will also be activated. Upon completion of achievements, rewards will be granted. For instance, please explore independently after the system update. Update, you scoundrel. Updating. Required time, 1 month. The system backpack will remain fully operational. Anticipate with eagerness. Never mind, it's my own system. I mustn't lose my temper. While Diaz fumed, the Navy headquarters was abuzz with activity. Kapu, why didn't you arrest Diaz when you saw him in the East Sea? The Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Kong, confronted Kapu as he returned to headquarters, spittle flying from his mouth. Wiping his face with a large hand, Kapu replied, "How was I to know he would act in such a manner? That lad is decent. Besides, what about Tiger? Don't tell me you're unaware of his situation." Steelbone Kong huffed, releasing Kapu. "I am well aware, but he is a pirate, a wanted criminal by the world government." "I know," Kapu said, picking his nose. "I was on vacation at the time. What could I do? Compared to Diaz, my 2 grandsons are far more captivating." He was a jester, yet not foolish enough to disclose that he had been training with Diaz for several days. Moreover, the nobility and royalty of the Goya kingdom were hardly virtuous. He was well aware of this, as evidenced by the uncertain terminus. He simply chose not to intervene. Diaz merely extorted a sum of money, and the ensuing chaos was of their own making. He flicked the pick nose onto Sengoku, who retaliated with a smack. "Enough of your antics. The situation in the Goya kingdom has escalated too much. The world government seeks a significant event to suppress this." Steelbone Kong resignedly seated himself, arms crossed over his chest, saying, "Soon, I shall relinquish my position as Fleet Admiral. What? Sengoku exclaimed, while Kapu cheerfully remarked, so soon you shall no longer be my superior? Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's already dark complexion deepened as he stated, Hey, Kapu, I will be the Supreme Commander. And Sengoku shall succeed me as Fleet Admiral. The world government possesses a formidable military force comprising 3 branches, the Navy, Army, and Air Force. Among these, the Navy is the most populous and powerful, tasked with apprehending pirates, ensuring maritime safety, and safeguarding the populace. The Air Force, being the least numerous, seldom makes an appearance and is stationed on a particular sky island. The Army is responsible for the protection of the celestial dragons. Typically, the supreme commander of the 3 branches is held by the Admiral of the Navy, though exceptions do occur. Steelbone Kong is expected to assume this position, and despite his advanced age, his robust physique suggests he could continue in service for another decade or so. Currently, the only Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku, is indeed the best candidate to succeed the position of Navy Commander-in-Chief. Possessing both strategic acumen and formidable strength, coupled with the support of his old comrades Garp, Saru, and Zephyr, Sengoku is well-equipped to stabilize the Navy's situation swiftly. He nodded, acknowledging the reality of his new role. He had anticipated this day, albeit sooner than expected. As for the position of Admiral, a glance at Garp confirmed that the old man would never accept such a role. Upon promotion, he would become a subordinate to the celestial dragons, subject to their whims, and Garp had no desire to serve as a pawn for a group he deemed inferior, especially if it meant oppressing innocent civilians. He felt that anyone else could take that position. He would not. Steelbone Kong had hoped for Garp to become the admiral. But after numerous refusals, he ceased pursuing that notion. He then named 3 candidates, Akainu, Kazan, and Borsalino. Their capabilities have reached the level of admiral, with both their devil fruit powers and haki qualifying them for the role. Therefore, it suffices to promote these 3. I shared this sentiment. As an admiral, Sengoku had indeed taken note of these rising stars, recognizing their exceptional strength and character. Even though Akainu is uncompromising and willing to sacrifice civilians in the pursuit of eliminating pirates, he remains one of the best options available. Kazan, having transformed from a passionate youth to a laid-back elder following the O'Hara incident, still embodies a sense of justice within the Navy. As for Borsalino, his power is sufficient, but he is quite the seasoned individual. In the ensuing period, Steelbone Kong summoned these 3 to prepare for the retirement ceremony. His resignation would coincide with Sengoku and Borsalino being elevated to their new ranks. The emergence of the new Navy Commander-in-Chief and the 3 admirals sent shockwaves across the globe. The simultaneous appointment of the 3 admirals signified the Navy's strength reaching its zenith, heralding a comprehensive crackdown on pirates. Akainu would command the New World. Kazan would patrol the first half of the Grand Line, and Borsalino would oversee the Navy headquarters, ensuring the safety of both the headquarters and the Celestial Dragons. Diaz gazed at the news featuring the newly appointed Navy Commander-in-Chief and the 3 admirals and remarked, "It's going to be tough from here on out. I hope I don't cross paths with those 3 maniacs, especially Red Dog. Akainu is far too extreme and not someone easy to deal with. Kazan's demeanor varies with his mood, though my former superior is quite reasonable. The last time he pursued us, it was evident he intended to let us go. With the 3 admirals in place, life for pirates is about to get significantly more challenging. I've lingered long enough in this wretched East Blue. It's time to venture into the first half of the Grand Line." With a spontaneous decision, once the direction was confirmed, I set off towards Reverse Mountain. Along the way, I encountered a seaside restaurant and decided to pause for a moment. The establishment, Bar Thai, was a modest eatery run by the red-footed chef Sanji. It was certainly a place worth dining at. "Welcome," exclaimed a golden-haired youth with curled eyebrows, who, upon noticing the visitor was a man, appeared somewhat disheartened. "Here, sir, is the menu. Please feel free to order whatever you desire." Diaz raised an eyebrow, and in that instant, a figure burst forth from the kitchen, delivering a swift kick that sent Sanji tumbling into the sea. Chapter 40. The Kingdom of Sekir. How dare you treat guests in such a manner, you scoundrel. The chef, donned in his culinary attire, with a wooden prosthetic for his right leg and golden braids in his beard, bellowed at Sanji, who had just crawled ashore from the sea. "That hurts, you old fool. What do you want? Sanji exclaimed, only to receive a kick. Call me chef. Once a notorious pirate known as Redfoot Zeph. He had now retired to become the head chef of the floating restaurant Baratai, earning his livelihood at sea alongside his apprentices. My sincerest apologies, dear guest. This impolite fellow does not represent our establishment. Please, peruse the menu, and as a gesture of goodwill, I shall treat you to a complimentary dish. Oh, it's nothing. Diaz waved his hand dismissively, picking up the thick menu. After some contemplation, he ordered a lavish spread. Is this what you desire? Please hold on. Zeph nodded in affirmation. You, rascal, change into something presentable and assist in the kitchen. Yes, chef. Sanji complied, changing into clean attire before entering the kitchen. The alluring aroma of the dishes wafted through the air as Diaz tied a napkin around young Kiris, eagerly awaiting the feast. Yummy Kiris drooled, sitting at the table, clutching a glass and attempting to shove it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Let us have a little something to whet our appetite. If anything gets broken, simply charge it to the bill, Diaz remarked helplessly to the waiter. The waiter, seasoned by life's trials, nodded unfazed. Before long, delectable dishes graced the table, and Diaz and Kiris devoured them ravenously, relishing what they deemed the finest cuisine they had ever tasted. Zeph smiled, pleased. The voracious appetite of the guests was the greatest compliment to a chef's skill. Boss, another round over here. Diaz mumbled, placing more belly on the table. One moment. Everyone. We have a significant client. Let us get moving. Zeph shouted to the kitchen staff, who sprang into action with fervor. After a flurry of meals served, Diaz and Kiris finally nodded in satisfaction, ready to settle the bill. Thank you for your patronage. The total is 150,000 belly. After calculating the expenses, Diaz handed over the money, packing a few extra dishes before departing with the little dinosaur. They traversed the upside-down mountain, exiting the East Blue and entering the Grand Line. With the compass and sea charts rendered useless, they resorted to the log pose again. Let me see, the next island is in this direction. Yes, let us head that way. After determining their course, the small vessel sailed forth, taking a fortnight to reach an island named Kuligana, home to the prosperous kingdom of Sikir. This nation was a member of the world government, though its relations with the three neighboring kingdoms were rather strained. Fortunately, Sikir was a robust power, and even a joint assault from the three kingdoms did not guarantee victory. Diaz arrived on the island, procuring supplies of food, water, and various everyday necessities. And he also purchased a considerable amount of minerals and soil for the young Kiras. The system was projected to take a little over a week to complete its updates, while the magnetic energy would require another fortnight to replenish. For the time being, he decided to remain here. Unlike his previous endeavors in the kingdom of Goya, where profit was the primary motive, the nobility in this land appeared to possess a degree of decency, and the king was relatively amiable. However, within just a few days of his stay, war erupted. In the dead of night, unanticipated artillery shells rained down upon the kingdom, awakening Diaz from his slumber. With his little dinosaur in tow, he leaped from his room to the rooftop. Gazing into the distance, he beheld the sea aglow with lights. Bursts of brilliance erupting as shells soared from cannons, landing amidst the city. What the? A war! Diaz exclaimed as he deftly sliced through an incoming shell. Just moments ago, he had speculated about the improbability of conflict, only to turn around and find himself under attack. Truly, he had no desire to be embroiled in this chaos. He needed to find a place to conceal himself. Boom! A shell soared toward him, exploding nearby, the anguished cries of the populace ringing in his ears. Diaz clicked his tongue, dragon flash. The sword energy swept across, cleaving the approaching shells and causing them to detonate midair. This is not sustainable, he mused. The soldiers of the kingdom of Psychiel reacted swiftly, promptly organizing rescue efforts for the civilians while dispatching a fleet to confront the invaders. Diaz made his way to the shore to ascertain the identity of the assailants. He beheld a colossal pink snail bearing a white castle, emblazoned with the black insignia of Germa 66. While a cadre of robustly equipped soldiers subdued the forces of the Psychiel kingdom. What in the world? Germa 66? How could they be here? Diaz recognized it immediately. This was Sanji's homeland. Germa, a nation without fixed territory, floated erratically through the seas, being a member of the world government, known for its mercenary activities. taking on contracts to assist employers in waging war against their adversaries, hence earning the title of the Warhouse and Experts of War. Having grown up in the North Sea, Diaz had encountered the popular comic series, Sora, the Sea Warrior, which glorified Germa, a nation that had become a significant contributor to the military forces of the world government. It appeared that someone had hired Germa to assault the kingdom of Sykiel. The fees for Germa's services were not trivial, yet once they seized control of Sykiel, the compensation would no longer pose a concern. The forces of Sykiel were faltering, hastily retreating and fortifying their defenses, utilizing the city walls to withstand the onslaught of Germa 66. As Diaz observed, for figures leapt from the great snail of Germa, adorned in red, blue, green, and pink, moving with remarkable speed directly towards him. Sparkling red, electric blue, whirling green, and toxic pink. The most formidable combatants of Germa 66. Had these individuals already entered the fray? Vinsmoke Judge has transformed his children. Apart from Sanji, the rest have been turned into cyborgs. His sister Reiju retains her human emotions. Yet the other three are devoid of fear, pain, or sentiment, monstrous beings born for the purpose of warfare, coupled with their battle suits crafted from shape memory alloys. Their strength is further augmented. I cannot remain here. I must find a place to conceal myself. A flash of lightning struck as Diaz swung his blade, clashing with the electrified longsword with a resounding clang. Clad in a blue battle suit, adorned with a black cloak emblazoned with the number 2. He bore striking blue wavy hair and counterclockwise curled eyebrows, complemented by black goggles and a pair of black ear protectors. Upon witnessing Diaz successfully parry his attack, he erupted into an excited laugh, realizing that this nation is not entirely composed of inept individuals. Chapter 41 Germa 66, What a Nuisance. Diaz swiftly deflected the electric blue with his sword, confronting Vinsmoke Ichiji, the most irascible of the family. Taking a deep breath, the ripple of power coursed through his body, enhancing his strength. Initially reluctant to engage, it seems I must now deliver a sound thrashing. You insufferable Germa. Oh, recognized me? This is intriguing. Young Ichiji, wielding the lightning sword crafted by Germa, directed his interest towards Diaz, intent on eliminating him. Clang, clang. The two exchanged rapid strikes, the Murakumo and the lightning sword clashing. Sparks flying. The electric blue possessed remarkable speed, and Diaz was no slouch either. His movements were akin to instantaneous teleportation over short distances. Charge, creating distance. Ichiji unleashed a bolt of lightning from above. Diaz, with a peculiar expression, leapt up, striking a stance as Murakumo swung, boldly meeting the descending lightning. Lightning returned. As the attack was intercepted, Diaz retaliated, sending the bolt back toward Ichiji. The unexpected turn of events caught Ichiji off guard, resulting in him being struck by the very lightning he had summoned. As long as Diaz intercepted the lightning, it would not harm him. As for whether metals conduct electricity, let us not delve too deeply into the affairs of the Anem clan. Fortunately, Ichiji's battle suit shielded him from harm. However, Diaz pressed forward, his dark sword aura looming. Secret technique, cherry blossom dance. Ichiji was sent flying, yet Germa's technology provided him protection. Rising immediately, Diaz closed in. The tip of Murakumo pressed against Ichiji's throat. Though he had been augmented, his exoskeleton skin rendered him impervious to ordinary attacks. Nevertheless, Murakumo, not only a formidable blade but also infused with carbonite alloy, proved more than a match for him. Diaz forcefully pushed Ichiji back, crashing through a building with a resounding boom. A drop of blood trickled from Ichiji's throat. All this effort for a single drop of blood? Ichiji scoffed. Diaz huffed, his fist shimmering with the glow of ripple energy. Golden wave ripple charge. Boom. A single punch sent Ichiji hurtling away, shattering 2 buildings before he activated his floating device to stabilize himself. Touching his face, he realized that the punch had dislocated his jaw. With a forceful shove, he reset his bone and seethed. I will kill you. His body transformed. Am I not already doing it? Niji grumbled as he charged toward Diaz. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed again in a flurry of exchanges, yet despite being a scientific marvel of Germa, Niji still found no advantage, even being suppressed by Diaz. Damn it. Worthless. Diaz sneered, dashing through the air in a flash, locking Niji in place with his blade pressed against his throat, dragging it with force. Screech, a grating sound rang out. Sparks flying as Niji winced in pain. A shallow cut opened on his neck. Fortunately, neither his artery nor windpipe was severed. Or even Germa's advanced science might not have saved him. Thunderbolt. At the brink of life and death, Niji erupted with a surge of electricity, sending Diaz convulsing as he plummeted downward. I'll kill you. Wiping the blood from his neck, Niji lunged at his opponent in fury. Inhale, exhale. The ripple power swiftly dispelled the paralysis. Diaz crashed onto the ground, rolling aside just in time to evade Niji's assault. He sprang up instantly, thrusting his blade toward Niji's black goggles, shattering them, the tip halting just before his eyeball. Ichiji seized the blade, frowning. You're too careless, Niji. Thud. Ichiji's kick landed squarely on Diaz's stomach, twisting his expression in agony as he coughed up blood. Same brothers, but this one's a bit stronger. Wiping the blood from his lips, Diaz turned and fled. Can handle the ripple, but not the speed. Run for it. Germa's science defies reason. He wanted to retreat, but it seemed these two weren't giving him the chance. Niji wiped his neck again and gave chase, locking Diaz in another fierce exchange. Ichiji followed closely. Electricity and flames intertwining, unleashing an overload of thunder and fire. Not really. Two attacks came simultaneously. Diaz's gaze sharpened as his hand slid along the back of his blade. A dark surge of sword energy erupted violently. Secret technique, Mortal Blade. The sword energy extended like thick ink strokes across paper, dissolving the brothers' attacks upon contact as if melting snow. Reacting swiftly, they raised their capes to block the strike. If I wielded the true Mortal Blade, you'd already be dead. The secret technique, Mortal Blade, originally required one of the two legendary blades, Open Gate or Dragon's Tear, to unleash. Yet through Diaz's training, he could replicate it, albeit with diminished power. To think the kingdom of Sakai harbors a warrior like you. But our orders are to annihilate your nation. Your strength is nothing before Germa. Ichiji acknowledged Diaz's prowess, but orders were absolute. Father's command was law. Diaz, seething with rage, abandoned explanations. Then let me witness Germa's power for myself. His eyes turned ferocious. He was ready to fight to the death. Silver Slash. A blinding arc of sword energy tore through the air with a piercing shriek, its relentless barrage forcing the brothers to keep their distance. What are you doing? Do not squander time on this. A pink figure swooped in, and upon seeing Niji's neck, exclaimed in astonishment, Is there truly someone capable of breaching your exoskeleton? Humph. It is merely due to the excellence of his blade. Niji, reluctant to concede, felt a tingling sensation on his neck, which brought him discomfort. The highly toxic pollen smoke Raja glanced over and remarked, You have been poisoned. She placed her hand upon her brother's wound, extracting the venom within. Though her kisses might hasten the healing process, she thought it prudent to refrain from kissing her brother, as she had no desire to endure nightmares. Chapter 42. The Cowardly King. Upon extracting the toxin, Niji's wound began to heal. Raja remarked, It is a poison I have never encountered before, if left untreated. It will render you incapable of self-healing. Humph, a mere trick. Now is the moment. Finish him off in one swift motion. Niji was eager to act, but Ichi interjected. Do not squander too much time on this fellow, Rachel. You stay behind to deal with him. We have pressing matters to attend to. Their objective was to annihilate this nation, leaving little time to waste on Diaz. However, Niji still wished to eliminate Diaz, yet Ichi reminded him. Father's command is to destroy this country with utmost expedience. Do not forget, we have another task ahead. Humph, I leave him to you. Niji grumbled as he departed with Ichi, leaving Rage to confront Diaz. What a handsome fellow, quite to my taste, Rage mused, stifling a laugh. Diaz's fighting spirit waned. As one of the two virtuous members of the Vinsmoke family, he was disinclined to engage in battle. Nevertheless, Rage spoke a truth. He indeed was quite the dashing figure. Your curly brows, I feel as though I've seen them somewhere before. Huh, such a cliché pickup line. Had this been in another setting, I might have sat down for a drink with you, Rage replied, not in haste to engage. The young man before her appeared familiar. And then it struck her. You are the Navy's disgrace, Brando Diaz. My two foolish brothers have taken you for an enemy. How amusing. I have indeed seen your wanted poster. So what? It is merely a misunderstanding. Reiju, the most astute of the Vinsmoke family, retained her emotions and discerned the situation with clarity, unlike her three foolish brothers, who knew only brute force. You claim it is a misunderstanding. Yet I nearly met my end. Were you not also close to killing Niji? In my estimation, even Ichi would struggle the best you hear. Reiju smiled softly. And Diaz suddenly exclaimed, I recall now. The one who resembles you is a curly-haired blonde youth working at a seaside restaurant, named Sanji. Hearing her beloved brother's name after several years made Reiju's pupils constrict, though she maintained her composure, stating, I do not know that child. Feigning ignorance, are we? Is that so? Ichi, Niji, Sanji, how perfectly they align, all possessing those curly brows. It cannot be mere coincidence. There must be a reason for his wandering. He does not seem as cold-hearted as those two, appearing to relish his life at the seaside restaurant, and his culinary skills are commendable, aided by a kind chef uncle. Upon hearing of her brother's favorable circumstances, Reiju chuckled softly. Thank you. I hope you will keep this confidential. Of course, but I find myself quite intrigued by your Germa. He gazed towards the grand white castle atop the largest snail in the sea, a smile gracing his lips. In an instant, his form vanished, leaving Reiju momentarily stunned before she gave chase. With swift steps, Diaz traversed the air, rapidly approaching the castle of Germa Kingdom. Bullets flying towards him were cleaved asunder by his sword energy, falling harmlessly to the ground, while behind him, Reiju unleashed arrows composed of lethal venom, which he effortlessly shattered with his sword energy. Landing atop the castle with sudden acceleration, Diaz shattered the walls in a violent charge, bursting into the grand hall where he beheld a towering figure, a man with an extravagant mane of hair concealed behind a gilded mask. A smirk curled upon Diaz's lips as he lunged forward without hesitation. Vinsmoke, Judge, father to Reiju and Sanji, sovereign ruler of Germa Kingdom, a man seasoned in combat, raised an immense spear in retaliation. Yet an overwhelming force wrenched the weapon from his grasp, sending it clattering to the ground. In an instant, the razor edge of Murasame pressed against Judge's throat, its lethal blade parting flesh, drawing forth a crimson rivulet. Judge had modified his children with genetic enhancements from the womb, yet he himself remained merely human, fragile, unprotected by exoskeletal fortifications. His battle suit offered no defense for his exposed neck. This is checkmate. Reiju stormed in with reinforcements, only to freeze at the sight of her father held at knife point. Father, she gasped. Don't move, Diaz purred, his grin radiant yet sinister in Judge's eyes. Lives are so fragile. Bland, Diaz. Judge snarled, fury contorting his features. What madness brings you here? He could not fathom why the Navy's so-called disgrace had appeared in Sorbet Kingdom, nor why he would dare oppose Germa. Merely passing through. Diaz replied, his voice deceptively light, yet each word struck Judge like thunder. Then your war spilled onto my path. Your witless sons even had the audacity to attack me. Tell me, how shall I repay such hospitality? Judge feared no man. Yet the sensation of mortality dangling by a thread was unbearable, especially when his executioner's whim could end him at any moment. He clung to life, terrified of death. Terrified of failing to restore the Vinsmoke dynasty's former glory. Afraid to die? Diaz taunted, relishing the tremor in Judge's breath. I expected more from the mighty king of Germa. How disappointing. Now withdraw your forces. This invasion ends here. Withdraw? Impossible, Argh. A dagger pierced through Judge's battle suit, embedding itself between his collarbones. Blood gushed freely as Diaz twisted the blade with chilling precision. I am not negotiating, Diaz hissed, his voice a venomous whisper that sent shivers down Judge's spine. How could this youth, barely older than his own daughter, inspire such terror? Order your retreat. Then recall your sons, and have them kneel before me. You dare, GYH. Another twist of the knife sent agony lancing through Judge's body. Defy me again, and your life is forfeit. Surely a king has no wish to perish by my hand? Terror overrode defiance. Beneath his iron faade, Judge was a coward, a dreamer clinging to foolish ambitions. Pathetic idealist. That was Diaz's verdict. To revive the Vinsmoke legacy, Judge had experimented on his own flesh and blood, bargaining with monsters. Did he truly believe Big Mom would honor any pact? The moment Germa outlived its usefulness, she would devour them whole. Naively believing that one's strength could lead to an alliance with the four emperors is but a folly. Who among them is easily subdued? With wounds continually bleeding, The soldiers of Germa 66, under the command of Gaji, retreated back to the kingdom alongside the three princes. Upon encountering Diaz, the trio was taken aback in astonishment as Gaji commanded them to kneel before him. What a jest! Why should they bow to this man? The green-haired Vince Mokyanji and Niji were both unwilling, while Ichiji crossed his arms, equally disinclined to comply. Chapter 43. Come, show me your scissors, I said, kneel. You three ungrateful wretches. Gaji scolded his three beloved sons for the first time. Unable to defy their father's command, the modified brothers humiliated themselves by kneeling before Diaz. Oh, how amusing it is to witness the lofty prince, the wicked Germa, bowing before this nameless commoner. Alas, if only there were a photophone to capture this moment. I would love to immortalize it. Someone, fetch me a photophone. He commanded Reiju, who glanced at Gaji. Gaji let out another anguished cry as the knife dug deeper. Hurry, give it to him. How pitiful, father. Reiju felt a surge of satisfaction. Perhaps this was poetic justice. With that thought, she quickly retrieved a photophone. Diaz instructed, capture this. Click. Reiju snapped a picture of the brothers' humiliation, then heard Diaz say, photograph us, for this is a historic moment. If the people of the North Sea learn of this, I might just become famous. Stop crying, you big man. Why do you resemble a child? Ugh, how disgusting, tears streaming down your face. If you wish to live, show me your scissors and smile. Faced with the threat of death, Gaji complied with Diaz's command, weeping and laughing as he formed a peace sign. Just moments ago, he was the exalted king of Germa, yet now he appeared like a mere child. How disgraceful. The photophone spat out a photograph, and Diaz, gazing at his beaming face alongside Gaji's contorted expression, laughed even harder. Tell me, if I were to sell this to the World Economic Journal, how much do you think it would fetch? I've already devised the headline for tomorrow's front page. The Evil Legion rises to fame, the weeping king of Germa. What do you think? I find it rather splendid. Please, not this. If those fiends learn of my disgrace, my reign as king will be over, Gaji cried out. Never having felt so utterly humiliated, not even during his experiments with Vegapunk. This wretched predicament stemmed solely from his foolhardy sons attacking this devil. Hee. Let us remove Germa's battle attire. Gaji, now utterly subservient to Diaz, watched as the brothers' uniforms were swiftly stripped away, along with his own. Only Reiju's attire remained untouched. Without the battle uniforms, I can truly torment you now. Hee, what a fool you are. Just a moment ago, I could only target your neck, risking your life with a single misstep. Now, however, I can do as I please. Monster. This man is with the detonator in hand. He descended with an air of arrogance and declared, as you can see, this is a bomb. With a single press, your father will be blown to pieces. His body isn't as resilient as yours, so he pressed Niji's head into the floor, embedding it deeply. Niji struggled, but Judge, cowardly and terrified of death, commanded him not to move. As modified humans, Reiju and her three brothers were powerless to defy their father's orders, none daring to act recklessly. So, you're quite the fighter, aren't you? What good is that now? I thought you were something special, but you're just a pathetic weakling. Niji's face twisted in fury, his teeth grinding as if he could tear Diaz apart, yet he remained helpless. Retrieving Miramesa, Diaz thrust it through Niji's waist. Blood soaked the fine fabric of his shirt. Turning his head with disinterest, Diaz mused, bored now. Hey, Your Majesty, what do you think will happen to this country once I detonate you? No, please. Spare us. I'll give you anything. Judge begged, devoid of any kingly dignity. How dull. Do you have sea stone handcuffs? Yes. Bring them. All of them. No, actually, make it a cage. Soon. An iron cage reinforced with sea stone was brought forth. Sea stone, renowned for its hardness, was not only effective against devil fruit users but also served as an impeccable restraint for ordinary individuals. Even a trace of it could render ordinary materials extraordinarily durable, perfect for imprisoning these three. Tossing the soul key in his hand, Diaz remarked, "You're so obedient. Tell me, are you really a king? I've never seen one so terrified of death, willing to sacrifice his own children. Truly a first for me." You. Judge choked on his rage before collapsing unconscious. Fainted already? Pathetic. Your father's a worthless fool. I've always thought so, Reiju shrugged. Without Judge's command, she was, for the moment, free. A part of her wished Diaz would end this wretched family, though she doubted he would. Hey, Reiju, what are you doing? Hurry up and defeat this guy. Get us out of here. Yanji shouted mindlessly. Reiju sighed. Idiot. Father's at his mercy. Yanji fell silent. Never before had the three brothers been so humiliated. Utterly at the mercy of one man. Servants, bring the feast. Diaz clapped his hands. When no one moved, he raised the detonator. Reiju sighed again. For now, obey his orders. Only then did the Germa clone soldiers stir into action. The war ended as swiftly as it had begun. Germa retreated abruptly, leaving the bewildered citizens of the Sorbet kingdom in stunned relief, though few spared a thought as to why they had survived. Even fewer knew it was Diaz who had incidentally saved them. The three brothers hung unconscious from the rooftop, while Judge, slumped on his throne, resembled a crowned beggar. Diaz and Reiju sat on either side, indulging in the feast. I am uncertain of your thoughts, for I too am Germa. Legio elegantly sliced her steak, while Diaz across from her devoured meat and drank heartily, exclaiming, because you are different. Meanwhile, the little dinosaur was overjoyed, gnawing on the sea tower stone handcuffs, which, akin to diamonds, crunched delightfully in its mouth like a mere snack. This scene caught Legio's attention. It was her first encounter with a creature capable of consuming sea tower stone. Despite its insufficient purity, it seemed implausible that it could be gnawed upon. Moreover, the energy within the sea tower stone nourished the little dinosaur's body, as it savored such a rare delicacy for the very first time. Ding! Young Giratina has learned the move crunch. Truly remarkable, young Giratina, to learn its technique simply by indulging in a morsel. Chapter 44. Like a monkey while Diaz and his companions indulged in sumptuous feasts, the three brothers hung helplessly in their cage, unable to escape. The bleeding from Sanji's body had ceased, for he was not so easily vanquished. To perish so simply would be a disservice to his robust physique. Your father is akin to a jest, Diaz remarked as he savored his meat. Reiju, merely sipping a fine red wine, remained silent with a smile. She had not resorted to poisoning him, which was already a significant restraint, yet she found herself unable to defy his commands or inflict harm upon him. Within the family, Sanji stood as the sole figure capable of resisting their father. Born of their mother's sacrifice, he was the only ordinary person in this household, and indeed, the only family member she cherished. With a yawn, Diaz set down his knife and fork, declaring, "Bring forth Germa's funds." He commanded compliance. Reiju placed her wine glass down. Indifferent to Germa's affairs, should Sanji inquire later, she could easily deflect with concerns for their father's safety. After all, it was an undeniable fact that one could not be captured by enemies without consequence, rendering them impotent. Clone soldiers soon delivered several crates of money, prompting Diaz to raise an eyebrow. Is this all? How can the esteemed Germa kingdom be so impoverished? Reiju explained, do you think research comes without cost? Germa thrives on technology, and our daily expenditures and research funds are substantial. Each mission merely sustains the nation at a basic level. As a warhouse, Germa could secure numerous lucrative contracts on the black market, yet their operational costs remained high, primarily due to research expenses. Germa soldiers incurred no costs as they were clones. However, the materials and resources required for cloning were significant, coupled with the expenses Sanji incurred to uphold the royal family's dignity. This nation lacked the means to levy taxes. Even when accepting tasks, the kingdom could hardly be deemed affluent. The liquid assets were scant, and Sanji's aversion to business dealings stemmed from a desire to preserve royal dignity, leaving them reliant on contract income. Stubborn, naive, and cowardly, Diaz mused, reflecting on this individual. Upon tallying the funds, it amounted to approximately 1 billion. Nearly sufficient to cover system updates. Stowing the money away, Diaz stroked his chin, proposing, tell me, if I were to eliminate your father, would you be free? Reiju remained taciturn, her eyes betraying a yearning for freedom. What a look! You truly are a devoted daughter, Diaz exclaimed. Hey, Reiju, did you not hear what he said? Stop him, Ichiji interjected. Reiju replied, he merely needs to press a button, and father will be blown to bits. Do you think I can act faster than him? Waste. Just watch me, Yuji declared, gripping the sea prism stone cage, straining his arms in vain as the cage remained immovable. If you can pry open this cage made of sea prism stone, I will let you go, Diaz chuckled. Not everyone possesses the unique capability of a young Kiris. It is indeed special. Sea Prism Stone is renowned for its impenetrability and its ability to restrain those with abilities, which is why it commands such a high price. Gazing at the unconscious Gaji, one could not help but click one's tongue in pity. The once exalted king had fallen to such a woeful state. "Bring forth another Sea Prism Stone cage and confine your monarch within," commanded Diaz. The clone soldiers hesitated. Yet the grim reality of their king's life being in Diaz's hands compelled them to comply. Gaji was unceremoniously thrust into the Sea Prism Stone cage, suspended from the ceiling. "Now, you are the voice of the Germa kingdom, Queen Reiju," Diaz proclaimed. "A queen, you say?" "I have no desire for the throne," Reiju declined, shaking her head. "This wicked nation deserved annihilation. Who would wish to reign over such a land?" "Is that so? Then allow me to assume the role," Diaz replied, taking his seat upon the throne, surveying the assembly below. "It feels rather mundane, I must say. I truly cannot fathom the allure of kingship." Leaning languidly on the armrest of the throne, his elbow propped beneath his chin, one hand clenched tightly around a remote control, poised for detonation at a moment's notice. Reiju and the clone soldiers felt the weight of his gaze upon them, akin to being preyed upon by a beast ready to pounce. "What is it that you desire?" Reiju finally inquired. "Pray tell, could I become the king of Germa?" Diaz mused whimsically. Before Reiju could respond, Niji interjected with scorn. "You? Don't be absurd. Only father can wear the crown." Diaz retorted, "He is dead. Should you all perish, only Reiju would remain. Let her be crowned queen, then abdicate to me, an unequivocal transition." "You." Niji gritted his teeth. "If you have the guts, face me in single combat. I shall tear you to shreds." Diaz chuckled, "With no battle suit. You would meet your end. But first, emerge from the Sea Prism Stone cage." Without their battle suits, their combat capabilities would diminish significantly. Their bodies could only realize their true potential when outfitted appropriately. Lacking such gear, their strength paled in comparison to many a bounty hunter with a price exceeding 300 million. After all, their physiques had yet to reach their zenith. Even with genetic enhancements, they could not defy the natural laws of physical development. It was only after achieving full maturation that the genetic modifications would allow them to wield true power in conjunction with the Germa battle suits. However, in their current state, outfitted with their suits, they could navigate the first half of the Grand Line with relative ease. "Are you truly going to stand by, Reiju? Have you betrayed your family?" Niji implored, seeking to provoke the free-spirited Reiju into action, only to be met with scorn. "Are you a fool? Father's life is in his hands. Do you lack any semblance of reason? How dare you insult me?" Reiju retorted. "Is there an issue?" Diaz waved the remote tauntingly. "Pressing this button would seal your father's fate. I could leave you suspended here for months on end. I refuse to believe you would survive without food or water. I am indifferent to such a delay." "Silence, Niji." Ichi, possessing a modicum of sense, urged Niji to refrain from provoking Diaz further. Preserving their father's life was of utmost importance. Transformed as they are, their loyalty to their father is unwavering, with their thoughts solely focused on ensuring his survival. Reiju retains her emotions, yet finds herself unable to defy Katakuri's commands. Her heart may resist, but her body is powerless to oppose. They serve as instruments in Katakuri's quest to revive the Vinsmoke family. Familial bonds? This family has known no kinship since the passing of their mother and Sanji's departure. The Vinsmoke family has no need for such weakness. I find you all amusing, resembling monkeys in your antics. Chapter 45, The Pure Love Greatsword. Thus they lingered. With Diaz remaining unfazed by Gaji's predicament, his thoughts were consumed by how to subdue Germa. Germa's combat prowess was commendable, not on par with the four Emperor's pirate crews, yet still a formidable force upon the seas. Their scientific advancements and clone soldiers were unparalleled. Diaz took residence in Germa's opulent quarters, while Gaji was also confined to the same space to prevent his release. Upon regaining consciousness, Gaji was once again rendered unconscious by Diaz, and several days passed in this manner. Beep. System update complete. Shop opened. Achievement system activated. Beep. The cost for each card draw has been adjusted to 10 million berries. By the heavens! You money-grubbing fiend! Diaz exclaimed in frustration. Is this not a mockery of honest folk? The system offered no reply. After all, it was merely a mechanical entity devoid of sentiment. Seething with indignation over his silent loss, Diaz had no recourse but to comply. System, 10 consecutive draws. Now, with 100 million, He could only afford a single 10 draw. Curse it. Pineapple phone. In direct competition with Apple. Nightstone. It emits light at night. Master of 8 extremes fist. Come, young one, let us spar. White King ensemble. Exquisite. Utterly refined. Double jump. Let me see who else cannot perform a double jump. Seat of the mind. Control the life and death of another. Heaven's lock. Effective against divine entities. Holy Grail. The ultimate explosive device. Heavenly fire judgment. The pure love greatsword. Eagle eye vision. Enemies within range cannot become invisible. Kryptonite. The weakness of the great Superman. Arc reactor. I am Iron Man. Mouse talisman. Darling, your figurine wife can now come to life. Sunshine gun. The miracle of the initial prince, Gwen. Undying slash. Weeping prayer. Recommended to be drawn after acquiring immortality. The guaranteed items appeared before Diaz. Seed of the mind. When implanted in a person. A single thought can cause their head to explode. There is only one such thought. Heaven's lock. A manifestation of Enkidu from the Type Moon universe. Can restrain the creator deity Tiamat for an hour when powerful, effective against divine entities. Without divinity, it is merely a robust iron chain. Holy Grail. A despised broken cup that can grant wishes, but requires knowledge of the method. Without it, one cannot leap from inception to conclusion. Heavenly fire judgment. One of the keys to the gods from Honkai Impact, crafted from the core of the 7th Lawkeeper of the previous civilization era, the Lawkeeper of Fire. Available in both greatsword and dual pistol forms. Named the Pure Love Greatsword, each usage is dedicated to one's beloved. Kevin, Siegfried, and Otto. The Pure Love War God, Otto Apocalypse. For the sake of my beloved, I shall unleash a magnificent attack. Strength is indeed strength. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this peculiar device is powered by the energy of collapse. It is intended to combat the collapse. Yet it seems to utilize collapse energy more than anyone else. Eagle eye vision, kryptonite, and arc reactor require no further elaboration. While the mouse talisman necessitates the presence of a doll, the sunshine gun boasts commendable attack power, akin to the skills of Gwen, the protagonist from Dark Souls, ideally. It should be used at close range for optimal effect. Immortal slash, worship, one of the 2 immortal slashes, will only be drawn at the cost of one's life without the power of immortality, although it can indeed be employed for treachery. Diaz pondered while stroking his chin. Then produced a golden chalice, essentially a confluence of magical energy. Thus, I wish to become the strongest person in the world. The chalice emitted a faint glow. Yet nothing materialized. Very well, it was a failure. I wish for the chalice's magic to be transformed into collapse energy. Ding. Magic conversion successful. The chalice's magic has been transformed into collapse energy and linked with the heavenly fire holy judgment. Is it truly possible? Diaz was taken aback. How could this be achieved? Host, do not delve too deeply into the workings of the system. Are you perhaps of the Hakura lineage? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the accomplishment of the God of Guarantees. Host's luck has increased by 1%. An increase of 1% is hardly beneficial. Diaz withdrew 2 golden flintlock pistols, adorned in a striking black and white pattern, with gilded barrels and crimson cores of the flame ruler embedded at the safety catch. Exuding an air of opulence, the pistols radiated intense heat, and upon contact, purple patterns appeared on Diaz's skin as he was eroded by the collapse energy. Lacking adaptability to this energy, he would ultimately transform into a creature of collapse. He quickly released his grip. Ding. Host has achieved the accomplishment of experiencing everything for the first time. Host has attained 100% adaptability to collapse energy. The purple patterns on his hands vanished, and Diaz felt a newfound ability to control the heavenly fire holy judgment, adjusting the energy output as flames erupted from the muzzle. Igniting the bed in the room. Extinguish the flames. Extinguish the flames. He splashed a basin of water, dousing the fire. The output capability of the heavenly fire holy judgment is exceptional. When energy reaches 105%, it transforms into a greatsword form, unleashing cataclysmic destruction. However, after unleashing it, the wielder faces a high probability of demise due to the extreme heat. Only a body that transcends mortality can endure such boundless destructive power. In truth, only Kevin possesses the ability to fully wield this force. Otto employs the Heavenly Fire Great Sword, replicated from the void 10,000 treasures, to fight for the sake of his beloved, while the Heavenly Fire Holy Judgment, born of pure love, is also referred to as the Great Sword of Pure Love. I desire a Kaslana gunfighting technique. Alas, as long as it is usable, it suffices. He holstered the twin pistols and approached Judge, commanding the system to implant a mental seed into Vinsmoke. Judge. Ding. The seed has been planted. Shall the target be eliminated? No. Diaz splashed water upon Judge, rousing him from slumber. Upon seeing Diaz, Judge's eyes were filled with dread, a palpable fear evident in his demeanor. I have implanted a control mechanism within your mind. With but a thought, your head shall burst. Silently, he commanded, System, allow the mental seed to gradually take effect. Judge suddenly felt an excruciating pain splitting his head, blood streaming from his nostrils. The unbearable agony made him cry out, Release me. I beg of you. I am willing to become your subordinate. The moment those words left his lips, a wave of relief washed over him, yet his heart was steeped in sorrow. Was this truly the end of the Vinsmoke family? He couldn't accept it. No, he refused. Good, very obedient. The thing planted in your mind is called the seed of the psyche. Only I can remove it. It is bound to me. If I die, your head will pop, explode. Judge's eyes brimmed with terror. The man before him was nothing short of a devil. Yet there was no escape. The torment he had just endured was proof enough. If this man willed it, death would claim him without hesitation. Didn't he want to die? Even a wretched life was better than a noble death. He still had to restore the Vinsmoke family to its former glory. Yes, for the sake of his lineage. He must survive. Chapter 46. The Waybreaker. Diaz was quite pleased with Gaji's actions, as he finally allowed someone to tend to Gaji's wounds. He proclaimed, from this moment forth, You shall refer to me as boss. All of you from Germa must obey my commands. Do you understand? Gaji, filled with reluctance, could only acquiesce, realizing that his life was now in the hands of another. In front of his sons, daughters, and numerous Germa soldiers, he declared that from this moment on, Brant Diaz held an equal status within the Germa kingdom, and all must heed his orders without question. A singular authority is easily manipulated. Once the fearful leader is under control, one becomes the master of the nation. The strength of the Germa kingdom was indispensable for his future. Seated upon the throne, Diaz gazed down at the kneeling figures of Iji, Niji, and others, stating, I must admit, I preferred your former rebellious demeanor. This current display is truly captivating. Reiju, assigned by Gaji as his secretary, remarked, You are indeed a vile individual. This is how one deals with these people. You are free now, beautiful princess. Stunned by the notion of her newfound freedom, Reiju hesitantly inquired, Free? Indeed. You may go wherever you wish now. I shall not interfere, nor will Gaji, correct? Gaji's heart ached, but he forced a smile, responding, The boss speaks the truth. Reiju, you are free to do as you please. You need not follow my commands any longer. Upon hearing this, Reiju felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. The absolute nature of commands implied she could truly leave this country. Yet, what would she do afterward? Perhaps she could visit Sanji to see her brother. Thank you, Reiju whispered gratefully, turning away without a trace of longing. Her Germa battle attire allowing her to soar through the air, leaving behind a long white trail that soon vanished. All right, now it's your turn, Gaji, Diaz continued. Your current task is to generate wealth for me, ensuring the Germa kingdom operates smoothly. Any surplus funds should be saved for my future use. He was indifferent to how Germa would earn money in the future, as long as it benefited him. Yes, boss. Gaji internally screamed, My money, but felt powerless. He began upgrading the weaponry used by the soldiers, as the current armaments were still somewhat inefficient. The flintlocks of this pirate world had not been updated in countless years, and Diaz believed it was time to commence an industrial revolution. The present weapons could adequately meet the combat needs of Germa soldiers. Furrowing his brow, Gaji remarked, If we update now, it will require a significant amount of money, and we will need to invest time and effort into research and development. Foolish, Diaz retorted. Updating the weaponry and developing more powerful arms could swiftly bring an end to the war for Germa. Moreover, by selling weapons, Germa could become exceedingly wealthy. Transforming from mercenaries into arms dealers, lying at home and earning money, what could be more appealing? This. Germa opened his mouth, seemingly realizing the situation. Diaz stated, From here onward, we shall develop in this direction. I can allocate 500 million berries for research and development. If that is insufficient, you may take on missions to earn more. Understood. Furthermore, I require a vessel capable of swift movement across the sea without reliance on wind. That necessitates an energy source. If you possess the abilities of a natural-type devil fruit user, this issue could be easily resolved. However, the implication was clear. A vessel that moves rapidly without wind relies fundamentally on energy. A small hull cannot accommodate a large engine and energy processor, rendering such an endeavor futile. I can resolve the energy issue. You need only focus on constructing the ship. Agreed. Germa acquiesced, and the scientists began crafting an iron vessel equipped with a captain's cabin, adhering to Diaz's specifications. The energy source would be derived from the arc reactor, capable of providing substantial energy. This new, clean element reactor was sufficient to support the small vessel's energy consumption. The emergence of the arc reactor astonished Germa and the scientists, as the energy it produced defied their understanding. The ship built upon the arc reactor could achieve speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour, albeit constrained by technological limitations. Measuring approximately 20 meters in length, it contained several rooms, independent bathrooms, and a kitchen. Germa's team also integrated a small seawater desalination system, catering to their daily needs. Diaz had not anticipated that Germa Kingdom possessed such a system. However, considering their circumstances, perpetually engaged in battle or en route to one, with a large population, the need for efficient resupply was evident, especially since water could not be easily preserved at sea. Germa's technological prowess was commendable. Diaz did not linger in Germa Kingdom. Germa's life was now firmly in his grasp, and he dared not gamble with his own existence. Finally, this plague had departed. Germa watched the retreating vessel, exhaling in relief. The sensation of being under Diaz's control was quite uncomfortable. He now felt utterly despondent, devoid of hope for the future, compelled to obey Diaz's commands for the sake of his own life. He wished for Diaz's survival. Should he perish, Germa would follow suit. Despite his disbelief, he pondered, what if? He longed to live, for Germa, for Vinsmoke. The vessel, named Breaking Wave by Diaz, raced across the ocean, far surpassing ordinary sailing ships. In merely a week, it reached the next island. After spending nearly a month there, the magnetic storage was complete, and he set forth once more, bound for the Chambord archipelago before entering the New World. On the distant sea, thick black smoke billows, indicating that an incident has occurred. Such occurrences on the ocean are often attributed to the presence of pirates. It could be a clash between rival pirates, a robbery in progress, or an encounter between the Navy and pirates. Typically, these are the primary scenarios. Regardless of the situation, Diaz is always eager to join in the excitement. He has an inherent penchant for revelry. Adjusting his course and accelerating, the vessel breaking waves surged forth, hastening towards the scene of the incident. Chapter 47. Edward Weevil and naval warship belched black smoke as numerous recruits perished aboard, their lifeless bodies sprawled across the deck, felled by a single strike. The chief instructor of the Navy, once a Grand Admiral, Zephyr, endured the anguish in his heart as he battled against a pirate of formidable stature, imposing, corpulent, and grotesque. Towering nearly 7 meters high, nearly one pirate had caused the annihilation of the ship's crew, and under his watch, the horror continued to unfold. He must be brought to justice. The crescent-shaped white mustache and the large naginata in the pirate's hand invoked memories of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. The weight of that power transported Zephyr back to the prime of Whitebeard's youth. Bang! The black fist clashed against the naginata, and both warriors staggered back. Edward Weevil gasped, turning to the petite, leopard-cloaked old woman behind him, pleading, "Mother, this man is incredibly strong. I fear I cannot defeat him." Miss Backen's shrill voice scolded her foolish son. "You imbecile. Pull yourself together. Who told you to confront this foe? He has already slain so many Navy personnel. You must vanquish him now." There was no choice but to engage in a fierce confrontation. The likelihood of escape for Zephyr and his son was exceedingly slim. "I will not allow you to escape. Absolutely not." Zephyr panted, his breath quickening. Why? At this moment, as age took its toll, his body began to manifest various ailments, asthma being one of them. When not engaged in battle, such issues were manageable, But when faced with a powerhouse like this, physical maladies began to hinder him. No, I must protect the children. The struggle continued as Edward Weevil, with his natural physical prowess and brute strength, grappled with Zephyr. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was not yet defeated. Huff, huff. His breathing grew increasingly labored. There was no remedy for this conflict, and with age, his physical resilience began to wane. If only he were 5 years younger, this foe. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Behind Edward Weevil, Miss Backen exclaimed, "Fool, do not chase after him. There are 2 more living targets behind." "Understood, Mother." The Naginata repelled Zephyr and swung towards the 2 newly arrived Navy members, a man and a woman. "Ein, Bins!" Zephyr cried out, dashing forward, raising his right arm. Thud. The arm of the man known as Black Arm Zephyr, renowned for his mastery of hockey, was severed by the strike, blood gushing forth. The searing pain contorting his expression. "Teacher!" Ein and Bins cried out in anguish. Just then, a razor-sharp sword energy cleaved the air, separating Edward Weevil from Zephyr. Diaz soared through the air, sword drawn, aiming for Edward Weevil's head. How despicable! A sneak attack. Edward Weevil retaliated against Diaz, rolling across the deck, seizing Zephyr's severed arm. Retrieving a blood vial and hastily reattaching the limb at the stump before pouring the contents down his throat. A faint hiss emanated from the wound. Wisps of white smoke rising, yet Zephyr no longer felt any pain. "Diaz? What brings you here?" This rebellious disciple once caused him anguish, yet upon their reunion, he had come to his rescue. "Greetings, teacher." Diaz discarded the empty blood vial, remarking, "It has been a while. You seem to be faring poorly." With a flourish of his weapon, he declared, "I believe we can eliminate our adversary together." Humph. Zephyr flexed his arms, feeling no significant injury, as if the earlier assault had never occurred. The dark aura reattached itself to his arm. That mysterious force had alleviated his breathlessness, and he wondered if he had indeed healed, temporarily unhampered. What was that substance he had consumed? Infuriating. How could this be? He had seemingly reconnected his severed limb. "Son, eliminate them," Miss Backen screamed. "Understood, Mother." Edward Weevil charged once more, and Zephyr deftly dodged, colliding with Edward, the battle poised to erupt. Diaz had a clear target, advancing toward the capering Miss Backen. "You insolent wretch!" she exclaimed, raising her cane, enveloped in the aura of armed hockey, swinging it fiercely at Diaz. It appeared this old hag wielded hockey. Clang! Sparks flew as the impact from her cane surprised Diaz. She was unexpectedly formidable, activating freakish strength. The sudden surge of power caught Miss Backen off guard, her cane rebuffed, leaving her vulnerable. In that moment, Diaz brandished a gilded flintlock, the barrel of the heavenly fire's judgment spewing ferocious flames, instantly striking Miss Backen squarely in the face. "Ah!" Miss Backen screamed, her body igniting in flames. Weevil turned in alarm. "Mother, fighting while being distracted?" Zephyr quipped, raising an eyebrow, his dark fist crashing into Weevil's abdomen. The forceful blow sent Weevil staggering back, clutching his belly. "Ouch, you old codger." Sniffling, he withstood the impact thanks to his monstrous physique. Diaz kicked Miss Backen down, the flames extinguished, and with the heavenly fire's judgment pressed against her head, he stated, "Surrender now. Your mother is currently in my grasp." He relished in taking hostages, achieving his aims with minimal effort. The celestial lock. Silver chains, each adorned with distinctly shaped wedges, materialized in the void, one end piercing Weevil's clavicle, firmly restraining him. This was no mere artifact. It was a divine weapon of unparalleled strength. Even if severed, it would mend after a time. If only his opponent possessed divinity, binding them would allow for a chaotic slaughter. It was a well-known truth that divinity equated to debilitation. Such was the simplicity of it. "Capture him, Teacher Zephyr," Diaz commanded. "What is this?" Weber struggled to break free, but Diaz warned, "If you dare to move recklessly, your mother will meet her end." "Mother, if you harm a single hair on her head, I swear I'll kill you." Weber roared in fury. "As long as you remain still, your mother will live." "Really? Truly? Then I won't move. This man isn't the sharpest tool in the shed." Zephyr cast a profound gaze upon his former disciple before instructing Ein and Bins to bring forth the sea-stone shackles. They bound Weber's hands and feet, then wrapped his entire body in heavy chains. Chapter 48. The significance of a hero. Edward Weeble and Miss Bakine found themselves bound by Diaz and his companions. As Zephyr gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the naval recruits strewn across the deck, sorrow enveloped him. They had embarked on this journey for training, and yet, take it easy, Master Zephyr. Death is an inevitability. This is fate. Whether one becomes a sailor or a pirate, one must accept the peril of losing one's life at sea. Diaz's profound gaze met that of Ein and Binns as they solemnly gathered the corpses. It is not for a mere child like you to lecture me, Zephyr retorted, trembling hands gently closing the eyes of a fallen recruit. You must be my junior disciples. Ein and Binns remained silent. They had heard of Diaz's infamous reputation, regarded by the Navy as a cautionary tale. Ironically, it was this very pariah who had saved their lives, an embodiment of naval disgrace. Relax, I do not consume humans, Diaz approached, speaking with a grave tone. What are you truly contemplating, Zephyr? Why betray the Navy? Master Zephyr, I have stated countless times that my sole intention is to save lives. Even at the cost of being wanted, Diaz met his mentor's gaze. Perhaps I am a fugitive of the world government, pursued by the Navy. Yet I remain grateful for the guidance you and Admiral Tsuru have provided. I am not one to forget kindness, and I still harbor a disdain for pirates. He expressed gratitude towards Tsuru and Zephyr, acknowledging that half of his abilities were cultivated by them. However, their paths had diverged. Is it for Tiger? What is it that makes him so compelling? Because he resists, Diaz declared. He defied the accursed celestial dragons. The world ought not to be ruled by a collection of parasites. As a former admiral, you should comprehend the nature of such beings. Zephyr did not contest the vileness of the celestial dragons, yet he asserted that as a member of the Navy, it was imperative to protect them. Ein and Binns, pale with fear, were astounded that anyone would dare to denounce the celestial dragons so vehemently. If word of this spread, it could cost him his life. Look at your disciples. They tremble merely from my words. Ordinary folk would react even more strongly. They are nothing but fortunate souls, undeserving of hoarding over 50% of the world's wealth, nor should they trample upon the laws of the world government. Compared to pirates, they evoke in me a far greater loathing. How many nations have endured hardship due to the gold from above, leading to the destruction of families? How many have been obliterated because of it? And how many have been enslaved by their hands? Because of them, the laws of the world government become a mockery. Human trafficking occurring right under the Navy's nose. You know this, yet you refuse to speak of it, fearing the exposure of your justice becomes laughable in contrast to these wretches. Diaz laid bare the wounds of the Navy, revealing their disgrace. The young beauty unopened her mouth, eager to defend her mentor, but found herself at a loss for words, for Diaz spoke only the truth. There must be better solutions, she ventured. Such as? Zephyr was at a loss, caught off guard by the inquiries of his own disciple. Finding no grounds for rebuttal, I hold deep admiration for Tiger's actions. Such a person should not meet an untimely demise. Teacher, the justice of the Navy cannot accommodate my sense of righteousness, and we have gradually drifted apart. Diaz shook his head and approached the ship's railing, stating, Teacher, should you encounter difficulties in the future, I shall come to your aid. This is my pledge. Treading gracefully back onto the wave breaker, the vessel brushed past the warship. Zephyr gazed at the receding small boat, sighing. Diaz, among his disciples, possessed extraordinary talent, perhaps only slightly inferior to Kazan and others. Can the justice of the Navy truly exclude him? The answer is affirmative. His aversion to the celestial dragons will inevitably lead to conflict, and ultimately, it may not merely be a matter of defection. An instinctive dread warned him that Diaz might commit even more horrific acts, confrontation, violence, or even the assassination of the celestial dragons. Teacher, I ventured, is Diaz my senior brother? Did he defect from the Navy for this reason? Zephyr did not prompt her to change the term of endearment, responding, Stalaberry stated as much, awakening the conqueror's haki in the process, indicating his irreconcilable enmity with the celestial dragons. The world nobles would not allow someone like him to survive. But he is a good person, Ein protested. Indeed, a good person. Zephyr's palm, once relaxed, tightened into a fist. The justice of the Navy felt somewhat constricted for him. He instructed his two disciples to keep today's encounter with Diaz a secret, ensuring no exposure. This was a teacher's protection for his students. Diaz regarded him as a mentor. How could he not see Diaz as a disciple in return? Alas, had he remained, he might have become a formidable admiral. The celestial dragon's a malignant affliction upon the world. He sighed deeply, casting a piercing gaze at Weevil and Miss Backen, filled with animosity as he advanced. His fists penetrating their bodies. Allowing them to persist would leave his disciples restless. Pirates ultimately are but pirates. His disciples, his wife, his son, and comrades who perished at the hands of pirates, they had all sacrificed their lives, revealing to him the absurdity of his previous aversion to killing. Diaz, can you bring about a change in this world? The sea stone handcuffs from Weevil and Miss Backen's corpses were reclaimed and cast into the ocean. He found himself unexpectedly anticipating the future accomplishments of this rebellious disciple. Do you wish to become a hero, Diaz? Teacher, the so-called hero, upon harboring such ambition, has already forfeited the right to that title. Thus, I shall not become a hero, nor will I ever be one. You are a hero, Diaz. Yet, a rebellious one indeed. Unconventional. Humph. A wayward disciple. As the warship slowly departed, Zephyr felt a pang of sorrow from this sacrifice. Upon returning to Navy headquarters, he reported this unprecedented loss. Such sacrifices are rare in the annals of naval history. Zephyr resolved to establish a naval guerrilla squadron, a proposal that swiftly garnered approval from the upper echelons of the Navy. Consequently, the position of chief instructor of the Zephyr Navy became temporarily vacant. Many naval personnel enlisted in the formation of this guerrilla unit, including Ein and Benji, as they embarked on the high seas to hunt down pirates. They spared no mercy for any pirate, for to allow them to live would be a profound disrespect to their fallen comrades. Ein and Benji soon comprehended the reason behind Diaz's actions after leaving the Navy. Every pirate who fell into his grasp met an untimely demise. This band of scoundrels was truly undeserving of life. Scoundrels, a wretched lot. Their demise is of no consequence. Chapter 49. The Island of Chambadi. The headlines today revolve around the ongoing war in the Kingdom of Sakire. Although Germa has withdrawn from the conflict due to Diaz's influence, several neighboring kingdoms remain covetous, eager to seize this bountiful and beautiful realm. While Sakire stands defenseless against Germa, it still possesses the capability to resist other nations, albeit with slim chances of victory. Diaz set aside the newspaper, contemplating the grim prospects of Sakire's demise. The remnants of this nation would likely be claimed by Hawkeye Mihawk as a stronghold, accompanied by a group of highly intelligent baboons, a species Diaz had yet to encounter. Leaving the paper behind, Diaz docked the wave breaker by the island's shores. Soon, they would reach the Chambadi archipelago. The island was expansive, with towering trees and lush greenery, teeming with life. He released the young Giratina and declared, "Let us explore this island." With a cheerful cry, the young Giratina scampered after Diaz, its enthusiasm palpable. As they ventured into the forest, a foul wind rushed towards them. A 20-meter-long python descended from the branches, its jaws agape. "Giratina, jump and strike it with your headbutt." With fierce determination, the young Giratina leapt alongside Diaz, soaring above the python's head to deliver a powerful headbutt. The impact resounded, leaving the python dazed. Diaz commanded, "Destructive beam." The young Giratina unleashed a concentrated golden beam, directed at the serpent, infused with immense power. Diaz had invested 30 million berries in a learning device for the destructive beam, ensuring that Giratina mastered the technique, which otherwise would require evolution to acquire. To facilitate Giratina's energy accumulation, Diaz equipped it with an Everstone, pondering when it might evolve. The destructive beam pierced the python's head, causing it to writhe before collapsing lifelessly. Well done. The young Giratina struck a triumphant pose, exuding confidence. It picked up a stone and began to chew on it contentedly. As they pressed deeper into the woods, Diaz refrained from intervening with the formidable beasts they encountered, instead allowing Giratina to battle. Its combat prowess was commendable, even in its initial stage, as Diaz ensured it received the finest nourishment and utilized various learning devices for unorthodox techniques. Is this young Giratina lawful? Not in the slightest. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of Pokemon Training Master. Pokemon strength increased by 1%. Ding. The young Giratina has learned the move Screech. A flurry of notifications surprised Diaz as he dragged a bull the size of a house onto the beach. The young Giratina sat on the sand, indulging in the grains, while Diaz began to dissect the bull, clearing its entrails before commencing the barbecue of its meat. After finishing his lunch, he began his training. Before entering the new world, he needed to master both armament hockey and observation hockey. These two forms of hockey were standard in the new world, practically commonplace. Yet in the first half of the Grand Line, those who wielded them were few and far between. Without enduring a brutal beating, one might never even learn of hockey's existence. Some Logia devil fruit users, relying on their ability to transform into elements, arrogantly believed themselves invincible, oblivious to the truth that there were always greater powers beyond their kin. Donning the weighted iron armor he had purchased from the system shop, a hefty 5 tons, he found it the perfect load for his training. Sweat poured from him as the young Larvitar perched on his back, gnawing on an energy block, adding just a bit more weight to his burden. This still isn't enough. I need a battle, a fight to push me to my limits and force a breakthrough. But where could he find such an opponent? Provoke the Marines? The thought flickered through his mind as he continued his regimen, lifting 3-ton barbells to strengthen his arms, honing his physical power, and relentlessly drilling the 6 powers techniques. He would grow stronger. Stronger still. After a full month and a half on the island, Diaz finally departed. Arriving at the heart of the Grand Line, Sabaody Archipelago. The islands, formed by the towering atom trees, had roots that sprawled across the ground. Their secreted sap forming bubbles that drifted lazily through the air. These bubbles thrived only in Sabaody's unique climate, pop harmlessly elsewhere. Bubble culture permeated the archipelago, with many everyday items crafted from them. Sabaody also served as the gateway to Fishman Island, drawing swarms of pirates and bounty hunters. They congregated in the lawless districts, where the Marines turned a blind eye, so long as things didn't spiral out of control. After all, Sabaody was the domain of the celestial dragons, the self-proclaimed gods who ruled these islands. The Marines stationed here existed not to enforce justice, but to safeguard the whims of the dragons, who cared little for crime so long as their pleasures were undisturbed. Slaves. Because of them, human auction houses operated brazenly under the Marines' noses, where wealthy merchants would splurge fortunes on coveted merchandise. It was a den of extravagance and exploitation. Upon arriving, Diaz made his way straight to the bar beneath Grove 13, Shaki's ripoff bar. The proprietress, Shaki, was a pirate from the same era as the Dark King Rayleigh and Whitebeard. Over 30 years ago, she had been pursued by Garp before retiring to run this establishment, dealing primarily in information. Pirates who mistook it for an ordinary bar often found themselves extorted. Diaz, of course, knew better. Pushing open the door, he was met by the sight of the smoking bartender lounging behind the counter. Well, she mused with a smirk. What do we have here? A handsome young man. What can I get you? Information. Oh? Xiachi raised an eyebrow and inquired, what does Mr. Brando desire? Diaz was not surprised that Xiachi recognized his identity. His handsome visage was highly distinguishable, possessing an immersive quality that was hard to ignore. Moreover, if an intelligence dealer failed to recognize him, it would certainly cast doubt on her competence. Is it possible to acquire the training methods for armament hockey and observation hockey? The proprietress? Xiachi arched her brow again and replied, you have arrived at an opportune moment. I happen to possess a method for training, sourced from the Amazon lily. Chapter 50. The Gun of Sunshine. The Amazon lily, predominantly inhabited by fierce women, possesses formidable combat prowess. Isolated in a windless zone, the island lacks many essential resources, compelling its inhabitants to resort to plundering to replenish what is missing. This has fostered a culture of audacity within the nation, where joining the Kuja pirates is a source of pride. The methods for cultivating hockey are exceedingly rare and highly coveted. With renewed vigor, Diaz inquired, Madam, do you teach this cultivation method? Do you think I would sell you counterfeit goods? She replied, just tell me if you want it. Yes, of course, Diaz responded. But how much? Not expensive, 80 million berries. That's extortion, Diaz exclaimed, taken aback by the exorbitant price. Lower it to 40 million. Ha, young man. Your bargaining skills are rather aggressive, Shaki countered, shaking her head. In my line of work, we don't negotiate. If you refuse, I can easily sell it to someone else. Very well. Having been slightly fleeced, Diaz acquired the cultivation method he desired. Shaki indeed does not deal in fakes. And considering her connections with Hancock and the other Kuja, it was reasonable she could procure such a resource. As he perused the training manual, clarity dawned upon him, illuminating previously confusing concepts. He settled in the bar, engrossed in the text until it was time for a meal. After stowing the book, he exited the establishment. Is this young man one who betrayed the Navy to rescue Tiger? He piqued Shaki's interest. Watching his retreating figure, she smiled softly and extinguished her cigarette. Strolling along the street, Diaz sought a reliable coding specialist for his ship. Typically, these specialists have impeccable reputations. Even if something went awry, the individual would vanish, leaving no room for negative reviews. Thus, he aimed to find someone older and more dependable. He mused that he should have transformed his vessel into a submarine. He had no intention of seeking out the enigmatic Rayleigh, whose whereabouts were as elusive as a shadow. As he wandered, he entered a lawless district where his unmasked visage drew attention. Bounty hunters regarded him with keen interest, stealthily trailing behind. To them, he was a walking fortune, and they believed a horde could easily overwhelm this mere adolescent. You seem rather confident, Diaz remarked as he arrived in a secluded area, addressing his pursuers. Brando Diaz. You are indeed impressive, but you may not eliminate us all before your strength wanes, one bounty hunter sneered, licking his blade. Moreover, it's not just us bounty hunters who have set sights on you, another added ominously. Hand over your possessions, we know you are wealthy. A group of pirates encircled him. The leader's Diaz raised his hand with a loose grip, as golden lightning surged from all directions, converging into the center of his palm. What was that? Was he a devil fruit user? Someone screamed in terror, run. The crackling electricity coalesced into a radiant golden spear, clutched firmly in his grasp. His imposing figure resembling a deity of thunder. Sunlight spear. With a mighty throw, the spear exploded amidst the crowd, scattering arcs of lightning in a devastating blast. The sheer force sent bodies flying, countless lives extinguished beneath its wrath. Monster. A monster. Panic erupted as pirates and bounty hunters scattered in disarray, their courage shattered by that single strike. Unfazed, Diaz strode boldly into the human auction house. If memory served, this establishment had ties to Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of its shadowy investors. Seated among the spectators, he observed the auctioneer's fervent pitch as a beautiful slave was presented, a princess from the New World's Corellian kingdom. Raised in the refined elegance of courtly grace, her poise exuding aristocratic allure. Her figure was striking, an exaggerated hourglass silhouette typical of this world. Yet her sorrowful visage held an ethereal beauty that even Diaz, no stranger to exquisite women, found momentarily arresting. Golden waves of hair cascaded over the curve of her hips. An unintentional yet tantalizing sight. That figure. Those legs could entertain me for a year. Damn that vixen. I'll peel her face off as a trophy. Seraphis Olivia's eyes were hollow. Her kingdom had fallen for failing to pay the celestial tribute. And though she possessed a devil fruit power, the Paramecia-type mind-reading ability, it granted no strength in battle. Now a slave, she awaited a fate of degradation at the hands of these grotesque men. Someone, save me. I should just rob this place later. None of these people are decent anyway. Free the slaves too. What should I eat for lunch? Olivia blinked. Wait, shouldn't robbing an auction house require careful deliberation? Why was he thinking about lunch? As the bidding for Olivia escalated below, her gaze locked onto Diaz, the man whose thoughts had just declared an impending heist. Noticing her stare, Diaz frowned. Is she looking at me? Whatever. 18 million berries, going once. 18 million, going twice. The auctioneer raised his gavel, excitement brimming, until Diaz lifted a hand. And what does this gentleman bid? I bid 2 guns. Twin pistols materialized in his grasp as he bellowed. Nobody move. This is a robbery. Chaos erupted. Pirates, run for your lives. These opulently attired aristocrats turned ashen-faced. Their countenances drained of all color as they desperately sought escape. The muzzle's fiery breath coalesced into a blazing barrier, obstructing their retreat. Diaz declared, relinquish all your wealth upon this spot, lest you forfeit your lives. This is robbery. The Marines will bang. A bullet forged from pure flame pierced the speaker's forehead, sending his corpse crumpling to the ground. The gathering erupted into terrified shrieks. Now, Diaz intoned, raising his weapon with lethal grace. Does anyone else wish to object? With casual brutality, he dispatched the fleeing auctioneer mid-stride. Few among you bear clean hands, he continued, voice dripping with menace. Surrender all valuables here, and you may depart. Will you comply? Yes, yes, we will. They cried in frantic unison. Chapter 51. Olivia. The wealthy merchants were terrified of death, especially after Diaz demonstrated his willingness to execute them. Desperate to survive, they scrambled to hand over their money and jewelry, which soon formed a small mountain. Diaz collected it all with a faint smile before allowing them to leave. Then, he slowly approached Olivia, taking the key from the auctioneer's belt. He unlocked the restraints around her neck and wrists. You're free, he said. You may go. Olivia rubbed her wrists, her expression sorrowful. I have nowhere left to go. The kingdom of Cole has been destroyed, erased from this world. My people are already. Her heart ached with grief. Meanwhile, Diaz's thoughts echoed in her mind. Damn, is this girl going to latch on to me? I'm not even an adult yet. Olivia blinked. Why does this man have so much internal monologue? Then, a flood of indecent imagery surged into her mind. Her face flushed crimson. What is this? What kind of thoughts is he even having? In that moment, she felt as though she had matured far beyond her years. Are you all right? Diaz asked. Don't touch me. She staggered back, her legs weak, avoiding him as if he were venomous. His hand froze midair. Fine, I want tea. It's not like I was going to do anything. He sighed. Just a heads up, the Marines will be here soon. You should leave. I still have things to handle. Kill the ones who deserve it. Let the rest go. Olivia tilted her head. Wait, is he actually trying to save people? I'll come with you. Diaz frowned. What is wrong with this woman? If she doesn't run now, she'll just get captured again. Being re-enslaved won't be pretty, she'll end up getting, despite his crude inner monologue. Olivia couldn't deny that his actions were kind. But his mind was an absolute cesspool. Wait, what? His thoughts suddenly shifted again, this time to the interior design of the slave auction house and its owner. The abrupt mental leaps left her dizzy. Before she could process anything, another wave of irrelevant information flooded in. Overwhelmed, Olivia hastily deactivated her ability. To her, Diaz's mind felt like standing before a crowd, each person's thoughts screaming to be heard. Far too much for her to handle. How is this possible? No one's mind should be like this. The modern human's tendency for scattered thoughts, combined with Diaz's habit of overthinking, made his brain unusually chaotic. The sheer volume of information pouring into Olivia's mind left her unable to process it all. She didn't dare delve deeper. What do you want? Diaz asked. I'm a user of the mind-reading fruit, she explained. I can help you distinguish the innocent from the guilty. You wouldn't want to release the wrong people. Would you? Diaz raised an eyebrow. Mind-reading fruit? So you know what I'm thinking? Shit, if she can read minds. Then she must have heard everything I just... Olivia repeated his thoughts aloud, her face blank. Diaz felt as though he stood before the woman completely unclothed, a sudden wave of embarrassment washing over him. Olivia quickly waved her hand and remarked, I shall not delve into your thoughts any further. Your mind is too chaotic for me to comprehend, and it is filled with inconsequential musings devoid of any value. Her cheeks flushed with color. Diaz seemed to recall something. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, My thoughts tend to leap about. It would be best if you refrained from peering into them. From now on, I absolutely shall not, she replied. No future, Diaz emphasized. Very well, may I accompany you? I do not require a companion. Diaz perceived this woman as a hindrance. Though she was beautiful, she seemed merely a decorative figure. He found little merit in her telepathic abilities unless she could exert control over others' minds like Professor X. I can assist you with numerous tasks, Olivia insisted. I usually either engage in robbery or combat pirates. I believe you need an astute aide, and I possess valuable intelligence regarding the New World. I can acquire it through information trading, and it is highly accurate. I can also serve as a muscle. I have studied martial arts and once defeated a notorious pirate with a bounty of 31 million berries. Yet you were captured? Diaz inquired. At this, Olivia's heart simmered with resentment. Our nation's duke betrayed us, allowing the enemy to infiltrate our city. My father and mother were both slain. I narrowly escaped, yet ultimately fell into the hands of human traffickers. Do you have the courage to consort with demons? Diaz stated, following me. You may find yourself in peril at any moment. I have a knack for inciting trouble. I fear not death. You saved my life. My upbringing instilled in me the value of gratitude, Olivia declared loudly. You are worthy of my loyalty. This man possessed his own principles. Although following him might jeopardize her innocence, it was preferable to falling into the clutches of those wretched individuals. Very well, follow me. Should you perish, I shall ensure your remains are collected, he conceded. Understood. Olivia trailed behind Diaz as they approached the place where slaves were imprisoned. The dark, damp dungeon made him frown as he said, "Let us commence." Very well, Olivia replied, utilizing her telepathic abilities to read the thoughts of others. She pointed to several individuals, stating they were once pirates, responsible for the deaths of numerous innocent civilians. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. Proceed. Understood. After Diaz personally dealt with the pirates and criminals, he released the others. Not spotting the traitorous Rayleigh, he shrugged. One of the freed fishmen, loosening his wrist, expressed gratitude. Thank you for releasing me. I believed all humans were malevolent. I am not a virtuous individual either. You should depart and avoid being captured again, Diaz advised, smashing the wall with a single punch to facilitate the escape of the freed slaves. The commotion had already attracted the attention of the encircling navy. Diaz remarked, "See, this is the cost of following me. You are better than them. I read their thoughts to assist you. That is unnecessary." Diaz twisted his neck, producing a series of cracks, and declared, "Let me see if these fellows have truly honed their skills." Chafe. His figure vanished instantly, darting swiftly among the Marines, leaving behind a trail of bloody wounds. Finger pistol. Are you all right? Stay strong. It's the 6 powers. It's Diaz. Retreat now. We're no match for him. Request reinforcements. Let's go. Seizing Olivia, Diaz propelled himself forward by stepping on the air. Olivia urgently warned, "They're calling for a Marine Vice Admiral." With a single shot, Diaz shattered the speaking din mushy and remarked, "That should suffice." Chapter 52. I did what you dared not do. Diaz brought Olivia to a secluded spot and inquired, "What is the extent of your telepathic abilities?" 100 meters, she replied. "That range is rather limited. If it were any larger, my mind would be overwhelmed by the influx of information." Olivia cast a wary glance at Diaz, coupled with the chaotic turmoil of the thoughts swirling within him. She felt certain she would be engulfed. Diaz, with the mindset of a modern individual, often found his thoughts drifting far beyond the immediate task at hand. It was an unshakable habit formed during his school days, one that he likely could not alter in this lifetime. "Well, I no longer hold any expectations for you," he sighed. Initially, he had intended for Olivia to be wary of those harboring hostility towards them, but with a mere 100 meters, that was akin to having no awareness at all. Gazing out at the Navy forces scouring for them, he said, "You have one last chance. Leave this place now. If you choose to follow me, you may face death. I cannot guarantee your safety." "I'm not weak, you know," Olivia retorted, her fists clenched, a fierce determination coursing through her. "Remarkable. You possess a certain fierceness," Diaz mused. "How did you find yourself captured?" "By betrayal." "Oh, I see. I understand your answer now. I shall follow you." "Then welcome, my friend. I am Brando Diaz." "Very well, boss. I am Service Olivia, the last princess of the Kingdom of Coal." "Boss? I quite like this title. Now, let us seek out a skilled craftsman to coat our vessel, and then make our way to Fishman Island." Agreed. They evaded the Navy's pursuit and located a resting craftsman, negotiating a price before commencing the coating process. The wave breaker was not large, and the craftsman assured them the job would be completed within 2 days, with the final payment settled upon completion. "All right, let us procure some supplies and perhaps a few personal items for you," Diaz suggested, eyeing Olivia's tattered garments. "Thank you, boss. This is merely an employee benefit. I shall cover the expenses." The pair ventured into the commercial district, where the Shambodi archipelago had grown accustomed to the presence of criminals. In fact, the passing pirates and bounty hunters constituted a significant source of income, and there was no intention to report the criminals' whereabouts to the Navy. Diaz underestimated a woman's shopping prowess. Olivia amassed a considerable assortment of clothing and provisions, all of which Diaz carefully stowed away, intending to organize them in her room later. Fortunately, the room was equipped with a bed and wardrobe. They did not immediately relocate to the wave breaker as the craftsman was still at work, leaving no space for them aboard the vessel. The two found a modest inn to spend the night, and the Navy that had been in pursuit of them seemed to have vanished, likely having abandoned the chase. Now assured of their safety, they simply needed to await the successful completion of the coating. As Diaz and Olivia strolled through the bustling commercial street, they inadvertently drifted towards an illicit area. "What brings us here?" Olivia inquired, sensing the predatory gazes surrounding them. "Naturally, it is the realm of black dealings." "Are you truly a good person?" "Certainly not." Beyond the human auction houses, the lawless district harbored all manner of illicit enterprises. Petty smuggling was child's play compared to the rampant trafficking of human lives and organs. Diaz couldn't possibly escape so easily with Olivia in tow. He led her to an organ dealership where several bound individuals bore markings indicating body parts and their prices, fresh kills sold at clear valuations, resembling nothing so much as a butcher's market. Upon their entry, a slick salesman rubbed his hands together, his grin oozing sleazy opportunism. "Welcome, esteemed patrons. Whatever you desire. We have it. Name your price, and we'll strike a deal." Diaz studied him with a gaze that sent chills down the man's spine. "A heart," he stated flatly. "A heart? Excellent choice. Take this specimen, a pirate captain with a bounty of 50,650,000 berry. Robust physique, guaranteed as strong. Healthy," the salesman prattled on as if hawking mere produce. "Shall I extract it now? We'll even include a freshness-preserving case. Complimentary. If that's the case." Diaz's hand shot forward, a single finger piercing the man's chest. Blood gushed forth as the salesman staggered back, shrieking in horror at the gaping wound. Diaz pulled Olivia aside, avoiding the crimson spray. "All right, robbery time." He unsheathed his blade. "Olivia." "Understood." She immediately activated her mind reading, identifying the corrupt among the staff. Diaz cut down every last one. None here were innocent. The pirate captain met the same fate. His throat slit without hesitation. Olivia pointed to 3 individuals. These ones, only them. The rest fell swiftly to Diaz's blade. Now, the dungeon. The shop undoubtedly hoarded more merchandise. Though the commotion drew attention, this was the lawless quarter. The Marines wouldn't intervene lightly. Yesterday's raid had only occurred to protect the wealthy patrons of the auction house. Soon after, Diaz emerged with Olivia and a group of survivors, instructing her to lead them to safety. He remained behind, continuing his purge. Chaos erupted in the district as assailants futilely struck his jade barrier, only to be cut down in turn. The disturbance eventually drew Marine forces. Their faces paled at the carnage shopkeepers slaughtered en masse. Wiping blood from his face, Diaz remarked, "I've done what you Marines lack the spine to. Your justice remains pitifully narrow." You madman, Diaz." The lead rear admiral's finger trembled as he pointed, aghast at such unbridled ferocity. "Wasn't absolute justice your creed?" Diaz scoffed, asserting that absolute justice cannot coexist with the presence of any wrongdoing. "Look around you," he said. "The lawless zone exists right under the Navy's watchful eyes. Can you truly achieve absolute justice? Is this your notion of justice? It is utterly laughable." With these words, a silence fell over the group of Navy personnel, and some of the newly inducted members began to question the very essence of their justice. Is this truly justice? Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent, a Navy Rear Admiral defended. To which Diaz retorted, "What is the worth of delayed justice if civilians have been slain? Will your pursuit of justice bring the dead back to life? Such a notion is profoundly superficial." Chapter 53. The beauty of Diaz. Diaz's voice resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating through the hearts of those present, shaking off the blood from his blade. He turned to leave. Fire. Get lost. With a single pivot, his eyes, filled with murderous intent, instilled fear in the Navy personnel, their bodies trembling as if they could envision their own demise. As they touched their unscathed necks, a chilling aura of death enveloped them. The Rear Admiral, still haunted by dread, murmured, "How many has this man truly slain? It seems the rumors bear truth." In the years since Diaz departed from the Navy, he had left a trail of devastation among pirates, mercilessly exterminating them as a butcher would, exhibiting zero tolerance for their transgressions, and causing chaos throughout the Goya Kingdom. "What shall we do, Rear Admiral?" a fearful Navy officer inquired. "Report to the higher-ups and let them handle it. I am no match for this formidable figure. It is best left to those above." After exiting the lawless zone, Diaz sought a place to change into clean attire before searching for Olivia, uncertain of her whereabouts. Upon locating her, he found her enjoying lunch at a nearby establishment. A frown etched across his face. Olivia, sensing his presence, shivered as her mind-reading abilities activated. This woman is here indulging herself alone. I shall deduct her wages upon return. Turning stiffly, she was greeted by Diaz's warm smile. Swallowing hard, she managed to utter, "Delicious, isn't it? Would you like to join me? Please, continue without me." Diaz replied, taking a seat beside her. Olivia felt uncomfortable, coughed lightly, and donned a polite smile as she called to the waiter. "Could you please bring 10 more servings of this lunch?" "Certainly," the waiter acknowledged, relaying the order to the kitchen. Diaz picked up his knife and fork, stating, "We can depart tomorrow. Today's incident has escalated. We must remain discreet." "Oh, was it not you who caused the commotion?" Olivia silently consumed her meal, prompting Diaz to ask, "Are you disparaging me in your thoughts?" "Absolutely not. That is slander." Olivia quickly retorted, "The boss is defaming me." "Very well." As their lunch was served, Diaz devoured his meal voraciously, and soon after, they settled the bill and exited the restaurant. As they walked along the street, suddenly, people began kneeling around them. Olivia, puzzled, asked, "Why are they kneeling?" Diaz sensed impending trouble and grasped Olivia, attempting to steer her into an alley. Behind them, a commanding voice called out, "Halt! Why do you not pay homage before Lord Charlemagne?" A man clad in a black suit, resembling a bodyguard, halted their progress. Diaz paused. Turning to face the scene, a gathering surrounding an ugly man adorned in a square glass helmet and white spacesuit, with a bizarre hairstyle. Beneath him, a battered slave crawled. His body marred with wounds, his expression vacant, seemingly stripped of his will to resist. Nobility of the world, the celestial dragons, a privileged class of parasites, sustained by the world's wealth. Charles Martin Saint shook his head at Olivia, then his eyes lit up upon seeing Diaz. A chill ran down Diaz's spine as he felt the gaze, and Olivia whispered, "He wants to take you to bed." Diaz was still a youth towering at 6'6", with an upright posture, chiseled abs, and strikingly handsome features. His lips were red, his teeth white, and even Olivia sometimes found herself blushing at the sight of him. Dressed in fine attire, he could have easily debuted as an idol, the kind that would enchant without remorse. The moment Charles Martin Saint laid eyes on him, he was ensnared by his beauty, his heart swayed. "Seize him. I want him as my 17th husband." "Oh, and the first 12 have grown dull. Dispose of them." Charles Martin Saint's casual words sealed the fate of several men, as if announcing some trivial matter. Yes, his subordinates sprang into action, charging toward Diaz, seeking death. A flash of steel and heads rolled. Blood sprayed forth, shocking the onlookers. Shave. In a blur, Diaz appeared before Charles Martin Saint, gripping his collar. With a single punch, he shattered the square glass helmet on the man's head, grinning savagely. "Hello there, celestial dragon." "Charles Martin Saint." "Lord Charles Martin Saint." The guards cried out in alarm, while those kneeling stared at Diaz in disbelief. Olivia gaped at Diaz, stunned. Her employer had the audacity to lay hands on a world noble, a being who stood above all others in the world. "Do you wish to die? Release me at once." "I am a celestial drag," slap. Diaz's backhand sent Charles Martin Saint reeling, half his face swelling instantly. Teeth flew out, bloodied spittle trailing behind. The sheer audacity of the act left the crowd petrified. He struck a celestial dragon? How dare he? How could he possess such courage? You struck me? Not even my father has struck me." Charles Martin Saint whimpered through tears, his words slurred. "Lord Charles Martin Saint, quickly, alert the Marines." "Go ahead. Try it." Diaz sneered. "Notify the Marines, and I'll feed this wretch to the dogs." You're Diaz, that disgrace of the Marines. How dare you? This is a world noble. The great Charles Martin Saint." The head guard feigned composure, though terror gripped him. If Charles Martin Saint was harmed, his entire family might pay the price. A celestial dragon? So what? Diaz strode forward, dragging Charles Martin Saint with him. "Look at this swine. Why do you all fear such filth?" "Olivia." "Why, yes. Here." Olivia stammered. Diaz tossed her the din mushy he had purchased. "You know what to do." "I do." Olivia was filled with exhilaration. She too harbored disdain for the celestial dragons. Had it not been for their avarice, her nation might have thrived rather than faced annihilation. The sight of Diaz holding the fallen Charlemagne filled her with a sense of satisfaction. Stop that woman. Dragon flash. A surge of sword energy sliced through the air, sending the guard sprawling to the ground. Crackle, crackle. The flash of the camera bug in her hand erupted repeatedly, spewing forth a cascade of photographs. Diaz received them and remarked, "Your photography skills are quite impressive, Olivia." "Indeed. I have honed my craft in photography," she replied. "Were it not for my current status, I might have pursued a career as a journalist." Chapter 54. Someone must illuminate the darkness. The two engaged in playful banter, entirely dismissing the guards surrounding them. Suddenly, Olivia exclaimed, "Behind us, an ambush." Diaz swiftly turned, his blade clashing against the dagger of the approaching shadow, sparks igniting from the contact. Locking eyes with a pair of piercing gazes, he smirked disdainfully. "What is this? CP? CP0? I am not yet worthy of such attention." The figure opposite him retreated. Glancing at Olivia, was that mere coincidence? Diaz tightened his grip around Charlemagne's neck, stating, "Let us converse." "And how do you propose we converse?" The adversary inquired. "What is the worth of a celestial dragon? If the price is too low, I shall cast him into the sea as fish bait." What was this man saying? Was he attempting to extort the world government? How audacious of him! Such brazen defiance was unprecedented. This individual was trampling upon the dignity of the world government. Do you understand what you're saying?" Bang! A gunshot whizzed past the adversary's cheek, the intense heat scorching half of his face, causing sweat to cascade down in pain. Diaz's divine flame gun was poised to fire a second round. "Do not compel me to repeat myself. You have but one life." "You bastard!" Clutching his face, the CP agent ground his teeth. "I must consult my superiors. I lack the authority to decide." "Suit yourself, in due time. I wonder if this fool can endure until then." As he spoke, Diaz tapped Charlemagne's head with the divine flame gun. Celestial dragons are not all that impressive. News of Diaz's abduction of a celestial dragon could not be contained. It spread like wildfire. Reporters flocked to the scene like sharks sensing blood, surrounding the area tightly. Yet none dared to take photographs, fully aware that a world noble was in Diaz's grasp. At that moment, Diaz and Olivia leaned against a red tree, vigilant against any potential attacks from behind. Diaz sat, with the unconscious Charlemagne beneath him, remarking, "Doesn't this feel utterly insane?" "A bit," Olivia replied with a shrug. "But I find it rather liberating. Since becoming your subordinate, I have already been placed on the world government's blacklist. You seem quite self-aware. However, this time was merely fortuitous." As they conversed, the Navy and numerous CP members surrounded the area. Diaz glanced around and remarked, "It appears we may not be leaving easily today." "Indeed. Many harbor intentions to kill you, but more are simply in shock." Olivia sensed the thoughts of those around them, adding, "The reporters are torn over whether to take photos. Pondering how to frame their upcoming articles, they are in quite the predicament." The crux of the issue lay in the fact that Diaz had kidnapped a celestial dragon. Had he chosen another world government member, they would have reported without hesitation, yet this was a world noble. Haha, it is unavoidable, nevertheless. There will always be those with courage. A fleeting glance at the suddenly illuminated flashlights amidst the crowd revealed to him that some audacious individual had taken action. He chuckled softly, harboring little hope. The likelihood of the report circulating was quite slim. Once exposed, it would inflict a significant blow to the dignity of both the world government and the celestial dragons. The credibility of the world government would undoubtedly diminish, and who knows, perhaps some daring souls would openly defy its edicts, refusing to surrender the heavenly gold. "Admiral Sengoku wishes to speak with you." A CP agent approached, holding a transponder snail, his voice low and grave. "Oh," Diaz responded, grasping the device with one hand while the other held the holy judgment of the flame, pressing it against the back of Charlemagne's head. "Moses, is that you, Admiral Sengoku?" "Diaz, what on earth are you trying to achieve?" "You are courting death." It was evident that Sengoku was far from calm. While Diaz's usual antics could be overlooked, his victims often corrupt individuals who deserve their fates today. He had created an immense predicament for both the Navy and the world government. He had audaciously kidnapped a world noble and was extorting the very government itself. Has the Admiral already set out? Let me guess. I doubt Admiral Kazara will make it. If he could, he would have arrived by now. It must be Admiral Akiji who is en route to confront me. Diaz maintained his composure, asserting, however, "I am most unafraid of death. so let it come. After terminating the communication, Diaz proclaimed, "Everyone, align your gaze upon me. I have an announcement to make." Curiosity piqued, the crowd turned to listen as he continued. "As you can see, beneath me lies a world noble, a revered celestial dragon. Do you not think I have lost my mind? How audacious to dare attack a celestial dragon." A few instinctively nodded, and Diaz elaborated, "In truth, I merely wish to ascertain whether these individuals bleed red like us, whether they scream when injured, and if they possess limbs and heads." His words, softly spoken, resonated among the listeners, as some journalists hastily took notes. Though it was difficult to concede that such swine-like beings were indeed human, it seemed they could be begrudgingly classified as such. Yet, why should this individual be permitted to trample over the heads of the world as populace with impunity? Why should they consider themselves superior, viewing the people as mere weeds? What justified their status as world nobles? Was it merely due to a fortunate lineage? Was it because their ancestors were the architects of the world government? While birth may be a matter of chance, I believe that with privilege comes responsibility. Just as the Navy enjoys bountiful benefits and salaries because they earned them, risking their lives in fierce battles, uncertain if they would return from their missions, so too should these nobles bear the weight of their power. His statement sparked a profound resonance among the Navy personnel and many others, who secretly pondered, indeed, why should this individual revel in such lavish privileges? We risk our lives. Yet the rewards of our toil pale in comparison to this person's ordinary existence. By what right does this individual flout the law? Can one freely commit murder and trade slaves with impunity? How can the lawless district of Sabaody Archipelago brazenly operate under the very noses of the Marines? Are these indulgent naval forces truly upholding justice? His mission is to shatter these deeply entrenched social hierarchies. Though it may seem impossible now, he will awaken some, even if only a few. A single spark is enough. Let it smolder quietly, and in time, it will ignite the world. Before dawn arrives, someone must illuminate the darkness. Chapter 55. The eruption of celestial flames. Diaz's words plunged many into silence and contemplation, though this did not extend to the CP faction, who were indoctrinated from a young age to remain loyal to the celestial dragons in the world government. Their singular focus was on rescuing their master. "Diaz, what purpose do your ramblings serve? The admiral is already en route." With the backing of an admiral, their words carried a semblance of bravado. An admiral? How terrifying! Diaz held little regard for the impending arrival of Akiji. While he acknowledged his own inability to defeat him, that did not imply he was incapable of escape. Rising, he patted Charlemagne on the shoulder, saying, "Very well, since you have no intention of payment, I shall return this fellow to you." A greater presence approaches. Grasping the collar of Charlemagne, he forcefully hurled him away. "Lord Charlemagne! Quickly, catch Lord Charlemagne!" The crowd gasped, reaching out to catch Charlemagne, only to hear a beeping sound. Diaz raised the remote control in his hand and chuckled. "I did mention that a greater presence is approaching." Boom! Click! The button was pressed, and immediately an explosion erupted. Diaz seized Olivia in a Princess Carry and charged outward. Moving swiftly, Olivia inquired, "Where are we headed now?" "To fetch a ship and make our escape." His pace was rapid, and chaos ensued behind him. The explosion had not claimed many lives, but it left numerous individuals severely injured. Charlemagne had been reduced to a grotesque mass, his body shattered and scattered. If they did not act swiftly, they would be unable to flee when Akiji arrived. Among the three admirals, if Akaina represented destruction and Kazara symbolized speed, then Akiji epitomized control. If he were present, escaping would prove exceedingly challenging. Unlike Akaino or Kazaro, who could not pursue once one entered the sea, Akiji possessed the ability to freeze the ocean itself. As they traversed the terrain of Sabaody Archipelago, leaving behind a shadowy figure, they found their vessel, interrupted the coding process, left behind a sum of money, and set sail. The Navy's ships would never catch up, but Ice Age. A low command rang out, and a biting chill enveloped the sea, transforming the surroundings into a winter wonderland. The Moby Dick was ensnared in the frozen waters, while Diaz, cradling Olivia, floated gracefully above the ice, only to hear a sound of disdain from a figure speeding across the frozen surface. "Ah, just a tad late, I see. I never anticipated you would dare to slay a celestial dragon. The youth today certainly possess a fiery spirit." The unearthly voice of the figure instilled trepidation in Diaz. Sporting a signature dark green eye patch on his forehead and an ever-familiar explosive hairstyle, half of his horse-like visage was frosted over due to his powers. He stood tall, clad in a white vest and a deep blue shirt, his justice cloak billowing dramatically with his movements. He lifted his head and remarked, "Diaz, my dear fellow, your audacity is indeed remarkable. You truly dared to lay hands on a celestial dragon, an admiral." Olivia gazed at him in trepidation as Diaz descended upon the icy surface, declaring, "If we cannot reach an agreement, then we shall have to resort to tearing up the ticket. I did not anticipate your arrival would be so swift. Initially, I would have delayed. But upon hearing that you had dispatched a celestial dragon, I had no choice but to hasten. The predicament you've created is truly alarming. This news cannot be concealed. Henceforth, your name shall echo throughout the world." Akiji was taken aback. He had never encountered such a troublesome youth. Who would leap to tearing up tickets after a mere conversation? He was even prepared to offer payment. However, unbeknownst to him, Diaz had never intended to accept money. What he sought was the death of a celestial dragon. The demise of such a figure would undoubtedly draw the full attention of the world government upon him. Yet it would also ensure that he was recognized by the entire world. He aimed to proclaim through the death of a celestial dragon that they were indeed human and capable of dying. They were not untouchable. Is that so? I feel as though I cannot escape, he mused, approaching the wave breaker. With a few decisive strikes, he shattered the thick ice adhered to it, stating, "Admiral Akiji, this individual is one I liberated from the slave auction, thus she is innocent of any crime." Akiji stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Wait, what are you doing?" Olivia exclaimed in alarm as Diaz hurled her onto the ship, effortlessly lifting the wave breaker from the sea. With a surge of immense strength, the vessel, along with Olivia, was propelled onto the nearby surface of the water. With a resounding splash, the wave breaker plunged into the depths, only to resurface moments later. Olivia gasped, her clothing drenched and clinging tightly to her form, accentuating her alluring silhouette. "Boss," Olivia called out, but Diaz waved her off, his gaze fixed on the approaching warship. "It seems trouble is on the horizon. How vexing. I dread complications." With the twin fire pistols in hand, he addressed Akiji, "Admiral Akiji, as a former Navy officer. I wish to experience your prowess firsthand." "Oh?" Akiji's body was once more enveloped in frost. "You intend to use dual pistols? I thought you excelled in swordsmanship. You must know that bullets are ineffective against me." "Not necessarily," Diaz retorted with a low growl. "Twin fire. Draw the magic from the Holy Grail transmuted into destructive energy, continuously surging forth." Diaz connected the core of the pistols, their form transforming into the hilt of a sword, flames soaring skyward, coalescing into a crimson blade capable of melting stone. His body was relentlessly eroded by the intense heat. He had expended 100,000 berries to acquire the core of extreme cold from the system shop, affixing it to the twin fire greatsword. The frigid core momentarily counteracted the self-inflicted damage from the sword's blazing state. Against Akiji, this was his sole tactic. He could not afford to use oblivion, as doing so would result in his instantaneous evaporation after a single strike. "Akiji, for the sake of my life, I shall unleash an extraordinary attack." Twin fire drawl. Merely swinging the great sword, a wave of fiery sword light surged forth, emanating an unimaginable heat, signifying the destructive power of the seventh key of God as it revealed a glimpse of its might in this realm. Confronted by the terrifying heat, Kazan erected a formidable wall of ice, reverting his form to that of flesh, for without this transformation, his icy body would surely falter. Kazan, the ice man who consumed the frozen fruit, had his physique transformed into ice. However, should he evaporate in an instant, he too would succumb to vaporization. This searing temperature surpassed even Akainu's magma fruit. His ice wall was rapidly melting, yet Kazan relentlessly summoned his powers to withstand this onslaught. Chapter 56. How could such an assault occur? Is it that sword? Ice continuously surged and melted, its liquid form never fully manifesting before being vaporized. As the high-temperature steam accelerated the melting of the ice. After a while, Diaz's onslaught finally ceased, and the surrounding steam, under the influence of the freezing fruit, condensed into ice shards that cascaded onto the icy surface. Akiji emerged, exclaiming, "What a frightful strike!" However, You cannot maintain such an attack indefinitely, can you? Observing Diaz's burned arm, Akiji felt increasingly assured of this fact. Diaz consumed several tree fruits, his arm's wounds healing rapidly. These fruits were not solely for Pokemon, but could also be utilized by himself, albeit with less efficacy. He then ingested blueberries specifically designed to treat burns, along with fruits that mitigated freezing effects and those that healed frostbite. Wiping his mouth, he noticed his arm's burns were mending swiftly. The recently purchased extreme cold core had shattered. Ultimately, it was merely a temporary item to withstand the searing heat of heavenly fire, yet he possessed many of these trinkets. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat, unleashing an impressive attack. Fire resistance enhanced. At this rate, I could fight for an entire day, Diaz declared with unwavering confidence. Acquiring another extreme cold core to adorn himself. Admiral Akiji, something significant is about to unfold. What? Heavenly fire, unsheathed. Once more, he unleashed a flame slash, vaporizing the ice surface along with the seawater. This time, Diaz turned to flee. Behind him, a thunderous roar erupted as an iceberg abruptly emerged from the ocean, colliding with the flame slash, causing a plume of white vapor to surge upwards. In the distance, the Navy and Olivia stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. Was such an attack truly within the realm of human capability? That Diaz had become so formidable? He had once been a member of the Navy. Diaz leaped aboard the wave breaker, disregarding the pain in his arm, and accelerated the ship to its maximum speed, carving a white line across the ocean's surface. Steer properly, he instructed Olivia. Understood, Captain, Olivia responded, grasping the helm as Diaz positioned himself at the back of the wave breaker. Before them, a white line appeared on the distant sea, advancing directly towards them. Akiji, standing atop ice blades, swiftly glided along an icy path. Admiral Akiji, do not pursue any further. Heavenly fire transformed into twin guns, incessantly firing explosive bullets. However, such an assault bore no effect on Akiji. As long as the ice did not melt instantaneously, he remained unscathed. What astonishing speed! The distance between them and the wave breaker widened. The vessel's velocity was truly remarkable, rendering Akiji unable to catch up in the short term. Once the gap widened, closing it again would prove arduous. The shave technique was suitable for short distances, while the moonwalk lacked sufficient speed in the air. If only Kizaru were present. This is Akiji, Fleet Admiral. Diaz's ship is far too swift. I cannot keep pace. He activated the transponder snail to contact Sengoku. What? You cannot catch up? I will contact Kizaru immediately. Understood. The call was abruptly terminated, and mere moments later, he beheld a radiant light descending beside him. Has the young lad already grown to a point beyond your pursuit? Alas, I am not adept at the art of chasing. Akiji lowered his eye patch and left the remainder to you. Understood. The body of Kizaru transformed into luminous particles, racing toward Diaz. Diaz, gazing at the swiftly approaching brilliance, seized Olivia and retreated into the ocean aboard the Moby Dick. Diving back into the sea again, this complicates matters, he mused. But no time for hesitation. Let's strike first. 8 Shaka kg, countless light projectiles cascaded like raindrops, plummeting into the ocean. Diaz observed the projectiles whizzing past him. Indeed, this contraption seemed only effective against Teacher Zephyr. He produced a bubble coral, crafting a protective sphere that enveloped the two. Olivia inhaled deeply and remarked, Boss, you truly have 2 admirals pursuing you. You are the only one in the world with such a privilege. Diaz was utterly reckless, seemingly indifferent to peril. He dared to confront the celestial dragons and managed to evade the grasp of the admirals. His recent experiences were far more exhilarating than her life from over a decade ago. Oh, the thrill is the game. Diaz chuckled heartily, leaning against the bubble. For now, we shall delay our entry into the new world. I need to lay low for a while. Having dispatched a celestial dragon, one must not be overly audacious. I anticipate that the Navy and CP will be scouring the globe for me, so it is prudent to find a hiding place. And where shall we go? Olivia inquired. The Calm Belt. The Calm Belt is a desolate area, inaccessible to the Navy's current fleet, ensuring absolute safety. But our vessel does not require wind propulsion. Did you not witness its capabilities just now? The Moby Dick was specifically crafted by Gaji to navigate the Calm Belt. It not only allows us to evade the Navy's pursuit, but also facilitates rapid traversal through the Grand Line into the Four Seas, sparing us the need to navigate Reverse Mountain. Boss, having killed a celestial dragon, one could say we've stirred a great calamity. Indeed, but I am unfazed. A kill is a kill. Diaz dismissed the concern. The celestial dragons were mere leeches of society, and eliminating one would not yield significant repercussions. Oh. But those wretches are likely quaking in fear now. I am the first to have slain a celestial dragon. Typically, they die of natural causes, with few ever meeting a violent end. This may very well be the first occurrence in decades. As for the Don Quixote family, they have relinquished their celestial dragon status and no longer belong to that lineage. He intended to envelop the celestial dragons in terror. Understood. Must we remain concealed for a while longer? Kizaru has already departed. Olivia's observation hockey revealed that Kizaru was indeed gone. Then let us depart, Diaz replied. Once Akiji arrives and freezes the sea, we shall have no means of escape. Bursting the bubble, Diaz, with Olivia in his grasp, who was devoid of strength, brought her to the surface of the sea. The wave breaker reappeared, and the two boarded the vessel, which swiftly departed from the scene, steering towards the calm belt. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Akiji and Kizaru encountered Sengoku, who wore a troubled expression. The repercussions of Diaz's actions were indeed monumental. The assassination of a celestial dragon was a matter of grave significance for the entire world. Diaz had delivered a staggering blow to the Navy, the world government, and the celestial dragons alike. The five elders would also need to provide an explanation. Alas, that wretched boy. Why must I be the one to face such a headache? Chapter 57, The Most Insane Man in the World, St. Mary Joa. Penga City, at the pinnacle of global power, the five elders convene here. They are the supreme leaders of the world government, the very backbone of its authority, capable of determining the fate of nations with a mere thought. Sengoku was summoned before them, and the bespectacled, bald elder, clad in a pristine white kimono and wielding a long knife, thundered, "Why did the admiral fail to protect the celestial dragons? This is clearly your Navy's responsibility. Brant Diaz, a traitor from your ranks. This is your Navy's dereliction of duty." The death of a celestial dragon incited the wrath of the five elders, who demanded a satisfactory resolution. The demise of Charlemagne Saint was a failure of the Navy. Sengoku could only concede, though he pondered why Diaz had chosen treachery. If it were not for your tacit approval of the celestial dragon slave trade and the bounty on Fisher Tiger, would Diaz have betrayed? In just a few years, Diaz had risen to a level where he could contend with admirals. With proper guidance, he might have become the next admiral, potentially even the fleet admiral. The thought made Sengoku's heart bleed. Such a prodigious talent had been allowed to escape. Indeed, Sengoku resonated with Diaz's sentiment. As long as the celestial dragons exist, the Navy's justice remains an illusion. The so-called absolute justice is merely a self-deceptive slogan. One elder, clad in a black suit with cascading white curls and a fluffy white beard reminiscent of Santa Claus, bearing a scar on his left cheek, stated, "The immediate issue is to capture Diaz, whose fault it is matters not. A life has been lost, and we must seize Diaz, publicly execute him before the world, and provide a statement to the celestial dragons. This serves as a warning, demonstrating the consequences of killing a celestial dragon." Another elder, elegantly attired in deep blue with long, straight white hair and an impressive beard, added, "The Navy and CP must scour the globe for Diaz's whereabouts. They are leaving no stone unturned. This operation may exceed the intensity of the search for the Pirate King's heir." The elder with a bald head and a distinctive mustache declared, "Furthermore, we must adjust the bounty on Diaz. The resources of the world government alone cannot expedite his capture. If I recall correctly, Diaz's family resides in the North Sea?" Sengoku's heart skipped a beat as he suppressed his inner thoughts and replied, "Yes, a small nation in the North Sea. Then it shall be destroyed." "This is a necessary price to uphold the dignity of the world government," proclaimed the youngest elder, with golden hair, his cold demeanor sealing the fate of an entire nation. "No, this cannot be. Absolutely not," Sengoku exclaimed. "The ordinary citizens are innocent. The one at fault is Diaz, not the people of that nation." With a resounding thud, the elder wielding the knife slammed the scabbard onto the floor, shattering the exquisite tiles beneath. "We are here to inform you. Clarify your position, Sengoku." It is imperative. Nevertheless, the common people have committed no wrongdoing. Sengoku cannot overlook the fact that this group comprises his superiors. He must argue his case vehemently and refuse to allow such actions. Many within the Navy hail from the North Sea, and if this transpires, it would shatter their faith in the Navy, an act of self-sabotage. Over the years, the North Sea has provided a substantial number of recruits for the Navy, including the two admirals, Akainu and Kizaru, both originating from that region. Should such actions take place, it would profoundly dishearten many. Akainu may unflinchingly execute orders, but what of Kizaru? Such a deed would be utterly beyond him. This course of action would incite skepticism regarding the Navy's righteousness, potentially leading to insurrection. The Navy would be torn asunder. Sengoku is left with no choice but to persuade these obstinate and ruthless elders through this means. Given his age, he is merely a youth among these individuals. The bearded elder pondered for a moment. Indeed, the Navy must not falter. Let it be so. The village from which Diaz hails can be obliterated, and this can be announced to the world. Everyone shall be made aware that these individuals perished due to Diaz's recklessness. Must one murder and simultaneously attack the conscience? Sengoku's eyes widened. He has fallen into the trap set by these elders. Had he initially proposed the annihilation of the village, he would have resisted such an idea. But to suggest the destruction of a nation is a different matter altogether. People are often inclined towards compromise. Now, he finds himself devoid of negotiating power. Let the king of that nation handle the matter. The bearded elder reclined on the sofa, leaning on his scepter. It is better that such matters are left to the king. Cleansing their hands of any involvement, these elders, what purpose do they serve in summoning me? Merely to inform you. You lack the standing to challenge us, Sengoku. Remember, the Navy represents the world government. This time, you have brought great shame upon them. Each of the 5 elders admonished Sengoku, leaving him feeling thoroughly humiliated. For a fleeting moment, Sengoku contemplated the urge to strike down these elders, but reason quelled his fury. The villagers. He departed from Pangu City, returning to his office, feeling somewhat disheartened. Razanandi inquired, "Admiral, what troubles you?" Razanandi. Discreetly take a group to Diaz's homeland and evacuate as many as possible without being detected. Why? The 5 elders intend to destroy that village. What? Those people are innocent. Razanandi exclaimed in shock. Do they not fear the disillusionment of the Navy personnel? They do not. For maintaining the facade of the world government is paramount, especially given the magnitude of Diaz's recent actions. Sengoku gritted his teeth. That scoundrel. He expects me to clean up his mess. I understand. Razanandi promptly left the Navy headquarters, uncertain if time would suffice. Meanwhile, a bounty targeting Diaz was swiftly announced, an astounding 800 million berries. Moreover, the directive shifted from dead or alive to capture alive only, with the back of the wanted poster meticulously listing the charges. Assassination of a celestial dragon, betrayal of the Marines, aiding a fugitive wanted by the world government, murder, robbery, theft, the annihilation of an entire nation, and numerous other crimes. It could be said that Diaz's wanted poster was the most extraordinary of all, simultaneously serving as proof to the entire world of this man's madness and terror. The most deranged man in the world. Chapter 58. Reactions from all parties. Is he the most insane man in the world? Ha ha ha. It has indeed been a while since I've encountered such a mischievous little rascal. On board the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the towering figure known as the strongest man in the world, sporting a beard reminiscent of a crescent moon, took a hearty swig of his drink. Beside him, the immortal Marco, who resembled a pineapple and donned a light purple suit, gazed at the wanted poster in his hand and remarked, "He truly is a madman, Pops." Jibe mentioned that this fellow despises the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are merely a heap of refuse, Whitebeard declared to his sons. If this lad sets foot on our territory, let him be. Does Pops want to take him in as a son? Marco chuckled. Who knows? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, my little ones, let the feast commence. As always, the Whitebeard pirates were in high spirits. The red-haired pirates, this young man possesses quite the audacity. Ha ha, what an intriguing character. I must meet him. Shanks, the red-haired captain, raised his goblet and indulged in copious amounts of food and drink alongside his comrades. The beast pirates and the big mom pirates regarded this with disdain. On the island of Baldigo, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army here, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, along with his comrades, expressed their admiration for Diaz's audacity. Fisher Tiger, who had joined the Revolutionary Army, was overcome with emotion, exclaiming, He truly did it. For those of them who were once slaves, the celestial dragons represented an inescapable shadow. They could never truly escape. Even in the depths of night, the painful memories of their past lingered, etched into their very souls. Diaz's bold strike served as a revelation. The celestial dragons are not invincible. They are not gods. They can perish. They are merely the dregs of society. We are well aware of Diaz's actions in the Goa Kingdom, and additionally, his astonishing blow on Sabaody Archipelago has firmly positioned him in opposition to the world government. Yet, in a certain sense, he stands as our ally. The world's most notorious criminal, the son of naval hero Garp, Monkey D. Dragon, set down the newspaper, bearing the marks of his father's slippers, and inquired, Mr. Tiger, could we possibly draw him into our ranks? Wiping away his tears, Tiger replied, I joined the Revolutionary Army under Diaz's guidance. Perhaps it is worth a try. However, he possesses his own convictions, and I cannot guarantee success. It is worth attempting. At the very least, he is not our enemy. I implore you. The Kuja pirates, this pirate crew, composed entirely of women, is led by the pirate empress, the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock. The crew members are elite warriors meticulously selected from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. They continue their piracy on the high seas, bringing essential supplies to their homeland. Situated in a windless zone, communication with the outside world is exceedingly difficult, rendering piracy a forced choice. Two serpents propel their ship across the ocean, and thanks to the wind's influence, their vessel sails significantly faster than ordinary ships. A messenger gull alighted upon the ship's railing, delivering the morning paper. Boa Sonia, one of the Gorgon sisters, purchased a copy for Elder Nyan. The old woman often requested newspapers, and they happened to have one for her today. Idly flipping through the pages, Sandersonia's eyes widened in shock at the front page headline. The newspaper slipped from her fingers. Sister, what's wrong? Marigold asked, picking up the fallen paper. As she scanned the article, her pupils contracted sharply, her body trembling uncontrollably. She clasped a hand over her mouth to stifle a gasp. Someone actually dared to kill those demons? The sisters exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both astonishment and dread, astonishment at Diaz's actions, and dread toward the celestial dragons. Sister, they cried, rushing into their elder sister's chambers, clutching the newspaper and bounty posters. What is it? Such commotion? The voice was sweet yet imperious. The woman before them was breathtaking, her lustrous black hair styled in a traditional Heimcut, her skin flawless and pale, her deep blue eyes like the finest sapphires, cold yet mesmerizing. Her delicate nose and soft, unwrinkled lips made her beauty indescribable. A mere glance from her could quicken a man's pulse, or turn him to stone. Frowning at her sister's disheveled state, she arched an elegant brow in displeasure. Sister, look at this. Someone has killed a celestial dragon. What? Even the pirate empress could not remain composed. She snatched the newspaper, reading each word with widening eyes, her pearly teeth biting down on her lower lip. It's true. Someone has actually done it. So, they are not invincible after all. The three sisters embraced. Weeping, the scars left by the celestial dragons ran deep, their terror unforgettable. The mark of the flying dragon's hoof burned faintly on their backs. Clutching the crumpled newspaper, Hancock studied Diaz's bounty poster and listed crimes. Not only did he slay a celestial dragon, he also saved my benefactor. This man, Diaz. Wiping away her tears, she regained her regal composure. Spread the word. If we encounter Mr. Diaz, the Kuja pirates shall receive him with the highest honors, as they would me. He is the savior of Amazon Lily. Yes, sister. The younger sisters hurried to relay the order, leaving Hancock alone with her pet snake, Salome. Mr. Diaz, you have proven to us that the celestial dragons are not gods. For the first time, a sliver of light pierced the shadows that had long shrouded her. Sister, there's a ship ahead, Marigold announced. Hancock's brow furrowed. Sink it. Aye. The Kuja warrior serpentine bow's coiled taut. Arrows infused with hockey knocked and aimed at the iron vessel cutting swiftly through the waves. Their shots carried the force of cannon fire. On board the wave breaker, Olivia exclaimed, "Captain, the 9 snake pirates are launching an attack against us." "What?" "Retreat at once." Diaz leapt into action, treading upon the air. With a swift motion, he drew his blade, Muramesa, and unleashed a flurry of slashing strikes, leaving a trail of ethereal arcs in his wake. Ultimate technique, floating boat passage. He intercepted all incoming arrows, propelling himself towards the 9 snake pirates with fierce determination. This group of women would undoubtedly not relent easily. He needed to be wary of Hancock's sweet fruit, which posed a considerable threat. He is approaching. Prepare for a counterattack. Chapter 59. No one is above others. He has arrived. Diaz moved swiftly, his blade slicing through a multitude of arrows as he boarded the ship. A woman hefted a rocket launcher, preparing to unleash a barrage upon him. With a decisive stroke, he shattered the weapon, the explosive aftermath sending several adversaries staggering. Sandersonia advanced, weapon raised, poised to strike Diaz down. However, upon glimpsing his face, she abruptly halted. "Stand down." The members of the 9 snake pirates paused in confusion, and Diaz too ceased his advance, the edge of Murakumo's blade a mere centimeter from a female warrior. "My apologies for our abruptness, Mr. Diaz," Sandersonia stated, lowering her weapon in a gesture of respect. Pirates, after all, are governed by the code of the sea, where the courageous prevail in encounters. Most pirates would instinctively attack upon spotting a vessel, particularly one like the Red Wave, which bore no flag. The pirate flag serves as a means to ascertain the identity of foes. If they are deemed conquerable, they are attacked and their ship sunk, with little regard for the fate of its crew. If their identity remains uncertain, they might charge recklessly, gambling on the chance that their opponents might be weaker. Sandersonia and Marigold's demeanor perplexed Diaz, yet Murakumo remained unsheathed, as several 9 snake warriors aimed their bows at him, clearly harboring hostility. However, under the stern admonition of Sandersonia and Marigold, the female warriors gradually set down their arms. "This is Mr. Diaz, as I mentioned. He must be treated with the utmost respect, as befitting an elder sister." "Is he truly Lord Diaz?" "How peculiar. His chest is so flat," one remarked. "Most men with chests like yours are merely rotund." "My sincerest apologies. We were unaware that this was your ship." "Please accept our contrition," Sandersonia said, adopting a humble posture and treating Diaz with great courtesy, prompting him to lower his weapon in response. Nodding, he refrained from launching an unprovoked attack. Hancock was undoubtedly aboard. Should he be petrified, the consequences would be dire. Although he harbored disdain for pirates, he typically only eliminated them when he held the advantage, if he was outmatched. Retreat was his only recourse, such is the reality of a world where strength reigns supreme. As he sheathed Murakumo and turned to depart, Sandersonia called after him, "Mr. Diaz, please stay as our guest, the elder sister, and we wish to speak with you." "Speak?" "Indeed, you saved Mr. Tiger, thus you are our friend," Sandersonia replied. "Oh," Diaz acknowledged, waving to Olivia in the distance. "Olivia, bring the ship closer." "Wait, wasn't the boss supposed to engage them in battle? Why this sudden shift to negotiation?" Olivia questioned, unable to comprehend, yet obediently maneuvered the Red Wave closer to the 9 snake pirates' vessel. With the assistance of the female warriors, they boarded the ship. "Where's the boss?" Olivia asked, surveying the surroundings for Diaz's presence. "Lord Diaz is currently a guest. Please do not worry." A female warrior smiled warmly. While they might be curious yet wary around men, they welcomed Olivia, this lovely young girl, with open arms. At that moment, under the guidance of the two sisters, Diaz arrived at Hancock's chambers and laid eyes upon the pirate empress. Truth be told, Hancock was breathtakingly beautiful, so much so that it defied belief. Worthy of her title as the world's most stunning woman, she carried herself with an air of effortless grace and openness, her ivory decolletage on full display as if he were no stranger at all. "Greetings, Mr. Diaz. We hold you in the highest regard for saving Tiger," Hancock spoke. Her usual haughty demeanor softened. To her, Diaz was akin to figures like Tiger and Rayleigh, worthy of their sister's respect. Of course, they refrained from revealing their past as former slaves. Such matters were not to be shared lightly. "You honor me. Tiger is the one deserving of respect." Diaz replied with a shake of his head as Marigold offered him a seat. "Thank you." Settling into the chair, he continued, "Tiger was a true hero. Even with the world government's bounty on my head, I have no regrets. His voice carried conviction. In this life, one must take responsibility for their actions. Did you truly slay a celestial dragon? Hancock couldn't help but ask, though she already knew the answer. She needed to hear it from him. Oh, that piece of trash? Diaz smirked, waving a hand dismissively. I turned him into fireworks. Fireworks? Tied explosives to him, and then boom. He mimicked an explosion with his hands, grinning carefreely. Filth like that deserves no mercy. The only nuisance is the relentless pursuit afterward, but they'll never catch me. Leaning back in his chair, his posture relaxed as if discussing the weather, his words sent tremors through the sisters. The mark of the heavenly dragons branded upon their backs was a testament to their suffering in this world. To think, someone dared to defy the heavens themselves. Heavens? Hardly. Diaz's tone sharpened. No one is born above another. All are equal. If someone presumes to stand above me, I'll drag them down from their pedestal and give them a good kick on the way down. His eyes gleamed with resolve. To me, it's a trial, and trials exist to be conquered. Rising to his feet, the sea breeze swept through the window, tousling his dark hair. In that moment, to the sisters, he cut a striking figure. You are truly unlike anyone we've met, Hancock murmured after a pause. From this day forth, you shall forever be a friend to the Kuja pirates and Amazon Lily, she declared. As a token of our gratitude, I shall grant you one wish, anything within our power. A wish? Diaz met her gaze. Admittedly, Hancock's beauty and allure were undeniable, but though he appreciated such things, he was no slave to base desires. In that case, he said, teach me hockey. You don't know hockey yet? Sonia blurted in surprise. She believed that, given Diaz's prowess, he would have mastered Conqueror's hockey long ago. Diaz, in a moment of exasperation, replied, not everyone can disseminate Conqueror's hockey among the common folk like you Amazon lilies. I have yet to fully grasp it. I have only employed it once. Do you possess Conqueror's hockey as well? Just like my esteemed sister? The presence of Conqueror's hockey signifies royal lineage, and recalling Diaz's earlier remarks, they began to comprehend. It was indeed unsurprising for a man of such caliber to possess Conqueror's hockey. Is that all? Hancock inquired. Yes, that is all, he affirmed. Chapter 60. The grim tidings. Hancock consented to assist Diaz in mastering hockey, and both Diaz and Olivia were required to accompany her to the windless zone of Amazon Lily. However, aboard the ship, Diaz found himself unable to fully unleash his prowess. The Kuja pirates promptly set sail for home, warmly welcoming Diaz and Olivia aboard. An array of delectable dishes was presented, and as Diaz and the young Quilas savored their meals, numerous young women aboard expressed keen interest in Diaz. Although accustomed to interacting with men during their voyages, this was the first time they found themselves in such close proximity, coexisting peacefully. Diaz, akin to an exhibit in a zoo, became the center of attention for the girls. The endearing young Quilas also garnered affection, receiving an abundance of treats. Unfazed by the offerings, Quilas indulged joyfully, having never known hunger while accompanying his master. After satisfying their appetites, Diaz retreated to the ship, seeking respite. Wishing to avoid the discomfort of being scrutinized even in slumber. Days passed, and they arrived at Amazon Lily, a realm inhabited solely by women. Diaz refrained from entering this land. Even aboard the vessel, he felt overwhelmed, let alone stepping foot in a place where he felt like a rare specimen. Consequently, he ascended to a nearby isle to train with Quilas, while Olivia ventured into Amazon Lily to reside for a time. The task of instructing Diaz fell to Hancock and her two sisters. Diaz felt as though the manual on hockey he had acquired was rendered useless, especially after being extorted by Shaki. The training for Conqueror's hockey proved to be cumbersome, thus he temporarily set it aside to focus on observation and armament hockey. Under Hancock's guidance, with his eyes covered, Sonia and Marigold prepared stones to hurl at Diaz. Bang! A stone struck Diaz squarely on the head. Then, a relentless barrage ensued. Bang, bang, bang. And soon Diaz was left with a head full of bumps. Quilas, witnessing this, picked up a large stone and hurled it. Bang. The weight of the stone toppled Diaz completely. This is excessive. Such a large rock, he exclaimed as he rose, indignant. Quilas hastily sought refuge behind Salome, fearful of Diaz's wrath. Quilas, only use small stones. The training for observation hockey was far from easy. Diaz needed to perceive the trajectory of each stone's flight and evade them. Presently, he could only discern their direction through sound, making his dodging rather clumsy. Before long, his head was adorned with numerous lumps, indicating he had much to adapt to. Sandersonia chuckled. "You are just as clumsy as we were in our youth." "Indeed," Diaz replied. "Let's continue. Do not mind me." Beneath the sun, the swelling on his head gradually subsided. The training was monotonous, with mornings dedicated to honing observation hockey and afternoons reserved for armament hockey, personally taught by Hancock. The armament hockey, initially devised for defense, can evolve into a formidable offensive power as one grows stronger. It is said that the Navy's 6 powers, particularly the iron block, can expedite the mastery of armament hockey. Hancock patiently elucidated this concept. Diaz interjected, stating, "I am familiar with the iron block. I mastered all 6 techniques during my time in the Navy." Understanding dawned upon Hancock, who remarked, "In that case, you can engage in combat with me using the iron block. However, you cannot remain stationary while employing it. You must move simultaneously to enhance your proficiency." "Very well," Diaz replied, assuming a combat stance and steadying his breath. Hancock wasted no time, launching a powerful kick. Iron block. His muscles hardened like steel, yet Hancock's kick sent Diaz hurtling through the air, crashing into several trees. Despite this, Diaz, having fortified his body, brushed off the dust and rose to his feet. Hancock refrained from utilizing her devil fruit abilities. Otherwise, not only would she face petrification, but her body would also shatter from the impact of her own kick. Continue. Hancock unleashed a flurry of kicks, each one leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. The combat prowess of the warlord of the sea was indeed formidable, and even without her devil fruit powers, her martial skills were exceptional. Strength, speed, and technique were all impeccable. Iron block. With arms crossed and a solid stance, Diaz braced himself against the onslaught of blows. He attempted to move, but the moment his skin's hardening waned, Hancock's strikes intensified in pain. Ugh! Frustrated, he persisted with the iron block, but any slight movement diminished its effectiveness, making stable usage elusive. This sensation was undeniably vexatious. Training was precisely this, a relentless honing of both body and will, allowing one to progress further. Each day was a testament to sweat and bruises. Fortunately, the medicinal remedies of Amazon lily were commendable, and after a night's rest coupled with photosynthesis the following day, his injuries would heal swiftly. A structured routine commenced, with observation of Kinbunchika hockey in the mornings and armament hockey in the afternoons. Hancock could provide little guidance on the mastery of conqueror's hockey. According to her, conqueror's hockey stems from one's own will, and true mastery relies on oneself. Her assistance could only extend to the refinement of the dual hockey. That evening, the expressions of Hancock and her sisters were grave. Diaz inquired, "What troubles you? Is it a special circumstance?" Hesitating briefly, Sandersonia handed Diaz a newspaper. Upon receiving it and perusing its contents, his eyes widened in shock, and his body trembled. How dare they? How could they? Fury surged within him, an overwhelming aura erupting forth, whipping the air into a frenzy. Sandersonia and Marigold instantly lost consciousness, while Hancock too radiated a fierce energy, countering Diaz's intensity. The newspaper in his hands was shredded, revealing the devastation of the village from which Diaz hailed. The monarch of that nation was the one who took action, yet Diaz was certain the shadow of the world government loomed behind this atrocity. He had believed, even at their most depraved, they would never stoop to harming ordinary civilians. They still had some semblance of dignity to uphold. Yet, to warn him, to intimidate the masses, they had struck down the innocent without hesitation. It was because of him. He had dragged them into this nightmare. "Ayah!" Diaz roared, anguish tearing through his soul. Never had he intended for innocence to be ensnared in this bloodshed. Yet now, celestial dragons, you dare court death. His eyes burned crimson, like a beast poised to rend flesh. If you have forsaken all honor, then I shall play this game with you until the very end. Chapter 61. The starburst abandonment / the overwhelming presence of conqueror's hockey enveloped the surroundings, causing the trees to sway and the concealed creatures to succumb to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Fury and anguish surged within him as Diaz's eyes glowed crimson. The faces of Grandpa Village Chief, Little Jack, and Aunt Joel flashed before him. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and forced himself to regain composure. Rising to his feet, he locked eyes with Hancock, pleading for her assistance in mastering all forms of hockey as swiftly as possible. Rest assured, I shall aid you, Hancock affirmed, without unnecessary words. She discerned the turmoil within him, reminiscent of her own past struggles alongside her sisters. This anguish would inevitably forge his strength. Their haunting past were nightmares for the sisters, as well as a source of deep-seated hatred towards the celestial dragons, fueling their power. Hancock was resolute in fulfilling her promise. Thus commenced a hellish regimen, no longer gradual. Diaz plunged headlong into combat training, battling Hancock daily to expedite his mastery of hockey. The conqueror's hockey, once elusive, now flowed freely from him. Yet this ease was not what he desired, for it was forged from the lives of others. As half a year elapsed, the year turned to 1516 in the sea calendar, and Diaz had reached the age of 17, towering at nearly 2 meters. He was on the brink of surpassing that mark within a month or so. In this world, even 2 meters was considered short. As many boasted extraordinary heights, Hancock herself stood at 191 centimeters, while her 2 sisters reached 3 to 4 meters. His bronze skin glistened healthily under the sun, and the baby fat on his face had vanished, replaced by a resolute and handsome visage. His long hair, now tied back, exuded a rugged charm. Over the past months, Diaz had mastered both armament and observation hockey. Hancock, without the aid of her devil fruit abilities, could no longer best him. Thank you for your care during this time, Diaz expressed, standing aboard the wave-breaker as he bid farewell to Hancock and the others. Olivia chose to remain with the Kuja pirates, embracing her place among them. She relished the atmosphere of Amazon Lily, and Hancock and her sisters were particularly attentive to her, perhaps due to their shared experience of enslavement. It's nothing. It is my promise to you, Hancock said, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. This simple gesture was imbued with a captivating charm, a testament to her beauty as the world's foremost beauty, which was no jest. Even after months of acquaintance, Diaz felt his heart race. At 17, he was in the prime of his vigor. Averting his gaze, he coughed lightly. Mr. Diaz, what are your plans next? Santa Sonia inquired with a smile. Not everyone possesses the audacity to confront the celestial dragons. Even the most renowned pirates of the seas harbor an inherent fear towards them. Even those unafraid of the celestial dragons would refrain from provoking them. Individuals like Diaz are nearly non-existent upon the vast oceans. Please exercise utmost caution, Hancock cautioned, Mr. Diaz. I sincerely hope for your safe return. Of course, I wish to witness the downfall of the world government. Who governs this world next holds little significance for me, as long as they are not celestial dragons. The ship, the wave-breaker, sliced through the sea, leaving behind a trail of white froth. As she gazed at the receding silhouette of the vessel, Hancock pressed a hand against her chest, her crimson lips parting slightly. Wishing you a smooth journey, Mr. Diaz. For reasons unknown, her heart raced slightly, and despite her nonchalance, Hancock and her sisters returned to their palace. System, initiate 20 consecutive draws. 200 million was swiftly cast aside, and the lottery commenced. Handsome card stinky tofu. It smells foul and tastes worse. Strawberry mapo tofu. You dare tell me this is Chinese cuisine? Sky scroll, worth 180,000 in toilet paper. Return scroll, dear, it's time to head home. Secret sword, with my weakest, I shall conquer your strongest. Sorcerer's Stone Transmutation Array. What price would you pay for immortality? Armstrong Jet Accelerated Rotating Armstrong Cannon. The completion level is remarkably high. Triangle Pants. A legacy of Triangle Pants in the General's family. Starburst Stream / Starburst Healing / Diaz disregarded several trivial matters, and fortune smiled upon him this time, yielding several commendable items. The return scroll is a one-time use item. One must first register a return location, then tear it to return to that designated spot. The secret sword is a technique created by the blacksmith hero, Aki, in the Tale of the Failed Knight. Techniques such as Horn Strike, Armor Rending, Circle, Mirage Wolf, Frenzied Cherry Blossom, Poison Moth Blade, Thunderlight, and the ultimate secret sword, Chasing Shadow. Chasing Shadow requires coordination with the sword demon for execution, which he cannot currently perform. As for the Sorcerer's Stone Transmutation Array, inscribing it allows one to transmute life within the array into a Philosopher's Stone, disregarding the principle of equivalent exchange and acting as a magical amplifier capable of transmuting any substance, also serving as the toll to open the gate of truth. Diaz would never employ this. Not only is he unversed in alchemy, but even if he were, he would avoid it altogether. The Starburst Stream Slash necessitates another blade, requiring the user to execute a 16-hit combo in the shortest span of time, belonging to the X skills of dual wielding in the Sword Art Online universe. However, what truly captured Diaz's attention was the return scroll. With it, he could delve deep into Mariewa. He must ensure that those individuals pay the price. The Wavebreaker surged through the calm belt, and a colossal sea king erupted from the ocean. Grasping the thunder lance, Diaz struck with precision, piercing the eye of the giant sea creature. "Get lost," he roared. The colossal sea king writhed in agony, blood streaming from its wounds. Upon witnessing the sunlight spear coalescing in Diaz's hand, a sense of dread overwhelmed it, prompting a hasty retreat into the depths of the ocean. The crimson tide stained the sea, attracting a swarm of bloodthirsty fish, which, upon recognizing the Sea King, hastily fled. The Sea King stands at the pinnacle of the food chain in this realm, a creature not easily challenged. Diaz, however, remained indifferent to the turmoil beneath the waves. As the Wavebreaker surged forward at its maximum speed, racing across the surface of the sea, the only obstacle capable of hindering Diaz's progress was that damned magnetic force. He had no choice but to wait until the magnetic energy was fully charged before he could set sail for the next island. After more than a month, he once again set foot on Shambadi Island. Next in line was Mariewa. Chapter 62, The Madman Following the Demise of the Celestial Dragons. The island of Sabaody remained largely unaffected. Its vibrancy persisted, with bustling streets teeming with life. The underbelly of society once again stirred to life. For the wickedness of humanity is insatiable. This time, Diaz refrained from venturing into that realm, as he could not afford to expose his whereabouts. Clad in sunglasses and a mask to obscure his identity, he made his way directly to the 13th Red Tree. Upon entering, he shed his disguise, only for the proprietor, Shaki, to exclaim in surprise, "Ah, is that not young Diaz? What a delight to see you grace my humble establishment once more." Diaz cast a brief glance at an elderly man in the corner, slumbering with a bottle in hand, and cut straight to the point. "Shaki, you have connections to the Revolutionary Army, do you not?" Shaki narrowed her eyes, inhaled deeply from her cigarette, and exhaled slowly, shaking her head. "The Revolutionary Army maintains stringent confidentiality. I am unaware of their means of communication. Are you seeking to join them?" "No," he replied. "I merely require their assistance." "What of Jinbei or Octopus Makino from the Fishman Pirates?" "I recall that Rayleigh and Shaki share a close friendship with Makino, who once saved Rayleigh. That might be feasible." Shaki conceded, but it won't come cheap. With a decisive motion, Diaz placed a substantial sum of berries upon the table. "Consider it settled. Please be patient for a few days." "Of course," she agreed. "I shall remain here for the next few days, and I will cover the cost of lodging and meals." "Very well," Shaki replied. Diaz poured himself a glass from a bottle on the table and, taking a cigarette, indulged in both drink and smoke. Shaki smiled and left the bar to operate her network and reach out to the Fishman Pirates. "What are your intentions, young man?" the elderly figure on the sofa inquired. Having awakened at some point, Diaz turned, his gaze sharp as he regarded this man, the right hand of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh. "There are matters I must attend to that require Jinbei's assistance." Rayleigh settled beside him, pouring himself a drink. "The Celestial Dragons?" "Indeed," Diaz affirmed without hesitation. "Revenge is inevitable." "Is it not?" "Certainly. The lives of an entire village hang in the balance," Rayleigh observed, studying the youth before him, whose eyes concealed the ferocity of a lion, ready to reveal its fangs. "This conqueror's haki. You possess great strength," Rayleigh remarked. "It was forced from me." Diaz extinguished his cigarette and stated, "To live a life devoid of gratitude is to be no better than a beast. The villagers raised me. They are my benefactors, and yet I have burdened them. This is my lifelong error. I do not regret slaying the celestial dragons, but I do regret believing that the world government would spare the innocent. The world government is far more corrupt than one can imagine, Did they truly think I could not see through their facade? A king would not casually annihilate a village. Such actions require justification. Moreover, my own king is a ruler of principle. He would not act thus. Therefore, there is but one explanation. It is the command of the world government. To the fallen, to the fallen. Their glasses clinked together. Shortly after, Shachi emerged with a smile, saying, Jinbi and the others are recuperating on Fishman Island. I believe they'll arrive soon. Fishman Island, nestled 10,000 meters beneath the sea, was not far from Sabaody Archipelago, merely a few dozen kilometers by distance. Given the speed of Fishman, a morning summons would likely see them arriving by noon. Jinbi and his companions might even be faster. Just as Diaz had anticipated, around lunchtime, Jinbi and Hatchan pushed open the door and stepped inside. Good to see you again. Mr. Diaz, I've heard about what happened to your hometown. My deepest condolences, Jinbi said with his usual courtesy, while Hatchan exchanged greetings with Shaki and Rayleigh, old friends reunited. Can you contact Mr. Fisher Tiger? Diaz asked. I can. What do you need? I wish to speak with the Revolutionary Army. I need their assistance with something, and I'm prepared to compensate them accordingly. Understood. Jinbi retrieved a din-din mushy from his coat, larger than the standard model. Equipped with a rotary dial and receiver, its range far more extensive. He placed a white din-din mushy beside it to prevent eavesdropping. Contacting the Revolutionary Army was no trivial matter. Exposure would bring severe consequences. Dialing the number, the din-din mushy emitted its characteristic purr-purr-purr ring. Soon, the call connected, and the snail-s features morphed into a red visage, complete with a thick beard. What is it, Jinbi? Trouble? Not at all, Captain Tiger. Mr. Diaz wishes to speak with you. Mr. Diaz? Tiger paused, then replied with delight. Put him on. Diaz took the receiver from Jinbi. It's been a while, Mr. Tiger. Hello, Mr. Diaz. Since we last parted, I've joined the Revolutionary Army. We fight for the same cause now, thanks to your guidance. What brings you to me? I'm going to marry Gios. Silence. Shock rippled through Tiger, Jinbi, and Hatchan alike. Why? That's South no place for sightseeing. It's hell itself. Don't throw your life away. Tiger's voice was urgent, desperate. He had nearly died there once. The memory of that inferno haunted him still. I intend to blow Mary Gios sky high. Every pair of eyes locked onto him, minds echoing a single thought. Madman. An absolute, unhinged madman. To obliterate Mary Gios? Such a feat was unthinkable. I know you're grieving for your village, but, Mr. Tiger, Diaz cut him off. I appreciate your concern, but I must ask the Revolutionary Army to shelter the slaves. I want to drag the innocent down with the celestial dragons. They don't deserve to perish alongside those monsters. But no buts. Please, help me. Consider it repayment for saving your life. I have to do this. The faces of my village, their kindness, their voices, they're still with me. If I don't act, I'll never forgive myself. After a moment of silence, the telephone bug underwent a transformation, its visage adorned with a lattice of crimson tattoos. Greetings, Mr. Diaz. I am Monkey D, Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. While I can assist you in liberating the slaves, it is a perilous endeavor. From our perspective, you are a kindred spirit, yet I urge you to ponder this risky undertaking carefully. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Dragon. I shall await your arrival at the 13th Red Tree on Sabaody Island. Very well, we shall arrive post-haste. Chapter 63. Making the Celestial Dragons Feel Pain. After the call ended, Diaz lit another cigarette. Rayleigh sighed. What an extraordinary young man. This isn't just extraordinary, Mr. Rayleigh. Jinbei interjected, Mr. Diaz, please reconsider. Mary Gios is perilously dangerous. Indeed, Xiaoba chimed in, I can attest to that. After the last attack on Mary Gios by Captain Tiger, their security measures must have intensified. Once inside, the chances of coming out are almost negligible. I understand. Thank you both, Jinbei and Xiaoba, Diaz replied with a smile. There are things one must do. If Tiger were to perish before your eyes, you would surely seek vengeance, would you not? My objective is to inflict suffering upon the celestial dragons. Someone once proclaimed that by bestowing appropriate despair, one could humble the prideful hearts of humanity, and that is the truth. I am the harbinger of their truth. Let them feel pain. Let them realize they are not gods. They too shall die and suffer. No one can defecate upon me. I am the one who inflicts pain. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, Yet the seasoned Rayleigh burst into laughter. If Roger were to see you, he would surely find you most intriguing. I have no fondness for that man. Why not? Because he ushered in the era of great piracy. Please elaborate. In my view, while the world government is flawed, a chaotic order is far preferable to a complete lack of order. Had he not initiated the age of piracy, the Navy could have effectively subdued numerous pirates. The first half of the Grand Line would experience much greater peace, allowing sufficient military resources to address the formidable pirates of the New World. While it may incur substantial costs, it would undoubtedly restore overall peace to the seas. I know not what you discovered on the End Island, but Roger's final words brought untold suffering to this world. Countless individuals ventured into the sea, chasing after an illusory treasure, forsaking productivity, indulging in rampant violence and plunder, leaving only the innocent to suffer. Pirates often act on impulse, disregarding all else. You may pursue whatever you desire, but I am certain of one thing: Roger is nothing but a farce. Those who perished at the hands of pirates bear his responsibility, at least in part. What Roger did was purely a matter of execution without care for the aftermath. Diaz knows nothing of Raftel, nor does he wish to, because of his final words. Far too many rushed into the sea, becoming pirates. No money? Steal. No food? Steal. No women? Steal. Pirates do not engage in production. How then do they acquire wealth? Certainly through theft. They rob merchants, they rob civilians, and the ones who suffer are merely ordinary people. The heavenly taxes imposed by the world government already burden the common folk. The emergence of pirates only exacerbates their suffering. Rayleigh swirled his drink and laughed. Ha ha ha. It has been ages since I've heard someone dare to criticize Roger. In the past, I might have taught you a lesson, but now he is deceased, and there is little to discuss. However, I wish to convey this. Roger's actions surely held profound significance. What Roger has done must certainly stem from a profound ailment within him. Is there a possibility? A jest? Yet, one cannot deny that his actions serve only to exacerbate the existing tensions. Tensions? The discord between the common folk and the aristocrats. Diaz murmured. The celestial gold has siphoned off the majority of the commoner's annual income. When the pirates return to plunder once more, and the people can no longer endure their plight, that is when upheaval will ensue. Were it not for the celestial gold, the world government would undoubtedly be more stable than it is now. It must be said, if the world government continues on this path, the celestial dragons will be a pivotal reason for their downfall. Diaz wished to delve no further into these matters, for he had many ambitions yet to pursue and would not pause here. Are you truly resolved to do this, Mr. Diaz? Jinbei could not restrain himself from inquiring, merely seeking to ascertain Diaz's true intentions. Have I not made myself sufficiently clear? I merely wish to obliterate Mary Gios, and there is no issue with that. Mr. Jinbei, I hope you and your son pirates will quietly assist your persecuted kin. I do not wish to embroil them in this conflict. Diaz was not one to direct his weapons at the innocent. The weak strike at the even weaker, and the strong contend with their equals. Very well, I understand. The Sun Pirates shall do all in our power to assist you, Mr. Diaz. Jinbei bowed respectfully, acknowledging the esteem he held for this man, beyond doubt. He was a figure worthy of reverence, deserving of the Sun Pirates' respect. Then I shall rely on you. The following morning, a gust of wind swept through Shaki's bar, and a figure materialized silently within its confines. Clad in a deep green cloak, adorned with red tattoos upon his visage, and bearing a stern expression, his identity was unmistakable. The commander of the Revolutionary Army, the most notorious criminal in the world, Monkey D. Dragon. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Diaz. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Dragon. Greetings, I am Brando D. Diaz. As their hands clasped, the most infamous and audacious criminal of the world convened for a historic meeting. Dragon hastened across the seas utilizing the powers of his devil fruit, arriving at Sabaody Archipelago with utmost urgency. Eager to hear Diaz's plans firsthand to determine if collaboration was worthwhile. Diaz's intentions were perilous. The Revolutionary Army remained in a state of concealment, and it was unthinkable to gamble alongside Diaz. Should they falter, all would perish in Mary Gios, their lifelong endeavors rendered futile, and the prospect of toppling the world government and the aristocracy would vanish. The plan is straightforward. I am aware that your Revolutionary Army possesses a user of the push-push fruit, correct? Dragon nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that this was the Southern Army commander. A giant named Mori, a superhuman with the ability to push various objects without causing damage, capable of burrowing underground and excavating tunnels. Over a century ago, he was a fearsome pirate, yet he concealed his powers, ultimately captured by the Navy and imprisoned in Impel Down, from which he utilized his abilities to escape unnoticed. In truth, the Golden Line was not the first individual to escape from Impel Down. Rather, Mori's departure was shrouded in secrecy. Furthermore, Impel Down has left behind whispers of its 5.5 level, rumored to devour prisoners. After joining the Revolutionary Army, he found a kindred spirit in the enigmatic Ivankov, revealing to him the hidden passage he had discovered. Subsequently, he became a pawn in Ivankov's scheme, contributing to the creation of the new half-paradise. Diaz's objective was to leverage Mori's abilities to discreetly liberate the slaves, minimizing the ensuing harm. Chapter 64. Entering Mariewa. Diaz had never considered himself a virtuous individual. He simply acted according to his own convictions, neither wholly good nor entirely evil. He pursued his desires without hesitation. The values that had shaped him over 2 decades profoundly influenced his actions. His intentions were straightforward: to utilize Mori's abilities with the push-push fruit to create tunnels beneath Mariewa, ultimately liberating the enslaved souls trapped there. Among the captives were countless innocents, ensnared by pirates and traffickers, sold to the celestial dragons, having endured immense suffering. It was futile to expect any sense of morality from those who viewed slaves as mere objects, considering only the celestial dragons as true humans, the descendants of gods. With a singular race existing in their eyes, the celestial dragons, Diaz would never concede to this belief. Hatred served as his most potent motivation for battle. The plan was not convoluted. In fact, it was remarkably simple. Diaz would create chaos, allowing Mori and other revolutionaries to maneuver amidst the turmoil. Such simplicity often mitigated the risk of errors. Intricate plans, laden with calculations, were prone to complications. Dragon said little more, rising to extend his hand to Diaz, proclaiming, "In that case, the Revolutionary Army shall assist you. Furthermore, Mr. Diaz, would you consider joining our ranks?" He believed Diaz to be a comrade in their shared resistance against the world government. In response to Dragon's invitation, Diaz shook his head, expressing gratitude. "I appreciate your kindness, but I am accustomed to freedom and have no intention of joining any organization. However, should I survive this encounter, I will unconditionally aid you. We are comrades, are we not?" Dragon paused momentarily before smiling. "I understand. We are indeed comrades. I shall inform Mori to make his way here." With that, he handed Diaz 2 din mushi, one for long-distance communication and the other for secure conversations, before transforming into the wind, vanishing from Diaz's sight as if he had never been there. A gentle breeze swept by, leaving no trace of his presence. Diaz took a sip of his drink, gazing at the towering red line, where Mariewa loomed at its pinnacle. "Your days of comfort will soon come to an end." He drained his cup in one swift motion. A day later, Dragon relayed news to Diaz, informing him that Mori would embark from the red line of the New World towards Mariewa, estimating a journey of approximately 2 weeks to reach the underground of Mariewa. Diaz had the patience to wait, seizing the opportunity to infiltrate the naval fleet heading into the New World. To access the New World, there were only 2 viable methods aside from traversing the calm belt. One could descend to a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the waves, passing through Fishman Island, or submit an application to the world government to forfeit one's vessel, directly crossing through the holy land of Mariewa. However, this latter option was laborious and costly, typically reserved for naval and world government personnel, given that Fishman Island lay beyond the jurisdiction of the world government. If the world government were to seize control of Fishman Island, they could establish checkpoints to prevent passing pirates from entering, thereby eliminating the emergence of supernova pirates in the New World. However, the unique position of Fishman Island, coupled with the formidable combat prowess of its inhabitants, renders any attempt at military conquest by the world government utterly futile. They can only watch helplessly as pirates embark from Sabaody Archipelago to the New World, becoming notorious sea marauders or joining the ranks of formidable pirate crews. Diaz concealed himself within a fleet, donning a disguise of dogskin. This group of Marines was destined for the G3 branch, where they would serve under one of the three admirals, Akainu. Diaz effortlessly blended in, engaging in light-hearted banter with those around him, who remained blissfully unaware of his status as a wanted criminal. Perhaps it could be said that he was simply suffering from a case of facial blindness, a common ailment among the denizens of the pirate world. Riding the bubble elevator, he ascended towards the red line, surrounded by an increasing density of clouds and numerous other bubble elevators, all filled with Marines. Though it was said to be a direct route to Mariehua, the reality was that a considerable distance still lay between them and the true Holy Land. The celestial dragons certainly did not allow their subordinates to enter their abode without due process. The bubble elevator soon reached its pinnacle, a designated docking area for those passing through. After boarding a special vehicle to traverse Mariehua, they would again take the bubble elevator to enter the new world. Was that Mariehua in the distance? Shrouded in mist, one could faintly perceive the opulent palaces nestled upon the red line. This was the dwelling place of the celestial dragons, their sacred domain, a locale coveted by countless nobles seeking entry. Access was granted only during the World Conference, while the celestial dragons enjoyed unrestricted passage at all other times. Feigning the need to relieve himself, Diaz entered the restroom, muttering curses under his breath. The very materials used for this lavatory were of the highest quality, even adorned with gold. Lifting a floorboard, he summoned young Gillas and instructed, "Young Gillas, dig a hole for us to enter." With a swift bite, young Gillas penetrated the foundation, carefully avoiding the sewer and water pipes, creating a sizable opening. Diaz leaped into the newly formed cavity, replaced the floorboard, and filled the space with stones and dirt. Turning on his flashlight, he began to dig towards the predetermined direction of Mariehua. After a brief pause, primarily due to young Gillas's full stomach, Diaz sat beside him, replenishing their water and food supplies. "According to my calculations, we should be able to reach Mariehua in approximately 2 to 3 hours of digging," he remarked. Following that, they would need to address the issue of concealment. Once inside Mariehua, the level of danger would escalate exponentially, necessitating a secure hiding place. After all, remaining underground was not a viable long-term solution. After young Giratina had sufficiently rested, it resumed its activities, indulging in intermittent feasting that took longer than anticipated. Diaz pushed aside the opulent, heavy floor, the material of which he could not identify, yet he was certain of its exorbitant value. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a lavishly adorned room, replete with antiques, masterpieces, and jewels adorning every corner. Stealthily, he ascended, accompanied by young Giratina, and covered the floor. He carefully stored young Giratina within its treasured ball and slowly opened the door, making not a sound. The expansive corridor was embellished with renowned paintings, and as he tread upon the exquisite floral arrangements, a sense of direction enveloped him. Several remarkably beautiful women, dressed in light attire, bowed their heads while attending to their cleaning tasks, and upon them rested the mythical essence of the celestial dragoness hooves. Chapter 65. You have been kidnapped. The celestial dragon's emblem, the hoof of the heavenly dragon, signifies their identity. However, inscribed upon a person's flesh, its meaning transforms. A slave. When such words are etched onto a person, they become a servant to the celestial dragons, forever marked by the insignia of the lowly. Tej can only conceal it with the symbol of the Sun Pirates. Diaz did not disturb them, gently closing the door behind him. He returned to the underground passage, ensuring he did not awaken anyone, and only re-emerged at night. The room remained ablaze with light, the opulent crystal chandelier shimmering above with a dazzling brilliance. The atmosphere was tranquil, devoid of any presence, and the space was immaculate, as if it had never been inhabited. As he opened the door once more and stepped outside, the corridor was silent, free from the patrols of the surveillance insects. Perhaps due to the nature of Mariehua, it seemed unlikely that anyone could intrude here, and the guards appeared less formidable than he anticipated. As he strolled nonchalantly, the clanking of armor echoed, signaling the approach of patrolling guards. Clad in robust white armor, donned with pointed helmets and wielding long spears, they marched with steady precision, forming a neat line of 8. To confront one individually would indeed prove challenging. Leaping onto a beam, Diaz discovered that the palace towered far higher than he had envisioned, and he concealed himself behind a statue. He could not help but marvel at the immense wealth of the celestial dragons. Their residences adorned with sculptures, many of which had eyes and bodies embellished with jewels and gold, epitomized excess. Truly, it was fitting to deem them as extravagant squanderers. However, their wealth was inexhaustible. Even generations of indulgence would not deplete it. Each year, the nations affiliated with the world government contribute a substantial portion of their taxes, referred to as the heavenly gold. This vast fortune sustains a parasitic class, feeding off the world's economy. Suddenly, a thought struck him, the treasure vault of the celestial dragons. Diaz's eyes glimmered with a golden glow, fueled by his desire for berries. Rather than seeing it all obliterated, he would be better served by claiming it for himself. He could never exhaust such wealth, and it could provide support to the revolutionary army. This treasure represented 8 centuries of accumulation by the celestial dragons. Even if much had been spent, what remained could easily arm tens of thousands, likely without even exhausting 1% of the total. It is worth noting that the world government encompasses over 170 affiliated nations, and the annual offerings of heavenly gold amount to astronomical figures. The sums allocated to each celestial dragon are not insignificant. In comparison to the world, these parasites remain exceedingly insignificant. A considerable portion of the operational funds of the world government derives from the celestial dragons. They are not all fools. Some among them are astute enough to recognize that only through the steady progression of the world government can they maintain their status. And thus they support it with unwavering resolve. With resolve, Diaz set to work. After evading the guards, he embarked on a quest to locate the treasure vault, only to discover that their security measures were exceedingly stringent. What he had presumed to be a lack of guard strength was, in reality, an imposing system of vigilance. With watchmen every 5 steps, an alarming level of fortification. Clearly, this vigilance stemmed from recent events concerning Tej. As dawn's first light crept across the sky, Diaz decided to retreat into the underground passage for some rest. Yet to his astonishment, he found himself utterly lost. This master navigator who never strayed course at sea had become disoriented within the palace's labyrinthine corridors. With a resigned sigh, he chose a random chamber. Ensuring the hallway was deserted, he vaulted through a crystalline window, sealing it shut behind him before flipping upwards to enter through another window above. The room lay shrouded in darkness, heavy curtains blocking the morning sun. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air as Diaz's hands brushed against plush stuffed animals. Suddenly, the door creaked open, startling him. Without hesitation, he dove beneath the downy covers, only to encounter a warm, supple form. A drowsy murmur tickled his ear. "Mother, can't eat anymore," revealing his accidental bedmate to be a young woman. Her eyes flew open in terror at the unexpected presence. As she drew breath to scream, Diaz clamped a hand over her mouth, his voice a venomous whisper. "A sound means your death." Outside, a maid's deferential voice floated through the door. "Lady Nyafari is still resting. We shouldn't disturb her," followed by the soft click of the latch. Bathed in the faint light filtering through the curtains, Diaz studied his hostage. The sunlight traced the curves of Nyafari's exquisite features and voluptuous figure, challenging his preconceptions about celestial dragons. Not all of them are grotesque, he mused, contemplating the genetic consequences of 8 centuries of royal intermarriage that likely produced both brilliant minds and feeble ones. Trembling like a frightened doe, Nyafari nodded obediently when Diaz released his grip. Who are you?" she stammered, pressing herself against the headboard in defensive posture. "Don't come closer, or I'll scream." "Spare me your hysterics," Diaz sneered, casting a dismissive glance at her bosom. "Those lumps of flesh hold no interest for me." Though Nyafari was undoubtedly beautiful by mortal standards, having witnessed Hancock's peerless beauty rendered him indifferent to lesser charms. Drawing himself up, Diaz delivered his pronouncement with chilling finality. "Lady Nyafari, consider yourself officially abducted." Her gasp of protest was cut short by a resounding thud. With a swift motion, the hand struck Nephelina's neck. The door swung open once more, and Diaz hastily pulled the covers, concealing them within, leaving only Nephelina's head exposed. A maid cast a fleeting glance, noticing that Nephelina was still in slumber. Perhaps they had merely misheard moments ago. It would be best to retreat for now. After confirming that the coast was clear, Diaz seized a life-size doll, extracting some of the stuffing within, and tucked Nephelina inside. He then placed another doll onto the bed and after completing these tasks, he rolled beneath the bed with Nephelina in tow. Chapter 66. Shakira, as Diaz had anticipated. The maid let out a piercing scream upon discovering that Nyaphalai had inexplicably vanished from her chamber. The unforeseen disappearance of a celestial dragon sent waves of panic throughout the palace. Nyaphalai's parents were abruptly awakened by the guard's report, and upon learning of their beloved daughter's disappearance, the corpulent middle-aged man fainted on the spot, while Nyaphalai's mother turned pale and roared, "You wretches! How could you lose my daughter? I shall have your heads." The guards and maids were swiftly dragged away to face execution, plunging the entire palace into a state of martial law. The incident surrounding the celestial dragon's disappearance even attracted the direct intervention of CP0 to conduct an investigation. However, CP0 failed to notice the dolls hidden beneath the bed, instead discovering Diaz's footprints on the windowsill, confirming that the palace had been breached by an unknown intruder. Could it be yet another Fisher tiger? Gloria Pallas, Nyaphalai's mother, in a state of terror, inquired, recalling how Fisher had once set Mary Gios ablaze, a memory that haunted the celestial dragons. Consequently, they had tightened their control over the slaves, designing explosive collars that would detonate should a slave attempt to escape Mary Gios. Additionally, they employed tranquilizers to subdue the slaves, ensuring they lacked the vitality to rebel and posed no threat to themselves. Do not fret, Lady Gloria Pallas. I am from CP0, the most elite guardians, and we shall return Nyaphalai safely, a member of CP0 declared respectfully, kneeling to express their capability. Then make haste. I demand to see my daughter by lunchtime, Gloria insisted. The CP0 members silently cursed under their breath, but could not resist. They served the celestial dragons and had to comply with orders. However, failure would not result in death, as training a CP0 agent was exceedingly arduous and resource-intensive. The Gorasii would not allow their lives to be squandered so easily, for each CP0 agent represented formidable combat prowess. Death was not imminent, yet a beating was unavoidable. CP0 proceeded with their investigation, while Diaz seized the opportunity to disguise himself as a slave. Clutching several dolls and claiming he was taking them to the laundry, he effortlessly slipped beyond the danger zone, successfully merging with the slaves and arriving at their quarters. In stark contrast to the opulence of the celestial dragon's residences, the slaves' living conditions were abysmal. Though clean and tidy, with communal restrooms and baths, the atmosphere was steeped in despair and depression, devoid of any semblance of vitality, leaving Diaz feeling utterly out of place. Nyaphalai had been secreted away into a tunnel beneath her previous room, hidden by young Kiras who had dug a hole for her concealment. The inhabitants of this pirate world generally possessed robust constitutions. Starvation for a few days would not be fatal. As night fell, numerous slaves lay silently upon their beds, the stillness oppressive and lifeless, a situation that weighed heavily on Diaz. Moreover, the living quarters were co-ed, with no separation. The inhabitants exhibited no such desires. Even in the presence of handsome men and beautiful women, the prevailing atmosphere rendered igniting passion an impossibility. Diaz sat up on the unyielding bed, noticing the surveillance din mushy patrolling overhead. While absent in the palace, they were numerous here, clearly a result of increased security measures by the celestial dragons following Tiger's incident. To liberate these slaves, dealing with these creatures was imperative. Each surveillance din mushy had a large receiver counterpart, making locating the monitoring room essential. Rising, Diaz made his way to the communal restroom and slipped out through the ventilation shaft. The guards had to be neutralized first. With his presence already exposed and heightened security due to Nyaphalai's disappearance, caution was paramount. Concealed among the branches, Diaz waited as a patrol passed beneath. In an instant, he incapacitated the entire squad, stripped them of their armor, and stashed it away. After hiding the unconscious guards in the undergrowth, he donned the stolen armor and seamlessly blended into the patrol routes, deliberately avoiding other squads before re-entering the palace. An hour of fruitless searching later, impatience drove him to seize a guard. "Where's the monitoring room?" he demanded. The guard's muffled protests were met with a snapped finger. "Speak." Another refusal. Another fracture, until all 10 fingers were broken. Only then did the guard divulge the location before Diaz silenced him permanently. Following the directions, Diaz arrived at the monitoring room. Pushing the door open silently, He slipped inside and closed it behind him. The occupants, engrossed in the surveillance feeds, were swiftly rendered unconscious. A massive projection din mushy dominated the room, its bulbous eyes displaying footage from the surveillance network. These creatures transmitted signals via bioelectric waves, each possessing a unique frequency while sharing a communal channel for mass data reception, allowing a single large din mushy to process multiple feeds simultaneously. Diaz observed but refrained from immediate action. Instead, he retreated to the monitoring room's restroom, where Larvitar burrowed a tunnel for future mobility. With Morley yet to arrive, Diaz had much to accomplish. His operations expanded beyond isolated targets. Larvitar tirelessly excavated an extensive network beneath Mary Geos, nourished by ample sustenance. Then, one night, the digging ceased abruptly. "What's wrong?" Diaz inquired, puzzled. "Crack." The Everstone secured behind Larvitar's neck splintered. Could it be? Diaz watched, anticipation swelling, as the stone shattered completely. A radiant white light enveloped Larvitar. Evolution had begun. The phenomenon of Pokemon evolution was nothing short of miraculous, a transformation of form and stature, defying conventional understanding. A radiant white light enveloped the young Giratina, and the distant silhouette began to transform, its stature elongating as the brilliance faded, revealing a gray iron chrysalis. Its entire form was encased in a bluish-gray exoskeleton, with crimson orbs for eyes peering through two apertures in the shell. Above its eyes, two triangular openings were visible, while its upper body was adorned with a mask-like shell featuring 4 sharp protrusions on either side and 3 small horns adorning its forehead. This is the evolved form of the young Giratina, the Sand Giratina. Chapter 67. Morley and the Bear. Pupitre. Type: rock ground. Gender: ability, guts, moves, hyper beam. Stone edge, dark pulse, iron defense. Sha. Pupitre shook its body vigorously. Within its steel-hard shell, a new form was taking shape. One more evolution, and it would become the true monarch of sandstorms, Tyranitar. However, due to its immense weight, Pupitre propelled itself by expelling compressed gas from within. Though it couldn't learn any flying-type moves, its destructive power far surpassed that of its previous form, Larvitar. Rumors claimed a frenzied Pupitre could even bring down an entire mountain. Sha. Pupitre joyfully lunged at Diaz, knocking him over in excitement. It tried to lick its trainer's face, but suddenly realized it had no mouth. Sha? Sha. How am I supposed to eat without a mouth? This is the end of me. The little glutton felt its world collapse, rolling on the ground in despair. What's the point of living if I can't eat? Wah. You promised I wouldn't evolve. Master lied to me. Don't worry. This is just a transitional form. You stored up tremendous energy as a Larvitar, so you'll evolve into Tyranitar soon. Then you can eat again, Diaz reassured, patting Pupitre's head. The Everstone had shattered precisely because Larvitar had accumulated too much energy, so much that even the stone couldn't suppress its evolution. And the more power Larvitar stored, the stronger its final form would be. Malnourished Tyranitar? Diaz scoffed internally. Impossible. Sha? Hearing that eating was still in its future, Pupitre's fighting spirit reignited. It spun its body and resumed digging, its speed noticeably faster than before. Ding. Larvitar has successfully evolved. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the achievement. Evolve. Pupitre's evolution speed increased by 1%? Useless. Well, every little bit counts. Over the next few days, Pupitre carved an intricate network of tunnels beneath Mariewa. Diaz hadn't ordered this excavation for fun. He strategically placed enough C4 within those tunnels to level the entire Holy Land. Brawling. While feeding Nyaphili, Diaz answered the din mushy. Diaz speaking. Fahaha. Morley here despite the booming voice. The tone was unmistakably flamboyant. Diaz stiffened, recalling Morley's close ties to Emporio Ivankov, which meant, ahem. Hello, Mr. Morley. Have you arrived? Yep, so, where should we meet, Mr. Diaz? Underground. Underground? Beneath Mary Geos, at our current location. How about we rendezvous 20 meters directly below the main gates? Diaz suggested. No problem. Diaz stuffed a piece of bread into Nyaphili's mouth before hoisting her onto his shoulder and sprinting away. Sharkiris, let us move. Shark. With a burst of pressurized air from its dorsal vents, Sharkiris propelled itself forward at remarkable speed. Diaz quickened his pace to keep up. Underground, Sharkira's never lost its way. So it surged ahead effortlessly. Right about here. Sharkira's dig. Shark. Rotating like a drill. Sharkira's tore through layers of earth and rock until, thud, they breached into a vast cavern. The dim glow of kerosene lamps illuminated the space, casting light upon two towering figures standing in wait. One was a giant, hirsute, corpulent, resembling a sentient potato with twin catfish whiskers and a full beard. Bare-chested. He wore a short plaid kilt and carried a massive, modified trident slung across his back, its menacing aura suggesting formidable power. The other figure took Diaz by surprise. Towering and broad-shouldered, he wore a spotted barriered cap over a mane of black curls. His paw-like hands cradled a book. A warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant. A revolutionary spy embedded within the world government, willingly subjected to modifications by the world's foremost scientist, Vegapunk. To think Kuma is also with the revolutionaries. Diaz remarked with feigned astonishment. A secret, Kuma replied, his voice gentle and courteous, instantly disarming. Dragon personally requested my assistance. I trust you'll keep this confidential, Mr. Diaz. Naturally. Fuaha. Mr. Diaz, such a dashing young man. Oh, don't look at me like that. No matter how you stare, I shan't fall for you. The hell? Diaz exhaled sharply, dismissing the absurdity. Mr. Morley, this is no time for jokes. Over the past days, I've rigged explosives beneath Mary Geos. Ready to detonate at any moment? Now, it's time to evacuate the slaves. I need you to carve a tunnel, either to the New World or the Grand Line, to ensure their escape. As for you, Mr. Kuma, exposure is not an option, but your abilities could aid in relocation. Your power allows teleportation, correct? The pawpaw fruit was versatile, defensive, restorative. It could repel attacks, transfer injuries, and fatigue to rejuvenate others, and even unleash shockwaves. An exceptionally potent ability. Yet Diaz couldn't fathom Dragon's reasoning. Sending Kuma to infiltrate the world government? A man of his caliber belonged at the revolution's core. Gaining access to Vegapunk seemed futile. The scientist was under the world government's iron grip, reduced to a mere tool. Even if Kuma could extract him, the revolutionaries lacked the resources to safeguard him. Moreover, unlike the opulent world government, the revolutionaries couldn't bankroll Vegapunk's extravagant research. A questionable move, indeed. Agreed. How many people can your stamina sustain for relocation? If the distance isn't too far. Roughly 2,000, the bear replied. Using his ability would also drain the bear's energy. 2,000 was the estimate, while conserving enough strength to remain combat ready. It was also to ensure neither he nor Morley would be exposed. I see. What about 100 meters or so? Then perhaps 5,000. After a moment of contemplation, Diaz remarked, in that case, the plan will need revision. We must deliberate and establish a comprehensive strategy. Then, with a gesture, he added, allow me to introduce someone. This is the celestial dragon I've abducted, Her Excellency Nyafri Ho. Chapter 68. Preparations for Action Celestial Dragons? My, what a lovely little girl, Morley remarked, his enormous face looming closer, causing Nyafili to faint instantly from fright. TCH, how dull, Morley muttered, losing interest. Diaz gently laid Nyafili aside and said, these past few days, I've planted explosives in the tunnels I dug through Shakira's. The blast will be powerful enough to level Mary Geos, without harming the slaves, of course. But we must wait until they're evacuated. As Diaz explained, he had no intention of dragging innocents into this. There might be decent celestial dragons, but he had long since dismissed them. Someone had to atone for their sins, sacrificing the few for the many, though life should never be measured in numbers. Sometimes it was the only way. He was no hero, nor was he a champion of justice. Quite the workload. Is Shakira's this little fellow? Morley bent down, eyeing the tiny creature no larger than his fingertip. Shakira's, my best partner. Scree. Shakira's bounced excitedly. Diaz unfolded a hand-drawn map. I've charted most of Mary Geos over these past days, except for some restricted zones. There's still someone called Sama lurking around, so I avoided areas too heavily guarded or deserted. But the celestial dragon's residences? Mapped. And I helped myself to a few things along the way. Currently, CP0 and the guards were scouring Mary Geos for Diaz, But his hiding spots were too clever, tunnels dug in places no ordinary person would think to check. Impressive. Truly remarkable. Young man, I might just fall for you at this rate. Please refrain from speaking to me like that. Diaz coughed before continuing. The slaves' locations are marked in red. They wear explosive collars, and their quarters are monitored by Din Din Mushi. Rescuing them won't be easy. Indeed, the difficulty is immense, Kumar agreed. The surveillance snails weren't the issue, it was the collars. The moment a slave stepped out of bounds, the collar would detonate. A cruel invention of the celestial dragons. Now mass-produced by their craftsmen and sold on the black market. I have the keys. Luckily, they're universal. Stole quite a few. He produced a heavy ring of keys, then sighed. But we're severely undermanned. There is no way we can remove every collar in time. Molly scratched his head. One by one is too slow. We'll need more hands. Free some first, then have them assist, Kuma suggested. Diaz preferred not to reveal their presence too soon, but it seemed their only option. Fine. Dig the tunnels for now. I'll go rescue who I can. And what of her? Kuma gestured to the unconscious woman. Uncertain, Diaz shrugged and remarked that if the Revolutionary Army desired it, they could take it. Capturing Naya Faley was merely an incidental act, deemed potentially useful. At present, it mattered little to the Revolutionary Army. Bear nodded, clapping his hands. And Naya Faley was enveloped in a transparent, gelatinous sphere, propelled through the passageway created by Mori. The celestial dragons held significant value for the Revolutionary Army, their status alone being of considerable utility. Mori sealed the passageway, stating that it must be abandoned to avoid revealing the location of the Revolutionary Army. He was about to commence his work. The modified trident emitted a humming sound as it activated the push-push fruit ability, akin to sweeping away debris with a broom. Rocks and earth were effortlessly displaced by Mori, forming a vast corridor wide enough for several individuals to walk side by side. The speed was remarkable, several times faster than Shakira's, for the strength, speed, and lifespan of giants far surpassed that of humans. Diaz rose, declaring, "We shall commence our operations tonight. Mr. Bear, how long do you anticipate it will take Mori to open a passage? If we exert ourselves in a straight line, only 3 days will suffice. Then we shall commence in 3 days. In the meantime, I shall earn some living expenses." Living expenses? Bear paused, and Diaz elaborated, "Of course. I refer to the treasures of the celestial dragons. Thus far, I have only located the assets of 2 families. Families, not clans. The celestial dragon's lineage is extensive, being descendants of 19 kings, with 8 centuries of procreation leading to numerous branches. They excel at safeguarding their wealth, and surprisingly few are aware of the location of their vaults. 2 of them were discovered by Diaz by mere chance. However, their vaults were so well constructed that conventional methods could not breach them, and he desired not to alert the guardians. Yet, their treasures remained untouched. Antiques, renowned paintings, sculptures, and various priceless artifacts were ripe for acquisition. Moreover, it was not limited to 1 or 2 families. The vastness of the celestial dragon's holdings meant that the absence of a few items would go unnoticed. The subsequent sale would yield a substantial sum. Without delay, he set to work, initiating his procurement endeavors. Left alone in the cavern, Bear quietly perused books. His immense size rendered the tunnel excavated by Shakira's impassable. And he could not assist Mori, thus he remained in wait. He was unhurried. For the time being, Vegapunk did not require his presence. The transformation of his physique was a gradual process, not an instantaneous one. That doctor was indeed a formidable individual. Yet persuading him to join the Revolutionary Army posed significant challenges. The world government possessed Vegapunk's life papers, even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Both the Navy and the world government would find a way to retrieve him. The likelihood of success for this plan was minuscule. Yet as long as there remained the slightest glimmer of hope, he wished to try. Simultaneously, while Diaz engaged in his procurement, he stealthily brought down a dozen slaves, unlocking the explosive collars around their necks with a key. Their longing for freedom elicited tears. "So, are you willing to assist me? I must save more people and get them out of this godforsaken place. Of course, if you refuse, it's fine. I'll still help you leave." I'm sorry. I want to go back," a girl sobbed. "Me too." Several others raised their hands. Diaz said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The remaining individuals declared, "We'll help you." "Yes. Let's all leave this place together." "Absolutely. You saved my life, you're my savior. From now on, my life is yours to command." The rest echoed in agreement. Resolved to assist Diaz in his mission. Chapter 69. Is that all? On the very day Morley excavated the tunnel, Diaz and the men he had gathered over the days sprang into action. Morley first transported Diaz and a group of capable individuals to various surveillance rooms to neutralize the monitoring personnel. Meanwhile, another group infiltrated the slave quarters to distribute keys. At the sight of the keys, the lifeless eyes of the slaves ignited with the desperate light of survival. "Keep your voices down," Diaz commanded in a hushed tone. "No noise." The crowd held their breath as Diaz handed out the keys, allowing them to remove the explosive collars from their necks. Some wept with joy, freedom was within reach. The agonizing torment of years finally giving way to hope. "Jump down and move straight ahead," Diaz instructed, gesturing to the tunnel. "Once you reach the main passage, someone will guide you further." One by one, they scrambled into the tunnel without hesitation. Diaz, however, headed elsewhere, directing Shakiras to breach the foundation. A torrent of gold and gemstones came pouring out, but Diaz reacted swiftly, stashing every last piece into his system inventory. Emerging from the hole, he was met with a mountain of treasure, gold, jewels, and priceless artifacts glittering under the light within the vault. "All mine now," he murmured triumphantly, sweeping everything into his possession. The once gleaming treasury was stripped bare in moments. Next, only 2 vaults remained, but their contents would suffice for his needs. The second hoard was no less impressive. Diaz even uncovered 3 devil fruits, though their abilities remained unknown. "Now it's my turn to act." He made no effort to conceal himself, stepping boldly into the guard's line of sight. "Who goes there?" "Your grandfather." In his hand materialized the divine flames of Amaterasu's judgment, unleashing a volley of fiery bullets. Bang, bang, bang. 2 shots to the chest, 1 to the head, ensuring no chance of survival. Mozambique drill. The commotion instantly drew more guards, just as Diaz intended. He needed to divert their attention, buying time for the fleeing slaves. Below ground, cloaked in shadow to obscure his identity, lest any slave later reveal his involvement, Bartholomew Kuma worked swiftly. With a single touch, he dispatched those 2 grievously wounded by the celestial dragon's cruelty, sending them far from this hell. He could only save so many. A chaotic tide of desperate souls surged forward, each terrified of being dragged back into their nightmare. Stampedes were inevitable, and neither Kuma nor Morley could intervene. Survival and freedom drove them all, and the fallen could not be reclaimed. Boom! An explosion obliterated a corner of the palace. Diaz casually tossed another demolition charge into a cluster of guards, the detonation reducing them to ash. "You dare!" A white-cloaked figure, face concealed behind a fox mask, lunged forward, fingers flicking out compressed air bullets. Flying finger gun. Clang, clang, clang. Under the moonlight, Muramesa flashed like a crescent of autumn water, deflecting the projectiles. Diaz sneered. "Dogs of the celestial dragons. Brando Diaz. You audacious fool, how dare you appear here?" The foxman coldly inquired, "What on earth do you intend to do? Is it possible that Lord Neofili Palace has been abducted by you?" Astute. Diaz snapped his fingers, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. "Can you guess where your beloved Lord Neofili Palace is? What fate has befallen her? Is she still alive? You, release Lord Neofili Palace," the foxman demanded. Shadows emerged from every direction, encircling Diaz completely. 10 members of CP0 surrounded him, leaving him no chance to escape. "I will not be so easily captured. I am here for vengeance," Diaz declared. "My homeland, my friends, my neighbors. I am the one who committed the murders, yet you blame them for my transgressions. I refuse to accept such injustice. If you had not slain the world nobles, they would not have perished. They died because of you," one individual taunted. "Is that so? This world is truly terrifying. The lives of ordinary people hold no value before the celestial dragons. You were once ordinary yourselves, but through strength, talent, and sheer luck, you became mere hounds for the celestial dragons. Yet they are different. They merely wish to survive, and they have committed no sin. Today, I shall turn Mariehua upside down. Is that so? Just you?" The foxman's arm darkened, gleaming with the sheen of armament hockey. Indeed, just me. Diaz twisted his neck, his palm turning black, spreading to his sword, Murakumo. The dark blade effortlessly shattered a nearby marble pillar, leaving a smooth cut. Let me see if the hounds of the celestial dragons can truly bite, then perish. The foxman struck first, his fist colliding with the blade, producing a crisp sound. In an instant, Diaz and the foxman exchanged several blows. The foxman's strength was formidable, exceeding Diaz's by more than double. Second secret sword, armor rending. With a powerful thrust, Murakumo slashed horizontally, unleashing a tremendous force that stunned the foxman. His fist ached, blood gushed forth as Murakumo pierced through the protective hockey, embedding itself into his finger bones. A wave of pain coursed through his body, forcing him to kick Diaz away and create distance. Your swordsmanship. How can such skill exist? This method of exertion can actually breach the hockey I have honed day and night? It is utterly incomprehensible. Secret art, Dragon Flash. Diaz would not grant him a moment's respite. A sword aura shot forth, and before the foxman stood a towering figure clad in heavy armor. Fourth secret sword, Mirage Wolf. Diaz combined shave with high-speed movement, alternating between rapid and slow, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Utilizing observation hockey, he detected several figures. For his speed was simply astounding. Distance, where is he? Sixth secret sword, Wild Cherry Blossom. In an instant, he arrived before the towering figure. Murasame vibrated at an imperceptible frequency, though the blade failed to pierce the opponent's armor or penetrate his flesh. The high-frequency oscillations shattered through both the protective plating and the hockey-infused skin, ravaging his internal organs. Gah! A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth as excruciating pain seized his heart. How could this man breach armor as unyielding as sea stone? Even in his final moments, bewilderment clouded his thoughts. Diaz seized his thigh and hurled him aside. The fox-masked man and two other silhouettes lunged forward. Secret art, Single Heart. Dozens of sword energies whirled around him like a storm, forming an impenetrable barrier that forced the trio into retreat. Is this all the celestial dragon's hounds amount to? Chapter 70. The directed demolition of Mary Geos. Is this all? Just two words that incite the ire of these prodigies. Each member of CP0 is a meticulously chosen elite force of the world government, heralded as a genius since childhood, even among geniuses. They are reluctant to concede to one another. They have never endured such humiliation, being mocked by a wanted criminal of the world government, a traitor of the Navy. This is an affront to their dignity, with their honor trampled underfoot by this individual. Humph, Diaz, even if you are formidable, this is Mary Geos, the Holy Land. Victory is beyond your grasp. Look around, you are already encircled. Beneath the frog mask lies a sweet voice, endearing yet discomforting, surveying the surroundings. The guards of Mary Geos have closed in, brandishing their spears to protect the celestial dragons. Safeguarding this place is their duty, a lesson ingrained in them since childhood. Willing to sacrifice their lives for its protection. Kill him! Kill him! A discordant voice erupted, drawing attention to a rotund man with an eccentric hairstyle and a face full of pimples, clearly a celestial dragon. Ah, it dawns on me. I had suspected him to be a debauched individual, given the handsome male slaves often seen entering and exiting his domain. Diaz could only remark, as expected of the celestial dragons, their indulgence knows no bounds. With CP0 and the guards providing protection, Diaz abandoned the notion of taking hostages. His objective was now to break free and sow chaos. The fourth secret sword, Mirage Wolf. The seventh secret sword, Thunderlight. These two techniques were unleashed in rapid succession, their swiftness rendering them nearly invisible. Even the battle-hardened CP0 could not catch sight of his form, let alone the blinding arcs of his blades. In a fleeting moment, his blade, moving at an unimaginable speed, sliced through the throat of the frog woman, propelling him forward with the momentum of the air. The frog woman turned back, still shouting, "Hurry!" Her words were abruptly silenced, as all eyes fixed in horror upon her. Her head had fallen, yet her body remained upright. Blood gushing forth in a delayed response, severed from its core, the mask fell away, revealing a beautiful visage still etched with disbelief, unaware of the manner of her demise. Heavenly fire, 20% power. In the distance, Two fiery streaks raced towards them, growing nearer. They were revealed to be two massive Pi, with one hand grasping the holy judgment of heavenly fire and the other wielding the village rain. Diaz ruthlessly reaped the lives of the guards, as sword energy and flames wreaked havoc. The opulent palace lay in ruin, its once artistic sculptures reduced to mere fragments of stone. Bursting into the palace, he seized a celestial dragon amidst their terrified gazes and furious curses, directing his blade towards them, without a hint of hesitation. Ha! His heart swelled with delight, laughter spilling forth. He had been pent up for too long. Diaz, you truly are a madman, cursed the pursuing foxman, his hands and feet icy with dread, as several of the exalted celestial dragons had fallen. How could he report this to his superiors? But I am the most deranged criminal in the world. This is merely retribution. He spread his arms wide, gazing at the encircling guards with a scornful smile, and unleashed a terrifying Conqueror's Haki, instantly toppling numerous guards. Conqueror's Haki, you indeed possess such potential. We cannot allow you to escape. Is that so? We shall see if you possess the capability, he retorted. A clash was inevitable once more. The minions were dispatched, and Diaz remained unperturbed by the encirclement. Although several CP0 agents could undoubtedly bring about his demise, he was not one to simply await his fate. Grasping the arm of a CP0 agent, he collided his body against him, delivering a devastating blow that shattered multiple bones with a sickening crunch. Surprise always proved advantageous. True silver slash. The sword energy sliced through the air like rippling water, preventing the CP0 agents from approaching. They were not foolish enough to absorb such attacks with their bodies, and the relentless assault compelled them to evade. Suddenly, Diaz pivoted, firing bullets from the holy judgment of heavenly fire, which detonated mid-air. Attempting a sneak attack? I have honed my observation Haki. From a distant high-rise, a CP0 agent hastily reloaded his firearm, yet Diaz's speed surpassed his own. The bullets from the holy judgment soared towards him, prompting a frantic leap off the rooftop, resulting in a resounding crash as tiles were sent flying. Is this fellow a monster? They gasped in astonishment. This is dire. Someone has relocated a vast number of slaves. Suddenly, a voice cried out, realization dawning after prolonged combat that the slaves had vanished. Impossible. How could so many individuals simply disappear? How could they be stealthily relocated? It must be a tunnel. Someone has excavated tunnels. Every slave camp has them. What? They simultaneously glanced at Diaz, who was embroiled in battle with 3 CP0 agents. Indeed, it must be him. Do you understand what you are doing? Those are the property of the nobles. Huh. What concern is it of mine? I merely wish to discomfort the celestial dragons. Once they perish, it benefits everyone. Does it not? The world government shall not be able to reign unchallenged. The Navy won't need to allocate significant forces to protect the celestial dragons, and the allied nations won't have to pay tribute. I am performing a noble deed. He smiled, adding, I have thoroughly enjoyed myself this evening. BRRR, 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 BRRR. The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted everyone. Diaz answered the call, and Mori's voice came through. Success. Diaz. All right, you should relocate as well. My performance is about to commence. You have accomplices? How intriguing. Who doesn't have companions? He produced a return scroll and a detonator, stating, well then, I wish you all the best. What does he intend to do? In the next moment, as Diaz tore the return scroll, he pressed the detonator. Boom! A mushroom cloud slowly ascended into the night sky. Today, Mariewa is also experiencing an atomic flattening. Chapter 71. In the thunderous explosion reverberated even to the distant shores of Sabaody Island, akin to the resounding claps of thunder on a stormy night. The blinding light from the blast illuminated the starry sky, and in an instant, the precise detonation at Mariewa was complete. Diaz had planted an immense quantity of C4. Approximately 5 kilograms could obliterate a modest 2-story building. He had procured several tons of C4 from the marketplace, even if it could not entirely raise Mariewa to the ground. It would certainly ensure that few celestial dragons would survive. Had he been able to acquire Dongfeng, he would have made them taste the meaning of Dongfeng releasing a myriad of blossoms, scattering stars like rain. The explosion came as a shock, even catching the 5 elders off guard. However, these venerable men reacted swiftly, employing their Haki to shield themselves. while utilizing the sea stone shields hidden in their office to mitigate the explosion's impact and falling debris, thus avoiding death. Nevertheless, their condition was far from pleasant. The elder with the long beard lost his prized facial hair, while the one wielding a knife suffered a head injury and was currently under medical care. The bald elder sustained severe damage to his back, resulting in spinal injuries that would likely confine him to a wheelchair in the future. The golden-haired elder fared the best, sustaining only superficial injuries, though his appearance was marred. The final elder narrowly escaped death and now lay alongside the knife-wielding elder in a naval operating room. Why a naval operating room? Because the premier hospital in Mariewa had been annihilated, with none of the doctors serving the celestial dragons managing to flee. Thanks to Kazuru's swift arrival, he was the first on the scene, promptly escorting 2 of the 5 elders away. Any delay could have been fatal. The extent of the celestial dragon's casualties was still being assessed, and the situation was grim, with CP0 and the soldiers guarding the celestial dragons suffering heavy losses. Diaz's audacious strike had dealt a significant blow to the celestial dragons. Such a monumental event could not escape the attention of the world's foremost journalist, Morgans, the president of the World Economic Journal. Upon receiving the shocking information, he was left utterly astounded. After years in journalism, he had never encountered news of this magnitude. The entirety of Mariewa had been obliterated? Good heavens, Diaz truly was insane. What audacity he possessed. This must be reported, even if it meant being hunted by the world government. He was determined to publish it. Morgans envisioned that his newspaper would sell out by the following morning. Boys, clear the front page for tomorrow. I will write it myself. He was elated like a child, his fingers flying over the typewriter keys, leaving a blur in their wake. Within half an hour, the completed report was dispatched for urgent reprints, and by the next morning, the world would receive news of this earth-shattering blow. Amidst the ruins of Mariewa in Panga City, surrounded by flowers, the beauty remained undiminished. The verdant grass thrived, and cloaked in black robes and adorned with a high crown, listened to the report from the 5 elders before him, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. My lord, this was our defeat. We never anticipated that the audacious madman Diaz would assault the Holy Land in such a manner. The golden-haired elders knelt before him, their heads bowed, too fearful to raise their gazes. The voice, devoid of discernible gender, remained as monotonous as ever, echoing the calamity that had unfolded. How many of the 19 royal lineages still persevered? The nobility had suffered grievously. Only one celestial dragon from the Fairfia family had escaped, while the rest had perished. The Selvak family still had 3 members. The golden-haired elders reported the extent of devastation among the noble families. Fortunately, each royal lineage retained a trace of its bloodline, save 4. Ultimately, the Don Quixote family had been utterly annihilated. Is that so? Inquired, his demeanor unruffled. Has the entire Don Quixote family been extinguished? That poses a dilemma. Lord in truth, there remains a single bloodline from the Don Quixote family outside, but the golden-haired elders hesitated. Indeed? Emerged. It is said that the pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo and the naval officer Don Quixote Rocinante were once among the world's nobility. Yet their parents chose to forsake that identity. Later, the family fell victim to a treacherous attack. Their mother succumbed to illness, and Da Flamingo, in a fit of rage, killed his father in a bid to reclaim their celestial dragon status, only to be rebuffed. Subsequently, one became a pirate, while the other joined the navy. Their paths irreconcilably divergent. Which of the 2 holds greater potential? I'm queried. Da Flamingo is a cunning mastermind, shrewd and deeply calculating. He even devised a plan to seize Dressrosa. Rocinante is more conventional, having infiltrated his brother's operations to unveil Da Flamingo's schemes, and he now holds the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. Let us reinstate Rocinante among the world's nobility to preserve their bloodline. If he is unwilling, then we shall observe whether Da Flamingo can ascend as the ruler of Dressrosa. Provide him with some support and see if he can accomplish the great deeds of his ancestors. Decreed. Understood. The golden-haired elders acknowledged, bowing their heads. Diaz had perished in the explosion, choosing to perish alongside Mariewa. Indeed, remarked, it has been quite some time since I encountered such a fervent youth. Quite intriguing. You may withdraw. Yes, the golden-haired elders complied. Departing Esm picked up Diaz's bounty notice, realizing he was indeed a descendant of the D family. It appears that D is our nemesis. Were it 8 centuries ago, he might have become a valuable ally to that man. A dagger pierced through Diaz's bounty notice as Esm sat in silence, resembling a statue, enveloped in contemplation. Meanwhile, Diaz, utilizing a return scroll, arrived back at Sabaody Archipelago. Without delay, he commandeered a newly outfitted pirate ship, guided by Jinbi and the others, and made his way to Fishman Island. Enormous bubbles enveloped the entire island, creating an atmosphere akin to the sky and clouds, even beneath the sea. The Sun Tree Eve absorbed sunlight from above, transmitting it to Fishman Island, allowing the inhabitants of the deep sea to bask in the warmth of the sun. The architecture of Fishman Island is uniquely distinctive, predominantly constructed from coral and rock. A myriad of corals is artfully arranged, creating an unexpectedly beautiful sight. However, Diaz did not linger for long. After replenishing his supplies, he procured a new log pose to indicate his course. The magnetic field in the New World is considerably more chaotic than that of the first half of the Grand Line, rendering the log poses used previously prone to misdirection. Thus, a special log pose featuring 3 pointers is required. This device indicates 3 islands, allowing the user to select the most stable direction to advance, significantly reducing the likelihood of unwittingly entering perilous territories. Chapter 72. Homelessness this day may be regarded as extraordinary. For the news that broke this morning sent shockwaves across the globe. St. Mary Geos is under attack, the assailant being the most deranged criminal in the world, Brant Diaz. The newspapers elaborated on this incident, albeit with a degree of ambiguity, largely fueled by Morgan's vivid imagination. Even if some intelligence was gleaned, it merely confirmed that Mary Geos was bombarded and that Diaz was the attacker, a scant amount of useful information. Yet, this did not deter Morgan's, the journalist, from crafting a sensational narrative that captivated the public's attention. With a striking image to start, the content relied heavily on fiction. Morgan's possessed a remarkable talent. The material was both chilling and exhilarating. Consequently, the world was left in utter shock, with many perceiving Diaz as a figure far more terrifying than the pirate king, Roger. When comparing the actions of Roger in his heyday with those of Diaz, it seemed as though the former's deeds were mere trifles. Even the infamous Rock's assault on God Valley paled in comparison to the madness of Diaz. He was truly a madman. At the conclusion of the report, Morgan's employed the phrase life or death unknown, leaving the public in uncertainty regarding Diaz's fate. In that moment, the shadow of Diaz loomed over the hearts of people worldwide. They trembled in fear, pondering what horrors this unhinged individual might unleash. Seemingly indifferent even to the celestial dragons, what else could he possibly care about? He was a demon far more fearsome than Roger. Meanwhile, Diaz, unaware of the demonic label affixed to him, was sailing across the ocean. This vessel, purchased alongside a log pose on Fishman Island, was newly refurbished, having traded in the pirate ship he had previously seized. The shipbuilding trade on Fishman Island was quite developed, as not every vessel could safely navigate to the island. Some ships, due to their location, would inadvertently plunge into the island S-bubble, merging their hulls with the bubble membrane, and if fortune favored them, they might escape with their lives, necessitating the purchase of a new ship. Thus, while the inhabitants of Fishman Island did not require ships for their own use, they still crafted them for sale. The currents propelled the sailboat through the sea. Shrouded in a misty haze, even the blazing sun struggled to penetrate the depths of the ocean. An abundance of fish surrounded Diaz, who could only silently pray that no colossal sea kings would launch a surprise attack, for that would spell disaster. Fortunately, the journey was devoid of peril, and he successfully navigated out of the treacherous waters. As the ship burst forth from the waves, Diaz released the break wave and stowed the vessel away. With the engine roaring to life, the break wave sped across the surface of the sea, destined for the North Sea, crossing a windless zone. Once he had departed Fishman Island, he sailed straight ahead, with the North Sea to his right, rendering the log pose unnecessary. After 2 months traversing the New World and the windless zone, he entered the North Sea. The nautical charts and compass once utilized in the North Sea were resurrected by Diaz, as this maritime region resumed its normalcy, no longer as unpredictable and daunting as the New World and the Grand Line. Returning to Beihai, he was enveloped by a profound sense of homecoming. Yet his heart bore a subtle weight. Once he had ascertained the position and direction of his homeland, he pressed onward, unburdened by concerns of energy, food, or water. The winds of Beihai were far chillier than those of other seas. This biting breeze invigorated Diaz, and after days of navigation, the kingdom of Yeria lay tantalizingly close. The kingdom of Yeria, a vast island nation, was neither opulent nor destitute. Its king, though not particularly wise, was also not tyrannical. With his homeland devastated, Diaz held no animosity towards the king. It was the edict of the world government that had wrought such destruction, and the lives lost could not be resurrected. The wave-breaker circumvented the kingdom of Yeria, docking on the opposite shore before he ventured into the forest. Treading upon familiar paths, he traversed the route he once sailed, a journey personally overseen by the village elder. The elder, a cantankerous old man, had opposed his seafaring ambitions yet begrudgingly escorted him to this very spot. He had once remarked, "I cannot hinder your pursuit of freedom, but should you turn into a pirate, do not return here to disgrace yourself." And yet, he had still implicated them. With a pained closure of his eyes, he arrived at the village entrance. The area was eerily silent, overgrown with weeds, devoid of any signs of life. Small creatures, like squirrels, scurried into their homes upon his arrival. The village was now a ghost town. Its once vibrant houses now a sanctuary for wildlife. The dried blood and bullet holes on the doors compelled Diaz to halt, standing in silence for an extended moment. Years of absence had led to the desolation of his hometown. Reaching his childhood home, a dilapidated wooden cabin, he paused momentarily at the door before pushing it open. The interior remained surprisingly tidy, a stark contrast to the neglect one would expect from an uninhabited space. He sat upon a dust-laden chair, his mouth agape, lost in thought. After a long while, he rose and exited his home, standing at the village threshold, proclaiming, "Come out, I know you are here." Several men clad in black suits emerged from the underbrush. Diaz inquired, "How long have you been watching?" The leader, visibly apprehensive, stammered, "A year." These individuals were not CP0, their strength pitifully inadequate. Diaz had discerned their presence upon entering the village, but chose to remain silent. "Are you from that organization within CP?" he asked. CP8. They quivered, fearful of incurring the wrath of the man before them. "Oh, I see. You relayed news of my survival to the Navy?" Yes. They confirmed. "Very well, you may leave." "Eh? You're not going to kill us?" Sensing their apprehensions, Diaz replied, "You are merely following orders. I am not so cruel as to exact revenge upon you. Wrongs have their rightful avengers. Now go, for I am in a foul mood." Yes, they echoed, as if granted a reprieve, hastily departing. Diaz shook his head and gazed back at the village, lighting a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, one can faintly discern the tranquil scenes of the village and the gentle visages of its inhabitants. Aunt Mary next door often prepares her own meals, while Uncle Frank across the way occasionally returns from his fishing expeditions with a catch. The village chief sits at his doorstep, his countenance stern as he puffs on a cigarette, as if someone owes him 5 million. Good heavens, this smoke is truly suffocating. Wiping his eyes, he discarded the cigarette but onto the ground. The flames of divine retribution ignited the village, consuming everything in their fierce embrace. He returned to the harbor, where a flock of seagulls settled upon the vessel, their cries incessant. "Cease your cawing, seagulls. From this day forth, I too am without a home." Chapter 73. The shadow of Doflamingo. The village lay in ashes, consumed by flames of his own making. Daz, now unburdened, pressed forward without a moment's hesitation. News of his actions in the North Sea reached the Navy, and upon learning of Daz's survival, Sengoku was taken aback. How could it be? How did that man endure such an explosion? He was baffled, for the magnitude of the blast should have claimed Daz's life, given that he was within the very epicenter. Yet, inexplicably, he had emerged alive and thriving. Unable to fathom this anomaly, Sengoku dispatched agents to apprehend Daz. The moment he confirmed Daz's survival, he promptly reported to the Gorosei, who were equally astonished by the revelation. Consequently, they raised Daz's bounty to an astounding 1,830,000,000 berries. Daz might have become the youngest individual in history to surpass a bounty of 1,500,000,000 berries. Furthermore, his wanted poster was amended to reflect the name Brant D. Daz. The world government had unearthed his true identity, mistakenly presuming him deceased prior to this discovery. Another troublesome member of the D lineage had surfaced. The Gorosei remained on high alert regarding the D clan, known for their propensity to incite chaos. Even within the ranks of the Navy, where figures like Karp presented considerable challenges. Following Daz's destruction of Mariehua, the Gorosei frantically deemed him a nemesis of the divine. After all, he had obliterated the very residence of the celestial dragons. They dispatched the nearest admiral, Akainu Sakazuki, for now, given Daz's prowess. No admiral could be deemed capable of subduing him. The pirates of the New World would have to wait, as they were an inexhaustible force. But Daz warranted immediate attention. However, Akainu's response indicated a lack of manpower. He could only pursue Daz with a single ship. The mysterious disappearance of the celestial dragon slaves was linked to Daz, prompting the Navy to mobilize significant resources to reclaim the captives. Upon learning of this, Daz found their sense of justice utterly laughable. The slaves had already been discreetly arranged for departure by the Revolutionary Army, and after branding by the Sun Pirates, the fishmen concealed their identities and returned to Fishman Island. Some slaves yearning for freedom joined the Revolutionary Army, bolstering their ranks with those filled with animosity towards the world government, ready to spearhead the resistance against the oppressive forces of the celestial dragons. Others wishing to return home were also being assisted by the Revolutionary Army, though the sheer volume of individuals made immediate repatriation impossible. They could only find suitable islands for temporary shelter and arrange personnel for management. The Navy faced immense difficulty in tracking Daz, for possessing the wavebreaker allowed him to traverse the calm belt without hindrance, entering the New World at will. Without consideration for a specific destination, the speed of naval vessels could not hope to catch him. He did not depart the North Sea immediately. Instead, he sought refuge in a nearby kingdom to recuperate and dispel the fatigue of recent days. After a full day of slumber, Daz finally awoke, rubbing his eyes as the evening light bathed the world outside. The setting sun dyed the ocean in hues of crimson and gold, its shimmering waves breathtakingly beautiful. Daz lit a cigarette. Half a year ago, he had gradually developed this habit, often frowning in contemplation, no longer the radiant young man he once was. People inevitably grow, but the price of such maturity can be unbearably heavy. Stepping out of the inn, he intended to find something to eat, blending into the crowd. Yet he sensed eyes locked onto him from behind. With a disdainful smirk, he turned into a narrow alley. His pursuer followed, drawing a dagger, only to find the alley empty. Damn it, where'd he go? I saw he had money on him. I was going to make a quick buck. I'd like to make a quick buck too. Daz emerged from the shadows, seizing the man's wrist in one swift motion, sending the dagger clattering to the ground. His other hand closed around the man's throat, lifting him effortlessly and slamming him against the wall. Where's your gang's hideout? B. Baker Street, number 13. Good. Crack. After snapping the man's neck, Daz made his way to Baker Street 13, a dilapidated building. Pushing open the creaking door, he strode inside, following the sound of voices. That damn Don Quixote family is still bleeding us dry. I'm sick of paying their protection money. One man snarled. Why hasn't the Navy caught them yet? Who the hell knows? The Navy's useless, can't even arrest a damn criminal. That bastard's been extorting even the king lately. Isn't anyone going to stop him? If the Navy won't, who will? Honestly, why doesn't Daz just blow up the whole world government? Fair point. Their curses were cut short as Daz barged in, prompting them to draw their guns and panic. Bang, 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 clink, clink, clink. His fingers darkened as he deflected the bullets midair, stunning the group. Unconvinced, they fired again, only for Daz to catch every bullet and toss them aside. Now then, he said calmly, I'm quite interested in what you were discussing. What? The Don Quixote family. They didn't seem to recognize him. Not everyone read newspapers or wanted posters. Why should we tell you anything? Daz picked up an ashtray from the table and smashed it against the speaker's head, sending him crumpling to the floor. Tossing the bloodied ashtray aside, he repeated, Now talk. Why yes. Terrified, They hastily relayed the recent activities of the Don Quixote family. Lately, Doflamingo had grown increasingly brazen, leading his crew to extort protection money from gangs across several kingdoms, even shaking down a king. The Navy turned a blind eye, emboldening him further. Seems I'll have to deal with him. Do you know where Doflamingo is? And no. But tomorrow's collection day. His men will come. Good to know. Hand over the protection money. What? Give it to me, or you shall end up like him. Yes, indeed. Extract a box of money from beneath the table. Once the time and place for tomorrow are known, bind this group of individuals and deliver them to the local sheriff's office. Goodness, 2 million berries is quite a fortune for a small gang. That Doflamingo fellow is rather ruthless with his protection fees. One wonders what schemes he is concocting. After outsmarting Doflamingo last time, I heard he took refuge in the South Seas for a spell, and his underlings have dwindled. I wonder if he has regained his strength over these past few years. Perhaps it is time to devise another scheme against him. Chapter 74. Either you or the belt must perish. The following morning, Diaz arrived at the designated location, his face concealed behind sunglasses and a mask. He sat alone in the alley, perched atop a crate as time slipped by. Eventually, two figures emerged from the opposite end, one clad in a striking red-made outfit, a cigarette dangling from her lips, exuding an air of menace. It was Baby, 5, accompanied by her partner, Buffalo. Familiar faces. Hey, you're the contact, right? Hand over the protection money, Baby, 5 demanded without preamble. Diaz rose to his feet, his gaze flickering toward Buffalo behind her. Without warning, an overwhelming surge of Conqueror's haki erupted from him, and Buffalo crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Buffalo. Hey, Buffalo, are you okay? Baby, 5 cried out in alarm. He's just unconscious. Nothing serious, Diaz remarked coolly. Did you do this? Indeed. Baby 5's arm morphed into a firearm, the barrel trained on Diaz. You're asking for death. I need you to lower your weapon. Instantly, Baby 5 complied, her cheeks flushing as she clasped her hands to her face. You need me? Okay. Still the same as ever. Baby 5. Diaz removed his sunglasses and mask, a faint smile playing on his lips. Her desperate yearning to be needed was an immutable trait, one that made her the easiest to manipulate within the Don Quixote family. Diaz. Recognition dawned on Baby 5, and she shrieked. The family had kept close tabs on him. After all, he was a traitor. She knew all too well the depths of his madness. She scrambled backward, steadying herself against Buffalo's prone form as her hands transformed into razor-sharp blades. Don't come any closer. Now, don't make me out to be the villain here, Baby 5. We're old friends, aren't we? Diaz said smoothly. Out of everyone in the family, you're one of the decent ones. What is that supposed to mean? Nothing. Diaz waved a hand dismissively. Now, tell me, where is Doflamingo? Are you needing me? Of course. All right. The young master has already left for the New World. True to form, Baby 5 obliged without hesitation. The New World? What is he doing there? He intends to become a warlord. A warlord? Diaz scoffed. The world government would never allow it. Doflamingo's plans had been exposed by Rosinante. There was no way they'd grant him such a position. I don't know. But the young master said someone would help him. I see. It seemed someone high-ranking within the world government had struck a deal with Doflamingo, someone with considerable influence. Perhaps even one of the 5 elders. If Doflamingo became a warlord, neither Fleet Admiral Sengoku nor Vice Admiral Tsuru would stand for it. Even the Commander-in-Chief, Kong, would oppose it. But if the 5 elders sanctioned it, no matter how much authority Sengoku or Kong wielded, they could never defy the orders of the 5 elders, the supreme rulers of the world government in all but name. Why didn't they get blown to bits? He thought gloomily. Then he inquired further from Baby 5 about the current state of the Don Quixote family. Led by Doflamingo, the remaining members included Baby 5, Buffalo, Dellinger, and Jorah. While Pika had escaped during the previous siege operation, and Treble succumbed to his grievous injuries. 2 new members had joined. Sugar, the user of the Hobi no Mi, and Monet, the Snow Woman. Doflamingo had now set sail for the New World, taking Monet, Sugar, Pika, and others with him, leaving Baby 5 and Buffalo behind to collect the remaining protection money before transporting it to the New World. with the aid of the five elders. Their target might very well be Dressrosa. Doflamingo's ambition remained unchanged, to reclaim the throne of Dressrosa, to once again become its king, and to gradually execute his grand scheme. Diaz was well acquainted with that plan, having been present during its conception. Meticulously detailed, it was a strategy of calculated precision. "I see," Diaz murmured with a faint smile before stepping past Baby 5 and crushing Buffalo's skull beneath his foot. "Buffalo." Baby 5 shrieked, slashing at Diaz with twin blades. Dodging effortlessly, Diaz spoke softly, "Baby 5, I need you." At those words, Baby 5 froze mid-motion. Diaz shook his head ruefully. Unless she overcame this weakness, she would forever remain a tool to be exploited. Yet, shackled by the shadows of her past, Baby 5 could never break free. Pity stirred within him as he knocked her unconscious with a single strike, dragging her aboard the wave breaker. Next, he would set course for the new world, to confront Doflamingo himself. "Doflamingo, your nightmare has returned. System, give me a 10 draw." With nothing else to do on the journey, he might as well indulge in a little gotcha. Anti-gravity system blueprint, the ultimate insult to Newtonian physics. Vibranium shield, no matter how far you throw it, it always returns to your hand. Village's finest blade, the best sword in the entire village. Compass, it points toward what your heart desires most. One-shot transformation, either you or the belt will perish. Complete Fuse driver set, the loosest belt of them all. Diaz's spirits lifted, though he dismissed the vibranium shield outright. His focus locked onto one-shot transformation and the complete Fuse driver set. The Fuse driver's transformation requirement was strict. Only an Orphnok or one bearing the Orphnok's mark could wield it. Those without the mark, or with a weak imprint, would be violently repelled. But by consuming the one-shot transformation, one could bypass the rules and achieve transformation at the risk of losing their life. Keitaro had once drunk it, successfully transforming into Kamen Rider Kaiksa, only to doom the Kaiksa belt shortly after. After carefully reviewing the description and confirming that the sacrifice was the belt's destruction rather than his own life, Diaz relaxed. Fuyz, also known as Kamen Rider 555, may not possess overwhelming strength or impressive base stats, with even his motorcycle, the Autovagin, surpassing him in certain performance metrics. Yet, there's an undeniable charm to Takumi's character. Moreover, 555 doesn't rely on raw power, but rather utilizes photon blood to deliver penetrating strikes. These single-use items must be employed to their fullest potential, though they can certainly be enjoyed as mere playthings. Opening a sleek briefcase reveals an array of equipment: the transformation belt, a mobile phone, a camera, a photon blaster, a digital wrist device, and the powerful blaster mode gear, all neatly arranged inside, alongside the Autovagin motorcycle. Alas, without the Sky Eagle satellite, the transition into blaster form remains out of reach, preventing the use of the devastating Crimson Smash. Still, functionality is what truly matters, even if he regards it with some disdain. As for the compass, Captain Jack Sparrow's legendary compass, capable of guiding its bearer toward their heart's deepest desire. Unfolding the palm-sized device, its needle spins wildly before settling on a definitive direction, one that leads straight to the whereabouts of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Chapter 75, The Seven Warlords. Don Quixote Doflamingo. With the acquisition of a compass, Diaz no longer required the use of a log pointer. What a waste of money. As long as one's resolve is potent enough, even the elusive Raftel could be reached. However, he held little interest in Raftel, the Void of the Century, the Colossal Kingdom, the D family. These were of no significance to him. What value was there in knowledge that served no purpose? The world government was still a formidable entity, unchallenged and seemingly invincible. They had developed over 8 centuries, deeply entrenched. How could they be so easily dismantled? Progress must be gradual. Diaz was disillusioned with the world government, viewing it as corrupt and rotten to its core. Apart from the Navy, no one seemed interested in improving the world. Governance was the duty of kings from their respective kingdoms, not the world government. With such thoughts, how could one consider themselves a leader? This dissatisfaction ignited a desire within Diaz to overthrow the current regime, or at the very least, install someone who genuinely worked for the people. He needed a nation, a realm to govern. Dressrosa, No, that country would not suffice. Dressrosa was a member of the world government. Even if he managed to dethrone King Riku, the world government would never allow him to ascend the throne. Moreover, Dressrosa's proximity to the Navy's G5 branch posed a significant risk. A single misstep could invite naval intervention, bringing trouble not only upon himself but also upon the innocent populace. Generally, nations outside the world government tended to be impoverished. Yet poverty was not an insurmountable obstacle. The priority was to seize control of a nation. A plan began to take shape in his mind, and he needed to refine it further. As Diaz pondered, he pressed forward. Along the way, a news article seized his attention. Don Quixote da Flamingo appointed as a warlord. The newspaper proclaimed that the world government had officially designated da Flamingo as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, ceasing all pursuit of him and absolving him of past transgressions, allowing him to plunder legally. The article reeked of bureaucratic jargon, clearly the handiwork of Morgans and his ilk. Just years prior, the same publication had vilified da Flamingo, wishing for his demise and exposing his misdeeds. Now, it had pivoted, glossing over his crimes as it elevated him to the status of a warlord. What madness prompted the world government to elevate da Flamingo to such heights? In the Marine headquarters, Admiral Rosinante slammed his hand on the table in frustration, bellowing in anger. Sengoku and Granny Tsuru sat in grim silence, while only Garp continued munching on his senbei, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil. Their opinions held no weight with the 5 elders, who would not heed their counsel. Sengoku had even been reprimanded, told that the decision was beyond his purview. The higher-ups wielded their authority mercilessly, especially against the likes of the 5 elders. For the first time, Sengoku felt utterly powerless. Those 5 old men had lost their minds. They were willing to go to any lengths to maintain their grip on power. Sighing, Sengoku lamented the situation with the 5 elders. With a heavy sigh, Sengoku remarked, "The pursuit of Don Quixote da Flamingo has come to a halt. It appears that da Flamingo will now set his sights on Dressrosa." From Rosinante, it was revealed that the Don Quixote family had ruled Dressrosa 8 centuries ago, only to have their throne transferred to the Riku family, who held the position of prime minister upon their arrival in Mariewa. Da Flamingo, driven by insatiable ambition, desires more than just that title. He yearns for the position of celestial dragon. Rosinante clenched his teeth. Previously, CP0 had approached him in secret, offering him the role of head of the Don Quixote family. He had no desire to become a celestial dragon, nor did he wish to go to Mariewa. Thus he rejected their proposal. Yet now, he found himself filled with regret. Da Flamingo's actions were evidently backed by the world government, as he had been acting with reckless abandon and audacious arrogance. If he had known this, even against his will, Rosinante would have had to become a celestial dragon to ensure that Da Flamingo's tyranny would not prevail. But now, the enormity of Diaz's actions that night was staggering. Far too many celestial dragons had been slain, and the possibility of Da Flamingo ascending to their ranks loomed large. The mere thought of having to protect Da Flamingo in the future made Sengoku feel a wave of nausea. That child, Crane hesitated, believing that Diaz had never strayed from the path of justice. Even after betraying the Navy, he continued to fight valiantly against pirates. In her eyes, Diaz's murder of celestial dragons was not surprising. His sense of justice could not tolerate the existence of such beings slaughtering in the lawless territories. "I did what you wished to do, but dared not." Diaz's words, relayed by his subordinates, brought a measure of comfort to Crane. She felt relieved that this child had not wandered down a dark path. However, his homeland was ultimately destroyed. After disappearing for over half a year, Diaz reemerged. Igniting a significant uproar, he had detonated Mariewa. This was an act they had never dared to envision. Yet this child had accomplished it. Diaz had not succumbed to madness. Indeed, he had blown up Mariewa, but before doing so, he had evacuated the slaves. His scale of justice remained unwavering. He sought revenge, but was unwilling to involve the innocent. In comparison to him, their own sense of justice seemed woefully narrow. Crunch, crunch, garp. Indulging in the snack Sengoku had hidden away, laughed heartily. Why the long face? Isn't it splendid that those celestial dragon scoundrels have been eliminated? No more protection fees to pay. To Garp, the celestial tribute was indistinguishable from extortion. The nations affiliated with the world government paid this celestial tribute under the promise of protection, while conflicts among member states might be overlooked. However, should they be attacked by pirates or face aggression from non-member nations, the world government would intervene. Yet, if the tribute were not paid, the nation would be cast out, left vulnerable to invasion, and even encouraged to strike first by the very government they once relied upon. Their practices were undeniably unsightly. Thus, in Garp's mind, celestial tribute equated to protection fees. Celestial dragon scum. Indeed, the equation held true. Kapu, the celestial gold is being collected as usual. This is the marshal's office, surrounded by trusted allies, so there is no harm in speaking freely. However, it is disappointing that the collection of celestial gold has commenced this year. TCH. That brat Diaz still doesn't use enough explosives. Once the celestial dragons are gone, everyone will find things much simpler. Kapu expressed his displeasure, continuing to send one rice cracker after another into his mouth. Hey, Sengoku, I've finished the rice crackers. Bring me some more. Get lost. Those are my rice crackers. Who do we think we are to each other? Hurry up. Kapu. Chapter 76. Dressrosa. The office of the marshal was filled with commotion as Granny Tsuru observed the two elderly gentlemen with a sense of exasperation. Only in the presence of the eccentric Garp did the usually composed and sagacious Sengoku reveal his playful side. Rosinante was in a state of urgency, uncertain of his next steps. No, at the very least, he needed to make a trip to Dressrosa, for Don Quixote Doflamingo must surely be there. He requested deployment. And after a moment of contemplation, Sengoku advised, proceed with caution. First, head to the G5 base and bring some supplies along. Rosinante was not particularly skilled in combat, whether due to his fruit abilities or his own limitations. Clumsy and prone to mishaps, Sengoku was reluctant to send him on a perilous mission. Yet upon meeting Rosinante's resolute gaze, he ultimately acquiesced. Thus, Rosinante swiftly departed, preparing to journey to the new world. Meanwhile, Diaz pressed forward directly to Dressrosa. Navigating the Grand Line necessitated unavoidable detours. Each island required a stop to allow the record pointer to store magnetic force, thereby indicating the next destination. With Captain Jack's compass in hand, he was able to reach his intended location as per his design. Baby 5 was bound aboard the ship, her hands shackled with sea prism stone cuffs. Such was the fate of those with abilities once submerged in water or constrained by sea prism stone. Their combat prowess diminished significantly, making their control rather straightforward at times. You stay put here. Shaquila's will take care of you, Diaz instructed. Shaji. Shaquila's bounced in response to Diaz's words. Hey, Diaz, don't leave. Don't make me stay with this ugly creature. Bang. Shaquila's collided with her, causing her to ache all over. You must be courting disaster. Dare you defy your master's command? And to call me ugly? This is just temporary. My master has said I will become the Storm King. You hideous Shaji. Bang. Another blow rendered Baby 5 unconscious, that troublesome woman. His gaze fell upon the sea prism stone cuffs, pondering, oh, how I wish to eat. But alas, I lack a mouth. Shaji. I must evolve. I need to evolve quickly. Diaz arrived in Dressrosa, where the current ruler remained King Riku, a beloved sovereign known for his benevolence. He was charitable, often aiding nations embroiled in warfare, and his reputation was widespread. Under his governance, while Dressrosa was not wealthy, the happiness of its citizens was remarkably high, and the Riku family had earned the trust of the populace for 8 centuries. As Diaz wandered the streets, he was met with smiles from the townsfolk. They radiated joy. After years of absence, this was the first time Diaz had encountered such a nation. Pirate. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, prompting Diaz to instinctively lower the brim of his hat. Fearful of being recognized, his notorious reputation preceded him, and he wished not to bring trouble to these good people. However, upon turning his head, he realized that the person beside him was not referring to himself. A group of burly pirates had landed in this nation, each displaying a sinister grin and wielding weapons. One of them fired a shot into the air, and the pirate captain shouted, "Robbery! Boys, get to work." The populace scattered in terror. Diaz surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of guards to confront the pirates. Had they arrived too late? In a flash, he appeared before the group of pirates, swiftly kicking the captain to the ground. Who goes there? The first mate drew his pistol, but Diaz seized the firearm from his grasp and, in a single motion, shot him in the head. He maneuvered among the pirates with remarkable speed, moving so swiftly that he seemed to cast no shadow. Blades shimmered as blood blossomed among the marauders. With such meager strength, they dared to venture forth? It was truly laughable. Diaz shook his head, discarding the weapon in hand. The crowd behind him erupted in cheers, and a little girl presented him with a flower. Thank you. He accepted the flower, lowered his hood, and turned to leave. What a good person. Indeed, there are still many good souls. Shortly thereafter, the sound of galloping hooves approached, as the royal guards under King Liku arrived for support. What of the pirates? Is anyone injured? No, we were rescued by someone. Haha. Yes, what a kind-hearted individual. Though it seems he was shy and left at once. As long as all is well. The royal guards breathed a sigh of relief, setting out to locate the hero, hoping to offer their gratitude. Of course, we will help search. No problem, haha. The faces of the townsfolk radiated joy as they mingled harmoniously with the royal guards. Diaz perched atop a tree, observing the recent events. Under King Liku's rule, the citizens were not oppressed, a truly benevolent king. To command the trust of the people to the extent of receiving 10 billion berries without needing to justify the reason was no small feat. Achievable only by a king of remarkable stature. The 8 centuries of accumulated prestige of the Liku family, combined with King Liku's wisdom, had fostered this unconditional trust among the citizens. Yet, in the face of Doflamingo, they were powerless to resist. Forced to place their faith in that individual for the sake of the populace, a desperate gamble indeed. As night fell, Diaz approached the window of King Liku's chamber within the Dressrosa castle and pushed it open. The king, clad in his night attire, awoke with a start. Greetings, King Liku. Why you are? Upon discerning Diaz's face in the moonlight, King Liku's pupils dilated, and he clutched the bedding tightly. Years of royal composure allowed him to maintain his calm demeanor as he inquired, "What brings you here, Mr. Diaz?" "Fear not. I have no intention of blowing up Dressrosa." Diaz waved his hand, prompting King Liku to exhale in relief. If this madman were to destroy the nation, none of the citizens would escape. Then what is your purpose? Surely you are familiar with Don Quixote Doflamingo? Don Quixote. I know of him, the newly appointed warlord of the sea. King Liku replied, "Is there an issue? The surname Don Quixote may be unfamiliar to others, but you certainly know its origins. 800 years ago, the royal family of Dressrosa. The Rickle lineage, don't ask how I know, but I simply do. What do you intend to do? I merely came to warn you. Doflamingo has set his sights on this kingdom. When he comes for you, use this to contact me. I am here to eliminate him." He left a dormant din mushy on the windowsill, a means of communication within this country. King Riku silently gazed at the din mushy. Diaz remarked, "Believe it or not, the choice is yours. My words end here. Oh, and one more thing. You've governed this nation well. Do not perish. A man like you. It would be a shame to lose." With that, he leapt from the windowsill and vanished in a few swift movements. Sleep eluded King Riku. How could he rest, now that he knew Doflamingo had targeted Dressrosa? Chapter 77. Twisted Values. Returning temporarily to the wave breaker, Diaz sat aboard the ship while Baby 5 remained unconscious. Judging by the 2 additional lumps on her head, Shakira's had not held back in striking her. Perhaps I should hand her over to the G5 branch. No, that place is full of scoundrels. Better to find an acquaintance to take her in later. With that thought, Diaz felt somewhat more at ease. In the following days, Don Quixote Doflamingo made no appearance, allowing Diaz to enjoy a rare moment of leisure under the care of his maid. All he had to do was ask, and Baby 5 would comply without hesitation. If he didn't she would seize the opportunity to contact Doflamingo. He couldn't keep her bound forever. Among the Don Quixote family, Baby 5 was the last person he wished to harm. "I used to see you as an older brother when I was little," Baby 5 muttered under her breath as she prepared a meal in the cramped kitchen. "That is why I spared you." Outside the kitchen, Diaz scribbled in his notebook without looking up. "Baby 5, have you ever considered leaving the Don Quixote family?" "Huh? Are you joking?" She turned to glare at him, spatula in hand. "I'd never betray the young master." "Why? Is that man truly worth your loyalty? Just because he claims to need you?" Of course. You have no idea how wonderful it feels to be needed. Baby, 5 sighed dreamily. Is that so? Because your mother abandoned you, you believe you're unwanted? His words shattered her defenses. Her head drooped as painful memories surged forth. Why, yes. I never want to be abandoned again. If I'm needed, then I have worth. As long as I prove my value, I'll never be cast aside. I want to die surrounded by people who care. At the very least, let my death mean something. Tears streamed down her face. Diaz exhaled sharply and set down his pen. A person's worth isn't measured by self-sacrifice. Baby, 5. Then tell me what to do. From the moment I was born, I was unwanted. I have no value. Do you exist solely to be needed? That's the life of a tool. Baby, 5. You'll be exploited until the day you die. Even now, against your will, a single word from me makes you act. You're a living person, not a utensil. Diaz snapped. You should have your own desires, your own joys, not be wielded as Doflamingo's blade. I don't care. It's my choice. You're hopeless. Get out. Why you abandoning me too? Please, no, I'll do better. I promise. Her desperate pleas left Diaz at a loss. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. He opened his mouth, words on the tip of his tongue. Unsure of what to say, upon seeing Baby, 5 crouched down in tears, he helplessly patted her head and said, I will not abandon you, you foolish child. Is it truly such a joy to be treated as a mere tool? A bright smile illuminated Baby 5's face, and Diaz felt a profound sadness. Cursed be the state of the world. Were it not for its wretchedness, perhaps Baby 5 would not have been forsaken by her mother. With resolve in his eyes, he declared, Let us continue cooking, Baby 5. I shall utilize you until the very end. Really? Baby 5's eyes sparkled with hope, yet Diaz found himself at a loss for words. Should he seek out old Kai from the 8 Treasure Water Army? Truly, Diaz was uncertain of what to say. Baby 5's distorted values seemed unchangeable. He should have taken her away when she was young, kept her by his side. Perhaps he could have corrected her perspective, or at least prevented it from becoming so warped. Now, her worldview had solidified. Yes, Baby 5, she replied, wiping away her tears. The food is burned. Ah, Baby 5 exclaimed, rushing to the kitchen, realizing the meat had been overcooked. Watching her scurry about, Diaz felt a headache coming on. What was he doing? He himself did not know if keeping Baby 5 was right or wrong. Sighing, he resigned himself to fate. Sitting down, he lit a cigarette to calm his thoughts. Suddenly, he spotted a ship. The vessel was inconsequential. What mattered was the person at the helm. With golden hair and features reminiscent of Don Quixote Doflamingo, he observed the scene with a melancholic gaze. Rosinante, Baby 5, our old friend has arrived. Old friend? Our old friend. That guy, Rosinante? No, he should be dead by now. It's not him. It's Corazon. Is Mr. Corazon still alive? No, the young master said he had betrayed us. Now I am your boss. You shall refer to me as such, and I require you to betray Doflamingo. Yes, boss. Well, this woman is remarkably easy to manipulate. Old Kai is truly a formidable character to have managed her. The wave breaker commenced its journey, positioning itself before Rosinante's small boat. Oh, is that not Major Rosinante? It has been quite some time. Diaz, what are you doing here? Rosinante exclaimed in surprise, preparing to draw his gun. However, he slipped and fell into the sea. Bubbles erupted as he splashed into the water, prompting Diaz to jump in after him and pull him to safety. Cough, cough, that was close. Rosinante sputtered, lying on the deck of the wavebreaker. Baby 5 handed him a towel. Thank you. Mr. Corazon, it has been a long time. Who are you? Rosinante asked, growing wary, knowing that few could identify him by that code name. As he looked at Baby 5, she seemed strangely familiar. She must be from the Don Quixote family. Could it be? You were Baby 5. The transformation of a woman at 18 is indeed astonishing, making her almost unrecognizable. Wait, why is Baby 5 with Diaz? I am. Baby 5 began. She is currently in my company. Diaz settled down and offered a cigarette to Rosinante, inquiring, Are you here to investigate Doflamingo? Ah, you aren't, are you? Rosinante found the notion somewhat absurd. Diaz had traversed from the North Sea solely to seek out Doflamingo. Indeed, I am here to eliminate him, Diaz replied with a smile. I lacked the strength before, but now, let's see if we can put an end to that fellow. If possible, I shall dispose of him directly. Chapter 78. Rosinante with a sharp inhale of smoke. Rosinante calmly assessed the situation and remarked, "You truly have a knack for stirring up trouble. Are you not afraid of the Navy hunting you down? The boss cannot eliminate the young master. Baby, 5, I require you to prepare a meal." Understood. Once the maid was dismissed, Diaz stated, "This woman is someone I encountered in the North Sea. It is from her that I learned of Doflamingo's whereabouts. I presumed you would have killed her." "Not at all," Diaz replied. "I harbor a disdain for pirates, yet I feel a sense of pity for baby 5. Indeed, the plight of that child is quite tragic." Rosinante took a seat and inquired, "Is there any news regarding Doflamingo?" "None. To this moment. I have yet to receive any pertinent information, and Doflamingo has not contacted baby 5, Diaz responded. "We can only await his arrival in Dressrosa." There are numerous reasons for their certainty that Doflamingo would appear in Dressrosa. Once a territory of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo holds a claim to it, despite the current rulers being of the Riku royal lineage. Dressrosa is situated along several major trade routes in the New World, making it a hub of activity. Although it may not be affluent, its geographical advantages cannot be overlooked. Additionally, the Riku royal family is remarkably easy to manipulate. A monarch who empathizes with his subjects becomes vulnerable to their influence. By leveraging the populace, one can achieve their objectives effectively. Many kingdoms in the New World do not belong to the world government's allied nations. Those that are affiliated often suffer from poverty or inconvenient locations, making them challenging to manage. Only Dressrosa meets Doflamingo's psychological expectations. Moreover, he had his eyes set on this place many years ago. Now, with the backing of the world government, which discreetly supports him beyond the 7 warlords, he can actualize plans that were once abandoned. Alas, if only you had obliterated Mary Geos, we wouldn't be entangled in such troublesome matters. Why do you say that? Diaz asked, taken aback. Rosinante, without reservation, recounted his encounter with CP0 to Diaz. It appears they require your assistance. Perhaps there is something unique at play. Otherwise, according to my conjecture, with so many celestial dragons eliminated, the world government would struggle to collect the heavenly gold. Is there something inherently special about the bloodline of the celestial dragons? No. The collection of heavenly gold will persist, Rosinante replied solemnly. Even if but a single celestial dragon remains, the collection will continue unabated. TCH, back then, we miscalculated the explosive yield. Diaz scoffed, his expression devoid of emotion as he at Rosinante did not surreptitiously divulge Diaz's whereabouts. In his view, Diaz should not be hunted down. Each individual possesses their own judgment, and Rosinante is no exception. Throughout his years of service in the Navy, he has witnessed various interpretations of justice, yet theirs, when compared to Diaz's, often appears constrained. The limitations imposed upon them stem from the world government. Many matters intertwined with it become exceedingly difficult to navigate. Rosinante refrained from immediately infiltrating Dressrosa for investigations, opting instead to remain aboard the Mistral. In the stillness of the night, Diaz was roused from his slumber by the shrill call of a transponder snail. "Mr. Diaz, Doflamingo has made his appearance. He demands a ransom of 10 billion berries, or else he will slaughter my people. Did you acquiesce?" "I had no choice but to agree." "Very well. I understand. I shall take care of it, and the Navy will be on their way shortly." "The Navy? Aren't you a wanted criminal? Why are you entangled with them?" King Liko longed to inquire further, but Rosinante's voice came through the transponder snail. "Please, refrain from making baseless accusations. I am here to investigate. Furthermore, Doflamingo is now a warlord of the sea, and the Navy cannot act recklessly." His words cast a shadow over King Liku. Must he truly choose Diaz? Truthfully, he did not wish to do so, yet the thought of being toyed with by Doflamingo filled him with a profound sense of helplessness, compelling him to succumb to the harsh realities. "I will seek him out. He should be nearby. Doflamingo's ship ought not to be far from Dressrosa. If I do not receive a response by tomorrow morning, do not wait any longer. Seek assistance from the Navy instead. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life." "But," The call ended, and King Liku dejectedly set down the transponder snail. I seek aid from a wanted criminal. The royal family's dignity is utterly tarnished. However, for the sake of my subjects, I shall endure this shame. But I must also prepare for contingencies. I cannot place all my hopes in Diaz. King Liku is a shrewd politician, well aware that one should not place all their eggs in one basket. Thus, he must hedge his bets. He promptly contacted his aides to prepare for a nationwide fundraising endeavor. Meanwhile, aboard the Mistral, Diaz inquired, "What are your thoughts?" After some contemplation, Rosinante replied, "Doflamingo's objective is not merely wealth. It is the people's trust in King Liku." Diaz asserted, he aims to gradually erode the citizens' faith in the king and the Liku family, ultimately leading them to utter disappointment and despair. In their darkest hour, a hero must emerge. Doflamingo is unworthy of being a hero. Both Rosinante and Diaz understood the true nature of Doflamingo. He is a born villain. Should he ascend to the throne of Dressrosa, it would spell catastrophe for both the kingdom and the world at large. The underworld moniker Joker resounds loudly, and this Joker is none other than Doflamingo. His dealings extend beyond the North Blue and have ventured into the New World. It is not the world government that rules the New World, but rather the emperors of the underground realm and formidable pirates such as Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard. Doflamingo has established connections with these individuals and engaged in commerce with them. Dressrosa is merely a crucial component of his future ambitions once his territory expands. He intends to seize power and dominate the entire world. Naturally, this is contingent upon the absence of unforeseen events. However, in the realm of possibilities, unforeseen events are almost a certainty. Diaz produced the transformation device and the Fui's briefcase, proclaiming, "It is now my turn to perform." Chapter 79, Henshin. What do you intend to do? Naturally, I aim to eliminate him, but I wish to test my new toy, Diaz declared as he opened the Fui's briefcase, assembling gadgets such as the cursor, camera, and wristwatch before taking a swig from the transformation device. It had a slight sweetness to it. He activated the Fui's phone, pressing the number 5, which was met with a vigorous sound effect. After 2 more presses, he finally hit the enter key. Standing by, he closed the phone, raised it high, and shouted, "Henshin." He inserted the device into the waist-mounted driver and pressed it down. Complete. With that proclamation, red photon veins extended from the belt, illuminating the darkness of the room. The photon blood began to flow through the veins, ultimately enveloping Diaz in armor and a sleek black combat suit. A robust silver chest plate shielded his torso, while brilliant yellow compound eyes dominated the majority of his face, adorned with shark-like fangs. The red photon veins glowed in the darkness, exuding a sense of technological prowess. Kamen Rider Freeze made his grand entrance. This left Rosinante dumbfounded, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Diaz remarked, "Do not mind it. This is a disposable toy I acquired. Once the time is up, it will vanish. So I must make use of it." Enhanced by the Fui's armor, his senses sharpened, and his strength surged. He possessed a punching force of 2.5 tons, kicking power of 5 tons, a jumping ability of 35 meters, and a running speed of 100 meters in 5.8 seconds. Indeed, Diaz's own power surpassed that of the armor, yet donning it granted him a significant boost. Thus, I shall commence. He leaped into the air, gliding forward with a moonwalk across the sea, searching for the flamingo ship of Doflamingo, yet he found no sign of Doflamingo, though he did spot some crew members aboard. Jorah, Dringe, Monet, Sugar. As for that Sugar, despite her diminutive stature, Diaz understood that she was a legitimate lowly. The ability of the toy fruit halts the growth of its consumer the moment they consume it, ensuring they remain forever in that youthful form, granting a semblance of immortality. The user can touch other beings, transforming them into toys and erasing their existence from the memories of all others, rendering them forgotten. Even if one were to see a portrait or photograph, they would be unable to recall who that person was. Therefore, Diaz prioritized eliminating Sugar. In a flash, he appeared the natural snow fruit, a subordinate variant of the freezing fruit, possesses abilities that are not as formidable. Snowflakes drifted down as Monet blended into the swirling snow. Durlinger, a half-human, half-fishman with the bloodline of a betta fish, suddenly revealed his ferocious nature. baring his razor-sharp teeth as he lunged at Diaz. Diaz, rising to his feet, evaded the attack and landed a punch squarely on Derlinger's face, sending him crashing into the mast of the pirate ship, where he fell unconscious. With a flick of his wrist, Diaz removed his camera, transforming it into a fist gun, which was now imbued with the power of armament hockey. He took the Fui's directive chip from his phone and inserted it into the Fui's camera. Ready. He flipped open the phone and pressed the enter key. Exceed charge. Photon blood coursed through the photon vessels, filling the fist gun. Utilizing observation hockey, he sensed Monet's presence. A white shadow emerged behind him, its icy fangs bared as it lunged for the nape of Diaz's neck. Swiftly, he turned and struck Monet in the abdomen with a punch. She froze in place, a crimson emblem appearing on her body. The excruciating pain caused Monet to scream, as the photon blood invading her body wreaked havoc on her internal organs, ultimately leading to her demise in agony. Diaz cast a glance at Jorah, the middle-aged woman with a wild hairstyle, who was equally formidable. Tat 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 tat. Jorah, terse and ruthless, unleashed a torrent of gunfire at Diaz. The bullets ricocheted off his armor, sparking and illuminating it. What destructive art! Realizing the bullets were ineffective, Jorah activated her fruit ability. She had consumed the art fruit, granting her the power to transform targets she struck into abstract art pieces at her whim. A multitude of colorful bubbles erupted from her hands. Diaz leaped onto the mast, surveying the scene from above, positioning the fist gun at his waist. Defui's directive chip hovered over the cursor, then affixed to the exterior of his right leg armor. Ready. He pressed the enter key once more. Exceed charge. His body descended slowly as photon blood surged to his leg. He delivered a kick toward Mara. The cursor shot forth a crimson drill-shaped pointer, immobilizing Jorah in its sights. Rider kick. Diaz plunged into the drill, spinning continuously, vanishing from Jorah's view, only to reappear behind her. Deep red drill. A crimson knight emblem manifested on Jorah, who let out a pained wail before collapsing. The power was impressive. The strength of the photon blood was paramount. Although Fui's data was low, only slightly exceeding that of Kabuto, neither relied solely on data for damage output. Fui's drew strength from photon blood, while Kabuto utilized transformation and atomic disruption. It appears to still be functional, so let us continue to utilize it. Approaching Derling, a shot was fired, and then he turned his gaze towards the stupefied sugar. From Jorah, he procured the telephone bug and dialed the number. Jorah, what is the matter? The eyes of the telephone bug transformed into the shape of sunglasses. Wearing sunglasses at such a late hour, did it not fear the inability to see? Silently mocking, he cleared his throat. After the period of growth, his voice had changed. There was no need to lower his tone. Even Doflamingo would not discern it. Good day, Mr. Doflamingo. Who are you? Where's Jorah? Oh, me? You may call me Shafulin. As for that old woman, she is dead. I killed her. You seek death. No one shall harm my family. Doflamingo bellowed, while Diaz turned his head. In the distance, beneath the vast sky, a figure was swiftly approaching. Chapter 80. Amusing yet meaningless, adorned in iconic sunglasses and a flamboyant pink flamingo feather coat, complemented by capri pants and loafers, with golden hair framing his visage. The once audacious smile had vanished, leaving only a visage of fury. He was left with but these family members. No one shall dare to harm them. However, upon discerning the dire state aboard the vessel, his hands turned icy with dread. Jorah, Dralinger, and Monet lay lifeless. Sugar sat petrified on the deck, her face awash with terror, alongside a peculiar figure clad in strange armor who introduced himself as Shafulin. Shafulin, you seek your demise. String shot. Doflamingo bellowed, his fist clenched, extending his index finger as a slender line shot forth, nearly imperceptible to the eye, moving with such swiftness that it could effortlessly pierce human bones. Clang, clang, clang. The armor's defense surpassed Diaz's expectations, proving merely slightly superior to that of a machine gun's bullets. Grasping Sugar, Diaz leapt into the air, propelling himself towards a clear area in Dressrosa at an alarming velocity. You shall not escape. Release her at once. Doflamingo altered his trajectory mid-air, pursuing Diaz relentlessly. Storm foot, flying slash. In a swift turn, he unleashed a series of vacuum slashes, yet Doflamingo managed to intercept the attacks with several fine lines, while Diaz, utilizing the momentum from his kick, accelerated his flight further. Touching down in the open space, he cast Sugar aside and raised his hand, declaring, "Now, Doflamingo, let us engage in battle. You, bastard. What do you intend to do? Why are you doing this?" Doflamingo's intent to kill flared as he sought to grasp Diaz's motives. "Why, you ask? I too am searching for reasons." Quoting a certain magenta demon's adage, Diaz replied nonchalantly, "If I must speak plainly, I wish to eliminate you. And that is the simplest truth. You, scoundrel, you have slain my kin. You shall not leave this place." The Conqueror's haki erupted unexpectedly, sweeping forth, to which Diaz scoffed. "Conqueror's haki? Who among us lacks it?" The two manifestations of haki expanded, colliding in midair, red and black lightning intertwining in a dazzling display, neither party willing to yield. Ultimately, both combatants concluded this protracted clash nearly simultaneously. "Such Conqueror's haki, you are certainly no insignificant figure. Who can say? I shall strip away your faade, torment you mercilessly, and ensure you comprehend the cost of harming my family." Doflamingo's fingers twitched erratically, a signal that he was poised to strike. "Ah. Come forth if you possess the audacity." He retrieved his phone, pressing 103, then hitting enter, twisting the flip phone to the left to resemble a firearm. Fui's phone burst gun mode. He pressed the adjacent button, unleashing a crimson beam. Doflamingo immediately dodged, leaving behind a small hole where he once stood. Smoke billowing from it. "I must not be struck." Diaz switched shooting modes, pressing 106, converting to a more potent 3-shot burst mode. With 3 consecutive crimson beams of amplified destructive force unleashed, Doflamingo nimbly evaded once more. The threads in his grasp coalesced into a whip-like extension, its tensile strength rivaling tempered steel, capable of effortlessly bisecting towering edifices. Super Whip Strike. Diaz retreated beyond the weapon's lethal arc midair. The whip abruptly altered trajectory, ensnaring the bewildered Sugar and yanking her to Doflamingo's side. Diaz observed without interference, returning his phone to its holster. "Sugar, unharmed?" "Young master." Clutching Doflamingo's leg, Sugar wept. "Sister, Dellinger, they're all gone." The Don Quixote patriarch's expression darkened like still waters. "Understood. Distance yourself. His execution follows." Sniffling, Sugar scurried away as Diaz remarked. "A final act of tenderness, then? How paradoxical, a man who executes filicide yet coddles his subordinates. A natural-born fiend, perhaps clinging to familial bonds as his last vestige of humanity. None shall lay hands on my family." Doflamingo raised his palm, unleashing a storm of threads that wove into an identical doppelganger, shadow clone threads. This technique manifested a combat-ready duplicate, effectively doubling his presence on the battlefield. Fascinating. Futile, but fascinating. Diaz shook his head. A motorcycle materialized beside him, its mechanical skeleton unfolding into a 2-meter-tall automaton, the mobile Motoman, statistically superior to Diaz's own armor despite shared origins. "Even I travel with companions." Diaz chuckled, patting the construct. The machine's front wheel reconfigured into a rotary minigun, unleashing hellfire upon both Doflamingo and his clone. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets screamed through the air. Twin whips of threads yanked bedrock from the earth, intercepting the barrage. Super Whip Strike. Dual lashes whistled through the wind. Diaz backflipped behind the Motoman as the whips coiled around the automaton, hauling it toward Doflamingo. A kick laced with 8 near-invisible razor threads failed to breach the machine's diamond-hard carapace. Impossible. Doflamingo's shock mirrored his clone's as crimson beams pierced his observation haki's awareness. Diaz, sniping from afar. That nuisance requires elimination. The clone charged. Unfazed, Diaz swapped his command chip for an accelerator module. Complete. The photon blood vessels on his body erupted with a silvery glow as the chest armor retracted onto his shoulders, revealing the core within. The photon blood shifted from crimson to radiant silver, while his eyes transformed from amber to blazing scarlet. His speed and strength surged instantaneously, Fui's Excel form. This enhanced state could only be sustained for 35 fleeting seconds. Exceeding this limit would trigger system collapse. When activating the XL function, the duration dwindled to a mere 10 seconds. Yet within that brief window, his movements accelerated to 1,000-fold beyond normal velocity. Let me entertain you. Just 10 seconds. With the press of the XL button, start up. An invisible shockwave erupted around him. Crouching low, he launched forward with such blistering speed that even observation hockey failed to track his motion. 3 seconds to annihilate the foe. 7 to savor the spectacle. Such was the essence of this fleeting supremacy. Chapter 81. Identity Exposure in Acceleration Mode. Diaz was utterly incapable of sensing the enemy's location. The observation color could not keep pace with that terrifying speed. He could only ascertain the opponent's position before charging in a straight line to execute a close-range attack. Bang, bang, bang. The Shadow Rider was relentlessly assaulted by him. Once ensnared, the onslaught would not cease. His fists struck like lightning, one after another, shattering the Shadow Rider's body. While photon blood was continuously obliterated amidst the assault, damaging the very threads that constituted the Shadow Rider. Shaking his hand, Diaz's barrage continued until the Shadow Rider was ultimately fragmented, scattering into several pieces upon the ground. Doflamingo could not perceive Diaz's figure at all. He swiftly enveloped himself in a multitude of fine threads. In the next instant, a silhouette of black and silver materialized before him, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Bang! After rolling several times on the ground, he pushed himself up, half kneeling, as Diaz charged at him once more, sending him flying again. Preemptively arriving at Doflamingo's landing spot, Diaz relentlessly kicked, preventing him from descending from the air. 3, 2, 1, timeout. The time was up. The acceleration ceased. Reformation. State released, returning to his ordinary form. Continuing with acceleration would cause the photon blood vessels to endure unbearable strain and ultimately rupture. Error. Suddenly, the device emitted a mournful cry, the belt at his waist disintegrating into sand, falling to the ground, while the armor he wore was directly released, revealing Diaz's original visage. Well, I may have overdone it. I did not anticipate that the transformation would expire at this very moment, with the belt having been inadvertently destroyed, merging with the sandy remains. Diaz. A bruised and battered Doflamingo clenched his teeth and bellowed, "It's you." The voice was unrecognizable, yet that face was all too familiar to Doflamingo, who had yearned to tear it apart countless times over the years. His hatred ran deep. How could he possibly forget? "Ah, young master, it has been many years. Did you miss me?" Diaz greeted Doflamingo with a carefree smile, as if nothing were amiss. "Miss, I wish you were dead." Bullet line. Without the protection of armor, Diaz could not withstand it with mere flesh. In an instant, he drew his sword, clashing with the bullet line. Performing a flourish with his blade, Diaz declared, "That armor was merely my toy. I am no weakling. Die." Doflamingo surged forward, invisible lines emerging around Diaz, slashing with his sword, while the latter raised a foot enveloped in armed color hockey to retaliate. His own leg was similarly wrapped in armed color. As the two pitch-black feet collided, a gust of wind stirred up dust, and in the already murky night, visibility waned further. Diaz's hands suddenly became uncontrollable. Doflamingo's fingers twitched, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "You are destined to lose, Diaz. I will toy with you mercilessly." Parasitic line. The two hands began to flail about uncontrollably. Doflamingo's parasitic line would manipulate the afflicted as if they were mere puppets, and once attached, it was an excruciating ordeal. Bang! The pockball, suspended at my waist, automatically opened, revealing Shakira. Shakira unleashed the obliteration ray upon the heavens. With a resounding cry, Shakira's horn radiated brilliance as a beam of destructive energy severed the parasitic threads. The impact was tremendous. A plume of gas erupted from Shakira's exhaust ports, colliding forcefully with Doflamingo, sending him hurtling away. What? Stone spike attack. Shakira took flight, her hefty form crashing into the sandy ground, dislodging several stones that soared towards Doflamingo. Do not underestimate me. The nest of spiders. A multitude of threads wove together, forming an immense web that intercepted the stones. Now, unleash the obliteration ray. A yellow beam streaked through the air, accompanied by unimaginable heat, piercing the web. Doflamingo, unwilling to confront it head-on, propelled himself skyward with a moonwalk as Diaz appeared behind him, blade drawn. Ultimate technique, undying slash. A dark crimson sword aura cleaved through, tearing Doflamingo's flamingo coat and striking his back with a resounding clang. In a moment of peril, he shielded his spine with armament hockey. With a swift kick, he propelled himself off Doflamingo's body, executing a graceful backflip in midair. Shakira. The obliteration ray surged forth once more, targeting the freshly landed Doflamingo. He rolled to evade, looking quite disheveled. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Diaz transformed into a bolt of lightning, closing in. Seventh secret sword, Thunderlight. The blade pierced Doflamingo's chest, though it narrowly missed his heart. Blood erupted from Doflamingo's mouth as he clutched the sword's hilt, threads ensnaring Diaz, another spray of blood hitting Diaz's eyes. How do you like this blindfolded attack? The threads ensnared Diaz, rendering him a mere bundle, while Doflamingo withdrew his blade, stitching up the gun's muzzle with the threads. Not bad, but merely adequate. Enduring the discomfort in his eyes, Diaz managed to distance himself from Doflamingo with the limited movement of his legs, his body immobilized, vision impaired. As he activated Kinbunchika Haki, Doflamingo snapped his fingers, sending another thread flying. Earth-shattering. The jade shield enveloped him as Diaz frantically shook his blade, severing the threads. With a reverse grip on Murakumo, he cut through the remaining strands, but Doflamingo was already upon him, delivering a kick to the jade shield, which cracked but did not shatter. Harnessing his monstrous strength, he forcibly tore through the remaining threads, regaining his freedom. Immediately, he retrieved water to cleanse his eyes and restore his sight. Doflamingo, I must commend you. You are quite despicable. Who is truly despicable here? Doflamingo retorted, you old six. In comparison to Diaz, Doflamingo felt a pang of inadequacy. His wounds throbbed painfully, yet had been stitched up, preventing significant bleeding. And he was still able to continue the fight. You had the power to kill me before, yet chose not to. Now, pay the price for your arrogance. Doflamingo's words left Diaz feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had gone too far. Initially intending to deliver a decisive blow with a knight's kick after the acceleration form ended, he never anticipated that the transformation's effectiveness would wane, reducing his belt to mere ashes. I must admit, I overstepped my bounds, even without that armor. I can still defeat you. Prepare yourself, Doflamingo. Diaz struck a pose reminiscent of a certain sword saint, sheathing his blade. Ultimate technique, Akame cross slash. A graceful cross sliced through the air with such speed that even Doflamingo barely managed to react. Threads interwove before him, intercepting the obsidian blade of Murakumo. And with a flick of his arm, he unleashed the unruly line. Chapter 82. American Iato. With a swift motion of his arm, Doflamingo conjured 5 nearly transparent threads, each emanating from the tips of his fingers, cascading downwards at an angle. Observing this, Diaz promptly extended his haki to shield his chest and abdomen, averting the peril of being pierced. The threads, upon contact, were deflected with a sharp clink. Doflamingo's combat style was insidious, characterized by almost imperceptible lines that could strike from the most unexpected angles, necessitating absolute focus during battle. Diaz, ever vigilant, was not one to underestimate the situation. Alongside him, the agile Morin and Shakiras darted about, their bullets and destructive beams intermittently troubling Doflamingo. However, the defensive capabilities of these two were commendable, with Shakiras even resorting to burrowing into the ground for cover. Their clash was not a grand spectacle, rather, it was punctuated by sporadic sounds of collision. On a distant hillside, 3 members of CP0, clad in white, observed the duel unfold. Shouldn't we assist Doflamingo? Inquired the man with the white mask. No need, replied the one donning a lion mask. We are no match for Diaz. That madman nearly annihilated the previous generation of CP0. Our presence would only invite demise. Our objective is to ensure Doflamingo's survival. If he manages to eliminate Diaz, splendid. If he falters, we must devise a means of extraction. Let's notify the Navy. CP0 was not numerous. The previous generation comprised elite individuals meticulously selected by the world government for mission execution and protection of the celestial dragons. However, Diaz's explosive actions in Mariehua had decimated their ranks, prompting the recall of operatives engaged in external missions for the purpose of member selection. The three present were among those chosen. They possessed no confidence in besting Diaz. The directive from the world government was clear: supervise Doflamingo's ascension to King of Dressrosa. Should he succeed, he would be recognized as a celestial dragon. Failure would necessitate ensuring his continued existence. This was the task bestowed upon them by the Gorosei. Doflamingo was indeed well suited to serve as the world government's clandestine operative. The underground world was fraught with complexities, and Doflamingo, under the guise of Joker, thrived within it. The world government required certain transactions with the underworld, yet lacked the means to engage directly, thus sought a discreet intermediary. Doflamingo fit this role perfectly, rendering it imperative for the world government to safeguard his life. Finding a replacement intermediary would be a formidable challenge. As the conflict intensified, the air was thick with the energy of clashing blades, sending shivers down Doflamingo's spine. Diaz appeared inexhaustible, growing stronger with each encounter, while Doflamingo, burdened by wounds, found himself waning. "What's the matter? Are you unable to contend with me, young master?" Diaz taunted. Doflamingo's rage turned to bitter amusement. "Huh? You insufferable traitor. You masquerade as a paragon of justice, yet embody the very essence of a pirate, cold, ruthless, and treacherous, all hallmarks of your kind. Diaz, you are a pirate to the very marrow of your bones. Have you lost your mind?" Diaz replied, a turncoat who often dives between allegiances. "During my time with you, I was indeed a pirate. Among the Marines, I played the role of a Marine. My flexible moral compass allows me many identities, but labels mean nothing to me. What I wish to do, I shall do without hesitation. If I say I want to cut you down, then cut you down I shall. Damn it, this lunatic." Doflamingo cursed inwardly. Diaz was far more unhinged than he had anticipated, utterly single-minded. "Then let us see who kills whom first." Doflamingo sneered, his strings clashing against Diaz's blade. Suddenly, Diaz drew a pistol and fired. Cheap trick. Doflamingo barely dodged in time, though the bullet grazed his side, leaving a searing pain. Blisters formed around the wound, clearly a burn. We were fighting fair, and this bastard pulls a gun? Since when was he dirtier than me? In that draw speed. This is the essence of the Reed School's combat arts, the famed American Iaido. Times have changed, my lord. What nonsense is this? Enough. Let us begin round 2. Diaz sheathed his Muramesa and gripped his twin pistols, merging them together. Taste the blade of pure love. The guns extended into the heavenly flame greatsword. A weapon unsheathed only for the sake of love. Diaz adored himself above all. Thus, the blade of pure love was fitting. Flames licked at his body, yet his flesh regenerated steadily. Over the years, his body had been honed by the heavenly curse binding, sculpted to near perfection, 8 chiseled abs, a physique of golden proportions surpassing even the statues of ancient Greece. Coupled with the power of ripple energy, his regenerative abilities were unparalleled, rivaling even those under the sun. Sunlight Spear. Just as Doflamingo expected Diaz to charge with the great sword, the madman instead clenched his right hand, summoning a spear of lightning and hurling it forth. Boom. The thunderclap was deafening. Though the spear missed, the explosive current left Doflamingo's body numb. Diaz, wreathed in flames like a demonic deity, swung his sword in a crude but devastating overhead strike, the mountain-splitting blow. What? Doflamingo barely raised his arms, coating them in armament hockey. But the flames of the heavenly flame greatsword clung like parasites, racing toward his body. His coat ignited instantly. With a flick of his strings, he shredded the burning garment, letting it fall as he anchored himself to the clouds above. Fingers dancing, he hurled boulders downward. Yet Diaz, using Moonstep, pursued relentlessly, cleaving through the debris while darting between them with sorrow, his speed terrifying. In moments, he was upon Doflamingo. The great sword descended, flames surging, scorching Doflamingo's flesh. Sweat poured, seeping into his wounds, an agony beyond words. Hermit Ripple Dash. Get lost. His leg infused with ripple energy, Diaz kicked Doflamingo from the sky, rolling on the sandy ground. Don Quixote Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of blood as the lingering waves of power coursed through him, causing immense discomfort. This cannot continue if the battle persists. Defeat may be inevitable. Now is not the time for entanglement. If this drags on, the fate of Dressrosa will be sealed. My plans will face yet another delay. What of Sugar? I must extricate her from this place and locate Baby, 5 and Buffalo. They are my last remaining family. I must reach Sugar. As long as I can arrive at that destination, as long as I can reach that place. Chapter 83. The fierce interception. It seemed that Diaz sensed Doflamingo's wavering resolve. With a flick of his mighty sword, flames erupted, transforming into a sentient wall of fire that ensnared them. The orange glow illuminated their faces, casting a searing heat. I have come to eliminate you. And I cannot allow your escape, Diaz declared, his grip firm on the sword, a tempest of wind swirling at his feet. His fierce aura caused Doflamingo's countenance to change. This madman was determined to take his life. Then let your life remain with me, Diaz. Doflamingo retorted, conjuring a multitude of white threads that cascaded like a tidal wave, overwhelming the surroundings. Flame of heaven, unsheath. Diaz swung his sword with great force, cleaving through the torrent of threads. He leaped over, only to be met by another surge of filaments, the flames devouring them, filling the air with an acrid scent. The battle raged on, each combatant growing increasingly ruthless, targeting one another's vital points in a frenzied clash, their roars echoing as they fought until one would inevitably fall. Their struggle persisted until dawn, the first light of morning illuminating the scene. As sunlight kissed his skin, Diaz began to heal, his strength returning, emboldened by the fight, while Doflamingo appeared somewhat fatigued. Is this fellow a monster? He pondered. Kill. Awaken. Doflamingo made a swift decision, realizing that if the battle continued in this manner, Diaz would ultimately drag him to his demise. Pressing his palm to the ground, the scorching sand, heated by the flames, transformed into threads. Upon awakening his paramecia-type devil fruit, he could manipulate the surrounding environment. Over the years, Doflamingo had mastered the string fruit to an extraordinary degree, making its awakening a natural progression. If he had consumed a more powerful fruit, perhaps he would have progressed even further. Alas, he had only ingested the string fruit. In the hands of others, the string fruit might not have been formidable, but in Doflamingo's grasp, it flourished. Raging white wave. The threads on the ground morphed into a long white serpent, attacking with a sinuous grace. Wildfire sweeping the plains. The flames surged like a tide, consuming the raging white wave. With his other hand, Diaz drew his weapon, Murakumo, unleashing his ultimate technique, Immortal Slash. One decisive stroke severed the remaining threads, and he propelled himself forward like a bullet, rapidly closing the distance to Doflamingo. Doflamingo retreated at lightning speed, his hands weaving through the air as thousands of threads erupted from the ground, each entwined with haki, resembling the outstretched wings of a flamingo, all converging upon his foe. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Feather strike. Line. 4th secret sword. Mirage wolf. 7th secret sword. Thunderlight. The 2 secret swords alternated in their execution, the threads piercing through Diaz's afterimage, advancing toward Doflamingo. Starburst Gale Slash. The great sword clashed with the blade in a whirlwind of attacks, each strike landing with such speed that even Doflamingo struggled to respond. In the blink of an eye, 16 slashes rained down upon Doflamingo's body, his face, chest, thighs, abdomen, back. The man was sent flying before collapsing to the ground, his fate unknown. Diaz approached, observing his feeble breaths, and declared, "It's over, Doflamingo." Raising his blade, Diaz suddenly turned and struck, his sword clashing against the arms of a white-clad figure who knelt under the weight of Murakumo. CP0, here to kill me? I thought you'd all been wiped out. We harbor no such intentions, but I beg you to spare his life, the agent implored humbly, acutely aware of his inferiority. Are you lecturing me? Diaz arched a brow, pressing down with relentless force, driving the man deeper into the sand. I wouldn't dare, but I bought enough time. Diaz whirled around. Doflamingo was already being carried away by 2 figures. Kicking the agent aside, he roared, "You won't escape." Chasing after them, he bellowed, "Meteor volcano." Flaming meteors descended from the heavens. Diaz glanced upward. Molten rock rained down, spewed by a crimson figure cloaked in justice. TCH Akainu finally showed up. The CP0 agent exhaled in relief. No matter how formidable Diaz was, he couldn't surpass Akainu. Though this attack endangered even him, Another madman, splitting the magma with his blade. Diaz cast a frustrated glance at Doflamingo, now beyond reach. Transforming his Skyfire greatsword into twin pistols, he unleashed a barrage, only for CP0 to intercept every shot. In the distance, a dormant machine shifted into a high-speed motorcycle, the Mobile Sky March. Mounting it with Sandlash, Diaz revved the engine, accelerating to 350 km/h. Don't even think of fleeing, Diaz. Today, you die here. Akainu had pursued Diaz relentlessly, scouring the North Blue before returning to the New World. Last night, CP0's report led him straight to Dressrosa's battlefield, where he spotted Diaz poised to execute Doflamingo, with CP0 interfering. Without hesitation, he attacked, uncaring of collateral. CP0's arrogance the previous night still rankled. Did they think he lacked temper? Seeing Diaz escape, Akainu gave chase. But speed was never his forte. Unlike Kizaru, even an admiral couldn't match 350 km/h. Sara granted bursts of acceleration. But the distance only widened. Great eruption. A volcanic explosion erupted behind them as the Mobile Sky March ascended a steep slope, vanishing into the horizon. No need to see me off, Sakazuki-senpai. Diaz waved one-handed, gripping the handlebar. Bastard. Akainu ignited everything around him in a furious blaze, venting his wrath. That traitorous scum who betrayed the Marines still had the audacity to call him senior brother? What were those CP0 agents even doing? They couldn't even restrain Diaz properly. And why would they rescue Doflamingo? While it's true that Doflamingo was one of the 7 warlords, the world government wasn't benevolent enough to save a pirate. The 7 warlords were powerful pirates whom the world government would rather eliminate than protect. Rescuing Doflamingo was utterly abnormal. This made no sense. He would demand Fleet Admiral Sengoku get to the bottom of this. Damn those CP0 agents in Diaz, playing him for a fool. Note, the translation maintains the original meaning while elevating the language with more sophisticated vocabulary and sentence structures, such as audacity instead of face, benevolent instead of good, and utterly abnormal instead of just strange. The tone remains appropriately intense and indignant. Chapter 84. I Need a Country on the Other Side. Diaz rode his motorcycle to the seaside, where he spotted Sugar hiding among the coconut trees. His spirits lifted, he hurried to her side, swiftly scooping her up. After stowing away his enchanted steed, he leaped onto his ship and urged the astonished Rocinante and Baby 5, "We must flee. The Marine Admiral is approaching." Baby 5, with a look of sheer terror, exclaimed, "Run. Mr. Corazon, we must escape." Meanwhile, Rocinante silently pondered, "But I am part of the Navy." "Oh, right." Baby 5 suddenly realized. Diaz continued, "Doflamingo has been rescued by CP0. Keep a lookout for updates. Here, take this." He handed Rocinante a large transponder snail, and with a swift kick, sent him tumbling onto the beach. "Ouch, this little brat." Rocinante grimaced, sitting up on the sand and watching the Thousand Sunny sail away, his gaze locking onto the transponder snail. What a bother. On board the Thousand Sunny, Diaz piloted the vessel while Baby 5 cradled Sugar, attempting to free her from the sea prism handcuffs. Unfortunately, in her eagerness, she forgot that she too possessed powers, and upon touching the sea prism stone, her strength waned. Sugar had spent half the night reaching the coconut grove, fortunate not to have been discovered by CP0, or else she would have faced dire consequences. Conserve your energy. You are as well. What are you thinking? Boo-hoo. You wicked man, the master will never forgive you. Sugar cried out in distress. Diaz, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "Although Doflamingo was rescued, I inflicted grave injuries upon him, nearly ending his life. Had it not been for CP0 and Akainu's arrival, he would have perished. Even if he recovers, he will lack the courage to confront me again. You. Boo-hoo. The master will absolutely not be defeated. Indeed, I shall slay you." Baby 5, regaining her composure, transformed her right arm into a rocket launcher. Diaz, with an airy tone, remarked, "Baby 5, I require you to lower your weapon." "Understood." "Ah, Sugar." Diaz mused, "There's not a reliable soul around. This individual is beyond saving." He gazed at Sugar, narrowing his eyes. "You are a dangerous one. Your abilities compel me to contemplate my approach to you. Perhaps, eliminating you would be a permanent solution." Sugar's body tensed, trembling as she sought refuge behind baby 5. The recent aura of death making her acutely aware of her mortality. Never mind, I cannot harm a child. Diaz waved his hand dismissively. Baby 5. Please look after Sugar and ensure she does not wander off. Oh. Baby 5 felt a renewed sense of purpose. Though concern for Doflamingo's uncertain fate weighed heavily on her mind, Doflamingo had always treated them with kindness. Diaz, however, was indifferent to their thoughts. He was in dire need of a nation, one he could command, a country. He required intelligence. Above, a seagull soared, and Diaz emerged from the cabin. Waving his hand, the messenger gull descended, and Diaz purchased a newspaper, remarking, "You should recognize me, right?" The gull nodded. It was not merely a subordinate of Morgan's selling newspapers, but also his eyes. Having consumed the bird fruit, transforming into an albatross, it could comprehend the language of birds, thus gaining insight into events occurring around the globe through the messenger gull's reports. Apart from intelligence networks and journalists, this was a crucial source of information for Morgans. Certain matters would be recorded by the messenger gull, who would relay them to Morgans in the evening, allowing Morgans to extract valuable intelligence for the next day's news. This was one of the reasons why the World Economic Journal consistently produced quality information, adept at capturing major headlines. Journalists were insufficient in number across the world, especially in perilous locations where they could not venture. In such instances, the messenger gulls were indispensable. They would traverse the globe, even in the kingdom of the hermaphrodites, where specialized bird-like messengers would deliver newspapers. Of course, it was also possible that the usual messenger gulls had been influenced by that peculiar group. Here, take this to your boss. It's for travel expenses, Diaz said, stuffing a piece of paper and a wad of Bailey into the gull's pouch. The gull flapped its wings and took flight back in the direction it had come. It would not deliver the newspaper. How much could it sell for? The cash Diaz provided was far more substantial. Diaz was familiar with this individual. Perhaps he had news of great importance to share with the boss. If the task was executed well, there might even be a reward later that evening. What did you give it? Baby, 5 inquired. My phone number, Diaz replied with a smile. The telephone bug, equipped with a microphone and keypad, could dial and transmit over vast distances, allowing for long-distance communication. Stretching lazily, he produced a compass and silently wished for a safe island to rest upon. The compass needle spun, indicating a northeastern direction. The Waybreaker set sail towards its destination. In merely half a day, a picturesque island appeared before them. Docking the ship by the shore, Diaz, along with Baby, 5 and Sugar, disembarked. How did you manage to find such a splendid island? Baby, 5 asked. Just intuition. That little brat is now your responsibility, Diaz waved his hand, allowing the two to entertain themselves while he lifted the ship from the water. The underside was laden with barnacles. He needed to clean it thoroughly. It was absurd that, despite such speed, barnacles could still cling on, along with some unfamiliar parasitic creatures. Grabbing a shovel, he began the cleaning process. In this world, one could not advance without a ship, and the Waybreaker required diligent maintenance. Baby, 5 took Sugar aside to start a fire for cooking. Sugar, in sorrow, lamented, Baby, 5, sister. Durling and the others have been killed by him. Baby, 5, filled with melancholy, pondered the fate of the young master. However, Sugar, despite Diaz's fierce demeanor and penchant for violence, had to admit that he was, in essence, a good person. Why do you defend him? Because I once regarded him as an elder brother. Baby, 5 gazed at the distant figure diligently clearing the ships and remarked, He is fierce, yet he cares for me. When Buffalo bullied me, it was he who gave Buffalo a good thrashing. Although my relationship with Buffalo improved afterward, he harbors a disdain for pirates yet spared my life. He was the first to inspire me to truly be myself. I am at a loss, longing to be needed. Sugar, I apologize. I too wish to eliminate him, yet I find myself unable to raise a hand against him. She truly cannot bring herself to act against the brother she holds dear in her heart. Deep down, she still regards Diaz as family. Chapter 85. Intelligence from Morgans. One evening, Diaz received a phone call from Morgans, the president of the World Economic Journal, known as the King of News. Mr. Diaz. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Morgans said, his voice mimicking the tone of a news hawker. Hello, Mr. Morgans. Diaz replied as he picked up the receiver. I never expected Mr. Diaz to contact me in such a creative manner, Morgan chuckled. It's the first time someone has conveyed their contact information via a news hawker. Quite surprising indeed. I'm curious to know what you wish to discuss. The news hawkers are indeed the eyes of the king of news. I am well aware of that, Morgans added with a laugh. Now, what can I assist you with? If it's significant news, I will not hesitate to invest. With notable enthusiasm, Morgans recognized that substantial news would lead to increased sales for the World Economic Journal, allowing him to recoup costs swiftly, an effective method for generating profit. No, I am here to procure intelligence. I know that your channels are among the most formidable in the world, and I require a specific piece of information. Morgans, intrigued, responded. I wonder what type of intelligence you seek. The price is negotiable. Diaz was direct. I need information about a nation that is not a member of the world government. A land of fierce people, not associated with the major pirates, a kingdom ruled by a tyrant. Oh, you wish to acquire that nation? Morgans asked with excitement. Indeed. I am in search of a country. I require a stronghold. Surely, you can obtain this information? Please hold on. A flurry of sounds came from the other end. And shortly after, Morgans announced, I have found it, the Kingdom of Siler. It boasts a considerable land area, situated in the New World near the Calm Belt, with a fierce populace, nearly all of whom are warriors. Ordinary pirates dare not provoke them. The king is Drake III, a user of the bat fruit. In its vampire form, not a mythical beast type? Mythical beast fruits are not as common as one might think, Mr. Diaz, Morgans quipped. Currently, there are only 3 known users of such abilities at sea. Oh, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco the Phoenix, Kaido of the Beast Pirates, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Right? Indeed, it seems your information is quite astute. Diaz had initially assumed it was a mythical beast fruit in the form of a vampire bat, only to discover it was merely a common vampire bat. Thank you. As for the reward, Diaz pondered, I have both intelligence and berries. Which do you prefer? Either will suffice, though if it is significant news, I would prefer that, as I am a journalist at heart, Morgans responded with a smile. Very well, last night I severely injured Don Quixote da Flamingo, but he was subsequently rescued by CP0. Oh, now, that is indeed remarkable intelligence, Mr. Diaz. You are only 18, correct? Not yet. Just a few months until my birthday. Truly, a remarkable youth indeed. Morgans inquired, is there a photograph? Alas, there is none. The red-haired Shanks has arrived, and I had no time to capture the moment. Are you implying that the Admiral has also made his entrance? Morgans exclaimed, pounding the table with palpable excitement. What astonishing news! I never imagined that last night would witness the convergence of the 7 warlords, pirates, and the Navy. Diaz managed to escape against all odds. Such significant news. Of course, it pales in comparison to the extraordinary events surrounding Diaz last year. Indeed, it transpired in Dressrosa. Doflamingo aspires to be the king of Dressrosa. A king? Why? Why do both wish to ascend to the throne? That comes at a different price. Who would have thought that Mr. Diaz is also a man of passion? Consider this an exchange. Whenever you require intelligence, I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. What do you say? Morgans proposed a form of compensation. Very well. He is a celestial dragon. A celestial dragon. Impossible. Wait, Don Quixote. Isn't that a shared surname? Morgans was taken aback, his mind racing with a flurry of information. Could it be that he was the son of the former celestial dragon, Holy Mingu, who voluntarily relinquished his status? Is his brother Rosinante also involved? The news of Holy Mingu's self-abdication from the celestial dragons was indeed sensational, and Morgans had obtained that information firsthand, which had propelled his influence far beyond the current scale of the world economic news. Indeed, Mr. Diaz, you have truly astonished me. I appreciate your momentous tidings. Feel free to contact me at any time, and should there be further significant news, please inform me immediately. A journalist will never overlook a major story, Morgans asserted. Certainly. Diaz agreed, both parties utilizing one another to extract valuable intelligence to meet their respective needs. The Sailal Empire, Drake III? It appears it is time to embrace an agrarian lifestyle. He requires a nation as a foundation. A confrontation with the world government is inevitable. After detonating Mary Geos, How could the world government possibly spare him? The absence of him is indeed fortuitous. Reflecting upon the explosives he buried, it seems they merely claimed the lives of most celestial dragons, while some formidable individuals, including him, likely remained unscathed. The extent of M's power is shrouded in mystery, yet his authority over the five elders suggests an extraordinary identity. In retrospect, the fact that he was not captured is a stroke of luck. With this realization, he felt a wave of trepidation. M is most likely unharmed and indifferent, merely wishing to restore the celestial dragons. Otherwise, Rosinante and Doflamingo would not have been permitted to rejoin their ranks. What benefit is there in restoring a horde of parasitic elites? Doflamingo might possess insights, having once been a celestial dragon and possibly the heir to the family legacy. Next time he captures him, he shall extract all that he knows. Otherwise, he should not expect an easy demise. One nation is far from sufficient. His ambition is to swiftly seize control of a country, followed by annexation to form a grand alliance. Subsequently, he intends to collaborate with revolutionary forces to overthrow the world government. The plan is straightforward, yet its execution is fraught with challenges. Time is his most pressing concern. Certain matters necessitate human intervention. Therefore, the announcement of Lavdred must not be made prematurely, allowing himself the necessary time for development. Otherwise, either Emu or the world government will not remain idle. The notion of becoming the Pirate King is utterly laughable. Chapter 86. The Kingdom of Cyril. On the following morning, Diaz departed the island accompanied by Baby, Five, and Sugar, guided by the compass towards the Kingdom of Cyril. Along the way, a messenger gull delivered intelligence regarding the kingdom, and Morgans appended a note. After sales service, do not forget me when you encounter significant news. This individual certainly knew how to maintain relations. Satisfied, Diaz continued his journey. After 3 days of navigation, they arrived at the Kingdom of Cyril. The first impression it left on Diaz was one of poverty. As they entered the realm, he sensed numerous malevolent gazes directed at them. Baby, Five instinctively moved closer to Diaz, discomfort evident in her demeanor as she tightened her grip on Sugar's small hand. After a few paces, a muscular man confronted them, brazenly declaring, "Kid, I have my eyes on that woman. She belongs to me now." Was he proposing? Baby Five's eyes sparkled with excitement, her words darkening Diaz's expression, while Sugar murmured, "She's acting up again. Get lost." What? Bang. Before the man could finish his sentence, Diaz delivered a powerful punch that shattered his facial bones, leaving him unconscious. "How dare you bully us? You are courting death." In an instant, it was as if he had stirred a hornet's nest as a throng of individuals surged forward. Diaz shook his head, questioning the necessity of such actions. Suddenly, the crowd found themselves facing an empty spot where Diaz had just been, as if he had never existed. What? Bang, 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 bang. With a series of faint sounds, Diaz reappeared, and the assailants lay defeated around him. A sweeping glance revealed that the onlookers had shrunk back, no longer daring to cast unusual glances. The local customs appeared fierce, filled with brutes. Morgans had perhaps painted too rosy a picture. They were merely a gang of bandits. "Where are we headed?" "Baby," Five inquired. "To the royal palace." "What for?" "To commit murder and seize power." Both she and Sugar exchanged bewildered looks, but Diaz ignored their confusion, consulting the map Morgans had provided to locate the royal city. They were currently in a coastal port town, but the Kingdom of Cyril boasted several cities, and their next destination was the royal city. He summoned a mechanical steed, inviting Baby, Five, and Sugar to take their seats. "Hold on tight." "Okay." Virum. With a twist of the throttle, the mechanical steed surged forward along the dirt road. After a half-day's journey, they halted before a city, the royal city of the Kingdom of Cyril. Towering walls, several meters in height, loomed before them, bordered by lush forests. At the entrance stood 2 guards, lounging nonchalantly, extorting the townsfolk entering and exiting the royal city, attempting to squeeze them for all they were worth. Diaz paid them no heed and charged straight in. "Intruders. We have intruders. Pirates. Pirates have breached our gates." A voice shouted. Gunfire erupted behind them. Baby Five, exhaling a puff of smoke, cursed indignantly. "Damn it. Do they truly think I am just a mere bystander?" 2 arms transformed into gun barrels, unleashing a barrage behind them. Diaz cautioned against harming the innocent. Understood, my marksmanship is impeccable. Indeed, it was precise, yet it only struck two, as the speed of the Pegasus left the guards trailing behind. The royal palace of the Sorel kingdom was far more dilapidated than Diaz had anticipated. It was incomparable to that of the celestial dragons. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. Indeed, it was even inferior to the dwellings of the slaves. For the external embellishments were far more appealing than this. Some areas were worn down, others damaged, with no time for repairs, the scars of battle evident throughout. Strangely, the palace's windows had been boarded up. This place is rather run down. Could the accursed Morgans have sold me false intelligence? He decided to proceed inside. Approaching the tightly shut palace doors, two guards abruptly obstructed his way. Who goes there? This is the royal palace. You cannot enter. I have matters to discuss with His Majesty. Unacceptable. Leave this place. Please make way. Diaz stepped forward, and as the guards were about to act, darkness enveloped them, and they collapsed to the ground. Diaz retracted his conqueror's haki, shaking his head. The power was indeed effective. Open the doors, we need to check the water supply. He kicked the palace door open, revealing an ominous darkness and a pungent odor of rust. How many have perished in here? Baby. 5 covered her nose. Unknown. They ventured inside, where a pair of crimson eyes locked onto them from the shadows. Buzz. Diaz was suddenly overwhelmed by discomfort, and Baby, 5 and Sugar immediately covered their ears. Damn. What is that? Sound waves. Diaz shielded his ears, catching sight of a shadow racing toward them with astonishing speed, swiftly seizing both him and Sugar. Baby. 5 cursed under her breath, raising her arm, transforming it into a cannon, aiming at the massive bat soaring above. This bat, brown and grotesque, had a wingspan of 7 meters, its wings whipping up a tempest. Its wings flapped relentlessly, while its talons gripped Diaz and Sugar's shoulders. Sugar screamed in terror, but Diaz merely snorted, firing his twin pistols at the bat's wings, piercing through with a single shot. The bat shrieked in pain, releasing them instantly. Diaz caught Sugar, stepping onto the air and landing beside Baby 5. This is our target. Protect yourselves, especially you, Baby 5. This is war. Don't fall back into old habits. Sugar. Keep an eye on her. I will heed the young master's command. Sugar huffed, but a glance from Diaz made her shiver. All right, I'll look after sister Baby 5. That will suffice. Diaz brandished his blade, advancing towards the fallen bat. This was his objective. Drac 3, a Zoan-type, bat fruit user, in the form of a vampire bat. Apart from its foul stench, it exuded a strong metallic scent of blood that was quite unsettling. The vampire bat transformed into a humanoid figure, crowned upon its head. Upon clearly discerning Diaz's visage, its countenance drained of all color, its furious expression instantly morphing into sheer terror. Why you? Weren't you supposed to have perished in the explosion at Mariehua? King Drake 3 stammered in fear. The celestial dragons haven't been wiped out yet. How could I possibly die? But as for you, your fate is sealed, Diaz retorted, his aura radiating lethal intent. Suppressing his dread, Drake 3 shifted into his beastly form, the holes in his wings already beginning to mend, a testament to the formidable regenerative abilities of Zoan-type powers, which Diaz couldn't help but envy. With a gaping maw, Drake 3 unleashed an ultrasonic wave imperceptible to human ears. Wherever the sound wave passed, everything in its path was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Chapter 87. Conquest. As Daz faced the onslaught of Drake 3, he deftly dodged, aware that it was unwise to confront such intangible attacks without certainty. His form flickered as he approached Drake 3, striking out with his blade, only for Drake 3 to evade with a smug grin, proclaiming, "As long as I can hear your movements, you will never strike me." The air reverberated with his continuous ultrasonic roars, drawing soldiers to encircle them. Daz scanned his surroundings, the sun gun coalescing in his grasp, its fierce crackling electricity causing Drake 3 to furrow his brow. Discomfort radiating from him as though he were facing the sun itself. He preferred the embrace of night. Under the glaring sun, all he desired was slumber. As a creature of the night, he loathed the day, especially after consuming the bloodfruit of the vampire bat, which compelled him to seal the doors and windows. When hunger beckoned, he would send a subordinate to fetch sustenance. After partaking of the bloodfruit, he developed a craving for blood. Drawn to the energy within that could augment his power, particularly the blood of the strong, rich in revitalizing essence. If only he could subdue this foe. His eyes darted within their sockets, ears attuned to DAZ's movements, which were exaggerated and loud. The thunder spear soared through the air, illuminating the space beneath with the brilliance of the sun gun. Boom! The sun gun erupted suddenly, its crackling energy accompanied by a thunderous explosion that echoed around them. Lightning striking Drake 3, rendering him numb and immobile, plummeting once again from the sky. DAZ acted swiftly, lunging forward to place his foot upon Drake 3's head. Creatures of the animal kingdom possess formidable regenerative abilities, yet should his head be obliterated, survival would be impossible. Spare me! Spare me! Drake 3 cried out. I can offer you the throne, my treasures, my women, my kingdom, anything, if you grant me my life. But to eliminate you is also my right. My goal is this nation. No. Drake 3 screamed in terror, the pressure on his head mounting. As DAZ crushed his skull, he roared, "Then kneel." His voice bore the weight of conqueror's haki, radiating authority without fury, causing some timid soldiers to drop their weapons and prostrate themselves before him. Excellent. I am Brand DAZ, and from this moment forth, I am your king, standing over the lifeless body of Drake 3. His tone was imbued with gravitas as he issued his first decree. Go, clear the palace, and summon the subjects of this realm. I wish to comprehend the state of this nation. Yes. A throng of people sprung into action at his command, unconcerned by the change of kingship. For the law of the jungle prevailed, and the previous tyrant had been a despot. They silently hoped this new ruler would be benevolent. DAZ settled beneath the shade of a tree, sharing a smoke with Baby 5, while Sugar enjoyed her lollipop, exuding an aura of villainy. Hello, DS. He was about to speak when a fruit struck Baby 5 on the head. Diaz picked it up and discovered it seemed to be the vampire bat fruit. It appeared that after the demise of Dracula 3, the fruit hanging from the tree had been chosen, upon the death of a devil fruit user. The powers of the fruit would re-enter the fruit itself, with a possibility of selecting the nearest one. It was likely that Blackbeard acquired the Trimmer fruit in a similar manner. Is it truly a devil fruit? Now it belongs to me. Diaz declared as he stowed it away. I have yet to conceive a way to utilize it. I shall ponder that later. He produced a transponder snail and dialed a number. Shortly after, the line was answered with a tone of respect and trepidation in Master Diaz. Gaji silently cursed within, questioning why this individual had not yet met his end. Gaji, bring your men to the celestial kingdom. Why? Gaji inquired. You will come at my command. If you wish to avoid death, you will come. I require your strength, but openly aiding you. Gaji protested softly. Germa has lost its qualification to participate in the World Conference. Such matters are of no consequence. With your abilities, it is impossible for you to propose anything of value. The World Conference is held every 5 years, and Gaji would merely be a bystander. His political acumen pales in comparison to his scientific expertise. How many valuable insights could a war-obsessed madman truly offer? Gaji felt a surge of frustration as a mental strain gripped his nerves, causing him to cry out in agony. Understood. I will come. I will come. Gaji hastily replied. Where are you currently located? In the South Sea. Having just completed a commission. Good. The Celestial Kingdom is situated within the doldrums near the South Sea. Arrive within a month. Yes. Gaji responded weakly, dismissing his subsequent commissions and instructing his subordinates to head for the Celestial Kingdom. After Diaz hung up, Baby 5 inquired, who was that? I believe I just heard mention of Germa. As a child raised in the North Sea, Baby 5 could not be oblivious to the tales of Germa. Indeed. Germa is a real entity. Isn't that merely a fairy tale? How could that be? Germa 66, the evil army, is now at my command, Diaz boasted, reveling in his triumph before Baby 5. You must be deceiving me. Not at all, Diaz chuckled. You will understand when they arrive. Germa's scientific advancements will accelerate the progress of this nation. One must concede that Germa's scientific prowess ranks among the finest in this world. Although Gaji himself may be lacking, his scientific capabilities are commendable, having collaborated with Vegapunk, a top-tier scientist. There are indeed some redeeming qualities. What exactly do you intend to do? Baby 5 questioned. I desire a world of equality and peace, devoid of pirates. Diaz extinguished his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. Baby, 5, Sugar, come forth and assist me. Huh? Baby, 5 inquired curiously, I am only skilled in combat, but if you require my assistance. I need a maid, she responded. Then I shall come. Sugar retorted coldly. You have slain my sister. She intended to kill me as well. I refuse to assist you. All meals and accommodation are provided, an abundance of grapes. And no one will bully you, plus no labor required, she continued. Sugar turned her head with a huff, grasping Baby 5's hand, seemingly unwilling to depart from this place. Then, the next step involves this nation. Chapter 88. The mess the palace had undergone a thorough cleansing, yet an enduring stench of blood lingered. Intermingled with the faint odor of decaying corpses, which was rather distressing, Diaz sat upon a throne that was not particularly opulent, surveying the ministers below him. They were robust individuals, their faces marked by an abundance of flesh, yet their gazes towards Diaz were imbued with trepidation. In this new world where strength commanded respect, they dared not entertain thoughts of rebellion. Who is the Minister of Finance? Diaz inquired. I am, responded a burly man, his biceps nearly the girth of Diaz's waist, stepping forward with a quivering demeanor. Is this truly the Minister of Finance? Or are you merely a clerk from the land of light? Diaz coughed, clearing his throat. What is your name? You may call me Vic. Very well. Let us dispense with trivialities and discuss the financial situation of the Kingdom of Surel. Our annual income is approximately 50 million Baileys, falling short of 100 million, Vic reported, and Diaz braced himself for this disappointing revelation. Why is it so impoverished? He asked, furrowing his brow. Vic, holding a small notebook, replied, primarily due to insufficient tax revenues, compounded by the poverty of our citizens. Furthermore, the previous king squandered resources extravagantly, leading to significant deficits in the royal treasury. We also have external debts that, I presume you will not be repaying? Of course not. The debts belong to Drake. They have nothing to do with me, Diaz. Understood. Now, we must prepare for war, including soldiers' pay, provisions, and supplies. Vic began to calculate, causing Diaz's head to ache. Stop, 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 he interjected hastily. Why are we going to war? Ah, well. The previous king borrowed 1 billion Baileys from the neighboring kingdom of Kosal under the pretense of defending against external threats and fortifying the walls. Presently, the total debt amounts to approximately 2 billion. When was this loan acquired? Last month of the previous year. Double the amount? Indeed. Diaz gritted his teeth. This was more exorbitant than usury itself. What is the military strength of the kingdom of Kosal? Far superior to ours and considerably wealthier. Is it a member of the world government? Not at all. Then we shall not repay it. Diaz resolved to abandon the matter entirely. The debt, although incurred in the name of the kingdom of Surel, bore no consequence for him. By the way, where has the money gone? Spent. And the items? All gone. Where did they go? Buried. Diaz exchanged incredulous glances with Vic, rolling up his sleeves. Are you jesting with me? Wait, Your Majesty. It is as follows. The previous king purchased a group of slaves, but they were all worked to death and are now buried in the rear garden, Vic hurriedly explained. Diaz suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue. This was not merely a mess, it was a catastrophe beyond comprehension. King Drek III never had any intention of governing the kingdom, indulging solely in reckless extravagance and pleasure. Since his ascension, the nation descended into chaos, with once prosperous days taking a sharp downturn. It was during this time that Vic began his downward spiral, as did many of the ministers. That bastard. Diaz smashed the armrest with a single strike, demanding, What do you mean the taxes can't be collected? Well, currently Your Majesty only has control over the royal capital. The other cities have declared independence. The taxes from the capital have already been collected, though most of it has been spent. Only about 20% remains. What kind of damned kingdom is this? Diaz leapt to his feet. Who are the ones rebelling in those other cities? I'll have them executed. How many troops do we have left? Minister of War. 5,000. Bellman, the Minister of War, answered with resounding confidence. Diaz fixed him with a glare. Under the mounting pressure, Bellman lowered his head and muttered, F4,300. 3,200. The real number. 1,500. Including those you didn't kill. Embezzling funds and bleeding the army dry. You lot are utterly rotten. Diaz backhanded the Minister of War, sending him crashing into the wall, unconscious, if not dead. Vic, Take some men and confiscate everything from Bellman's estate. All seized assets go to the treasury. I need to stabilize the capital first. Within half a month, I want the other cities back under control. Also, bring me the financial reports from the past few years. Who's the second in command of the military? That would be me, Your Majesty. A sharp-faced man stepped forward, head bowed, not daring to meet Diaz's gaze. Clearly up to no good. Take a full count of the troops, actual numbers. If I find discrepancies, you'll be the next bellman. Why, yes, Your Majesty. Good. Dismissed. Once they had left, Diaz exhaled, rubbing his temples. Baby. 5. I need dessert. Right away. Baby. 5 happily went to prepare the meal while Sugar, cradling a plate of grapes Diaz had given her, plucked them one by one with her fingers. You seem troubled, she remarked. Of course I am. This is impossible. I don't know how to do this. Diaz groaned miserably. I thought I was starting from zero, but it turns out I'm starting in the negatives. Now I have to drag this mess back up to zero. I don't understand. It's like, if you ate all these grapes and still owed me a dozen more plates, and baby, 5 had to repay them for you. Get it now? Oh, I see. Sugar nodded in realization. So you have to repay a lot of plates? It's not about the grapes. It's, never mind, you wouldn't get it. What I need now is a team of professionals. Pulling out a din mushy, he dialed a number. Good day, Mr. Diaz. Good day, Mr. Dragon. To what do I owe the pleasure of your call? The dragon was not one for idle chatter. He got straight to the point. Diaz candidly articulated his predicament, expressing his urgent need for a cadre of skilled professionals. You have taken down a nation? The dragon was taken aback. How could this have transpired in such a brief span? The swiftness of this individual's actions was astonishing. Indeed, but the financial and military situations are dire. And the previous king's reign was detrimental. The only territory under control is a single royal city, with numerous complications to address. I cannot manage this alone. I require logistical support. I wish to recruit a few individuals from you. If those suffering are willing, I can provide refuge for them. However, what I primarily need at this moment are specialists. Allow me to consider, the dragon replied. I will send Sabo and Kella to assess the situation. Diaz, being a fellow compatriot, was deemed trustworthy. The prospect of additional national support for the Chapter 89. Still capable of discipline? The state of the Ciliar Kingdom was far more disastrous than Diaz had anticipated. The reports submitted by Vic and his men were nothing short of appalling. Financially, it was as expected, utterly dismal. Militarily, the royal capital's forces numbered a mere 832, including the wounded. Yet, the official records falsely claimed 7,000. The sheer scale of embezzlement was staggering. How could the king remain oblivious? Had Vic turned a blind eye? Or worse, had he taken a cut himself? Moreover, the confiscated assets amounted to only 8 million berries. Diaz found that figure laughably insufficient. No doubt Vic had pocketed a considerable sum. For now, Diaz would let it slide. Once the Revolutionary Army arrived, a thorough reckoning would follow, preferably with a noose around Vic's neck beneath a lamppost. First, however, the 4 rebellious cities, more like towns, really, each with populations barely exceeding 10 or 20,000, needed to be brought to heel. Mokham, Doka, Drac, and Fia had all declared independence from King Derek III's rule. The kingdom was already crumbling. According to Diaz's intelligence, the 4 towns were now locked in a brutal internal conflict, allegedly over a single cart of grain. The so-called Majin skirmish had devolved into chaos. Diaz couldn't afford to let them exhaust their remaining strength. No wonder Morgans had described the locals as fierce. How could they not be, under such circumstances? Journalists had a habit of embellishing or distorting the truth. For now, Diaz would keep his forces on standby. Judge would arrive soon enough, and they could handle the military subjugation. His priority was stabilizing the capital. And the capital itself was a cesspool. Despite its modest size, it harbored parasitic nobles preying on the populace and underground syndicates lurking in the shadows. A small pond teeming with vermin. Diaz suppressed a sigh. Maybe. 5, I have a task for you. Anything. Leave it to me. The maid seemed to be evolving into something else entirely. Eliminate the underground factions. I'll deal with the nobles. Sugar raised her hand. What about me? Stick with me. The nobles' vineyards are yours. Yay. Action followed swiftly. Splitting into two teams, Diaz stormed the estate of the nearest noble, hardly more than a glorified landowner. The door shattered under his boot. Open the door. Who are? Ack. The noble's demand ended abruptly as Diaz's blade silenced him. None of these parasites would survive the night. Soon, the streets ran red. Sugar, unfazed, munched on a plate of grapes. The little girl had seen far worse under Doflamingo's wing. Next house. Surprise, mother cur. Open up. Water meter inspection. East Wind Express. Diaz's blade had never known silence, and along the way he encountered Baby, 5, who was pursuing a gang, effortlessly dispatching another group. Well, that settles it. With the gangs and nobles eliminated, at least half of the chaos in the royal capital would be resolved. However, the citizens spent a restless night, trembling in fear that this new king might turn his blade upon them. After a night's rest, Diaz began drawing cards, hoping to obtain items that could aid the kingdom's development. Homamanga, the dignity of a soldier. Evil quelling sword technique. Rejoice, for the cure is excision. Divine manifestation. Baleful omen. The skill of a rustic maiden. Apple, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Divine manifestation. Baleful omen. Isn't this the Raiden Shogun's elemental skill? Quite useful indeed. Diaz flicked his hand through the air. By the Almighty's decree, a mark of thunder appeared above his head. With a light tap on the table, a bolt of lightning streaked across, leaving a scorched mark. So, after activation, his attacks would carry the power of Electro? Interesting. Though, what he truly desired was the Muzu no Hidotachi. System, continue. He still had a considerable sum of money, enough for more draws. However, with so many items acquired, some were bound to be forgotten. Stand. Hermit Purple. No useless stands, except Hermit Purple. Old Man Joseph stand. Huh? Top tier for intelligence gathering, capable of terrain exploration, remote clairvoyance, and even conducting ripple and electricity. Quite versatile. Taking out a Din mushy camera, Diaz wrapped his arm in ethereal purple thorns and snapped a photo. The camera's eyes flashed, spitting out an image, a figure shrouded in darkness, crowned and cloaked. Emu, the monstrous entity behind the world government. Through the combined abilities of the Din Mushy and Hermit Purple, he had captured an image of Emu, though the darkness obscured most details. Another snap this time. The photo revealed Doflamingo, bandaged and tended to by Pika. Come to think of it, where had Pika been during that last battle? No matter. One final photo, a bald man in a white lab coat, eyes gleaming with intellect, tinkering with some apparatus while surrounded by researchers deep in discussion. Dr. Vegapunk. Truly. A man of unparalleled brilliance. A pity about his hair follicles, though with his abilities, regrowing them should be trivial. System, continue. Hannibal's gourmet cookbook. Even Hannibal approves. Shadow Mask, the Shadow Army, mobilize. Auto Apocalypse. Auto, take me with you. Take me with you. Wait, you can draw a person? The question was, which version of Auto? Honkai Impact 2 or 3? Regardless, the Archbishop of any world was undeniably formidable. Honkai Impact 2 nearly shattered the Honkai itself, while Honkai Impact 3 meticulously calculated every move, all to achieve its ultimate purpose. In the end, it outmaneuvered both the protagonist faction and the consciousness of the Honkai, successfully arriving before the imaginary tree. At the cost of parallel versions of itself, it carved a new world line upon the imaginary tree, one where Colin Kislana survived 5 centuries ago. Auto Apocalypse, the eternal deity. Yet this man, Auto, can no longer be judged by conventional notions of good and evil. Without question, he is a man consumed by devotion, willing to defy the world for love. Such a person could indeed be of assistance. But can one truly avoid becoming a pawn in his schemes? Neither life nor death, nor mortal morality can bind him. The only chain upon his soul is Colin Kislana herself. But what does it matter? Without the Honkai, perhaps Otto would have simply remained a humble priest. Chapter 90. Conversation. Before Diaz stood a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair, appearing to be in his 20s. His long, golden locks were tied into a single ponytail cascading over his left shoulder, a hairstyle that seemed perilously bold. Upon opening his eyes, he was bewildered by the realization that he had not perished. Could it be that I have failed? No, that cannot be, he assured himself. Farewell, my great inventor. In his final moments of consciousness, he recalled Karen bidding him farewell. She has survived. That is all that matters. As long as Karen is safe. That is sufficient. For her sake, he had been willing to go to any lengths, even aligning himself with the enemy of humanity, the Herschers of Collapse. However, he had also cunningly devised a plan against the Herschers, simultaneously incapacitating the law of causality that Kiana and her companions could not contend with. Greetings, Bishop Otto. I am Brando D. Diaz, and I welcome you to this world. Diaz extended his greeting to Otto. Otto responded with a flawless smile. Hello, sir. From your words, it seems this is another world, and you know me? Indeed, I am the sole person in this realm who recognizes you. And I inadvertently summoned you back from the dead, Diaz succinctly explained Otto's arrival. Summoned through a lottery? How absurd. Otto's lips twitched after 5 centuries of life. He found the situation quite ludicrous. This world appears devoid of collapse. Feeling his own body, he sensed no trace of collapse energy in the air. Of course not. This realm is separate from yours. Collapse energy cannot exist here. But I can sense collapse energy within you. Ah, that too was a product of the lottery. Very well then, Mr. Diaz, who has saved my life. Otto clasped Diaz's hand with a smile, declaring, You are my benefactor, and I shall assist you. Noting Diaz's surprise, Otto continued with a grin. My goals were fulfilled in my previous life, leaving me without any regrets. Thus, I shall aid my benefactor. The destiny you left behind was utterly mishandled by your granddaughter, Teresa, 8 years later. I had contingencies in place. Even if Teresa neglects her duties, the destiny should operate normally, especially with Amber involved. How did she manage this? Otto had a fair understanding of his artificial granddaughter, yet he had prepared backup plans. That reckless child. Diaz shrugged. Perhaps it is simply because she is Teresa. Teresa truly lives up to her reputation. She is nothing but a wild cannon. Otto lamented. A headache forming as thoughts of his granddaughter plagued him. It seemed he had spoiled her, but who could blame him when she was his granddaughter? In Otto's heart, Karen held the highest place, followed closely by his granddaughter Teresa. Let us not dwell on this. Perhaps someday fortune will smile upon me, and I might summon Karen to accompany you. Suddenly, Otto seized Diaz's shoulders, his emerald eyes locked onto Diaz's with intensity. Can you truly make that happen? It relies on luck. Encountering you is merely fortuitous, for this is indeed a matter of chance. Well, I comprehend. Otto is not disheartened. The mere presence of Karen before him is undoubtedly a positive occurrence, and should it not be so, he would not succumb to despair. For 5 centuries, he has lived for her. 500 years of unwavering devotion. Moreover, as long as you refrain from destroying this world and making the lives of ordinary people worse, I shall not interfere with your endeavors, Diaz remarked. Haha, that won't happen. I am no madman. Diaz fixed his gaze upon him. Do not be like this. We are friends, are we not? Crimson Kite, I did not lie. It seems you two are friends, yet you shot her. Diaz interjected unexpectedly, leaving Otto at a loss for words. Ah, well, clear's throat, I did not lie. I merely left some things unsaid. Otto, you scoundrel. Never mind. Your arrival is fortuitous for my purposes. Oh, only now did Otto survey his surroundings, which indeed resembled a palace, yet why was it in such disrepair? This is the royal palace I previously conquered, intended to serve as a stronghold for development. The crux of the matter is that it is now in utter disarray. I am awaiting assistance from certain individuals, and your presence is timely. Diaz elucidated the situation in the kingdom of Solaire to Otto. Indeed, I have never witnessed a realm in such disarray. Throughout my 5 centuries of existence, this is the first time I have encountered such a wretched kingdom. No, this reflects the norm of this world. Diaz shook his head, explaining the foundational structure of this realm. A colossal entity that has existed for 8 centuries, the celestial dragons. The world government, the devil fruits, hockey, the navy, and the pirates, a truly remarkable amalgamation. Otto expressed his intrigue, stating, What a fascinating world this is. So, my friend, what do you aspire to achieve? To overturn this world and establish an egalitarian society, at the very least, one where I can live comfortably, Diaz replied with a smile. For your own sake? Naturally. Ha ha ha. We may find ourselves quite compatible, my friend. Otto sensed that Diaz might share his essence, though there were distinctions as well. So, what is your grand design? Firstly, we need to unify the kingdom of Solaire, a realization you have already come to. However, a solitary individual cannot accomplish this task, for the scope of one person's attention is limited. Well, I have enlisted 2 factions to assist. The Revolutionary Army and Germa. Oh, what are your subsequent plans? To amass resources and bide my time, gradually plotting to overthrow the world government. A commendable strategy. Unify the Kingdom of Solaire and then extend your ambitions to the surrounding territories, transforming the new world into your domain. Prior to this, however, you must deal with those formidable pirates, Whitebeard, Red-Haired, Big Mom, and Kaido. These 4 will become the future emperors of the sea. Currently, Shanks has yet to be recognized as one of the 4 emperors, but that will likely change soon. Each of them is quite a formidable adversary, as they stand now. I am not yet capable of defeating them, Diaz remarked. Ah, there is no hurry. We have all the time in the world, Otto remarked with a smile. What I possess in abundance is time. At present, you cannot change your body. Allow me to conduct some research, he continued. Then let us await the arrival of Jamar. Their scientific advancements are unparalleled in this realm. Oh, I shall eagerly anticipate it. There are several inventions I have longed to experiment with. The technology in the world of collapse cannot advance too rapidly. Such haste would precipitate the arrival of collapse itself. Otto, the great inventor, must suppress his desire to innovate. At last, he can finally unleash his potential. Chapter 91. The war expert from a young age, Otto was an exceptional inventor. However, upon encountering Karen, the light of his life, he made the choice to support her. This led him to the God Key, the void of 10,000 treasures, where he uncovered the hidden scientific knowledge of the pre-era, thus enhancing his capabilities significantly. Yet, he was acutely aware that the rapid advancement of technology could herald the arrival of ruin, compelling him to restrain the pace of technological development to delay the emergence of the enemies of civilization. In this world, untouched by destruction, he found ample opportunity to showcase his talents. Suddenly, Diaz inquired, Otto, is it possible for you to expedite the technological progress of this world? There's no need for such formalities as bishop, my friend. I can assure you that, given the materials and time, I can replicate the technological marvels of my world with precision, Otto declared with pride. In that case, Diaz grasped Otto's hand fervently. Please, do construct a network. He had endured a decade without the internet and could no longer bear it. The monotony of early bedtimes was unbearable. Otto was at a loss for words, yet managed a smile that's certainly feasible. However, I cannot perfect the content available on the network, but I will strive to bring Karen's fantasy to fruition as swiftly as possible. Without games to occupy him, how could he endure? I heard you've been unable to break Cecilia's record in Karen's fantasy and consequently received a physical ban? No. That was to prevent the collapse and eliminate the Herschers, Otto replied, his tone resolute. Perhaps there are multiple reasons. Who could fathom his true thoughts? Fine. Network, mobile phones, computers. I can no longer tolerate this tedious existence. Indeed, this place is reminiscent of the era I was born into, lacking even operatic entertainment, Otto expressed with disdain. Diaz concurred. Indeed, it seems we are of one mind on this matter. By the way, here is my proposal. Let us refine it together. Very well. Diaz presented his proposal, and they began to refine it. Otto remarked, I must admit, your proposal has no significant flaws, but are you opting to collaborate with the Revolutionary Army? If it were my choice, I would exploit them. No, I have no intention of using them. After all, I am not interested in dominion. I simply wish for the ordinary people of this world to live in peace, free from oppression and the threat of pirates. I hope this wretched world can improve, Diaz stated earnestly. Otto regarded him with a sudden smile. In that case, I shall assist you to the fullest, my friend. For a fleeting moment, he seemed to see a reflection of his own light and the image of Karen and Diaz. Karen, should you arrive in this war, baby, 5 has departed. Oh, maid, I never anticipated you had one, Otto remarked with a chuckle. That girl, never mind, it's not worth discussing. She had nowhere else to go, and I didn't want her to be exploited, so I decided to keep her around. At least her cooking is quite delightful. Diaz and Otto commenced their collaboration. With Otto's assistance, Diaz began to reform the royal city, hanging those corrupt individuals, including the former Minister of Finance, Vic, from the lampposts. Otto started to promote individuals from the common folk, though they largely fell short of his standards. However, among the shorter individuals, he had to make do with the taller ones. Otto's 500 years of experience managing fate allowed him to handle these matters with remarkable ease, significantly alleviating Diaz's burdens. Approximately half a month later, Germa successfully arrived at the kingdom of Surel. Gaji, accompanied by his sons, bowed before Diaz. Upon the throne, Diaz, with an indifferent gaze, proclaimed, "You have 3 hours to conquer all 4 towns of the kingdom of Surel and subjugate them. Do not harm the ordinary citizens." Understood. Gaji did not inquire further and set to work with the information provided by Diaz. They were the War House, an evil legion, experts in warfare, who once conquered a nation in a mere hour. 3 hours was ample time for them. Otto inquired, "Is this the Germa you mentioned? Will 3 hours suffice?" They were a professional team, and the inhabitants of those towns would be incapable of resisting them. His sons had undergone modifications, possessing superhuman physiques. Complemented by combat suits and fearless clone soldiers, it was more than adequate. Diaz provided some introductions, stating, "Our workload will significantly increase from here on." Under Otto's governance, the prices in the royal city stabilized. Moreover, the once vibrant citizens, after securing employment through Otto's arrangements, began to rise early and return late, leaving them no time for disturbances or brawls. Their abundant energy was channeled into work until exhaustion set in. Otto had these individuals operating in a 007 mode, with handsome wages to match. Diaz covered these expenses for the restoration of the palace, the construction of walls, and a series of other tasks. He was not lacking in funds. Indeed, Germa's efficiency proved formidable. The 4 father and son pairs split into 4 directions, subjugating the independent towns in just 40 minutes, annihilating the rebels while leaving the ordinary citizens unscathed. Upon receiving this news, Otto expressed mild surprise. "So swift? They truly are experts in warfare. You possess a fine blade." "This blade is entrusted to you," Diaz stated. "Their value lies in warfare and technology." Gaji is a proud individual, yet inwardly timid and naive. You should find him easy to control. Such individuals are indeed manageable, Otto replied with a smile. However, you have entrusted your most powerful force to me. Are you not afraid I might betray you? Not at all. Why not? Because you are Otto Apocalypsis, harboring only thoughts of Colin and the desire to resist the collapse. Hey, don't say that, my friend. It would sadden me. It is said that his countenance bore no trace of sorrow. Could this be considered a form of trust? This is indeed a first. Lacking a soul-steel body, with the remnants of destruction and the vast void, I remain merely an ordinary priest. It is imperative that I harness Jelma's technology to augment my power. Yet, one must not overindulge. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. Chapter 92. The work is not yet complete. Rest is not an option. Diaz and Otto arrived at the laboratory of the Jamar Kingdom. Gazing at the clone soldiers developing within the petri dishes, Otto, intrigued, remarked, "It is quite fascinating that such a level of scientific advancement can produce flawless clones." In his view, the technology at hand was insufficient for creating clones. Artificial wombs, nutrient solutions, and cloning cells were all indispensable. Otto himself had mastered cloning technology, having created the protagonist of Honkai Impact as a clone, yet he could not guarantee that each clone would be without defect. Gaji was slightly taken aback to discover that this blonde youth was also a scientist. However, did his words belittle Jamar's scientific prowess? Jamar's technology was unrivaled. "What do you mean, young man?" Gaji retorted, visibly displeased. "Ah, Your Majesty Gaji, do not take offense. I do not intend to disparage your work. I merely believe there is room for improvement," Otto replied, making a gesture as if conjuring a universe with his fingertips. "Have you conducted any research on the soul?" The soul? Gaji pondered. He was aware that souls existed within this world, and certain devil fruit users could manipulate souls, such as Big Mom with her soul fruit. However, they were scientists. Such matters were not their primary focus. There has been little research in that area. In my opinion, the soul is a wondrous entity, possessing the potential for immortality. Immortality? Gaji gazed at the young man in astonishment, while Diaz, arms crossed, stood to the side, anticipating that this individual might employ cloning technology for ulterior motives. uncertain if this was a blessing or a curse. Nevertheless, it was certain that Otto would not bring about the world's destruction. Without Colin, he would be an unwavering rationalist against the collapse, a fool playing tricks on the world. Having even outsmarted the consciousness of collapse. Well, I too possessed the capability to annihilate worlds. Otto began to charm Gaji with his extensive knowledge and technological prowess, leaving him momentarily dazed. Tell me, Gaji, can you attach devil fruit abilities to inanimate objects? That is not within my area of expertise. TSK, during this time. You should heed Otto's insights. I look forward to our collaboration, Mr. Vinsmoke. Greetings, Mr. Otto. Gaji was slightly astonished by Otto's intellect. Working with him could indeed prove beneficial. However, he needed to maintain the upper hand. Otto, though outwardly formidable, lacked substantial means. Such individuals were best kept under control. Diaz's special methods of manipulation would never ensure loyalty, leaving the potential for betrayal ever present. Let us enliven our otherwise mundane lives, then. I will take a look first. By the way, this is a structural diagram of equipment such as wires, generators, and power stations. Mr. Giaggi, I would appreciate it if you could have someone created according to the specifications above. Reluctantly, Giaggi accepted the blueprints, feeling a twinge of surprise at the elements depicted. Diaz and Otto departed with the documents, when Otto suddenly remarked, I seem to have forgotten to give him the design for the lithography machine. Diaz exclaimed in astonishment. You possess the design for a lithography machine? Of course, Otto replied, I have noted down most of the pre-epic technologies. However, given the current technological level of this world, reproducing it would be exceedingly difficult. What a hassle. I wonder how long it will take. I should bring Vegapunk here another day. Vegapunk? The foremost scientist of this world. A genius who has transcended centuries. No, he is a madman. Otto shook his head, stating, a genius transcends an era by half a step. While a madman surpasses it by a full step, very few can comprehend him. That may be true, but it is no longer my concern. He has been imprisoned for research, and I do not know when he might be found. There is no rush. The other towns have already been secured. We still have to manage our daily affairs. Otto spoke of work, and Diaz nodded in agreement. With 4 towns subdued, they needed to stabilize prices, eliminate stubborn elements, punish unscrupulous entrepreneurs, win the hearts of the people, detain the injured, maintain public order, and address a myriad of other matters. Infrastructure development also awaited them. The army of clones can serve as our military, Otto suddenly proposed. Indeed, Diaz agreed, fearless, powerful, and fiercely loyal. The cost of creating a clone soldier is considerably lower than that of training an ordinary soldier. However, as their numbers increase, the demand for cultivation vessels, growth solutions, and various materials becomes astronomical. Such figures are staggering, yet Diaz possesses wealth. By employing Germa soldiers as the nation's military and police, we need not worry about corruption. But their only drawback is their short lifespan. The sole disadvantage of clone soldiers is their significantly shorter life expectancy compared to ordinary individuals. Their bodies are hastened to maturity through technological means and drugs, lacking self-awareness and any understanding of the world, used merely as tools. Their lifespans are approximately 10 years. Yet that duration is sufficient for Germa to employ them until their demise. Both Otto and Diaz would not hesitate to utilize such tools. To them, clones devoid of self-awareness and emotions do not qualify as human beings, even if they are identical. That period is ample, Otto remarked. Diaz, do not be overly greedy. Toppling the colossal entity is no simple task. Due to the world's disparities, many powerful weapons are beyond my reach, leaving me with no choice but to resort to subterfuge. That is inconsequential. My aim is merely to overthrow them, Diaz declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What I desire to accomplish is nothing more than that. Afterward, I shall seek a place to live in seclusion. For what purpose? For my own satisfaction. Diaz chuckled, asserting that it was not for the sake of justice. For he was not a person of grand ideals. He merely acted upon his distaste, taking action when displeased. Ha ha ha. Thus I find you quite amusing, Otto remarked. The potential of humanity perpetually intrigues me. You remind me of an old serpent. Do not jest with me, Mr. Diaz. There remains much work unfinished. And rest is not yet an option. Blast it, do not jest with me either. We are alike in this regard. Chapter 93. attracting investment days later. The representatives sent by the Revolutionary Army finally arrived. After receiving them, Diaz arranged for them to be placed in various positions within the towns. "Do you not aspire to become a king?" Otto inquired while examining the lineage data. "Not at all. If it were not for Callian, you would not have become the Bishop of Destiny," Diaz remarked. "That may be true. After Callian's death, those individuals revolted under her banner. I cannot allow them to tarnish her name. She is the Holy Maiden of Destiny, pure and unblemished," Otto replied with a devout expression. "However, it seems they have a preference for girls." "That is incorrect. The Castranas have historically favored women." "Well, let them stabilize the nation's situation. I shall allow the Revolutionary Army to gradually assume control and assist them in becoming the next world government. Yet, will they not become the very dragons they seek to slay?" Diaz set down the documents, smiling. "Dragon slayers ultimately become dragons. Even the hero who slays dragons may grow scales, develop sharp fangs and claws, and transform back into a dragon, perching atop their treasure. Unless they fall into depravity at an alarming rate, they should remain uncorrupted for decades," Otto asserted. "But by then, you likely will not care much, will you? You will seize this time to enlighten the populace, preventing ignorance and nurturing wisdom. Indeed, the dragon must ultimately be vanquished by a hero. The hero who has become a dragon will require another hero to defeat them, a cycle that persists. We need Siegfried, not Siegfried of your acquaintance," Diaz clarified. "I understand," Otto said, swirling his glass of red wine, his gaze penetrating through the crimson liquid to rest upon Diaz. "The dragon slayer Siegfried and the dragon are both formidable heroes. So, my friend, are you Siegfried or the dragon?" "The dragon." "Oh, are you certain of your downfall? If you were not destined to fall, you would not be who you are," Diaz chuckled. "I am well aware of my vulnerabilities, thus I shall not challenge them. I know I cannot resist temptation. I am not as rational as you. When it comes to Callian, I too am impulsive. But she is the only one." "Indeed." The two exchanged knowing smiles. Diaz then inquired, "How is the school project progressing?" "It is under construction, however. Some raw materials need to be imported from other countries. By the way, the funds you provided require an additional 300 million belly, with more to follow," Otto explained. "Weren't you just given 10 billion belly last time? Power plants, wiring, factories, all require funding. You do not keep track of expenses, and the creation of clone soldiers necessitates considerable resources. You are not running out of money, are you?" Otto asked. "I still have plenty. I possess over 20 billion here. I shall give you 20 billion. In his spare time, Diaz had been indulging in lotteries, which had cost him considerably, alongside purchasing various items. Much of the wealth from the two celestial dragons had been lavishly spent. Establishing a nation truly demands vast sums. It is unfeasible. Without any income, this nation is bound to collapse. There are no local specialties to sell, the tourism resources are inadequate, and there are no mineral resources to speak of. One could assert that it possesses no potential for development." Otto shrugged and remarked, "Internal pressures often necessitate external conflicts for relief." "Diaz, are you prepared for war?" "No," Diaz replied. "I have decided to attract investments." "Attract investments? This is not business." "My friend, once you bring in investments, what becomes of the equity? Surely you cannot distribute the world." Diaz chuckled and said, "There is someone who harbors a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons, and he is wealthy, exceedingly wealthy." He emphasized this repeatedly. Otto inquired, "How wealthy?" "He possesses 20 of the world's wealth, a ruthless figure who operates in both the light and shadow, the Golden Emperor, Gil Dazaro." Diaz clasped his hands, smiling. "This is business. The Golden Emperor Tesoro has become a prominent figure in the underworld in a mere few years, illustrating his remarkable business acumen. It is rumored that he is offering support to the Revolutionary Army, perhaps due to his ties with Tiger within their ranks. Although Tesoro is an unscrupulous merchant, it does not imply that he lacks gratitude. So what is to be exchanged? The downfall of the world government. It is worth a try. Then I leave this to you, Otto. I will contact Tesoro via Din Din Mushi," Diaz stated, and without hesitation, Otto acquiesced. Diaz set off with Baby 5 as the ship. The Thousand Sunny departed. Diaz took out a compass, directing it towards Tesoro's location, snapping a picture with the Din Din Mushi. The purple hermit managed to capture Tesoro, who appeared to be singing into a microphone. Tesoro was once a slave to the celestial dragons, who escaped with Tiger's assistance. Few are aware of his true identity, and even the infamous dragon's foot behind him has been cleverly obscured. Diaz acted swiftly, arriving at the colossal vessel under construction, the Grand Tesoro. This ship, comparable to an island, is only slightly smaller than the fearsome three-masted sailing ship. The vessel stretches 10 kilometers in length, and the city atop it is nearing completion, expected to be operational within a few years. Even in its unfinished state, it stands as the world's largest entertainment city. Recognized as an independent nation and a demilitarized zone by the government, a sanctum that the world government cannot recklessly infringe upon. This city, crafted through the power of wealth, is a realm where he wields absolute dominion, a golden empire of his own making. Upon witnessing such a place for the first time, both Diaz and Baby 5 were profoundly astounded. He is incredibly wealthy, truly deserving of the title Golden Emperor. With a smile, Diaz and Baby 5 were guided by attendants into the vicinity. His presence commanded the crowd to part, fear evident in their gazes. No one dared confront this madman, fearful of the chaos he might unleash. Here, everyone must adhere to the commands of the Golden Emperor. However, this individual is unequivocally incapable of compliance. Could the Golden Emperor possibly rival the celestial dragons? This man has the audacity to detonate even Mariehua, and you, Amir Tetsolo, are hardly worthy of his attention. They seem to harbor a profound fear of you. Naturally, you should consider my identity. In time, you shall acclimate. Diaz remains unfazed. A golden sports car approaches from the distance, halting before them, and the enchanting beauty within smiles, saying, "Welcome to Gulen Tetsolo, Mr. Diaz." Chapter 94. Gurentai Zaro, a figure clad in a form-fitting evening gown, accentuating her exquisite silhouette, approached with an air of dominance. Her plunging neckline suggested a successful career, and her shoulder-length, wavy pink hair framed a stunningly beautiful face, enhancing her allure. "Hello, I am here to see your boss. Please, get in the car," Becerra smiled. Diaz, accompanied by Baby 5, climbed into the convertible. This vehicle's most remarkable feature was its unconventional power source. It consumed only a few muscular turtles for every 100 kilometers. These robust turtles, stationed atop the vehicle, generated propulsion through a piston-like motion, surprisingly achieving considerable speed. As Diaz surveyed his surroundings, Gurentai Zaro resembled a bustling metropolis, vibrant with neon lights and an intoxicating atmosphere, adorned in extravagant decor that exuded the essence of nouveau riche. However, Diaz remained unimpressed. His desire was solely to meet Tesoro. Becerra proved to be quite the conversationalist, incessantly narrating the grandeur of Gurentai Zaro along the journey. The city, constructed in merely a few years, was a testament to Tesora's financial prowess. Its establishment required immense resources and manpower, all of which Tesoro possessed in abundance. While he mused on the advantages of wealth, he was acutely aware of the blood debts concealed beneath the city's opulent facade. Gurentai Zaro could undoubtedly be described as the largest den of vice in the world, with casinos generating incomprehensible daily revenues. A throng of desperate gamblers wagered everything, including their families, only to find themselves destitute. Diaz harbored no concern for the fates of these gamblers, feeling only pity for their families. He recognized his limitations. Even if he saved one group, another would inevitably follow the same destructive path. Irredeemable gamblers were beyond salvation. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he and Becerra arrived at the Golden King Hotel, the world's only 8-star establishment, entirely crafted from gold, a testament to Tesoro's affluence. The first floor buzzed with activity, featuring games such as Pai-Gow, blackjack, slot machines, and Texas Hold'em. Some players had towering piles of chips before them, while others, clad only in undergarments, clutched a single chip tightly, hoping for a miraculous turnaround. The frenzied crowd was utterly engrossed in their own worlds. "Care for a game?" Becerra inquired with a playful smile. "No, I lack interest in such pursuits," Diaz replied, shaking his head. "If you are not inclined towards gaming, we have other attractions, such as racing," Becerra suggested. "Miss Becerra, I am rather busy and do not have the leisure for such entertainments." Seeing Diaz's disinterest, Becerra did not press further and led the two into a resplendent elevator. As it ascended slowly to the top floor, she instructed them to wait. With a gentle knock on the elevator door, a large-headed doll emerged, clad in military attire. Its short stature and outstretched arms greeting the trio. Bakara introduced, "This is Mr. Tanaka, the head of security for this amusement park. The user of the possesses the remarkable ability to penetrate objects, effortlessly disregarding any inorganic obstacles. Welcome, gentlemen." Jirulu. Mr. Tanaka greeted the two, while Bakara pulled him with one hand and Diaz with the other. Diaz, in turn, grasped Baby 5. Utilizing his ability, Mr. Tanaka led them through the golden elevator doors to the VIP room on the top floor. The VIP room presented a unique gaming experience, limited to guessing odds and evens, with few patrons present. "Ah, how delightful to encounter you here, young Diaz," a languid voice resonated. Diaz turned to find Admiral Akiji before him. Baby 5 gasped in surprise, retreating behind Diaz. "What is an admiral doing here? Are we ambushed?" "Fear not. This is a special neutral zone recognized by the world government, where neither Navy nor pirates may engage in combat. However, I am curious about how Admiral Kazan arrived in the New World," Diaz replied. "The island of Tezolo, acknowledged as a special nation by the world government, serves as a neutral territory where no conflict is permitted. Violators, whether pirates or Navy personnel, would face the consequences enforced by Tezolo. Pirates risk death, while Navy and world members may encounter some trouble, but not excessively so. As the Golden Emperor, Tezolo possesses substantial wealth, which he could wield to eliminate adversaries. Even admirals must consider their actions here. Certain individuals, like Akainu, would undoubtedly act against Diaz. However, given that Kazan is present, he must weigh the implications of his actions." Indeed, Bakara chimed in with a smile. "Here, violence is forbidden. I kindly ask you to remain calm, Admiral Kazan. Rest assured, I have no intention of engaging in conflict here. Yet, I recall that the young lady behind you is a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo, correct?" "She is now my maid," Diaz responded, "the kind that cannot be dismissed." "How rude of you to say that." Baby 5 exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Diaz's head, which stung. "You insolent girl." Diaz scowled, gripping Baby 5's face. "Beware, or I shall strike you. Please, do not hit me." "Ah, how lively it is here," Kazan remarked. "Which eye of yours perceives this liveliness?" Diaz retorted. "If vision is not required, kindly donate yours to those in need." "Ha ha, young ones, I shall take my leave for entertainment. By the way, Diaz, you might seek out Granny Tsuru. She is also here." "Granny Tsuru." Diaz paused, releasing Baby 5. "Understood. I will find her once I conclude my affairs." Kazan departed, heading to a gambling table where he played with moderate success, neither gaining nor losing significantly, merely indulging in the game. "What brings the Navy here?" Diaz inquired of Bakara. Bakara displayed a professional smile. "They are here, of course, to enjoy themselves." It seemed unlikely that any useful information could be extracted. "Very well, where is the Golden Emperor?" "Lord Tizolo awaits you on the top floor. The remaining journey must be traversed by you via the stairs," Bakara indicated, pointing towards the nearby golden staircase. "Very well. I understand. Thank you for your guidance." Diaz waved his hand dismissively and tossed a gem, which landed squarely in Bakara's line of sight. "Ah," Bakara exclaimed, her crimson tongue licking her lips. "What a wicked man you are, Mr. Diaz." "Ahem, it was an accident. I assumed you would catch it." With Baby 5 in tow, he turned and departed, having no time to indulge this fellow. Chapter 95, The Golden Emperor Ascending the Golden Staircase. Diaz and Baby 5 arrived before a magnificent golden gate, which they pushed open. With a resounding bang, fireworks erupted, and a tall man with deep green hair spread his arms and smiled. "Welcome, Mr. Diaz. Your presence illuminates my Galani Zolo." This man was the Golden Emperor, clad in a resplendent golden suit, adorned with golden star-shaped earrings, and bedecked with rings on every finger save for the ring finger of his right hand. He stood there, raising a wine glass and grinning at himself. "Just call me Tezolo," he invited Diaz to enter. Diaz responded, "Baby 5, wait for me here. If you grow bored, feel free to amuse yourself outside." "Oh, all right." Baby 5 departed, and Diaz stepped into the room where Tezolo personally poured him a glass of wine, saying, "I never expected you would come here." Diaz took the drink and, Getting straight to the point, declared, "Mr. Tesolo, let us speak plainly. I am here to seek investment." Tesolo, a shrewd businessman, brightened at the mention of investment but refrained from inquiring further, swirling his drink with keen interest. "I have seized control of a nation, yet my funds are insufficient. What assistance can I expect?" Tesolo, ever the businessman, chuckled and replied, "Though my wealth could last me through countless lifetimes, I too desire benefits, after all. I am a businessman. What do you think of the downfall of the world government?" The speaker remained calm, yet the listener's composure faltered. The downfall of the world government? What is this man saying? Does he comprehend his own words? This is more absurd than Mariewa being obliterated. Wait, Mariewa indeed was destroyed. And it was this very man who had done it. Had it been anyone else, Tesolo might have laughed madly, but before him stood Diaz. Hailed by the world government as the most reckless man alive, he might genuinely undertake such a feat, ha 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 ha. Tesolo roared with laughter, excitedly clapping his hands. "Diaz, Mr. Diaz. Your every action is full of surprises. Saving Mr. Tiger, slaying the celestial dragons, blowing Mariewa to smithereens, and now you speak of the world government's demise? Ha ha, how delightful. How much do you need? I shall provide this investment. Would 100 billion berries suffice for the initial round?" "That will suffice," Diaz nodded. "I assure you. Within approximately 20 years, the world government will be overthrown by the Revolutionary Army." "Wait, why the Revolutionary Army and not yourself?" "Because I will assist the Revolutionary Army in toppling the world government. I harbor no aspirations of becoming the ruler of the world," Diaz replied, shaking his head. "Of course, I wish to develop my own nation, and for that, I require funds. Subsequently, once my nation flurries, one must admit, Mr. Diaz, you are quite audacious." "Are you interested in a transformation?" Diaz inquired. "Transformation?" Tesolo paused, momentarily halting the movement of his drink. Diaz stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the revelers of Garantazolo, observing the intoxicated masses below, remarking, "These individuals are akin to refuse. Indeed, each sighting brings a peculiar delight. Yet, it is merely a reflection. This man is genuinely psychologically distorted. Having been shaped by his past experiences, Tesolo's relentless pursuit of wealth and power had deeply warped his psyche." Clearing his throat, he remarked, "I believe you could engage in some legitimate business. The profits are too meager, and I relish witnessing their anguish as they squander their fortunes. Much like my former self." Diaz did not press further, simply stating, "Thank you for your investment. Very well, I shall have someone deliver the funds to you shortly. In the meantime, Mr. Diaz, do enjoy yourself here. Indulge in what it means to experience a world-class amusement park." "Oh, splendid." He exited the room, and Tesolo downed his drink, intrigued by Diaz's words. "Overthrowing the world government, you say? The Revolutionary Army does not possess such audacity. Were it not for Mr. Tiger, I would not deign to acknowledge those individuals." In Tesolo's view, the revolutionaries appeared somewhat petty, manipulated time and again. Mere pawns in negotiations between the insurgents and the world government. Were it not for the benefactor Tiger, Tesolo would not even cast a glance in their direction. Assisting Diaz initially stemmed from the fact that this man had saved Tiger and vanquished the celestial dragons. However, he never anticipated the subsequent explosion of Marigios. Hearing Diaz speak of toppling the world government elicited no surprise from Tesolo. After all, it was merely an investment, one that would not affect him. The current world government could do nothing to him, nor would the future. Re-establishing a nation demands a substantial sum of money, which he is more than capable of providing. In these transactions, he is assured of profit. Regardless of whether Diaz and the Revolutionary Army succeed, he remains untouched. Such is the power he wields over the world. Money. He made a phone call to arrange for the retrieval of 10 billion berries, destined for Diaz. Meanwhile, Diaz found himself in a lower chamber, where Baby 5 was surrounded by a modest pile of chips, seemingly having earned a small profit. Baccarat stood beside her, gently patting Baby 5 on the shoulder. And then Baby 5 won again. It appeared that Baccarat was generously bestowing good fortune upon Baby 5. The lucky fruit, Baccarat, could alter her own luck and that of others to a certain extent, and Baby 5, the unfortunate soul, was the recipient of her fortuitous influence. "Ah, Mr. Diaz has arrived." You seem to be enjoying a delightful conversation with Lord Teselo, Baccarat remarked with a smile. Not too bad, Diaz replied with a grin. I have obtained what I desired. Additionally, please inform me of Admiral Crane's whereabouts. I wish to make her acquaintance. Certainly, I will arrange that immediately, Baccarat responded with a smile. Diaz allowed Baby 5 to continue her play, cautioning her not to overindulge. Under Mr. Tanaka's guidance, they ascended to the middle floor, where he also provided some thoughtful gifts. Grandma Crane rested in the hotel room, unimpressed by her surroundings. Upon reaching the door, Diaz pressed the doorbell. A moment later, the door opened, revealing Grandma Crane, who looked up at Diaz in surprise. What brings you here? She inquired. I came to see you. It has been quite a while, Grandma Crane. Won't you invite me in for a while? Please, come in. Grandma Crane stepped aside, allowing Diaz to enter the room. As he set down the gifts, Diaz was met with an unexpected sight. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit from the Guion district,